Yeah, he wins everything. He can win everything. Yeah. He has been like an unstoppable force. So it's like last year, Amy Whittle and him was like an unstoppable force against an unmovable object. You know, like a heck of a match, and hopefully we could see it again this year.
I mean, we definitely have a couple of those players for Pokemon VG. You're talking about that unstoppable force, or people that just win everything, and talking about the players to watch going into this weekend. Got a couple of good ones, I'm not going to lie. It was really difficult to make the list. I actually don't know how much y'all struggled with y'all's list, but oh my goodness. But first off, you have to talk about none other than the Pokemon World Champion here for Pokemon VG. And I know, Kirk, taking the easy way out, but no, Luca's team, the world-winning team with this Miraidon, has shaped the meta. We're going back into a meta game that we had at the World Championship. So this is something that is directly impacted that you have to have a lot of respect going for this event. So that's going to be a lot of eyes, not just on Luca as a player, but his team and what he's been able to accomplish. And Luca, I think more so going for a little bit more of a comfort pick into this, but of course has to be super aware of that meta that he's created and respect it in return. You can also see the meta with the pitchers, with the little skip loom. That's the additional, it's the pitcher meta, guys. And it has worked so well for Marco Silva. This is our LAIC champion, not just from this year, by the way, last year's LAIC champion and winning OCIC in the past. So this is someone who's really looking to make a standout performance at EUIC, which is the one international that he's failed to cut despite being European player. So that is humongous right there. Then his LAIC run, Charizard for this meta of Pokemon, like, is not really common. And that's what he won the event with, after getting second to the regional right prior. So you're talking about a winning player.
Yeah.
He is that for sure. And not just the only one. Coming from NA, none other than Justin Tang. Justin Tang was a breakout star back in 2023, winning his first ever regional that he attended.
Wow.
2 regionals later, wins another one.
Why
Crazy stuff. And then just won the San Antonio Regional Championships that happened in January. So this is someone that, even in this current meta, can really just rise to the top. So looking to have that performance here at an international as well. And this is only just a handful of the storylines. There's so much great stuff happening to Pokemon VG right now.
A player that can just show up seemingly out of nowhere, go from winning a regional and then suddenly being a massive point of discussion here for the IC. Spectacular.
Yeah, I love the underdog stories.
He's no longer an underdog.
No, right now. Right now, no. But at the beginning, no. He's earning his place amongst the best, you know?
Yeah, and that's so exciting for every international, because that can happen at any point, right? Our NAIC champion from last year, this was his first international, and then he won. Tim Edwards last year made it to the finals and is here again. So it's like there's so many exciting storylines, and it's really cool to be able to highlight the veterans, but knowing at any point that there is someone out there that can rival and can contest them. I love that.
Yeah, sometimes it's just getting that first result to start the train on your way to many more results. I guess I'll talk about Unite teams to watch, right?
If you want to.
We got to do that. So let Old Snack spin your yarn one time. Let's start with kind of the hometown favorites. They've perennially dominated EU. I'm talking about Nouns Esports here. Next to them, you'll see Peru Unite from LATAM and Luminosity from North America. But we're going to start left to right because that's what it is on the screen. Nouns, absolutely dominant squad in EU. They're a fixture. They have been since year one when they were runner-ups to the world champion in just Unite's fledgling season. And this year's no exception. They've won and kind of been on a hot streak all the way up until just this last month, where they faltered after they added a new player that they thought was going to give them a stronger chance to win. And that is actually Inder from NA, who's an NAIC champion over there on a different squad. So they came over here. They're rooming with Bruv, the tank player for that squad, and they're looking to find some magic here and kick their season off right at EUIC. I think the cup finish of second place was a little bit disappointing for them because I think they were ramping up, but this is a great proving ground. So definitely an EU team to watch here in London. Next, right on down the line, Peru, formerly known as Fusion.
Right.
They won EUIC last year, And something that we're doing here at EUIC, Aeos Cup at EUIC, the Aeos Cup champion is the first team in the world to qualify for the World Championships. Wow. So not only are they playing for money, championship points, they're playing for the first world spot allocated. And it's hard to not bet on the past champions. They just had a great run at Worlds as well. LAIC, they had a decent run, setting themselves up for success, or I guess back-to-back success here at EUIC. Bunch of strong, aggressive players that really put the pedal to the metal, and if you're not ready for them, they're going to run right through you. But that leads us to, we talked about LAIC there for just a moment, that leads you to Luminosity Gaming. Back-to-back world champions, a lot of that roster is back. They just won LAIC. They won LAIC, immediately go into the Aeos Cup play-ins where you can get a chance to travel here, lose. Next monthly cup, lose. And then they finally got back to the LAIC form, won the last 2 monthly cups, so they've got a heck of a momentum coming into EUIC. An interesting kind of sub-storyline with Luminosity specifically is if they win this event, they get their World Championship invite.
Oh, yeah.
But because they won LAIC, they qualified for the Asia Champions League. So they're the only Western team that's going to go compete over there. And Asia Champions League is awarding World Championship spots. So they have an opportunity to do kind of like an Infinity Stones World Championship invite thing where they can just gather them all up and by proxy shrink the World Championship team pool, which I think is just a very cool sub-storyline of just global dominance that they have an opportunity to kick off here in London.
Imagine rolling up to the World Championships too, like, okay, like I just won like 4 different invites, no big deal whatsoever, right?
Like,
exactly.
Like you get to Worlds and there's no one there. You took all the invites. Like,
World
okay.
champion.
Preemptively winning Worlds, absolutely new ground being broken by the Unite scene, making the World Championships in a completely new format. But these are just a handful of the stories, folks, that we're going to be looking forward to at EUIC. We've got some special treats for you at home that are taking the time to tune in and pay attention to these stories and these players. We got some TCG distributions. If you're tuning in chat, make sure you enter these codes: EUIC 25 Rainbow DNA, that EVEX, beautiful special illustration rare for TCG Live. And we've got some drops as well. Make sure you've got your accounts linked properly so you can get these cards and these card backs added to your game. I love these new evolutions. There's a lot of rumblings in the works if the evolution toolbox deck is going to be good coming up, but might as well pick it up now, set you up perfectly for the future. I know that Pokemon Go also has some special treats for the viewers.
Yeah, we always try to give some Pokemon that are used on the competitive scene in Pokemon Go. We try to sometimes get the champions Pokemon. For example, here we got, to celebrate, we got Jumpluff. That's one of the most useful Pokemon right now. In Worlds did really, really great. My great friend Marto Galda used it to get to the 3rd place. And to win, my bad. To win LAIC. He used it to win LAIC, and we got a couple of elite TMs that are really good to... we use them to make Pokemon learn attacks that they are no longer available. So like it's a really, really good tool to start playing Pokemon. If you want to start now and you're gonna get one of those like really special attacks, this is a really, really good moment to go and grab those rewards because they're really, really, really good to start and to get up and play the next event near you.
Yeah, I love that Pokemon Go is always helping new players find their footing to break into the scene. But if you're a Jumpluff fan, VG's got you covered as well.
I did a double take when I saw the graphic. Honestly, I was like, wait, was it my turn next? You're also giving away a Jumpluff. So,
I mean, it's a great Pokemon. I love it.
It is, and crazy too, because you were saying that it won LAIC. It won LAIC for us too.
Really? Oh.
So we're like
the GOAT. Yeah.
Things are so different after all.
Yeah.
But this is, we were talking about Marco Silva. He won LAIC with this Jumpluff team. And even going into a new format for not just this event, but even a couple more events, Jumpluff has been something that we've seen popping up, which seems crazy now that we're in this restricted format, but being able to have great utility, the Sun Pokemon to allow it for the Chlorophyll ability, it goes super fast. And then it's super annoying from there on out, guys. It's sleep powders, it can encore, so your Pokemon's stuck doing the same thing. If you're looking to get into competitive, being able to pick up an actual utilized Pokemon, a international winning Pokemon, great way to start that journey.
Jumpluff is just going to be available for a lot of different team builds as well. Speed control, I know, very important for VG, but it brings us back around to Unite. What do we got for the viewers, dude?
Let me check my notes. I'm a fraud. There are no notes on this. I am going to need, I'm eyeing this down. I'm not looking at you at home. I'm actually looking at the folks in the production booth. I'm going to need you to put that graphic on the screen so I know what we're doing. And that's what we're giving away, a globe. There we go. We did it.
That's it.
Just one thing here, if my memory serves correctly, that is an item enhancer. So you can get those held. Thank you, non-game person that I'm supposed to be the expert of.
You're cooked, man. You're cooked.
Absolutely, just crunch.
That's why you bring notes, you know?
Well, but again, fraudulent behavior out here.
Luminosity at least is already fully enhanced. It's beyond the level of the peons in the audience. You've already upped your game, and you're here to break it down.
Oh, is that right? Okay, well, at least I can say a little bit about item enhancers for the people that might be tuning in and getting those item enhancers, of course, level up your held items. And that's what you do with them. That's what they're there for. So do that. Get those, and then do that. I don't recommend starting with leftovers or like Rocky Helmet. You know, maybe experience share. Put one of those on your Pokemon. Help your team. Be a good teammate. Help us wade through the solo queue crime scenes, please.
I mean,
preach.
Yeah. And I gotta say, at least, like, I really appreciate you being honest, not having anything prepared for the show. Like, that's bravery. That's really brave.
Hold on. Now, what you might have noticed is I threw the front card, right? If I throw the front card, he's not even looking at that when he's got more cards. Guess what? None of them have notes. I'm just a finicky person, and I need to hold stuff in my hand.
No, dude, the cameraman.
I told the cameraman before this whole thing started that I was going to be throwing cards. I did say that.
Okay.
Validation? Thumbs up.
Listen,
thumbs up.
We are the only ones who are allowed to throw cards over here. My players are here to throw down.
That was egregious.
And I wonder, you know, we've got a new metagame with the Prismatic Evolutions now available. Everybody's got their eyes on this new card called Badoo that has the ability to item lock. You probably heard about this. Item lock their opponents. And if you can take items out of your opponent's repertoire, out of their game plan, really slows things down. This is what is making this meta so strange is a lot of decks that take time to set up before they start to beat down on their opponents are a lot more viable as the meta game becomes slower. This plays into, again, the Gardevoir deck. There's a lot of different decks like what Torque Reklev is bringing with Gardevoir. Potentially, he's known as a Gardevoir player. Maybe even Charizard, who knows? If you want to skip over Rare Candy, folks, try to just put some extra Charmeleons in your deck, but that's neither here nor there. I think that if you don't need items and you just start beating down immediately, maybe that might be the strategy.
It could be. I mean, I think we might be done with Charizard now. I think we kind of left that behind at LAIC. It would be super cool if it showed up, do not get me wrong, and I know Marco's definitely playing something a little out of comfort zone, but instead, our current format, we have our restricted Pokemon back. So we have stuff like this Calyrex Ice Rider, the Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, we have Miraidon, that is the world-winning Pokemon. All of that is back. And since this is a format that was decently solved going into the World Championships, it's really interesting to see how trainers are leveling that up and using what they learned at Worlds, which was, of course, everyone bringing crazy picks and being able to kind of mold the meta from there. So going into this weekend, I think we're going to see a lot of familiar things, but those little tweaks to kind of elevate just a little bit more.
It's a rare event to really revisit a past metagame. Are you going to refine what we found the last time, or do you think you can take it that next step further beyond? But what's going on with Unite?
I was going to talk about Unite, but I was going to convert that. I was going to transition that because Sierra yesterday taught us that Zamazenta is a horse.
Yeah.
and look, you're probably asking yourself, well, first off, number one, Snacks, that's not a horse, which most of us agree, except for Sierra, of course. Ice Rider, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Calyrex, of course, there's a horse involved.
The rehearsal's got a little wild.
I learned that the puppet is not the thing that changes, it's the horse.
Calyrex is the rider.
Calyrex is the rider.
Okay, so the puppet stays the same.
Yes.
The horse changes.
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've settled that for all of you at home, definitely for your all's knowledge, Galarian Rapidash was just added to Pokemon Unite. And on release, it was crazy strong. It was really, really good. but they kind of turned the dial back on it, turned it from like an 11 back onto the meter somewhere. Might be around 50%, maybe a little bit lower play rate, but because it's so new and the nerfs that came out are so new, we don't know how these teams have been able to prepare with it or for it. So this is a real opportunity for somebody to kind of break the game open if they figure out a strategy using specifically this Pokemon, because it motors around the map, similar to in our game Dodrio, which has just a lot of map mobility. So they're going to use that to leverage maybe a scoring strategy, an engagement strategy, use it kind of like as a scout to get an idea of where the enemy team is. So a lot of potential options for that Pokemon specifically. And now that it's been reined in,
I see what you did there.
It's got a reasonable opportunity to be played, because before, if it was involved in the game, it would have gotten banned every single time. But now, because they pulled it back, it's got a real opportunity to hit the island, so I'm looking forward to see it played.
Yeah. Super fast with Go. We got a really interesting meta right now. There's some really interesting picks that I really like. Shadow Zapdos, I saw Shadow Palkia, and Annihilate and Primate with the Shadow versions are really, really interesting. They can do a lot of work and carry teams, whole teams, with the Rage Fist bonus, the Rage Fist special attack that buffs his attack stat. So it's really interesting what's going to happen this weekend.
I mean, we got an opportunity to talk about the players to watch, the Pokemon to watch, the stakes that we have going up into EUIC. I personally can't wait to kick off another great international event. This is the second one of the season. We got so much on the line for the trainers here. And I know that we got even more special ways to be kicking off the event. The internationals have only been gearing up. I know everyone is excited to start getting forward. So with that, we're gonna kick it over to the stage for a special opening ceremony.
Welcome to the 2025 European International Championships. These championships are a cornerstone in the competitive Pokémon season. We're bringing you the world's top trainers for a weekend of electrifying battles. Last season, Emmy Weedle mastered every strategy and dominated their battles to claim the crown. An unstoppable force in Pokémon Go history. Combining teamwork and flawless execution, Fusion turned each skirmish into a victory and claimed the champion title. Tord Reklev made precise plays and maintained an unshakable focus, outmaneuvering every opponent to become a TCG legend. Through flawless strategy and perfectly calculated moves, Nils Dunlop rose to the top and became the Pokémon VG champion.
This event is going to be one for the history books.
Oh, the energy! Brightbird is coming through! That is literally the example of 1 HP in a North American dream. Currently have the lead. Coldfix secures the ring points up. Coffee Trunks earns the ring shield. See if it's there. Get both the counter catcher and the dark energy. It's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion.
Absolutely incredible scenes here in London for the European International Championship.
Welcome to the European International Championships. Let the games begin.
So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but my darling, when I think of thee. Very well, to Princess Landing Stage, River Mersey, fare thee well. I am bound for California, a place that I know right well. So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but my darling, when I think of thee. Oh, I'm bound for California, a place that I know right well. And the captain's name is Burgess, and they say she's a floating Rocket is her name, and the captain's name is Burgess. They say she's a floating heart. So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return united we will be. Stop believing of Liverpool that grieves me, but darling, when I think of thee. So farewell to Lower Frederick Street and St. Terrace and Park Lane. I think it will be a long, long time before I see you again. So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but darling, when I think of thee.
And other greetings.
Insert greeting here to Pokemon trainers around the globe. Wasn't that incredible from the Longest Johns? They'll be back with a very special song, especially for you, in just a moment. But for now, trainers, welcome to the Pokemon European International Championships 2025!
EUIC, let's go!
EUIC, four of the best letters of the alphabet. We are coming to you live from the iconic Excel Centre right here in London, UK. I'm Charlie Merriman.
And I am Jake Sprague. And let me tell you, Charlie and I are beyond thrilled to be kicking off, we got it, this first event here, this second international event of the season. You know, Charlie, EUIC is known for its unmatched energy and legendary moments. And I feel like a little bumblebee here, buddy, because day one is already buzzing with excitement. What surprises does this weekend have in store for us? I cannot wait to find out.
Jake, I've emerged from the hive to tell you becoming an international champion is no easy feat, my friend.
He's not lying.
Oh, no, and only a very few trainers manage to defend their crown, but that means it's all to play for. Anyone here could claim that oh-so-coveted trophy and leave as our EUIC 2025 champion. And just how many competing trainers do we have here this weekend? Wait for it. Over 5,000. How exciting is that?
Incredible. But you know, Charlie, you dashing hero, what really makes an event like this unforgettable is the unity that we have in our global Pokemon community. This event is all about you guys, the fans. So let's hear it for some of your favorite games this weekend. Pokemon UNITE fans, give it up.
Not
pretty
bad.
Good.
Not bad. Pretty good. Pretty good. It's not like I couldn't hear you, but I think we can do better. Brace yourself, trainers, because now I want to hear you give it up for our trainers from Pokemon Go. Yeah, there we go. Whoa. There we go.
Good.
You took the note and you ran with it. Very good. Nice.
Now, I know this next group could blow the roof off this place, all right? So be careful, but I want to hear it for our trainers playing the Pokemon trading card game.
Okay. Whoa.
Wow.
That was close, Jay, but I think the roof is just about still intact.
Hanging on by a thread right now, Charlie.
There's some structural damage maybe, but we're okay for now. I'm not sure it's going to stay that way for long.
Okay.
Last but never least, please go absolutely wild for your trainers from the Pokemon video game. There it is.
Oh, there it goes.
It's gone.
Yeah,
it's gone.
They got it. Roof's gone.
That roof is gone.
Yep.
Congratulations, you tore it off. We're in an open-air venue now, trainers. Good luck.
Yeah, fun. I hope you brought your umbrellas. Good luck with that, everybody. And you know, Charlie, this isn't just about the hype this weekend.
Is it not?
Oh, no, my friend. They're competing for so much more. Of course for the glory, of course for the hype, but there is also a massive prize pool this weekend. Let me take, this can't be right. Production, is this right? It is. They are competing for over $500,000 in prizing between our titles. And of course, those all-important championship points. Do you see that off in the distance, Chuck?
What is that, Jake?
All the way down there. That, my friend, that shining light, that is Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The ultimate stage this August. Some of these trainers will be there.
Jake, you colossus of the world. We're going to need some music to accompany that journey to Worlds. It's coming down the road fast, trainers. Tell you what, why don't we have one more song that celebrates your journey as a Pokemon trainer? Let it ignite your passion through the competition ahead. You ready, Jake?
Me.
It's not me and Jake.
They will not let us sing.
Yeah, we auditioned, but they were like, we'll get back to you. No, please welcome back to the stage, the longest Johns.
The stories of champions and journeys, searching for glory. Awake from your slumber, for now it's your turn. You've made preparations, studied and learned. Partners to practice, and mentors to teach you, friends to cheer on, and those who'll defeat you. You win some, you lose some, cause that's how you learn. But every tough match is experience earned. Step out and face the world. Once you have learned all your homelands can heal, it's time to face challenges farther afield. Take to the path with friends by your side, new rivals before you from all the world wide. Set your sights firm on the battling ground, where titles are claimed and champions are found. Almost within the realm of the victor, soon it could be you, my friend. Step out and face the world. Won't you step out and face the world? Soon comes the day we've reached the arena where legends are made. There's no room for doubt and no room for fear. Think of the victories along your way here. Surrounded by veterans, the best are the best. You steel yourself now for this final test. You're square to the challenge, excitement it swirls. This is your moment, my friend. Step out and face the world. Step out. Resistance fierce, passion's intense. Everyone's waiting, crowd in suspense. The end it approaches, hush fills the hall. It's come down to the wire, but you gave it your all. But you gave it your all. Step up to the podium, hold your head high as you raise the trophy right up to the sky. You are the victor, no one denies. Stand proud and face the world. 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 Good luck, trainers!
Europe is calling. London is calling. Welcome, world, to the Aeos Cup here, live from the XL Centre. My name is Relic. I'm joined by the brains of the operation. It's the wonderful Zoinks, and what an incredible performance, what an incredible tournament we got coming up. I cannot wait to get started.
Yeah, what a start to this venue. I mean, hello, EUIC. Longest John's putting on a show for us, not to mention a very wonderful performance by Charlie and Jake to really kick things off. But yeah, we are here to bring you all of the Pokemon Unite action this weekend as we have the Aeos Cup. So many teams competed for a chance to earn a travel award to this event to compete. We got a few regions being represented that way, as well as we had an open invite to this tournament. A lot of teams showing up. We got 6 groups to be competing for a whole lot of championship points, some prizing, as well as a very coveted spot at the World Championships.
And that is kind of it, isn't it? A huge opportunity, the first opportunity to lock yourselves in at the greatest tournament that the Unite Championship Series can possibly offer. Zoinks, you've nailed it on the head. So many incredible teams, though. This could be one of the most hotly contested events that we have seen in the Championship Series.
100%. Yeah, the competition here is ridiculous. We were having a few conversations over the past couple days about just how many players in attendance have won in-person events in Unite's history. I mean, we have Luminosity Gaming here, the 2-time world champions, of course. We do have Peru in attendance, who did win this event last year. We have a lot of teams that have come extremely close. Now it's Esports has seen some roster changes with a couple of players who have won on this stage and abroad. So really, so much exciting talent in the venue right now.
All of that and more a little bit later. Let's take a look first and foremost at the prizing for this weekend. And it's pretty hot out there. $6,500 for first place. Zoinks goes all the way down there. You can see 8 teams in the money, $2,000 in total for those, what's it, the 6th to 8th place teams. It's a lot of money, honestly, and this is one of the best opportunities to not just bank that, but also the championship points necessary to try and take yourself forward to regionals, and then that light at the end of the tunnel, Worlds in Anaheim.
Yeah, I know. I mean, so much things to compete for, right? There's $50,000 total in prizing for this event, but you just mentioned it, championship points also available, as well as these one floating world championship spot we talked about a few times. I mean, you can compete for championship spots within your own region a little bit later in the year, but this event is going to be one of those moments that any region can take it home. Very exciting. But you already mentioned it, that first place taking home $6,500. You gotta like that chunk of change to be walking home with, and maybe a little bit of walking around money here in London.
A bit of walking around money. Yeah, I'd be walking around with it. I would love. Unfortunately, I'm not good enough to compete at this level. Otherwise, I guess I'd be out here, or out there rather, and not in here. But you know what? I actually quite enjoy my place in here because we get to watch these teams bringing out all the stops in an effort to try and find themselves with that $6,500 at the end of the tournament, alongside, of course, as we've already mentioned, those championship points. Now, as you can see, from 500 down to the 9th to 12th place seedings, we've got 164 down there. So it's a a decent spread of championship points available. But we've also got to keep in mind, we'll bring it back to that automatic world spot for the winners, because you'll see there the region distribution, the number of teams that will be invited to the World Championships. Zoinks, this is effectively a wild card spot. It is on top of those number of team spots that you see there on your screens. And so really, for any of these teams, it's such a great opportunity to, first of all, jump ahead of the competition. And we were saying in the green room just a moment ago, there's this idea that you can basically use the rest of the season as prep. You can do as much experimenting as you want, and you still know that you're going to be going to Anaheim at the end.
Yeah, it's interesting we bring that up, right? Because the only example we have of this was Peru, now a Fusion last year, who won this tournament and then continued to go ahead and win every other tournament throughout their season, right? So it was a good start by qualifying for the World Championships. And then, of course, we look back at last year's World Championships, they were the best performing Western team. So if one example is enough to base history off of, I think winning this tournament is a fantastic omen for the rest of your season. So these teams are definitely going to be fighting for a lot of prizing, but hey, if you're superstitious, I guess there's even more on the line.
Peru here today. I'm very excited to see them play. Again, we'll get a little bit more into the the various stats and how everyone's doing in their own respective seasons. But I think we do have to touch upon the tournament favorites. There's a lot of armchair pundits out there, and I think a lot of the armchair pundits are in agreement. Luminosity Gaming looking to do the impossible previously seen, back-to-back in-person event victories. But honestly, they really could go and do it. They're looking that good.
Yeah. If we take a look back, they were the victors at LAIC, of course, and believe we have a roadmap to take a look at for the rest of the events that will be happening throughout the season. We can take a look right now. We already finished up in Latin America earlier on in November, and that's where Luminosity Gaming was able to take it. We're obviously here in Europe for the European International Championships, but we'll be back to New Orleans for North America and then Anaheim for Worlds in August. These are, of course, these big highlight events that these players are doing everything they possibly can to be competing at, especially that gold standard there in August.
It's a tough schedule. It should be mentioned immediately after the Aeos Cup. Beginning of March, of course, we got the final stretch play in, and then on top of that, we got the March Cup. It has never been a better time to be a Pokemon Unite player, especially if you like to be a busy bee or a busy combi, I guess, in this particular situation. And that does just mean that there are so many more opportunities to get yourself lined up and in position for the regionals. And look, for the many, many teams that arrive here, Zoinks, will not be going away with that automatic Worlds invite. Still a critical opportunity to weigh yourself up against the rest of the world, maybe learn a few things, because we certainly saw how the Japanese teams last year, how much of an impact they had, not just on the meta here last year, but going away as well into the individual regions, how everyone liked to rotate, the different picks, you know, basically trying to expand those roster pools in order to make draft, well, a little bit more spicy.
Yeah, in the history of competitive Pokemon Unite, it has almost always been 1 to 2 teams that have been the trendsetters, and whenever they head to the World Championships, it ends up being a global impact when those teams really get to it. I mean, if I harken back even to the days before the Unite Championship Series began, before some of you were born, I don't know how young you are who are watching these events, but if you wanted to have a real throwback, you think to whatever TTV was playing in the lobby in a lot of those online events before the championship series, everybody else was trying to repeat. As soon as Blackhand win the World Championships, it felt like every player wanted to pick up the same Pokemon pools Overlord was using to win the same World Championships, and then we just have a domino effect of these incredibly strong teams. They discover a new tech, discover a new way to win the game. Everybody's got to get sorted, or else you get left behind. And right now, it feels like we're entering a little bit of a new horizon. I mean, obviously, the World Championships were pretty heavily favored with a lot of the Asian teams, but this tournament is going to be the West's chance to really prove that in an event of this scale and this magnitude that these teams can really handle, I mean, the pressure, but obviously, there's a lot of question marks. Can we innovate to the level that we've seen in the World Championships and prior? Who's going to take it? Is it going to be just absolute dominance in the meta? Is it new creative take? I mean, there's a lot of really interesting questions to answer.
There is, and a lot of narratives as well to consider. You mentioned TTV, of course, one of the biggest storylines of this season, Inda moving from North America to Europe, joining up with Nouns Esports. It's quite fascinating to me that we have Inda, the only in-person event winner, as a part of that Nouns roster.
Well, except for Toonslim.
Technically Toonslim, of course, yes, but I think just in general, a great opportunity to utilize that wisdom and that experience. We look at Luminosity Gaming. I mean, yes, this is a great opportunity to win another in-person event, but then after that, they got another in-person event, of course, with the Asia Champions League. And so they don't want to drop the ball here, lest they open up potential flaws in the armor, which, of course, we know the Asian squads, they are going to exploit those hand over fist. But on top of that as well, just seeing all of these teams further back, your Gen 5s, for example, your Kamai Esports, a lot of European rosters, as I'm sure you'd imagine, taking part today, for the likes of Gen 5 especially, who've just recently won their first event of the season. A great opportunity to continue rolling on with that momentum. There's been a few roster changes, and let's not forget, on top of all of that, a brand new Pokemon enters the fray in Galarian Rapidash.
Yeah, we'll have to see the impact that Pokemon ends up having. But for those of you at home wanting to know how this event works, we got a short video for you to watch to tell you everything about the format.
This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the Excel Centre here in London, UK. Pokemon Unite trainers have travelled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. Plus, the winner of this event will automatically qualify for Worlds 2025. This tournament will be a 3-day gauntlet, starting with the group stage, where up to 64 teams enter into groups and fight until only the top team survive.
Day 2 will be the bracket stage, where teams will be placed in a single elimination bracket until we are left with our 2 best teams. On the final day will be the finale, Championship Sunday, and our 2 finalists will go head-to-head to see who claims the EUIC trophy and a coveted spot at Worlds 2025. All matches will be a best of 3, except the semi-finals and finals, which will be best of 5. It's anyone's guess who will be crowned the European International Champion and receive an automatic berth to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. Who will be the last team standing here in London? Let's send it back to our casters, get this tournament started, and find out.
Thank you so much to Kellosaurus for explaining absolutely everything about this format. We got a really exciting one for you. If you've watched any of our other international championships, it is relatively similar to what we've seen with the group stage into single elimination. We got a chance to take a look at a few of these groups, though. Relic, anything jumping off the page?
For me, Group A has the most teams, but it also feels the most difficult to progress through. Kamai Esports, Tuzzy Esports, actually going to be our leading series that we're going to be taking a look at. The rest of the groups, I think there are some clear favorites to go through, but don't count anyone out. Looking at Group B, Nouns Esports, Lelover's okay, but watch out for T3. They certainly have something to say over in North America from 100%. Time to time. Peru, Nemesis, yes, those 2 should be the favorites in Group C, but we know that Nemesis can have rocky events from now and again. Of course, not making one of the main events this season already. Group D, yes, Orange Juice's Gen 5, but watch out for Rush Hour. There are a lot of these teams just lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike and pick up a surprise result that can turn the groups on their head.
Yeah, for you North America heads out there, Rush Hour just has this plot armor to always make it to Day 2. Like, they will always end up in bracket no matter what. It doesn't matter how many people predict against them. It feels like Rush Hour just will always, but that is a tough group in Group D to be making it out of. Yeah, I think a couple other teams to shout out here are maybe Absolute Cinema or BH3 in either of their respective groups. Yep. Very strong in their region when they're competing in these online tournaments in Europe. So definitely teams to be watching. We do have 2 final groups here to be talking about, though, in Group E and Group F. There's Stamina Esports and DreamMax Esports being probably the 2 favorites out of Group E. In Group F, it'll be Antic, Odium, Luminosity, Red Moon, Anlaha, and of course, Outer Banks. That Group F is a very interesting one. We were talking about that for a while.
We were. So you look at Luminosity and you're thinking, how on earth do these guys keep on getting so lucky with their groups? No disrespect, of course, to the other teams, but we are talking about tournament favorites going up against perhaps some of the lower seeded teams on the international stage. But it's that Antic X Odium story that we are most interested in. This team, let alone let's talk about the entire region of OC, has not made it to a Day 2 since, brace yourselves, the World Championships of 2022. Now, fun fact, Zoinks, that was in this very venue, of course, the XL Center, and on top of that, they went up, it was Iclen back then, they went up against Blackhand, the previous misnomer of Luminosity. And so maybe history is set to repeat itself, but do not count out Red Moon X and Laha, and especially Outer Banks.
Yeah.
I think this, if anything, the truest test for OC to see, can we actually get a proper result here? Even making it to Day 2 in the first place, that would be huge for the region.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's one of the things we were talking about, whereas LAIC was just kind of an open invitation to whatever team can make the trip out. This was a tournament that had a qualifier process where the top team out of every region within that qualifier was given the travel award. So Antic getting a travel award to try to represent OC, prove that they can hang on that main stage as well, which is going to be exciting. We're probably going to be getting to some of those games a little bit later in the day. We're going to go alphabetically through these groups as we move in day number 1, which means we're going to be kicking things off here in Group A to be starting off our tournament. I think on broadcast we are going to be having Tuzzy Esports versus Kamai going up on stage rather soon. This is going to be a really fun match. I feel like we were talking a lot about there is a lot to prove in this tournament, has been something we've been discussing a lot on this pre-show. But between these 2 teams, there's a lot of question marks, but kind of different ones between these squads. With Tuzzy Esports being how good is Brazil really when it comes to it? LAIC was a great showing. That's in front of a home crowd though. And Kamai, I mean, a lot to be seen yet.
there's a lot of question marks. Tuzzy have not won an event since the Aeos Cup qualifiers. So it's worth mentioning that although they are still in good form, it's not like they've been outside of the top 3 all season. It's been DreamHack that's been on top within region, and even Aegis Flames, of course, not here today, picking up that February Cup win. Kamai is such an interesting one. Having watched this squad grow, develop, morph over the season, it is a team in flux. It's a team with a lot of excitement, don't get me wrong. We have ourselves the likes of Leorio, for example, hotly anticipated debut in the UNITE
100%.
Championship Series, and they have looked good, but the team around them has never felt quite settled. And so although they've picked up a couple of third places in the Aeos Cup qualifiers and most recently in the February Cup Zoinks, it's fair to say that this will be the proper litmus test. It's a tough start, don't get me wrong, but maybe one Pokemon perhaps that they'll be looking to pick up for this first series will be that new player, Galarian Rapidash. Fair to say, Zoinks, very bombastic introduction to Pokemon Unite. I think that's fair to say. A lot of power behind it. It's recently received, though, a full stack of nerfs, including its passive, which its entire kit is based around.
Right.
The question has now become, will we never see it, to will we actually see it at all?
Yeah, it is going to be interesting around this Pokemon. If you're interested in what Spraggles has suggested, we got that on the screen as well. Slick Spoon special attack specs and choice specs. Double stacking items on a Pokemon based on move speed makes a lot of sense. And then X speed feels like a mandatory inclusion on Galarian Rapidash. Whenever you charge that gauge up full, you are just infinitely more powerful than if you were not. So having a little bit of speed boost makes a ton of sense. It is going to be an interesting Pokemon. I believe Doobsnacks was talking a little bit about it in the pre-show in our analyst lounge to start before we even had the band come on about what this Pokemon's impact would be. And I think we've all come to the general conclusion that we're going to see it this weekend at some point, whether in the banning phase or in the picking phase. But it really has been such a tremendous force on the ranked ladder that would be, I mean, definitely head-scratching if we did not see this Pokemon show up in a competitive facet in some way. It brings a lot to the table. Obviously, its extreme amount of damage and versatility due to its speed is extremely strong, but it does have a decent amount of disruption. If you do play that Smart Strike build or Agility, it kind of gives you a little bit of flex in that way. But either way, it does feel like a Pokemon that can slot into a lot of compositions.
The question really is, how much have you prepped for it? How much have you prepped with it? And this really has been the Achilles heel of a lot of the EU rosters in particular, is that they will have their sort of surface level. We know that we're comfortable with this, maybe a few Pokemon in that roster pool that you might be able to pull from in draft, but then outside of that, it's more of a coin flip. Are you actually going to be able to deal with it on the day? Can you find that wild card pick at the end of draft to really just synergize together and ultimately find that winning strategy? I fear for players who have not really zoned in on that Galarian Rapidash. We've been talking about potential counters to it and indeed substitutes. Dodrio, of course, I think we might see a couple of appearances from Dodrio in this particular tournament. Umbreon, though, we're expecting, if not a lot of Umbreon picks, a lot of Umbreon bans. Green Look is that instant lockdown, we're going to deal with you immediately sort of tool. But yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how that all fares out. And on top of that, let's not forget, of course, that we do have one particular move which is going to be off the table for today. So Hooper is still going to be available for play, but no hyperspace hole. And so for Nouns in particular, for Inda, who loves playing this Pokemon, there's going to be a lot of teams out there who will already have to adapt their strategies without that hyperspace hole available today.
I mean, we got a team coming up right away that I think is going to be impactful with Tuzzy. I mean, Lel, a fantastic Hoopa player, has a very common supporter Pokemon pool, does have the Hoopa, Eldegoss, Blissey being some of the most common picks that player does like to bring to the table. I think worldwide renown probably ends up being on Eldegoss' shoulders when it comes to that player in terms of tournament success, but a lot of Hoopa play too. So we'll see how that ends up being in there. And I think a big question mark when we were talking about Galarian Rapidash early is, where does it slot into your team composition? Do you need to run it into the central area? Can it play in the path? It's a bit of a yes and, but the options that it is contending with, especially in path, in my opinion, are extremely difficult. But it is a speedster. I think if you're a speedster fan, you are tuning into the right events. Any of these in-person international championship events, it feels like we are destined to see hyper carry speedsters, that assassin style of gameplay, really shine on these main stages, these in-person environments. It just feels like your inputs are clicking like they've never been before. A really good chance for high high skill expression Pokemon, and Pokemon like Zoroark, Absol, Leafeon all come to mind as just incredible choices to bring to the battlefield.
I would be shocked if we do not see a bit of a throwback to the Zoroark Comfey days. I think there is a huge potential.
We're going to see it for sure.
Absolutely. We do know the OC, of course, they do love their Absols. To be fair, that love of Absol has very much spread to the other regions as well. Night/Pursuit, a fantastic chase down build if you want to go that way. Of course, don't turn your back. You know that you're going down otherwise. So yeah, I think that we could absolutely see a very speedster-dominated tournament, but I also feel like we've got to look at the other side of the table, at those defenders and those supporters, because quite frankly, that's where I think we're going to see the majority of the bans. I think that remove the support structure, I mean, Blissey, my goodness. If we see any Blissey, there are question marks as to why you would let that thing through draft. An incredible healer, but more recently, of course, with the Helping Hand build, a fantastic enabler for your carries, for your attack damage carries out there in the field. I mean, that's potentially game over territory as soon as the midway stage. So very excited to see our first draft. Ultimately, for me, Zoinks, I think, especially with new options, with new potentials, with potential throwback builds, I feel like there will be a couple of teams that will go safe rather than sorry. Look for the comfort picks first and foremost, get those first wins on the board, and then see how the game develops or the day develops and move on from that.
Yeah, group stage is always interesting for that, right? Because no matter what, whenever we have some of these tournaments, we end up in a tournament meta. You know, we dilute the global meta, it becomes its own entity at these events, and group stage is kind of our first chance at that. I mean, look at LAIC. After the day of group stages, the only Pokemon that wasn't selected in the entire roster was Cramorant. I mean, we had one, unfortunate. We had one Pokemon omitted from play just because players didn't end up selecting that. But clearly the chance for creativity is there. We have such a wide array of teams signed up for this event, which then, of course, just means we have a wide array of play styles that are going to be competing at this spot, competing for a spot in day 2. Not to say that the metagame isn't going to be the majority of what we see, but I do think these events have a special ability to bring out all kinds of variety when it comes to main stage success.
That really was the most extraordinary story that even Duraludon was picked over Cramorant. I felt so bad for Wonder Chef. What's the Cram done to you? To be fair, Cramorant has received small buffs recently.
Yeah,
so I feel like there could be a potential for, again, we talk about these wild card picks, sort of like these picks that you maybe look at the later stage of draft and think, why not? Because the meta, I think it's in a great place now, especially after those Galarian Rapidash nerfs. It's so wide open when you look at those all-rounders. I know it's a bit of a pain word for a lot of you out there, but those all-rounders and those attackers and those speedsters, I think there's a lot of different ways you can go about things. I mean, we talk about BH3, actually, who are in this group with Mephil, for example, on the Inteleon. Inteleon's going to be one of those where I think we'll see a lot of specific trainer bans, not necessarily just Inteleon banned across the board, mostly because I think we are looking now at the individuals and how they can pop off on individual Pokemon, and that's why I really want to harp back on your roster pool is even more essential now to keep nice and widespread. It's why I like Toonslim as a player so much, because that guy can do Ho-Oh, Comfey if he wants, Glaceon, Mew, support, or attack. To have that sort of flexibility helps not just yourself, but your entire team. And make sure that you're flexible in draft. I mean, look, draft is where a lot of these games are won and lost, so I'm excited to get into our first one, honestly, because especially with the Brazilian squads, they love to draft aggressively.
Yeah, they do. They honestly are character drafters in a little bit. Like, they will ban specific players' main Pokemon. On the other side, they're willing to make big risks because of that. It can pay off in really big ways. You can find a composition that might not be standard, but can defeat the exact enemy playstyle that you're looking to thwart. So, not always a bad option. But yeah, I do agree with you on the hyper-flexible attacker players and central area players. That feels like where the mainstay of success is going to be for a lot of these teams. You mentioned Toon. I actually think EU's got kind of a plethora of extremely flexible central and attacker players. We look at Lunder and Yutao on Gen 5 have a really awesome Pokemon pool amidst those two players. And I mean, even Megu, when they're playing defender or just hyper carry, either way. So I think EU has got a lot to say about that flexibility, which is going to be really cool. I mean, a region that has had a really interesting amount of success at the World Championships. A second place finish at the very first one at this event, but of course they did make it into day 2 and into top 8 in Honolulu. So now Esports making a deep run. So a lot of teams to be keeping our eyes on. But like you mentioned, we're going to have a Brazil versus EU matchup here in our first match. And if we want to get a little bit historical about other events in person, that has been a challenging one before. I mean, I take a look in Yokohama, Japan, and we did see a tournament favorite defeated by Brazil on that main stage, right? That was a pretty incredible matchup. Sally Bobo not being able to move on today to a heartbreaking loss, but hey, Brazil has found a way to defeat EU a few times.
Even recent history, if we look back to LAIC, of course, Nouns Esports in that incredible 2-1 loss against Tuzzy Esports. Make no mistake, that was a huge upset. As much as Tuzzy was riding the wave of the crowd energy,
100%.
Everyone's looking at Nouns Esports and thinking, you kind of dropped the ball here. Maybe we can have a look at what sort of Pokemon we might expect to see throughout the day, though. I mean, certainly there's been a few options that we've already covered, but there are other Pokemon as well who, whether it be through nerfs to others or whether it buffs to themselves, might yet see more play. I know that we are both extremely excited, for example, about Aegislash, the big sword. Would make a huge difference with the with big knockup. And it's not even just Sacred Sword nowadays. Of course, you're going to be running your Wide Guard, as is natural, huge buffs to that particular move. But seeing a couple of Shadow Claws out there as well, it really makes for an interesting choice that we haven't seen so often this season.
Yeah, thank you for bringing up my suggestion, by the way.
Oh, no
so
worries.
these are the points that I brought to the table with Aegislash. I love that it's named as mine. I think that's so funny. I did say it is an anti-tank brawler. Aegislash, while in that sword form, every boosted auto attack will be dealing % of maximum HP damage. It is an incredible ripper of high health targets. It's great against objectives, of course, but also those defenders. But Aegislash itself is a bit of a defensive king, okay? Shout out. Shield form giving Aegislash the opportunity to not only absorb hits, but also heal up a lot of HP. If we look back even just about a year ago, the Evolutions Pokemon were absolutely dominating the tournament metagame for a while. Aegislash, a really awesome answer. It just wasn't really in the balanced state to be a frequent pick in a lot of those drafts, but now it feels like Aegislash is absolutely a main contender, not only in the central area location, but it is a Pokemon that can really play well in path. Got great last hit secure even in the early game. You're a little bit fragile, but still, those boosted autos can take people by surprise.
100%. We've had some of your suggestions. We've had some of Spray. I want to hear some of my suggestions. So maybe we should have a look at Inteleon as well. This is going to be a Pokemon I feel that Aegislash is going to really want to try and lock down before it's too late. High range, high damage. Liquidation is certainly a more viable move nowadays than it was, 100%. Say, 2 months ago. But Snipe Shot is still, when you get it right, can make such a difference. Whether you're hitting those tanks and doing a lot of damage, forcing opponents back onto zone, or whether you're catching a stray on one of the attackers or speeds, there's basically removing 75% of their health bar in most situations. This is a Pokemon that, especially on the specialists, like your Mephils that I've mentioned earlier, could make a huge impact in path. Of course, Fell Stingers also means that you've got instant repositioning. If you're going to run eject button on this Pokemon on top of that all, it means that you've got a very wily customer that can certainly combat the Aegislash threat.
Whoa.
Or maybe it'll fall straight into its traps. It really does come down to the player on this particular Pokemon.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's one of those skill expression Pokemon we were talking about in a different way than the Speedsters, but still a technical Pokemon. Argue about a little bit about being a technical Pokemon, but it is still going to be really, really strong. I think we're going to see both movesets of that Pokemon played competitively today. And I do think we're going to see a fair amount of Inteleon within the tournament. Let's be completely honest, the attacker pool isn't fantastic right now in terms of viable Pokemon. We mentioned a few rogue options, like maybe the Cramorant did receive some buffs recently. I think maybe the Espeon or Glaceon are kind of hanging out in the potential chance, but really when it comes down to it, you kind of got the Miraidon, the Mewtwo Y, the Inteleon, and maybe you can make an argument for a damage-focused Mew. But really, at the end of the day, it feels like those are going to be our mainstay options. And banning attackers in draft has not been a priority for a lot of these top teams. So I think we are likely going to be seeing a lot of those in the bottom path.
Yeah, if you're going to hyperscale, it feels a little more prudent to look towards those defender routes. Give yourself a little bit more of a brutish front line. It's why we see a few Blastoises out there once again with your
Oh, yeah.
water spout, rapid spin, potentially going for more of the crowd control routes, of course, with your surfs. But you look at any hyperscale, I mean, just to sort of list them off, I mean, maybe you've got Greninja that can still kite effectively, but still some of those like out in the Wild West options, your Cinderaces and your Dragapults, it feels like they will never get a look in, because by the time they come online, it feels like the mid-game has already been lost and the snowballing has already come into effect for the other team. Early game presence is at an all-time high, and it's why these Pokemon that can affect an early game, like your Mewtwo's, like your Miraidons, it's why they're seeing so much love, especially with how powerful their moves are. For that first set of Reggies, you could argue they're almost essential at this point. If you don't have one of them, you're kind of letting the side down.
Yeah, it used to be the day you needed at least one level 9. At this point, you just need a couple of level 5s to really take down one of these first team fights. With how powerful some of these early game priorities are, you're right. I mean, if we want to switch up to a different role that we were talking about, and where that early game is really important, is going to be the central area Pokemon selections that we're going to see in this tournament. We've been seeing a huge trend, specifically in North America and EU, but that is going to be the majority of our teams here at this event, into the Urshifu again, into the central area. A lot of the Wicked Blow Urshifu, which, I mean, its team fight prowess is, about to say it was fine. It's still really, really good, but when you start talking about that Pokemon, the highlights you really want to make around it are, of course, its objective secure focus, which is really incredible at, but also a very incredible team fight Pokemon as well.
For sure.
If you're going to hit multiple targets with that Wicked Blow and have good defensive options with your Unite move or Throat Chop, it is extremely strong. And if you're a fan of a competitive Pokemon, I think you're well aware of how powerful Urshifu is, no matter what title you're watching.
Wicked Blow, you got the E-Bomb Fist as well, which is a phenomenal one-on-one tool. The only real option I can see other than that is maybe your Queen Ascendant from Serena. We have seen a few Serenas in EU. Albeit you're still looking to get to that level 6 threshold up until that point. I mean, you could argue the same for Kubfu into a Shifu if you're not going to be able to get through that central area quickly. Nevertheless, we haven't seen so much of the Water Bear, though, Zoinks. I feel like really it's still Luminosity, the lone champions of this Water Bear.
I think Brazil might be bringing it out too, actually.
I mean, I think that would be that's one of those choices where I think, who is going to prepare against that, unless it is your Brazilian squads or whether it is your Luminosities? It's not, unless you're going to try and pick it yourself, it's not really something that you'd actually put much consideration into.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough opponent to prepare for. You were absolutely correct. On paper, there's never that many great responses to that Pokemon. I mean, like, I can think of a couple of moves that are on paper great counters, but I'm not exactly going to be drafting that Pokemon. I mean, first thing comes to mind is Chandelure's Imprison is an awesome answer to that Surging Strike's Urshifu, but I hate being a Litwick at first Regivight when some of those situations happen. So the early game being a challenge to that Pokemon is going to be a major talking point we're going to have throughout this tournament. Not saying that some of these late game scaling Pokemon can't exist, but they definitely have to be sort of secondary. You got to make sure your early game's taken care of in draft before you start adapting for some of these later game Pokemon. I mean, oh, I can't believe I'm saying this. We haven't gotten to our first game, but I mean, listen, Japan's been playing Tyranitar, so who knows? We might see some late game stuff, and I want to be so clear. I'm not saying that it's going to be incredible, but I am dressed as a dark-type trainer today, and I do think that potentially Tyranitar could crush.
I would love nothing more. To be fair, in Japan, we think about the Crustle, for example, and I remember when the big nerfs came through to that Crustle a couple of months ago, and I'm like, why? But then you look over at ACL and you're like, my goodness, this thing is still crushing it. It's incredibly powerful. So, I mean, here we are. Anything could happen 100%. This weekend. I can't state that enough. Whether we see a Phalanx, whether we see a Tyranitar, whether we see anything.
I thought my suggestion was crazy.
Either way, we are in for an absolute treat. And we do want to thank you, by the way, for your patience. We can see that the players are almost there. They're almost ready to go. So fingers crossed, action on your screens sooner rather than later. But let's figure out what we're going to see from these Kamai and these Tuzzy rosters, especially straight from the off Zoinks. As I said, I don't feel like we'll see anything too extraordinary, anything too crazy. Straight out the box. I mean, getting that first result over the line is one of the most important ones on this Friday.
Yeah, that's true. That being said, I saw Tuzzy play a lot of Greedent. At LAIC, right? So maybe at that point we can't even call it wild. But hey, folks, very exciting news. We are headed into our draft for game number 1. So we're going to have that action for you momentarily. We're going to have Tuzzy Esports representing Brazil against Kamai Esport here from the EU. And already some fans in the crowd getting excited for this event. So let's go, Rella. Game number 1 of EUIC.
There, Sky Ruins. Hello, my old friend. And Blissey, goodbye, my old friend. Immediately on the ban table, perhaps no surprises there. As for this second ban, Leafeon chosen by Kamai Esport. That speeds the threat already being dealt with.
Yeah, I'm probably one of the most consistent performing speedsters, and wow, okay, Psyduck being in that second ban position, a Pokemon that's been great at either the support or the defender position, and hey, I'm already wrong, let's go. Inteleon being banned, attacker banned from Kamai Esport.
What did I say? If you are concerned about any player that can main this Inteleon, you're going to want to get rid of it. That Mewtwo Y to be locked in with the split spoon, with the double specs, with that X attack. Going to be interesting to see how we pair up with this Mewtwo. Maybe a Trick Hooper to come later in the draft, but for the moment our first responses from Kamai, that Aegislash maybe going to be locked in alongside the Umbreon, certainly an excellent first pick, and indeed the big sword swinging first.
Okay, all right. I mean, that Umbreon being locked up makes a lot of sense. I'm honestly shocked to see the Mewtwo Y in that first pick position. I know it's Jean Deco's main through and through, but to not see the Umbreon go past. Lel and Soto are going to get on some very familiar picks for them, though. Eldegoss and Slowbro, supportive core, locked in for Tuzzy Esports.
Yeah, that Slowbeam going to be essential going up against that sword. Miraidon joining the fray with this Aegislash, and the Hooper being taken away potentially from Tuzzy Esports. Kamai happy to run with the Trick. Not necessarily the best synergy with your Aegislashes or your Miraidon, but it's certainly something that I'm in. Wait, are you joking, Falb?
Yeah.
What are you?
See, I told you. We're gonna see some spice. We're gonna see some spice out of Tuzzy Esports. We got the Cinderace locked in. We'll be headed into that central area most likely. Jean Deco has been very comfortable with that lane Mewtwo Y, never going up against it. Kamai Esport is going to lock in the Machamp. So a player like Liario, a player that you have talked so much about being a huge prospect, is going to have their chance to prove that they can really get it done here on the main stage. And actually with Aegislash, then we're going to have a player swap over there for a moment. But this is going to be really interesting. I got to admit, I think the Trick Hoopa synergy is going to be awesome with the Miraidon. With Zante switching up some of those items, I doubt we are going into the Electro Drift area, but man, Electro Drift Trick sounds so fun if we are going to see that happen. But likely this Hoopa going to have some auto attack bonuses with Narami going into that laning phase. Gecko Kami going to be handling that Umbreon.
Interesting. Very interesting. And he's got a big job to do, Leorio, because look, the Cinderace is absolutely the one where I'm looking at thinking it's going to be all right going into the Aegislash, but the reason why I'd go Greninja over Cinder is the ability to kite. We've got to remember, Cinderace a little bit more static when it's firing off those quick autos. Certainly great opportunity with the scope lens I see there to find your crits and to try and chip down that damage as you would expect. You've got that Buzzwall as well that we're looking to feed into the Cinderace, but really this is one of the most important mid games, and it's straight out the gate. That Machop up against that Score Bunny, finding themselves in that top half. The initial encounter there, going to be fascinating to see whether any early KOs can be picked off, or indeed whether it just ends up as a bit of a nothing fest and we end up going back to central area before looking at that next Reggie phase that could be massive going into mid-game.
Yeah, we talked a lot about ancient history. Cinderace has had a lot of success in old school competitive Pokemon Unite, right? But yeah, in those early central area moments, it has struggled at that level 5 compared to a lot of the other contenders who can really do some damage on those first flanks. And we do have a slight issue on stage. We're going to get that sorted out real quick so we can get into this first game, but I do believe draft intentional the whole way through. We should not be repeating that.
No, 100%. I think that those are locked in, so we will update you in due course, of course, folks. But yeah, so I think I'm always worried about the Cinderace though, and especially when we're going into an Aegislash here. You've got that feint, and so you've kind of got that one get out of jail free card. You're all right for the moment because you go invulnerable, you can do a little twirly twirl, and you should be good to go. But really, aside from that, if you are caught out by, I'd imagine we're going to be running the Sacred Sword for that backline poke, That's an immediate knock-up. Then into the Y guard, you know that you're going to find yourself stunned not once but twice because the Aegis Lash has already gotten close enough, by which point, if you are going to go for the full send, you got to bring your mates with you. You got to bring your full squad. And so you'd imagine that that Cinderace won't be a factor in the team fight they're out. It could be over as quickly as it is started.
Sure.
So I feel like draft-wise, Kamai certainly has the better toolkit to work with. Especially with that Umbreon. I don't think we will see a mean look in this particular situation. I think we're looking more like a foul play, most certainly. But it all comes down for me to sort of like the level situation. If Tuzzy's able to find that early advantage, let's say go up to the top path, maybe pick off that Leorio Machoke at that point once or twice, get the ball rolling, then maybe we can start to see something a little more exciting for that end game potential from Tuzzy. But there's a lot of ifs and buts. I have yet to be convinced.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting matchup. I mean, we have two completely different stylistic compositions. One is a very old school front-to-back ADC composition for Tuzzy Esports. They are going to try to make sure that anytime they head into an engagement, the enemy front line will already be at half HP. That is going to be their main game plan. Whereas Kamai Esports has drafted a very heavy brawl composition. We're not looking at dive. Both Aegislash and Machamp do have mobility options, but neither would be considered a true let's get a KO and then win this fight 4v5. They actually don't mind a longer sustained battle in any sense of the word. This brawling composition with the defensive abilities of Umbreon and of course just the constant trick support of Hoopa will allow them to just take these fights to another level that maybe these attackers won't be willing to deal with. So totally different styles clashing already in our game number one. Schools of thought going up against each other.
Yeah, for Tuzzy as well, I've got to look at the scoring situation. I think if you're going to have Kamai evidently looking to stick together as a squad, their strength is going to arrive in numbers together and moving as a unit. Perhaps it benefits Tuzzy to look for those counter scores to provide a nuisance where Kamai might be distracted away. It's the one question mark that I really have over this squad, Zoinks, is that there are a lot of young players here. It's phenomenal talent, but on this stage, in front of all these people, with so much riding on the line, that sort of pressure can get to you. Not to say that we haven't seen rookies fly with color. Like some Metallic, for example, making debut on LAN, an incredible performance for Nemesis back then, and that's just to name one out of a few. But just looking at the microcosm of their season within EU, the amount of different team changes that this roster has had, I say the same question as I do with Tuzzy, or rather, I need to be convinced. I need to see the action on the field right now and say, okay, this looks convincing. I can get behind this squad, because I think if they do click in this environment out of any, the sky truly is the limit. A deep day 2 run is not off the cards.
Yeah, you could see a totally different season for the remainder of this 2025 battle for Kamai Esports if everything goes well on the LAN stage, right? So it's a completely different storyline for this team moving forward. If they can make it into day 2, have a run in that single limb bracket, you never really know. This event can be a big spark for a lot of teams. It's our mid-season event, which is wild to think about. Yeah, definitely a difference from season to season, but this is our mid-season event, a chance for teams to really prove that they're going to have the momentum to go all the way to Anaheim, have a chance at that World Championship, but for the time being, they got one objective ahead of them, and that's just to make it out of this group stage.
Yeah, and let's not forget, a lot of rosters have pressed the proverbial panic button. They have made those roster switches, and with how championship points work this season, that is more important to consider in terms of your overall team than ever before. I don't think this roster will want to make any more changes going forward, so I'm not going to go as far as to say it has to click now or it never will, but I definitely want to see signs of progress that this squad can hang throughout the entire game. I'm not worried about their clutch ability, by the way. When it comes to those Ray secures, I think that you've got one of the best in Leorio, especially on that Machamp. We've had history with Machamp secures previously as well in this very venue. But I'm looking at that rest of the squad. I'm looking at the likes of, Narami looking to carry the front. on that front line with your support builds, with your defender builds. And again, apologies for the delay, folks, but fingers crossed we'll be into the action sooner rather than later. Because we want to get this tournament kicked off. We want to see these two teams go at it. It's such an exciting matchup on paper, and it really should be one that, at least in my opinion, goes the distance to that Game 3. And by the way, blessed days, best of 3 in group.
Yeah,
I'm delighted.
I know.
Delighted.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Our group stage will be best of 3s all day long, and then we head into the single elimination. It will be best of 3 up until the semi-finals, both of which will be best of 5, and then of course our grand finals a best of 5 as well. They have not agreed to my plan of a best of 14 in our grand finals yet. I have been pitching it constantly, and every time I am thrown out of the venue forcibly by security.
They are very strong people, by the way.
Oh my gosh, don't I know it?
The muscles is the definition.
Luckily, the gorgeous river is right outside of the venue, so I just take a quick dip and I'm back in.
Sure. As a local, at your own peril, my friend. At
well.
your own peril.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, no, but either way, we've talked about it a little bit about how storied this venue is now. We've been to London quite a few times. I have obviously the World Championships here and a couple of different EUICs, each one kind of featuring a different event. Once upon a time, it was just that the middle of the point season for the Aeos Cup, just for the European event. And then, of course, the next one, we did have this Aeos Cup format, inviting teams from all around the world. We had some really exciting global competition. One of our first outside of the World Championships events that we could see global competition at, and it's just really exciting that we got it again this year.
Yeah, it really does feel like a home for the UNITE Championship Series at this point. It would feel wrong to see a Season 5 announced without it by this stage.
Right.
Every single year there's been something so exciting going on in this venue, and I really do love where we've landed. I think that the Aeos Cup in this particular season format works so well as this celebration of teams, the first opportunity to go to Worlds. It's a great, I mean, especially in this season out of any season, it's a mid-season check. Where are we? What does the international scene look like? It is, of course, a shame that we don't have any of the Asian teams this year to weigh up against, because I think seeing your likes of your Shin and Rudes, for example, and how they actually factored into the global scene, that was really fascinating. But we've still got fantastic squads from all over the world.
Yeah.
We're seeing 2 of them on our screens. I think, honestly, if we don't see an EU winner, though, sooner rather than later on one of these in-person events, there will be plenty more questions as to will it ever happen. Because there is certainly, we've looked at Nouns every single year, and to be fair, this season as well, barring that February Cup, winning every single event.
Yeah.
Shatter, explain, by the way. Fantastic word from you. But there does come a point where the EU crowd, they're going to get restless if it doesn't, I mean, if it happens here, the roof really will be blown off the place.
100%.
Could it come from the likes of Gen 5 or Kamai, though? I mean, I've got Gen 5 down as my dark horses.
Yeah.
I think, as we already mentioned, Kamai, if they do click in this tournament, I think they are as good as those 2 squads as well. But what are the ingredients? You know, what actually needs to come together to see that sort of run happen? Hey, speaking of running, what's that I see on my screen? Zoinks! It's gameplay! It's Group A! It's Kamai Esports in the range versus Tuzzy in the purple. The Aeos Cup officially underway.
All right. Well, we had some questions around the Cinderace selection in the draft screen, but listen, the name above the Pokemon, I think, proves it for me. Falb picking up that Pokemon. He's truly a superstar of the Brazil scene. I think we got to have some trust in that power pick.
And Liario going top path with this Jumpluff, throwing the sword into the central area. You can certainly see where their priorities lay, and I don't blame them. Sacred Sword, of course, still with the knockup on that Doublade, an important engagement tool on this bottom path. We've got that Mewtwo pushing forward, aiming Soto to go onto this Slowbro, but no EXP to be found there. Far more to the top path as our Evo for Eldegoss, Lel achieves.
Yeah, well, Falb on a very, very early rotation is not going to have to contend with too much, because like you mentioned, do that Aegislash headed into the bottom path. This is great news for Falb. That level 5 Raboot definitely not as strong as some of these central areas we have seen. So Lel and Max take the frontline pressure, and that means it's going to be Kamai's chance to relent a little bit, give them some space, and instead just defend their goal zone.
Interesting how to rotate here with the Doublade. Southern path, not sure that did them too much good, but they're going to be rotating top path here for a Cappy chance rotate alongside Gecko Kami, who catches out Maxine, going down with the superpower, sorry, miss on the Sacred Sword, unfortunate, but eventually the first KO will be found. It's on the Machop, a quick response onto the Buzzwole that eventually falls. Gecko Kami looking to get back in with a foul play, a little more damage, but felt a little bit misguided. Folb and Lel combining beautifully here, and Cinderace online before the first 2 minutes are out.
Yeah, what a fantastic play for Tuzzy Esports. Now all of a sudden Folb is going to hit that final evolution, get that bonus. They are going to have to contend with some, for this wild Pokemon with some players. However, it's Jandeko versus Zante. And right now, it is all Zante, that poke style of Miraidon with the Charge Beam. I was thinking maybe we would see the Drift in tandem with the Hoopa build, but no, this time around with those items, with especially that first Incense, the amount of poke damage that they will be able to provide with Miraidon is truly exceptional.
The only scores to be found so far, Tuzzy Esports, Kamai to change, but I don't think it'll change too soon on this southern path. Those rotating south, that is matched. Another super power to get away. The Umbreon safely back on path. Meanwhile, on the top path, big push here from Kamai Esports as the Hoopers found the KO, and our first scores are down. Good pressure with the charge beam means that these three on Tuzzy are basically marooned, leaving Falb to the defenses on the top path. First set of Reggies on the way, Zoinks.
Yeah, so Tuzzy Esports now losing a little bit of the level advantage they had with that last push. Kamai going to be making up some ground, hitting up to that level 9, and now Reggies have spawned in. A 3-on-3 fight between these two teams as Gecko Kami takes pole position, but takes a lot of damage.
Using the coup de grace, it certainly works. It's an excellent objective secure, and Soto's going to pay the price here as well. Falb was able to play the KO in all of that. With 39 to 75, Regice in pocket. Kamai Esports can retreat to the safety of their T1 zone. Maybe a look here for Tuzzy Esports on the southern path. They land the 16, maybe looking for the 25, but the Thunder's going to disrupt. And now Leorio, misses with the Sacred Sword, just a little too late. All 5 on the defense here for Tuzzy Esports as the Bright Future Meteor Storm. Big backline poke, huge, absolutely massive from this sword. Hooks up the wide guard into the Sacred Sword once again. That was unbelievably a Cinderace Unite move. Eaten. Didn't do anything. Kami lost a little bit in the source. The Mewtwo wide falls 55 to 94. Huge play from Kamai Esports, who choose not to crack the zone, leaving that for another day.
Yeah, really creative stuff from Kamai. I mean, Narami actually absorbs that Cinderace Unite move. They take the full brunt of the damage, but thanks to the trick, is able to get to the backline and be safe immediately after. But that entire fight is enabled because Tuzzy Esports, due to their level disadvantage from the early game, means that Saotao's Slowbro had to peel back and try to get some levels. It means they didn't have that front line to slow this brawling competition of Kamai Esports, and now they're going to be behind again with this Regieleki fight is getting into question. Another Unite move. They won't secure the Regieleki this time. They'll leave that up to their teammate, but Kamai Esports with top and bottom Reggies.
Hope you can hear the cheers. EU has your back, Kamai. Awesome. Level 12s and a level 11 for that Miraidon, and our first zone break of the tournament. It goes the way of Kamai Esports, who now lead healthily by roughly 120 points as we hit half-time. This has worked beautifully, Zoinks, as they can rotate without much pressure down to that southern path, which is where we see our next Reggie phase begin.
Yeah, we're going to see another fight. This time, Tuzzy Esports are going to be a little bit late on the rotation. Again, Kamai Esports dedicating that Machamp to the top at level 10. They really need some lore, but they can start making contending. It is Tuzzy Esports with straight first this time around. Great foul play by him. Double done with that start. They might go down here, but they will clear the way.
It's a little work here from Zante. Backline poke, Thunder, Bright Future Meteor Storm. Big plays now from Leorio. Unbelievable work from Kamai Esports, who snaps that Regice out from underneath the collective noses of Tuzzy Esports. How on earth did you get away with that, Leorio? Incredible. Free reset back to base 2. Disgusting.
Defensive king. What was I saying?
He wears his crown.
Able to absorb so much of that damage, and of course a couple of shield form attacks, even on just a one Pokemon, giving them enough HP to make it back to that goal zone. Tuzzy Esports are still in a threatening position around this goal zone right now, though, with Gecko Kami, again, going to be the spearhead for Kamai Esports. They go down rather quickly, though, and the rest of the squad is going to let Gek go on that mission alone, and instead score a ton of points in that top half undefended.
What I was hoping might look to do themselves. These counter score opportunities really well taken. The lead ballooning 2-6-4 to 55, minute and a half left to go before Ray. Tuzzy now basically full rotating up to this top block. All five, you can throw a blanket over them. There's a submission, there's the slow beam. Might as well use it now. Super Sword slamming to the background, but there's that charge beam, the pressure mountain. Big pick on Falb. Big pick on Maxine, and this entire offensive is being dismantled. Kamai, like a katana, right through the middle of this Brazilian squad. Incredible defensive work from Kamai Esports.
And they're going to be able to get this Regieleki, but you see that a little bit of poke damage, immediately abandoning it. There's still a full minute. Gekko Kami going to go on a bit of an information push, and thanks to that trick Hoopa, it's so easy to go in and out on these pushes. I love seeing a defender pair up with this specific build of the Hoopa. Allows them to play really forward for information and immediately recall and get all of that HP back. Such a cool tandem move between these players. There is still time to get either of these objectives on the top side, but right now, Kamai's Esports' main effort is making sure they have information of where every player is on the battlefield. When they're playing this brawl composition, they want to close the gap as soon as they possibly can in this team fight. They do not want Jandeko or Falb to get early poke damage in.
3 times the Reg Ice, but it's 3 times the capture for Kamai Esports, so they will have that health regen going into Ray. You'd rather the steal or the rock at this point, but you know what? It's extra EXP into the pool, and that's what matters. Still a ways to go until level 15 for Leorio, but 14 is pretty good, you would think. Couple of pokes here and there, utilizing the trick wonderfully. Leorio, after that Sacred Sword whiff, don't matter, they got the backup plan. Gekko Kami into the background, again, utilizing that trick wonderfully. And there's the charge beam providing pressure. Tuzzy may be looking for the poke, but nothing hard committed to just yet.
Yeah, a reminder, Trick does heal you every time you press that additional button, right? But that recall was necessary for Gekko Kami. Does get a big push. That's a dive onto the Cinderace. Submission is going to grab the Elder Gods, but Lel able to use the Unite move first.
As a big slow beam though, the sword goes down. 2 down! Tuzzy Esports turning this on its head. But now the tables have been flipped back onto all 4 legs because that Cinder's gone, because that Slowbro's gone, because Zante, the Swedish maestro, is conducting a symphony here on this Miraidon. Phenomenal play as he scares Maxime back to the Pokemon Center. 1 minute left to go, and the world on Zante's shoulders. He held it up wonderfully.
All right, well, with only a minute left, I think that Rayquaza's HP bar is not going to stay full for long. These teams are going to be diving onto it very quickly, but a big dive by Gekko Kami is going to buy them a lot of space, pushes them all the way back into the corridor, and then Aegis Slash going to strike first.
They got the coup de grace, and so they potentially go for this backline poke. There they are, onto Maxine. Wow, they didn't last long at all, did they? It's another KO to add to the tally for Zante. Falb, though, a response onto the Umbreon. Lel moving up, where we find this Aegis Slash lost in the source. They're not going to drown in it without getting a KO for themselves, though. Here goes the Mewtwo, though, popping off those basic auto sides to poke away. This has to be the play now for Tuzzy Esports. But is there enough time even to score? Should they get the Rayquaza? I think in trying so many different ways to attack this, they've ultimately come up with no answer whatsoever. Kamai Esports buy for time. Kamai Esports take the first point in this series.
I mean, they shut them down at every single turn. It felt like as soon as Tuzzy Esports maybe had a little bit of momentum, Kamai Esports found a perfect response. And hey, a small shout out towards the teams for a moment, but shout out to our crowd for being an early EU crowd already cheering on this squad. That is so fantastic. You see the veteran there at the end, Gekko Kami, giving the one more to the team. I love that. All they need is one more, and oh my word, what a performance. I mean, Zante kind of stealing the show there at the end on the Miraidon, really saving that game, but it felt like every player had some heroic moments throughout that match.
Oh, completely agreed, completely agreed. And the fact that we were able to see a couple of whiffs from this team as well, from Kamai, kind of just immediately rescued, if not through the trick tech just with the Hooper tech in general.
Yeah.
Just in any case, the fact that we see that potential to turn it on its head with Tuzzy finding 2 very high quality, high value KOs in that initial fight, and yet that Miraidon proving the difference. And this brings it full circle back to the conversation that we were having earlier, Zoinks. When we look at those target bans, when we look at who is affecting the battlefield within each game, let alone within each series, do you now look at Zante with all of his experience and say, let's try and disrupt him first. If not with a ban on the Miraidon, should we be focusing on that first out of the gates for draft?
Yeah, that is an interesting choice, right? Because obviously Zonte had an amazing performance, Miraidon had so much success, but when you're looking at their composition overall, it is an exception. Like, the rest of the composition wants to be up close and personal, use that Hoopa backdoor option at any given time to really put pressure on, but then the entire time Zonte's like, all right, kids, have fun. I'm gonna be back here doing my thing, the long-range artillery of a dragon Pokemon. And I mean, it was kind of crushing, so I think you're right. In the draft phase, you absolutely need to consider the opportunity to be banning that Pokemon. The first decision is going to come from, though, does Tuzzy Esports take first pick in the draft position, or do they relent and go into that second pick? I have always been and always will be a bigger fan of the first pick position in draft and competitive, but I do think they had very, very safe and cautious bans in that first game with Blissey Psyduck. We could see a swap to the Miraidon.
If we have a bit more of a meta shifting towards a few Pokemon, which we have had over our time in the Unite Championship Series, then I'd maybe disagree and go second pick because you want to look for those counters. In a meta as wide open as this one, you take control of that narrative. You look to find those picks that will suit you whilst also disrupting, which is why I'm glad that Tuzzy Esports is going to take this first pick.
Yeah.
I would say I'd be surprised if I don't see the Miraidon first. They might choose to prioritize something else. But we're seeing, I mean, to be fair, we are seeing it on the ban table, and Kamai Esports has to respond with the Blissey ban because otherwise Tuzzy Esports will be taking that home all day long.
All right, Umbreon making it through 2 banning phases so far on our broadcast is very likely going to be a first pick contender for these teams. However, there are a few other Pokemon. Tuzzy Esports did grab that Mewtwo Y in first pick position, and they're going to do it again.
I don't think it's a bad choice. I don't think it's a bad choice at all, but whether it's a game-changing choice, I didn't see enough of it in Game 1 necessarily to make any firm decisions, just, you know, any firm sort of like belief in it. To be fair, Kamai Esport don't fix what ain't broke. If they're going to give away Umbreon, Aegislash, we're just going to take that. But interestingly, of course, no target ban this time on the Leafeon, and this time we see it go onto the side of Tuzzy Esports.
Yeah, this is going to make Zonte's life a little bit harder. Not only is Miraidon banned, but now one of the best in-class speedsters going to be picked up, and we are going to see the Mamoswine. So now maybe a Machamp pick with the submission is going to be a little bit trickier to get, despite that hindrance resistance and everything. Mamoswine's got a various amount of ways to stun you, but the Buzzwole is going to go over to Kamai Esports. Personally, I love this draft pick in this specific game.
It's very smart. Kamai is responding well whilst also sticking to what they know best. Valve potentially going to pivot onto what I would surely imagine to be the Dark Bear. Shifu feels like a good brawler going into the Buzzwole. Metagross not so much, but could certainly work well into the style of play the Kamai Esport employ.
I like
you
it.
Stick together, you throw a Gyro Ball in there, that is a lot of shielding that all of a sudden your enemy team is going to have to weed through. Pikachu, though, to round it out. So still running with those sort of magic sort of backline poke attackers. Zante, I don't think that's a bad choice whatsoever.
Yeah, 100% not. Talk about the Metagross pick here a little bit. One, the Comfey is likely going to be with the Leafeon in the early game and then dedicated to the Metagross into the later game. It's going to make the choices for Lel rather easy. But what I do like about the Metagross into the Kamai Esports composition specifically is there's very few all-rounders in the game that don't really care if they're crowd controlled. You know what I mean? They're like, well, if you grab me or push me, I'm still going to be fine. Metagross is one of those. You get picked up by a Buzzwole thrown back, you might take some damage, but now you're closer for a big old Gyro Ball, and all of a sudden you can make some magic happen if you just get, you know, picked up and put in the back line. So Metagross is going to be a challenging threat for Kamai to approach from a more macro standard in some of these team fights. I think it's going to be a really good check for Valve. And if anything, I like it a whole lot better than the Cinderace from game number 1.
That we can most certainly agree. Let's not forget, of course, that they can deploy a little bit of CC themselves, Metagross, in the form of that Compute and Crush Unite move, which lays down the Colosseum. It can synergize well with, I mean, I'd have to imagine it's going to be the Razor Leaf, even if it was Solar Blade, to be honest. That still synergizes well with the Leafeon. And so there's the potential to, in one particular team fight, make a huge turn, which that sort of game-changing play might actually turn the tides completely in favor of Tuzzy Esports if we look back to how Game 1 ended. Nevertheless, they are taking the risk here, Zoinks, in Game number 2. Same colors as last time, folks, where they've now got 2 hyperscalers to work through on their way to mid-game. And if we see a similar early game to Kamai Esports, they might just achieve it because Kamai was a little more passive in Game 1 than perhaps they would have liked.
Yeah, that's true. Now Tuzzy Esports will at least have a bit more of an offensive opportunity in the bottom path with Soto now on the Mamoswine instead of the Slowbro, whereas Slowpoke has a lot better last hit secure in the early game than maybe the poor little Swinub does. The team fighting potential of Swinub is actually pretty solid in that early game. Lel getting tried a little creative, get a little bit of damage out of the Buzzwole, but instead just going to be supporting Max, who is playing in the path here in the early game.
And confirms that Razor Leaf as Lel disconnects and moves back on to the Leafeon. A little bit of a handshake from both sides as they move back to their respective zones.
Using the word disconnects is crazy.
You know,
I jumped out of my seat for a second there. I was like, whoa.
I mean, it's not wrong, but it's also scary.
Knock on wood. All right, here we go. 4-player push into the top path. Falb will use that headbutt for maximum range and does lock in that gyro ball. Sacred Sword is going to ignore some of those defenses, but not enough damage in the early game to threaten Falb. That will be a pickup by Max in the backline.
Yeah, this Kamai-chan's rotate doing extraordinarily well, and with one dealt with now, Maxine and this Mewtwo Y moving forward to provide support for the next level 6 for Falb. And there's the Comfey crowd. My goodness, Pikachu trying to slip on by. Nice hat. Didn't do you much good though, did it? Tuzzy Esports, again, strong with the scoring, but it feels much stronger on the macro, Zoinks. Picking up more KOs. This is playing into their hands perfectly.
Yeah, how often do we talk about Metagross's really good early game?
Right?
Yeah, not a bunch, but Falb is making it look very clean immediately. He gets a lot of good damage, and they already have at least a few attack weight stacks to start this game, which for a Pokemon like Metagross is paramount. Getting those early stacks in is so important with an attack stat that high. It scales extremely well.
Still a little bit far away here from this Mamoswine for Suto, but that's simply the risk that you're going to take. You still have that third auto freeze. Incredibly useful when trying to dissuade enemy players from scoring on the bottom path. Kamai Esports taking a rotate up to the top path here, where Tuzzy Esports might be a little light in numbers. Got their Comfey, Falb lying in wait, level 7, pretty close to that Metagross. This one Boltoy knows the inevitable is on the way. Wide guard though, but there's that gyro ball that you talk about. Superpower, and that does the trick. Matang falls. Pikachu on the is going to pick up a KO here as well on the Comfey Crown, forces Machine back to base. And so although they don't choose to push for the zone here, Zoinks, that's a lot of crucial EXP now into the hands of Kamai.
Sacred Sword into Superpower, into Volt Tackle, into Wide Guard. What a gauntlet of crowd control to try to contend with. We do have a few exchanges of knockouts there. Jean-Deco going down, but same with Zante. Max getting a little greedy about trying to get in some scores, and they will get punished for it. Leario going to take down that knockout. Most importantly was they move down towards this basement Reggie to contend over it. They'll be that much closer to their level 9, which that Aegis/Unite move has been great at securing some of these Reggies already.
Oh, big Superpower again. The freeze buys a bit of time. Earthquake not going to save them. Big pick from Leorio, who looks to turn and burn on our first Reggie, our first non-ice on stream today. Reggie Rock moving in with Zante, and this is great zoning from Gecko Kami. Means that Tuzzy Esports weren't really looking to put much pressure on, just deny any potential scoring opportunities where Kamai might get a little too big for their boots. But now it's all focused onto the top path, where the Reggie Elecki, you won't get so much value out of it, though, Zoinks. Neither of these T1 zones taken down early game.
Yeah, man, I'm so glad you mentioned that, Relic. I think you'll find very few bigger Gecko Kami fans than me when it comes to commentary, but just how this defender player tends to play around the map. No, I wouldn't even necessarily call it aggressive, but always playing for maximum information at any given time. A really big shot caller on this team, and you see it playing off already. Falb again caught in so much crowd control, but the Comfey Unite will let them fight for a little longer.
Oh, they hang around a little too long. The Flower Fields to get forever doesn't really do too much good, but it does enough to ensure that they go back to zone. Kamai Esports still found a pick in all of that. The Compute and Crush opens up the Colosseum and stuck right in the middle. Leorio won't find much good in that. A little couple of pokes here on Regieleki, that health bar going to reset. Kamai Esports still going to show a bit of interest here, moving in with the wide guard. Here is Leorio, my apologies, on the Aegis Slash, not on the Buzzwole. Got our Thunderstorm going down, but look how much health Thalb is able to tank, still not going down, picking up a little bit of shielding. Meanwhile, Jandeko finding a KO dispels this initial threat from Kamai Esports, still showing interest though. We can see them still going after the Regieleki. Meanwhile though, Gecko Kami going in for the Midnight Prads on Maxine, trying to put them in their back pocket. Kamai Esports have taken Regieleki, by the way, on top path, and that means that finally they can take a sigh of relief and focus on those yellow dots on the mini-map for a change.
Yeah, Tuzzy Esports not able to get that top objective, neither going in their favor. So early game for Kamai Esports will be 2 games in a row, definitely favoring their squad. You even see that the Aegis Slash able to take a full clear of that central area, and now Leorio actually takes all of the middle Swablu and Altaria as well. So all experience flooding over to Kamai Esports. Good news for Tuzzy Esports though is they are getting a few Unite moves online. Comfey has theirs back. Emerald 2-step for Leafeon is ready, and of course Mamoswine also ready to have a temper tantrum.
Level situation. You could not split it with a knife. How about this though? Thunderstorm straight into the source. Coup de grace though a little too early. Doesn't matter, follows up immediately with the Sacred Sword. That Regice is captured. They keep on controlling this southern path, Kamai Esports. And now Leorio is just going to go and pop off. Potential 50 down. Oh, denied by the Ndidi. The Ndidi has been paid off by Tuzzy Esports, but it's not going to deny the score in the end. Was that roughly 20 points over Dunk?
Yeah.
But to be fair, how much good is that going to do? Zoi's going into Rayquaza. Now
100%.
80 to 96. It's negligible.
Yeah, I can't talk enough about how good it is to break these outer tier goal zones around this 4 to 3 minute mark. Having an outer tier goal zone for Rayquaza fight is such a huge bonus to any team. It's an easy place to retreat to. You can very quickly stop somebody from backcapping into it. It is so nice to have those outer kind of watchtowers for you at any moment. It allows you to play aggressively on the other side and defensively on these goal zone sides. So each team will have taken one extremely close scoreline, but it does feel like Kamai has all the momentum in the world right now.
Liking this look from Tuzzy Esports, pushing up, stealing away a couple of the Swablu. Kamai Esports now looking to break out. There's the wide guard used, a little too early for their liking, I'm sure, Leorio. Couple of pokes onto the Regieleki, and in comes Kamai Esports. Another Thunderstorm, one of the quickest recharging Unite moves in the game. Not so much the case for the Compute and Crush, but it's what you can do with it in the moment. The answer is not much at all. That has now been wasted. Kamai Esports find that Regieleki. This is a great opportunity to break this T1 zone. That's a lot of Aeos energy that can go down too. The defense was relatively strong, finding that KO onto Gecko Kami, but a couple of scores down to 6. You know what? I'd say leave it, Kamai. That's a huge overdunk potential for Ray.
That's a lot of Unite moves used on both sides in these final moments. I mean, the Metagross using the Unite move, yeah, it is a big risk. I honestly think the biggest benefit from them was that they got knocked out immediately after. They get a little bit of that Unite move charge back, but that was Buzzwole using theirs immediately at the end as well, so Kamai Esports going to have to be down the Buzzwole Unite and the Pikachu Unite move headed into this final fight. Both these teams going to probably focus a little bit of Wild Pokemon if they can, and scratch that, Tuzzy Esports on a fast track towards the Ray.
What do we got? Emerald 2-step, Mammoth Mash, Flowery Fields forever for Tuzzy.
Yeah.
We got ourselves a Cotton Cloud Crash, potential Ray Steal in the worst case scenario.
Pikachu is
Thunderstorm back online, as I thought. Wide Guard goes down, and there is the Mammoth Mash. Using the eject button, I believe, there, Leorio. They are going after them, Falb. There's the Cotton Cloud Crash, and they needed to use it. Super low health. Thunderstorm is unleashed, still looking for this first KO. The Infinite Cyburn is actually going to find the KO onto that Buzzwole. The Eldegoss going to fall in quick succession, and then get on the Umbreon. Tuzzy Esports have lost 2, though. The 2 KO streak might be enough, though, from Jandeko. Just the Pikachu left in town. It's Zante once again. Much more perilous situation. Couple of players coming back online in a few seconds. They don't really have great grip ability in this squad, Tuzzy Esports. Zante's going to show face. In comes the potential Buzzwole steal with a Super Swole Slam. Is it too late, Tuzzy Esports? No, it's not, because the Gyro Ball does the business.
Wow. Yeah, that was a scary moment. Zante, again, the lone survivor of Kamai Esports, makes things a little interesting, but Tuzzy Esports still able to close out that Rayquaza, and now they do have the points lead. 40 seconds remaining on this matchup. Comfey will still have that Rayquaza shield, even though we don't see it visibly right now, so that will be Max trying to escort our Comfey all the way there. And Soto, the really nice KO. Buzzwole will be trying to get a back cap, but with Falb recalling, they will be able to jump and likely get the knockout
my
after.
God, they take the lead.
The points will go in. Kamai Esports currently hold the lead.
And they've lost that war. Well, mind you, no, they have lost it. They have lost the Ray shield. Soto goes back. But do they know that they've lost the lead? That was a huge score. I think Tuzzy Esports have had this one basically ripped away from them at the last moment. Watch your zones, lads, because Kamai Esports could just do that to you.
All right, Kamai Esports with a match win, 2-0 over Tuzzy Esports, and EU starts with a W here at EUIC.
Wow. Wow, wow. And you know, in all of that, Zoinks, it really does feel like the most important moment was actually, it wasn't even just the Ray, it was just after that where Kamai Esports, instead of going full send and thinking, oh yeah, we can take them, they've got Ray shields. You can't take them, but I tell you what you can do is when you've got one of them going top path to go and score, isolate, isolate, isolate. That was a 4v2 in the bottom path. Bunch of shields taken down there and then. Those shields would have made the difference in a last dash to the line to try and get back in front. But we've also got to consider, of course, that lack of defense on that bottom zone, the awareness for that Buzzwole to head straight for it, and just enough energy in pocket there to find the dunk, to find the win. Huge clutch up for Kamai. Was it ever in doubt? Okay, it wasn't.
Well, a little.
But you know what? It was pretty good. Pretty good.
No, literally, if that was a 40-point in pocket, that goal probably doesn't happen,
No,
right?
exactly.
That's 36 points, just the perfect amount of timing to score needed, and Buzzwole able to put it away. Great showing from Kamai Esports. Great showing from Europe to start our event in such an exciting way. I mean, game number one, I think it was awesome in terms of draft and gameplay. We saw some really fun stuff. Kamai Esports playing relatively two different compositions, a more brawl damage focus in game number one, and then in game two, we stick with that brawl archetype, but we definitely favor a lot more crowd control when we throw in Buzzwole into the mix.
100%. For the Tuzzy perspective, look, this Metagross was a much better look for them. Much better look. Unfortunately, what it was able to do in the Ray Pit, we look at what everyone else was doing and the amount of time that was wasted going after that Rayquaza. I feel like there was a bit of hesitancy because they knew Zante showed face. They didn't go too close, otherwise there would have been 100% a turn and let's get this KO there and then. But because they knew that there was a Pikachu nearby, infamous for those steals away in the Ray Pit, you're thinking, well, poke, poke again. Are we able to do this? And that hesitancy sees that entire Kamai respawn. And again, we look at that south path, all of those shields being dispelled, all of these factors, folks, they come together, and it's what sees Kamai across the line in a 2-0. Unfortunate for Tuzzy, it should be said, I felt, again, they worked a lot better this time around. But still no first win on the board here at EUIC.
Yeah, if I'm going to give a few flowers out to Tuzzy Esports, I mean, I think Lels Comfey was really solid. They were keeping Falb up in some really dire situations. But, I mean, Soto continues to impress me as one of the best defender players in the world, I think. We saw some really sick eject button techs with the Mamoswine this game. Some really nice Ice Fang plays. But when it comes down to it, I mean, Gecko Kami, I do think, came away as the best defender player in this composition. And you and I talked a lot about what Kamai Esports, what this tournament means for them as a roster in this season. They got the veterans in like Gek and Zante, and then a bunch of just young gamers. And I mean, that happened in this game. Literally right now, we had these veterans making sure they were closing out the game. Zante just a rock in both of these games, making sure that those final moments, even if things go awry, at least somebody's got their head on straight. And then, I mean, we got a back cap from Buzzwole to close out the game. I mean, how much better can you write it for a team that is having their in-person event debut?
You know, either the occasion gets to you or you run with your strength. No fear. No fear. And that's what I saw from this Kamai roster. Yes, when we get to those really gritty games late in day 2, that no fear strategy might come back to bite them. But here, when you're looking for that strong start, when you're looking to prey upon the nerves of others, I'm so glad that this squad leaned into their strengths. And there was actually a word that you picked up on there, not necessarily to describe Gek, but which I think perfectly encapsulates Gek: watchtower. He doesn't mind if he gets KO'd, Zoinks, because Gek manages to find a way to either provide info, vision, or stall long enough to get those scores across the game. Shout out to Kranix here on that Buzzwole. Superb work, synergizing beautifully with Leorio on the Aegis Slash. Some major KOs came through there.
Yeah, this is one of the few times where we're like circling the score statistic we have here is like the most important player of the game stat right now. I mean, a huge game-saving back half to bring this thing down, but honestly, some really solid Buzzwole play throughout that game. We saw Fulb getting to a dangerous level on that Metagross in the early game. They were getting some early stacks, they were in the Metang levels very, very quickly, but when the crowd control really started getting rolling for Kamai Esports, largely on the back of this player right here, Cranny, on this Buzzwole, it started to look like they had a great response. That Metagross, I said there's a few Pokemon that don't care about crowd control. I mean, shout out to Kamai Esports for making me eat my words in one game immediately, because Fulb absolutely did care, and they were sent back to respawn quite a few times.
Well, you know, if there's anything that I remember from the February Cup, it's that this player made his debut and did not look out of place. Again, cannot emphasize enough. Young roster.
So cool.
Really young roster. But showing wisdom and guile beyond their years. They are going to need a lot more of that looking towards the future, folks. But there's a lot more games to come.
100%.
So it's plenty more.
And I was going to say, if we want to zoom out a little bit, I mean, this is a tough group. It's the only group in the tournament with 5 teams. I mean, how much of a breath of fresh air to start your day with a Game 1 win. I mean, our tiebreakers are going to be match wins into game wins, of course. So getting these match wins are so important, but getting it in a 2-0 fashion is also fantastic. So, but the same is to be said. If you're a big Tuzzy esports fan, I wouldn't fret too much yet. They still have a lot of games to play in this group stage and definitely have a good chance of making it into our day 2. But Kamai Esports definitely smiling ear to ear right now with their position.
I think we're all smiling. The Aeos Cup is officially underway, folks. But plenty more action where that came from. Listen, Zoinks, when we return from this break, it is going to be an incredible day. Again, covering all groups, it should be said. But hey, look, I feel like if there is going to be anyone who enjoys it more than, you know what? It's fine. Never mind me. I'm lost in the sauce, folks. I'm so excited to be here.
Good.
Really
no,
excited.
I mean, hey, too much Unite. It is all so exciting. No, it is all good. Hey, we had to talk a bunch before the game. We're going to be talking more after the game. You know, it's just a bunch of this stuff, and we love it. We do. I mean, yeah, I was so happy to see Kamai and so happy to see Tuzzy, how well they were performing on that main stage. We talked about, will they be able to live up to the hype? Tuzzy on a silver medal final at LAIC. Kamai Esport here, honestly, I think they were all doing really, really solid. I'm excited to see more from this team as the bracket moves on, because this is an exciting group. I think a lot of EU teams in this group, and with Kamai Esports showcasing that, that's sick.
It really is. Just getting a little peek at our next matchup, though, Zoinks. T3 versus Arise.
Okay.
So this is T3, of course, a squad that certainly is one of those teams where we think could really upset the apple cart in terms of looking not just at day 2, but here in day 1, where it is a bit of an uphill battle in their group. They're going to be looking at that Arise matchup and thinking this is one that we simply have to win before we can go on and face those bigger teams and say, okay, maybe we do have a shot at a late stage run.
It's going to be an amazing matchup, or we're going to have it. We're going to have it up for you, as well as so much more Aeos Cup action right after this.
Champs looking like the champs again.
My name is Overlord and I am from North America.
Curious from Fairfax, Virginia.
Slashcan from Minnesota in the US.
I think my starter Pokemon in any game would be Bulbasaur.
I started with Piplup, just stuck with it. I think I'm just a fan of penguins in general. I just like the vibe about Lotad. He just chills all day.
I had always played Pokemon as a kid. I played like almost every game in every generation, even the new games I get. So when Pokemon UNITE came out, I instantly fell in love with it.
I kind of just started playing a bunch of grassroots tourneys. People are kind of like, yo, you're good at this game. Maybe you should, try to get on a better team. Overlord and Slash Camp, those are like my first real close friends in this game. I eventually met my former teammates Curious and Slash before the first UCSU started. And we really liked the team chemistry, so we stuck together, and yeah, the rest is history.
There was this undefeated team called TTV.
TTV is like winning every single tournament. They were definitely like, I guess, the bar of what you have to reach if you want to be the best. My old team, we played them in like a community tournament, and then we were able to like barely win. We were just like yelling and screaming after we won that tournament.
I actually 3-0'd them in a tournament, and I was like, I think I'm gonna be really good at this game.
The biggest moment for me in particular was winning Worlds the second time. The first time it was kind of, we didn't really know if like we could do it, I guess. Second year was about mainly proving to the world that we were still the best. Last season, around Aeos Cup time, I lost my previous team, and we didn't do as good as we thought. I ended up making a new team to try to compete that year. Unfortunately, it didn't go as well as I expected it, but it was definitely a good learning experience. One of the toughest things, like going to Hawaii and then also seeing, one of my closest friends, Overlord, have an unfortunate loss. It kind of like really made me want to get a win with him on my team and be able to, see him like lift up the trophy again. What keeps me coming back is just the feelings of being able to play on stage in front of a crowd, being able to play and perform at like the big moments when it really matters. It's definitely a special feeling. This season, there's a lot more to play for. So our strategy going into the finals was to find any holes and the opponent's draft.
They had to play off their comfort Pokemon.
We are very flexible. We're able to pull out any Pokemon and have good mastery over them, and we're able to kind of have a good draft no matter what.
In game 1, being able to win on the first pick side was really good. We felt really excited because that was a big win.
We had a very strong plan for game 2. We drafted a comp that was very good at just ripping the Rayquaza in like 2 seconds.
They look for the rip right away, and they take it immediately. Oh man, just ripping the cloth off the dinner table.
I really love the crowd, even if it was, against us, it fills the room with energy. The players are playing better.
Luminosity Gaming taking down every member of Tuzzy Esports.
It was a big win for the team. Definitely very emotional.
A lot going through my head, but I think it's like I'm gonna have to kind of breathe and take it in. I didn't have like the most faith in myself coming back into this tournament. Being able to, I think, put on a strong performance for myself, really confidence booster. There's definitely a bunch of relief because I think there was a lot of pressure on our team in particular to perform because it was kind of like a redemption year.
We do have a lot of haters, and so this is like the start of the perfect season we wanted. We want to win LAIC, ACL, Aeos Cup, and Worlds. Being able to win Worlds 3 times would be huge.
And then being able to show that our team produces the best Pokemon UNITE and nobody else can.
Going up the previous World Champions funnel will definitely be a tough challenge, and I think that's where we'll see if we've got what it takes to win Worlds.
Your LAIC champions!
Yeah, I think we have what it takes.
Let's go! Another day, another moment you can't wait, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
What a swap by Yakai! Bow down to your chiefs of UNITE!
From best
They left her drift. This might just be all she throws.
What you got? Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
boys, here we are live in London at the Excel Center for the Aeos Cup. Doob Snacks, I am so happy to be back with you, my friend. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Hello, buddy.
Hello, cowboy. We got to do some of the intro stuff, which was pretty excellent today. I got to be on the pre-show.
You did an excellent job.
We did do
such an excellent
All I've
job.
heard since I stopped, they're like, forget the fact that you didn't know what the code drops were. Forget that.
Yeah.
You did your best, and we're proud of you.
I have a lot of people coming up to me saying, forget all your mistakes, you did your best. And I think that's what we can really do here, which is exciting. You know, this weekend, by the way, is one of the most exciting that we have throughout, I think, the entire championship series. This is the first world spot guaranteed. We found out last year that Fusion, now Peru, won that, and they looked amazing as they, went through their entire season, made it to Worlds, one of the best teams out there. They are back in this competition. That's going to be exciting. We have the former world champs, Luminosity. They are in this competition. Nouns is in this competition. Like so many great teams, and one of them is going to walk away with that first spot.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tuzzy, LAIC's runner-up, just had the win ripped out of their sails by some EU darlings, maybe harnessing some of that home crowd energy, some of that home field advantage. Kamai coming up with what I would consider a decent upset. I think they were definitely favored in their group. However, we weren't sure how that Tuzzy-Kamai matchup was going to go, and you want to talk about luck breaking the wrong way. Tuzzy.
Yeah, a tough one for Tuzzy to start this tournament. Now, they're not out, obviously. They're going to need to do very, very well in their group to continue. We've got T3 versus Arise, so a little NA versus EU here. One of the most exciting things about this tournament, of course, is the international competition. You finally get to see some of the titans from each of these regions go at each other.
Yeah, and we're going to see how these two teams specifically deal with their opportunity to be on stage. The land differential, if you will, the ping is gone. We'll see how that plays into these teams' hands, whether it's favorable or unfavorable. We're about to find out.
Yeah, let's take a look at where we're at so far in these groups here. So, as you can see, Kamai taking a great game off of Tuzzy right there. We have Cassius, I think I'm saying that incorrectly.
Guaranteed.
One game up right.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed
You said that wrong.
That right. As we take a look, Group C here, Nemesis up one game against 0 scrims. Orange Juicers in Gen 5. If you look at Group D right there, I think a lot of people would say, Orange Juicers Gen 5 have a very good shot of making it out of that group, and both of them right now 1-0.
Yeah, not a bad start to your event. Of course, Nouns, Lelovers, T3, Arise, that's where we're going to watch. But let's look at our last two groups here, Group E, Group F. We had Game Life Balance fall down to Les Flocons d'Amour.
Yep, I'm sure you're actually probably saying that one correctly.
Yeah, it sounded decent.
It really, when you said it, I thought, nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. As we take a look here, that Group E, Stamina Dream Max, that is going to be a crazy good game. And then, of course, Group F, Luminosity versus Antic. And then we also have Outer Banks there from EU. So a lot of really exciting things happening in that final group. Of course, the question is, will Luminosity make it out of groups? I feel like if you're going to stop LG, you have to do it early, because by the time they get going, it's just a snowball rolling downhill. It's an absolute avalanche by the time they get to the end of a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, OC, it kind of feels like they're always in the same group as Luminosity on these in these international events. So, you'd think they won their Aeos Cup play-ins. They made their way here. We put them at the top of the group as a favored one of the two to get out of there, along with Luminosity. But, Outer Banks has a real chance, Red Moon as well, to upset. We specifically us, do not give OC too many flowers. And to be honest, you got to earn them. That's kind of how it works. So I'm hoping this event for them, they can make it through. I believe it was Relic that was mentioning earlier that the last time OC made a day 2 at an international event, Worlds Year 1.
Yeah, Eichlin there in Year 1. I mean, OC is one of those really interesting regions, right? Because I do feel like every region has their own specific meta that develops, and you'll often see OC bring out a few Pokemon that you won't see in other regions. There are times, no question, where a strategy like that could actually prove to be really beneficial, especially in a group stage where you just haven't prepped to run into some of this stuff. I don't know what looks we're going to see from them here today, but I think everyone is looking to upset LG in a group stage, for sure.
Of course.
I was just talking to Outer Banks actually out there, and they were like, we want to take LG out in groups.
Why not? I mean, what a way to start your tournament. Obviously, you get yourself the biggest momentum shift that you can possibly get if you're one of the teams to eliminate LG from this group stage and really open the field. If I'm in any other group and I see that LG didn't make it out of Group F, it's just a sigh of relief because, like you said, it almost feels like day one, however that shakes out. Once we start getting to the later stages of the tournament, they start dialing in more, they pick up that momentum, and they just become a harder just object in motion to stop. But T3 is where we're at.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. This is going to be an exciting match. You know, something that Zoinks was talking to me about just the other day, and I bet he brought it up on broadcast, but I do think it's really interesting, is that here at EUIC for the Aeos Cup, we have so many players who have won on LAN in just so many different teams, right?
Yeah.
I think that's really exciting to see some of the best when you're in this environment. As we talk about absolutely no ping, you really see the skill expression of some of these players. It's one of the reasons I think Overlord from LG has often been considered one of the best in the world. When it's, you know, time to play on LAN, this is the time where your mechanics are really on display. And some of these players absolutely dominate because of that.
Without a doubt. And one that you could say that would kind of formed their path into that category, that camp, is Zealot, who's going to be playing on T3, who actually was one of those LAN winners you were describing at the final stretch on Team G last year with LG's Slash, who kind of put that team together, and they had a phenomenal and exciting run at NEIC at the final stretch to qualify for Worlds. And now Zealot is going to be on this T3 squad to see what they can do, alongside one of my personal favorite players to watch, Sobi.
Oh, yeah. Sobi is very fun, the attacker player there for T3. She is an awesome addition to that roster. This does feel like a group, you know, a lot of different strong elements from NA all coming together to see what they can make happen right here. They're going to run into a Rise. I have to be honest, I don't know a ton about this team. I have not been following them. I was talking to a couple of the players out there earlier, and I think they're pretty excited about their situation right here. Obviously, every single team I talk to, they are all giving a lot of respect to their groups and recognizing that there's no easy path. I don't think there's a single group where anyone feels like they're going to skate through it, which is very, very cool. Arise T3, this is going to be one of those big matches that can help decide who is either the 1 or 2 spot leaving their group.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you want to win early, win often, and then kind of take all of the chance out of that equation for yourself. And for these two teams on stage, it's a great place to do it. Again, we talk about momentum. We talk about kind of the air that comes along with winning in front of a crowd, winning on stage. Tons of air. You are just full of hot air, Spraggles, and that is just what we want for the folks on stage as well.
Speaking of hot air, let's talk about a Pokemon who's breathing fire out here on the Thea Sky Ruins. Ho-Oh recently getting some buffs, and I really do think this could be a big factor in this tournament. There are a few ways that we could see it. We could see the Flamethrower Fire Spin build, which is what we have up there. A couple big things right here. You throw a Curse Bangle on this thing, it is absolutely devastating, really removing all of that healing from your opponents in some big ways. And then, of course, the ability to bring your team back, to revive your squad with those feathers on the ground, rekindle that fire, and find a big victory. I think teams could be looking to play this Pokemon. It was actually getting some play before the buffs, and now it feels like there are multiple viable builds for this thing, and I could absolutely see some teams running it as sort of the defender support or even as more of a strong carry Pokemon.
Yeah, a strong carry Pokemon with, like, in case of emergency, Break Glass Unite move. We talk about how great that Unite move can be, right? You think of the dream scenario, 4 players down, you bring everyone back, and then you, like, tidal wave through another fight. But tactfully, it's usually better for Ho-Oh to kind of be around the carry, have them kind of go with a heavy engage, and that way if they go down, yes, you pop your Unite move for the value of 1, but by that time, they've done so much damage. They've put themselves into the fray so heavily with the team following up that getting that hyper carry player another crack at it is usually enough to turn the tides of a battle.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm fully with you there. Sometimes I feel like I see the Ho-Oh players hold their Unite too long, and it gives your opponent sort of the opportunity to position around the players that are coming back. But if only 1 or maybe 2 of your allies are down, it's not as easy for them to quickly, you know, dive on the Pokemon who's gonna come back back into the fight. So yeah, I like it early and often. Like, get that Unite move out, get out of jail free card for one of your Pokemon who got caught or one of the carries that they really wanted to focus down, and now you're back in the fight and you're ready to go. It'll be cool if we see it today. Of course, you and I were talking about this. I would love to also see some Galarian Rapidash. I don't know if we will. It's the newest Pokemon added to the game, and it is now available to, you know, battle here in the tournaments, but it recently got a series of nerfs, and there's always that big question mark, like, did they nerf it so hard that we won't see this Pokemon? Are some teams ready to play with it? Have we not been able to play with it so long on ladder that we're just not going to see it? So this, of course, Galarian Rapidash, there's the Dazzling Gleam agility build.
I'm with you. Galarian Rapidash, I think the nerfs are where they need to be. I think it put it in a good spot. So I don't think it's, now that it's nerfed, are we afraid to touch it? Because it was so overtuned at the beginning, it was either going to be permanently banned in every single draft, or it was going to get nerfed before this event started. The real question to me is, did teams have enough time to put the minutes on this Pokemon to figure out if it works into their strategies that they're developing? And for that, I'm just not sure.
Yeah.
But if there is a team that took the time to figure that out and found something that maybe other players and other teams haven't gone in the lab long enough to figure out, well, that can be a great advantage for this weekend.
Yeah, it can, because it's just so unexpected, right? We haven't spent much time with it, and it was one of the most banned Pokemon in ranked for the longest time. So if you're playing ranked and you run into a draft game, no one is letting the horse get through. So no one's really having, you know, any high level practice with this thing outside of scrims. And then the question is it being banned out there because people just don't want to deal with it? We really don't have much information on Galarian Rapidash, but man, I would love to see My Little Pony out there.
Yeah, I mean, just the speed that it has to move around the map. I was talking about map mobility earlier. It's kind of reminiscent of Dodrio. And because of that, because of the nerfs and its power level in question, I was kind of talking with Spraggles yesterday about how maybe what it does is too similar to Dodrio, and because of that, we're going to go to what we have more experience with, more time on, which would be Dodrio. So we could kind of see those two jockeying for the same spot.
Yeah, you know, one thing I do wonder is how prevalent speedsters will be in this tournament. You know, it feels like certain metas are really dominated by lots of, like, aggressive speedsters. Then other times, these bulkier all-rounders and defenders are just too much for them to cut through, and the speedsters can't really find any great opportunities into, you know, some of the squishier attackers in the game. I'm curious to see what it'll look like. You know, from the matches we saw earlier with Tuzzy and Kamai, I gotta say, a Pokemon that I've had my eye on for a while after its buffs is Aegislash, and it looked fantastic in those two games.
Yeah, it was one of my Pokemon to watch for this weekend. I absolutely love Aegislash. You see there, Zoink suggests it as well. Anti-tank brawler. Hits high health targets particularly hard. Yes, it does. Yep. I mean, its wide guard as well that allows it to sustain in fights is crazy. And of course, it has an amazing secure Unite move in that coup de grace, that big sword slash down on whatever target is looking to delete. I'm a big fan of Aegislash. There are a lot of players here at this event that are big fans of Aegislash. We just saw it on display, and I expect more.
Yeah, I mean, you think back to, you know, Worlds and things like that, where you had Overlord on Aegislash, the Lord of the Sword. I mean, really popularized this Pokemon as being a huge standout. It had a few rounds of nerfs, and then kind of slowly over the past year or so has been buffed, and now it feels really, really powerful. As he's got on here, Defensive King. Not a short king, but a defensive king right here. His shield form gives Aegislash the opportunity to absorb hits, heal. There are a lot of moves that you are able to essentially fully tank with this, and then, of course, power yourself up with those boosteds. The amazing thing about the sword form for Aegislash is those boosteds are ripping through things with high HP, as we talked about. So it's a hot knife through butter, through basically anything in the roster, but especially good into something tanky, which is really cool.
Which is terrific, because we do have some phenomenal defenders in the mix. However, I'd like to pull up my suggestion, which was Psyduck. And the transition there is, yes, it is considered a support class Pokemon, but it often steps into the tank role, similar to what we saw like year one Blissey, right? It would step into that tank role. It's a support Pokemon, but what it does, this is a very disruptive supporter slash tank, pseudo tank, however you want to call it, because of like Surf, for example, right? And of course, it has decent crowd control because of that serve. A couple, you get to hop on the wave, hop off, push. You actually get to throw your wave in one direction and cruise the other one. You can pick up players on your team to get them out of danger. You can bring them into fights. I mean, it goes so hard. I love this Pokemon. And when I look at this Pokemon specifically, it almost feels like it was born to be played on the teams that don't necessarily want to play traditional healing supports because they're looking to leverage engagements, they're looking to be disruptive and open the door wide open as they can for what, again, we've been calling the hyper carries.
Yeah, I mean, this Psyduck, it has looked incredible. We've seen some teams, I remember watching Otter on Psyduck, and it felt like, yeah, this is a natural fit. It's just like a more disruptive support that sets up big plays. We were talking a little earlier about some of our predictions for this event, and I don't even know if these are as much, predictions for what we think will be most picked or maybe what we want to see as most picked. Do you remember what your most picked was?
I think it went Blissey, but I don't think we're going to see it on the map if it comes. If it's so good right now. It is so incredibly strong. So that'll consider most picked. Well, it's going to be picked to be banned every game.
There you go. There is the Blissey. I was going back and forth with you. It's either Blissey or Umbreon. I think I selected Umbreon as one of the most picked. It's one of those Pokemon I could see making it through. And as a defender, it's just one of the best. It also flexes so well, right? Between sort of this tankier defender that can disrupt your opponents and also into that sort of more supportive defender. You're almost using it as a support. And then we're seeing Zoinks here thinking that we're going to see Umbreon as well. And then we've got Relic thinking Miraidon is going to be the most picked. And I do think we're going to see a ton of Miraidon.
Yeah, Miraidon's going to be part of the equation in every single game. It's either going to be banned or picked. I think it is that strong.
Yeah.
So I agree with Relic on that front. Of course, Zoinks just usurping all the creativity that this type of question can be asked and decided to follow you.
Yeah, it's just a silly choice from Zoinks. But, I mean, what can you really do about it? He heard an answer that he liked, and he just glommed onto it.
Yeah, Zoinks, definitely not a free thinker. I'm just kidding. Of course, Zoinks is a much freer thinker.
He might have answered it before I did, to be fair.
Yeah, that's also very true. We don't actually know. But because we're here, we get to form that narrative.
We get to create the story.
Answered first.
Yes.
Zoinks followed suit. I think we've done a pretty good job at least encapsulating what the most important Pokemon, whether they're banned or picked, are going to be represented this weekend. Honestly, the Psyduck bans in that first set we watched surprised me a little bit because I actually think Umbreon rests for me as a little bit higher priority because it has harder flexibility between support and tank than I think Psyduck necessarily does. But it depends what your team's strategy is.
Yeah, I mean, well, you also have to recognize a lot of these teams have been scrimming. They have information about each other. You could look at a team and say, they've been running a lot of Psyduck. It looks really good. We want to take that weapon away from them. One of the things that you can do in the pick and ban phase in Unite is you can target some of your opponent's strengths and sort of take away those tools in their toolbox. And you can also notice maybe a player who is incredible on 2 or 3 options, but doesn't have a super deep pool. You can go after that as well. You can sort of target that specific player. You could target a specific strategy or composition that you often see run by a certain team. So imagine that you're running into a team that loves to play Zoroark Comfey. You can take away one of those options. If you took Comfey away just as a ban, Zoroark goes from being one of the craziest things possible to a very real threat, but something you can deal with. So there are a lot of directions that you can go with this pick and ban phase, and I think when you see Psyduck bans, you probably know that team is running the duck, and they look great on it.
Yeah, that's very true. One thing that I like to see strategy-wise between all of the teams here, you mentioned we want to do our thing, so you pick and ban according to that. You want to counter what the other team is doing. But my personal favorite strategy and really showcased at the World Championships this year by Fennel is malleability. Let your opponent dictate the kind of the path that you're going to go, and then just beat them at every turn, right? It's like, oh, you want to go down this street? Well, this leads to a left-hand turn, and we're just going to meet you there. And that's how they were able to keep pace. We saw some wild picks out of Fennel. We saw like Tun go from support, play like a Sableye game to like a Charizard game to a tank game, and just being flexible all over the map. And I think the end game, by the end of this season, a lot more teams that are able to do that either impose their will and then beat the people on their own axis, or react to what another team is trying to do and beat them that way, is going to be the key to success.
And now you can see up on the big stage, we have our players getting ready. That's T3 versus Arise up there. This is going to be a really interesting matchup. We've talked a little bit about T3, sort of a really powerful squad from North America that hasn't really made it to that top spot yet. But if you're going to do it any weekend, this is the one to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, haven't the last couple monthly cups, they've made it to day 2 through the winner's side.
Yeah.
So dispatching really strong opponents in the NA region. Unfortunately, from that standpoint, going kind of 2 and out.
Yeah.
Right, kind of drop down to the losers bracket and then eliminated completely. So what a moment this would be for them to get out of this group stage, keep that day 1 train going that they've clearly shown that they're capable of doing, but then transitioning into a successful day 2.
Yeah, and that's what you're really, a lot of these teams, what you need to make it through these tournaments, you need, something unique. You need something that it's hard to beat, but you also need that level of consistency, right? That's the hard thing. You can make it through the winner's side, but you have to play every game really, really well. And, Pokemon Unite has that level a little bit of, some variance towards the end of the game, right? Things get pretty wild around Rayquaza. You can have a single hit either way, throw that objective. So I think it's really important for these teams to be insanely consistent, to really deliver on their strategies. T3, again, some great moments. This would be the moment for them to, have a consistently strong tournament the whole way through.
Yeah, on the pre-show, we were talking about players that kind of, when they do break through, all of a sudden the success keeps coming, right? It took a while to kind of get over the hump, but once it does, it feels like a downhill race, and you've got everything behind you to pick up speed and find more and more success and more finishes. And T3 seems to kind of be on the precipice of finally getting over that hump and then gaining that momentum and hopefully to carry through a big run here at EUIC.
Yeah, and you got to imagine, I mean, it's quite a journey for players coming from outside of EU to make it all the way here to London to be playing in front of this massive crowd up on the big stage. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of pressure.
Yep.
I feel like there are a lot of expectations placed on it, especially when, again, you're traveling internationally for one of these events. So, yeah, this is a big moment for T3. Of course, big moment for Arise as well. They really want this win. Every single game matters, right? Every single game matters, but especially it feels like the ones up there, because these are some of the biggest momentum shifts that you could have in the entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen teams literally be deflated by a crowd that is roaring for the other squad, and teams completely lifted by a crowd that is completely behind them. You want to talk about, Tuzzy at LAIC, we just unfortunately saw them lose on stage. However, the run that they put together in front of their home crowd was awesome.
It was legendary. I mean, it was just them making it to grand finals that Saturday, it was an emotional run for them. I mean, they had to take down insanely good teams. They took down Nouns. I'm blanking on the team they went up against next, but it was a really, really strong
I feel like
team.
Fusion was eliminated
Oh,
by
yeah,
them
maybe
as well.
it was Fusion. I mean, it was just what a run they had.
Oh, of course. So what Arise must be looking for here is to leverage the home crowd, leverage the fact that they're on stage, leverage the fact that maybe T3 has not a lot of people out in the stands, and that can be a difference maker. It really can.
Yeah, absolutely. You see it. You see it all the time. We saw it, like, just as you were talking about at LAIC. Of course, if you've been watching the championship series for a while, we've had insane moments here at EUIC. I'm remembering Tally Bobo and Nouns. That was crazy. If you go back to NAIC, I think year 2 was it? I mean, TTV, LG, that crowd being so behind TTV as they were coming from the losers bracket. And it's this wild moment where it really feels like,
I mean, LG was, how are you going to beat them? But TTV had the support of everyone there, and it felt like they just couldn't be stopped with that like power from the crowd. It was really intense, and you get those moments at these live events that you don't get in any of our other shows. So I absolutely love it, man.
Yeah, and some of these, what's fun is doing at all the different ICs, having the open registration. So, of course, you get your top teams in the mix, but you get some real opportunity for a team like Arise to step up to the challenge and deliver for themselves and kind of prove their own mettle.
Yeah, you can see we've got the thumbs up right there. They're all obviously listening to our casting. They're really enjoying it. So they're just kind of giving us like a little, hey, you guys are doing great. Because we have the audience filling in for our show right here. We are heading into our draft right now between T3 and Arise. T3 is going to get that first ban, first pick. Arise is going to ban out the Zacian. We're going to see what else we have. Cinderace being banned.
Cinderace may be an interesting choice. Maybe recognizing that I don't know. They saw it
feels targeted to me, right?
Yeah, I mean, they saw like Tuzzy maybe, and then they're like on top of a target, perhaps Mewtwo, most likely. Of course, that covers both Mewtwo's, but like Mewtwo Y is what I'm thinking about in that scenario.
Absolutely. First pick, it's going to be the Sword. I thought we'd see a lot of Sword here. That's Zealot on the Aegis Slash. I remember Slash from LG, formerly of G, would talk about how Zealot is one of the best players, one of the best mechanical players to ever pick up the game. And Sword is extremely, mechanically intense. It has like a deliberate play style, which is really interesting from a mechanical Pokemon like that. It's not Zoroark style. It's way more deliberate, but if you know what you're doing, you make massive plays. Then on the other side, Blissey and Inteleon, huge picks.
Yeah, always locking in Miraidon, that Sobi, of course. Jolteon's grabbing, looks like the Slowbro. On the other side, Inteleon, Blissey. If Blissey is not banned, it better be getting picked because it is so strong right now.
This is interesting seeing a Slowbro, so I wonder what they are, looking to lock down here. So far on the side of Arise, they have nothing that looks like its, plan is to dive in and fight. And Slowbro loves when something wants to dive in and fight, right? It's the reason Scyther is so difficult when it's running into something like a Slowbro. We see Greninja being picked up, so maybe they, if they don't get the Cinderace, they get the Greninja here. I do think Greninja is probably a little maybe undervalued. I think Greninja is pretty solid, but a lot of these top teams feel like they can really handle it.
Yeah, and we immediately see the Comfy Zoroark lock on the other side, something you have already talked about on broadcast. And on a LAN setting with 0 ping, that's a really big momentum shift type Pokemon.
Yeah, and if you look at the other side, they don't have a ton of things that shut this down, really at all. You're hoping that if you're running into Zoroark Comfy, you're hoping you have a Slowbro, something like that, something that can really hold it in place, or you have Umbreon with Mean Look. They have none of these options here, so it does feel like a great game for a Zoroark.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these games feel won and lost in the draft screen. I think T3 got the better of this exchange. If I was Arise, maybe in that last pick, I'd be looking at a Pokemon that can solo unite, maybe like a Zarina or something in that all-rounder slot to be able to deal with this Zoroark when it does step in. But unfortunately, they're facing this from 2 different axes. You've got the Sword that can engage heavily. You can have the Zoroark, which can engage heavily, and the Comfy can really bounce to whichever player it wants.
Yeah, and when I see that build there for Sobi on Miraidon, to me that reads, this is Charge Beam. You're
100%.
Fighting at distance. You've got the curse item right there. So you're able to really slow down the healing on Blissey if they decide to play the soft boiled build. At the same time, we could see, Helping Hand Safeguard. That would make the curse item a little less effective, but curse is still incredibly powerful. And then on the other side, we see Greninja. It's got the Muscle Band Rapid Fire Scarf with a Scope Lens. You could go real either way with this, but when I don't see a full heal and I see these items, this feels like it's going to be a Water Shuriken Greninja. So you're going to be playing at kind of a decent range with this.
Yeah, it hits what I like to call the mid-range, right? Of course, you have your melee brawlers, the longer-range Pokemon, maybe like a Charge Beam Miraidon, Decidueye, something like that. And then the mid-range, which is, again, Water Shuriken Greninja, but like Alolan Ninetales, where it's a little bit spaced, but you do have the opportunity to close in on it. I'm a little concerned if I'm looking at Arise's squad, to be quite honest. I think it's just going to be an overwhelming presence of power from T3, and I don't really know how they're going to mitigate it right now.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? When I see Zoroark, Comfey get through, it's often in those final picks because you got to hide it, right? You can't show it early because then it can be countered pretty well. But once Zoroark, Comfey makes it through in those final few picks, it really does feel like a very, very difficult combination to stop. It's almost like you've walked into a trap. The second you see those final two lock in, it's Zoro, Comfey, and you think, dang, we are not prepared for this.
No, exactly right. They did have the last counter pick opportunity, but this is where you're really finding out how deep these teams can go. You know, a team like Luminosity, for example, or, you know, you want to talk about Nemesis, right? Metallic is incredibly comfortable on Zarina. I keep focusing on that because you want to have a single target Unite move to once one of those engages, at least you can delete one off the map and then have everybody kind of prio focus on the other one, meaning, you know, if Aegislash gets caught, focus on Zoroark, vice versa. But there is no real opportunity for that. And on top of that, I was thinking about the slow bro. Obviously, the slow beam is great, but if I'm looking at this, all I'm thinking is eject in, surf, hit a target, and then if you pop up the Inteleon, the Greninja, I mean, they're gone. Like, they can't do anything. Plus slow smoke on the follow-up engage. I mean, it's going to be incredibly difficult. I'm thinking of Arise and their Snorlax. That's going to have to literally carry the weight of the world.
It's going to have to make some big plays. Yeah, absolutely. They just don't have a lot to lock down Zoroark, so it's going to be hard for them. However, if they can get it, if you pick up something like that, you're getting a 2-for-1, right? It's easy to forget when you're running into, you know, fill-in-the-blank Pokemon with Comfey, that you actually are fighting two Pokemon here. And if you are able to take it down, you kind of get that 2-for-1, a massive swing in one of the big fights if you're able to take two.
Now, Arise does have one of the strongest Pokemon in the game right now, Blissey.
Yeah.
Right? So it has great opportunity. My concern is the Blissey, if it goes the egg set, right, soft-boiled egg bomb, is it going to be able to heal this Inteleon, this Greninja, fast enough for it to be able to stay on the map and deal the damage back the other way? The Metagross as well, going to have to step up big here.
I wonder if we're going to see a liquidation Inteleon. You know, they've got a few bulky targets that I think you could pick off really well. You know, the Snipe Shot's going to work great into something like a Slowbro. Not really too bad into Aegislash either. It's pretty obvious where Aegislash is, but into something like Zoroark with a Comfey on it, if you just get them in range of that liquidation, you can do a lot of damage to it, maybe enough damage to sort of put it in a, you know, dangerous range so it can't immediately move back in and fight. I'm curious to see which moveset they're going to go with. Both are extremely powerful right now.
I was just about to say the mid-range, right? That's a dangerous spot for Arise right now because Aegislash and Zoroark can close that mid-range distance. So while I agree with you that liquidation can have a lot of solid targets on the other side, it increases the danger that the Inteleon puts itself in to be able to just start the liquidation chain, right? Have a target to use that ability on. That, I mean, okay, you picked Aegislash, here comes Zoroark because it can close that gap. So it's really they're going to have to walk this razor wire and they're going to have to watch their step because any slip is going to be really almost team-wipingly catastrophic.
Yeah, when you're walking razor wire, it's already bad.
Yeah,
right. I mean,
your feet hurt.
It's hurting either way.
What is your footwear?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're gonna need some good footwear. You're
Terrific
need
footwear
boots for walking that razor wire. And you know, if you fall off, at least you're not on razor wire anymore.
Yep, and then if your shoes are damaged, Snacks and Spraggle's Shoe Repair, we've got you.
I know they said, don't bring up your shoe repair company. Don't bring up your shoe repair company. But when it comes up naturally in conversation, we have to talk about it, and we have to talk about the discount code.
Yeah, the discount code. Commentator Cobblers is the discount code. Use it.
And here we go, Doob Snacks. The first game you and I get to cast here at EUIC. T3, your purple team. Arise, your orange team. This is Group B. This is going to be a best of 3 as we see Aegislash here in the top path.
I like Rossum going straight across. Jolteon's kind of sussing out what was going on, cutting that off before they could do a true engage. And Sobi, as we mentioned, is going to be on this Miraidon shooting pot shots.
Yeah, just seeing what they can take away from the other side, right? If you can get a secure here or there, the experience swing can be massive at the early moments in a match.
of course. We're going through here. I mean, Melania gonna have to get to that Blissey to be able to really help this team out. They need to get it early, and Sable in a bit of trouble early.
Yeah, and here we go. Greninja making down to the bottom path there. Still a Frogadier, not able to pick up a KO right there, but putting a lot of pressure on very, very fast. And now we see Frogadier heading back through, it looks like the central area, up to the top path for this fight. There is Anon on this Zoroark picking up a KO.
Yeah, they're in the flux zone here, but is there enough firepower? Slow Smoke is down. We see the quick whip coming out from the Comfey as they're working through the central area. Rossum with a good convergence, though, and this is a KO they'd really want to be able to get.
And we're going to see how they want to play this right here. Are they able to make it out?
Shot.
Very nice. Just a quick escape there. They're able to pull away from the fight. Comfey heading back to the top path, and Zoroark heading back to their central area to get some more experience.
Batang evolving, not a bad look, but again, we need to get that Blissey online. Of course, we're looking through Rossum kind of all over this map, really just trying to handle what T3 is throwing at them, get their team vision, and try and understand where the value they can gain is.
And there we go. We have that dual blade, which is very powerful here, but obviously the big break point for Zealot is going to be Aegislash as our teams are converging into the central area. 3 players on both sides down here looking for a fight. Big time charge beam, and here comes Anon.
I mean, Anon getting 1 KO, following up, already level 7. Gonna let your Ryotari off the hook. No, they're chasing them back. Rossum goes down through a surf, and I love seeing this from Jolteons. I mentioned that. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Ryotari able to get the Boko deal, however, on the other side. So a little signs of life from Arise.
Yeah, that's really nice, right? If you're able to get that catch, and they were, now they're evolved, they're level 7, Greninja's level 7. I mean, this is coming a lot closer. That looked pretty, you know, catastrophically bad there for Arise for a moment, but they were able to pivot and pick up some big KOs as the sword is moving in, now having to peel back, and there is the liquidation.
I mean, Zealot taking a ton of damage here. Jolteon's doing their best to try and stem this tide, but here comes the Greninja knocking out Jolteon. And now, of course, the Aegislash goes down. You have to find yourself another ride. The Comfey jumps on Anon, and now Anon is not as scary when you're looking down 3 players.
Yeah, this is looking great for Arise right now. Really nice fight. Greninja picking up a couple of huge KOs, and you do have that liquidation Inteleon that just is able to chip up something like this Zoroark. We see in the top path here, though, that is still a level 8 Zoroark, which is incredibly powerful here. On the side of Arise, they have that level 9 Greninja. We have a quick pause for a moment as our teams might have an issue with one of their devices, and as soon as we can get that fixed, they'll be back in game.
Yeah, getting a knockout, the Greninja on the Aegislash, right? Knocking out Zealot, great pop of experience for them, as well as taking out Jolteons on the Slowbro. Got them to be the biggest character in the lobby, and now, you know, this is one of those situations, doesn't necessarily what you pick. If you're multiple levels ahead, you can really impose your will, even if it is Zoroark Comfey. And I must tip the cap, Rossum is playing incredibly well in that Snorlax.
Here we go. It looks like one of our players who was having an issue should be heading back into this game in a moment. You know, something that I get asked all the time, Dupe Snacks, is it better to play on Switch? Is it better to play on mobile? One of my favorite things is you will see a team comprised of both, right? Yep. You'll see top teams, the world champions comprised of both. I think that's really interesting.
Oh, of course. You know, whatever you're, sometimes it's character dependent, right? Most of my characters are better on Switch, so I'd rather play there. Some are better on phone, mobile, I'd rather play that.
Yeah, and here we go. Back into our match. T3 pushing this Regieleki, but it looks like they're going to be walking away from it right here. Maybe still keeping some pressure on as Snorlax picks up a massive heavy slam.
Getting, oh, it's a yawn too, getting the eject button out of Sobi and hitting the yawn, another heavy slam follow-up, and that's an easy KO. Very well done by Arise, and again, Rossum delivery.
Yeah, Rossum, that was incredible. And, you know, you were looking for what your tools are going to be to deal with this Zoroark. One of the big ones right there, if you can hit a heavy slam yawn, that is a massive stun that they're going to have to deal with while that Zoroark is asleep. A little bit of a fight here in this central area as that liquidation forces Aegislash to retreat.
You know, a lot of the strategical theory we put into this game is if Aegislash and Zoroark are moving together, but they have not really linked up to really have a team fight, and because of that, it's allowing Arise to really focus down on either Zealot or Anon, and as soon as they go in, hit that delete.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that I feel like you really need if if you're going to be playing Zoroark, because you need a massive kind of level advantage. You need to take a couple of big KOs early, because if you have that with these speedsters, they just get so incredibly powerful. But when your levels are pretty on par, I think it's going to be a lot harder for you to find these big moments.
It really is. Of course, Sobi checking some bushes with the charge beam, the fully charged up charge beam, and big rotation from Arise.
Yeah, and here we go. Arise moving up to this top path right here. Greninja trying to pick up another KO. Blissey with the big hands taking that one.
Yeah, and now it's Liquidation covering the Jolteon Slowbro downstairs, and they are hitting this goal zone very well. Nice yawn by Rossum on Sobi, cutting them off and getting some points in. And Anon, are they going to be there in time? Another phenomenal heavy slam forces out the Comfy Unite to give Anon a little bit more sustain as they're flipping the script on top of Metagross. But it's Rossum that's getting the breaks beat off of them there.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe one more issue. You know, as we were looking at what was happening there, I think even though Arise is giving up a couple of KOs in that fight, obviously they were able to score on that tier 2 goal zone. When the game is even, right, when goal zones are even and a team has managed to put in, you know, 30, 40 points on a top or bottom tier 2 goal zone, I think that is incredibly powerful. It lets you walk into Rayquaza and set up moments where you can counterpunch, which is such a powerful way to go, right? Let your opponents make the mistake. Let your opponents dive in a little too far. You get to capitalize on all of those mistakes because you're already ahead on the scoreboard. So while they gave up a couple of KOs and we saw a nice chase down there from Anon, I think it's also insanely powerful to have that score advantage later in the match.
It really, really is. And I want to say Arise is looking very comfortable up there. And yes, the draft screen, I still believe favors T3. Arise is playing to their options. And I said this Snorlax needed to carry the weight of the world, and they are doing that and more right now, Cowboy.
Yeah, that Snorlax looks incredible. I gotta say, you know, Greninja, I do think is pretty undervalued. I think this Greninja is playing really well on the side of Arise, and I think they found sort of a nice 1-2 punch in an interesting way, which is the Inteleon's not hitting snipe shots, it's hitting a Liquidation, but Liquidation paired with a couple of basic attacks from Greninja, and then it's moving in with that Surf to clean everything up. They're really finding some big KOs with it, and I think it's a strategy that I really don't see too often. It's working really well.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to give them credit for being creative out here. This is kind of an unconventional lineup out of Arise, but they're making it work. It's something that they are clearly familiar with, and when they haven't really missed any opportunities to follow up on those big yawns, right? Step one is hitting the yawn on these very hard to hit targets, but once they are asleep, they are incredibly susceptible, but the team needs to step up and be there, and they have delivered on every single one so far.
You know, these moments, Dude Snacks, are pretty interesting, right? Because you kind of take a quick break from the action, and it gives you a lot of time to reflect on what has happened so far in the match and what you can do moving forward. Obviously, you know, these players need to make sure that, you know, they're connected to the game and everything's working. That is why we are taking a pause right here. But it's really important to notice that these moments, when we are coming back into the game, you can often see things start to change in some big ways because you just had a moment to think about what was happening in the match without the pressure of playing it for a second.
Yeah, and good teams, you'll see they're communicating all the way down, right? Not only to communicate, hey, this is what's going on with the game itself, but strategy within the game. You know, if I'm Arise, we kind of see them looking around. They're starting to chatter a little bit more as I imagine we're getting ready to go back into game here. And let's see if they can hold on, because they put themselves in a great position. Anon getting a KO streak of 3, that's not nothing. Still behind on the scoreboard here, and Rossum is going to take them on a little chase.
Yeah, we're going to see if they're able to score. Obviously, just too many points in their pocket right there, and they're going to take the Unite move. They're going to say, look, there aren't too many more opportunities for me to use this before Rayquaza, so I'm going to pick up the KO right now. Regieleki just getting ripped apart here by T3. Scoreboard here pretty close, 164, 188. So this game is really tight between these two teams.
Yeah, Anon doing a great job catching up on the levels and now surpassing that Greninja. So Greninja lost that advantage that it had, and now it's going to be a little troublesome.
Yeah, it is going to be a little troublesome. We have Zealot moving to the bottom path right here. Because we have this Regieleki going top, multiple members of T3 are making a siege.
They're moving forward here. Jolteon's just going for a score that's going to get the stomp from the Metagross. And Teleon goes down, and so does Jolteon's, but I think this is okay for now.
Yeah, this looks fine for now. T3 able to take this bottom Registeel. While that was going on, we had Miraidon down there just ripping through Registeel all by their lonesome. That is taking Greninja's in some trouble right here, using the Surf to actually peel away from this fight. I don't think they want to use the Bliss assistance right here. They could get it back in time, especially with that new buff for Blissy's Unite move, but at the same time, I think you just want to peel away from this fight.
Yeah, I mean, you immediately saw Melania kind of go in there, and they're communicating like, do you need it? Yes, yes, no, you know, trying to make sure that they at least have the opportunity to save Traffy there, because what a absolute landmine Traffy walked into.
Yeah, for sure, but also, I mean, you know, some fancy footwork right there, able to make it out, and I do think that was the right call, not using the Blissey Unite, saving it for a more important moment. You were able to get out regardless, and I think plays like that are extremely important, you know? Having that Unite move ready to go here, under 2 minutes 30, any moment, could be Rayquaza, massive catch!
Come on, Greninja follow-up. Liquidation is on the correct target, but it's just not quite going to be enough. Another engagement by Metagross on Sobi, but it's Zealot coming through with the Sacred Sword wide guard combo to get the gap here. Now Jolteon's just go down, another heavy slam. The yawn misses, so Anon has a chance to go in. Zealot was hanging out, and they get the knockout.
Here we go. We're trying to score some points at the bottom path. Anon coming in right now. The Liquidation pushing them back, but we have another player going down. That is going to be the Blissey, which means they can push this fight. We have Zealot moving in with the sword, trying to make something happen, but no, they are able to make it back to their tier 2. Right now, a brief moment of these two teams almost having a standoff and then peeling back. Snorlax moving up to this bush. We have Slowbro checking it there with the Surf. Inteleon caught in a massive way. Huge charge beam, and they're going to need to peel back from this fight. The question is, how does this one pop off? Yawn catches the Zoroark, but they're not able to move in right away.
Forces out the big nap out of the Snorlax. They're rolling over as Rawsome charge beam is coming through. They found their target. That's slow beam down, and that is a target down. Of course, Sobi's coming through. They get buckled, and now they're focusing on Rawsome. Egg Bomb comes through. The Bliss assistance on Traffy, full HP, but can they get a KO? Anon gets 2, loading up and locking down Rawsome, and now they're just going to keep pushing forward. Traffy at half HP, Melania in their pocket, and that's a rotation out of the Zoroark. There we go.
I mean, look at this Zoroark right there. What a crazy catch on that KO for the Snorlax in the bush. They don't even know exactly where they were, but it bounced off with the end of that feint attack combo, picking up the KO. However, look at the scoreboard here, Dupesnacks. 164, 188. It is still incredibly close, and T3 needs to make a move.
Everybody's back, but Sobi has their Unite move. Caught in the Coliseum is Jolteon's. Coming in is Anon for the cover. Zealot's at half HP. They're going to wide guard on the Rayquaza. Moving forward is Anon, get the space. With the Liquidation is raining in. Hopping off his tie-dye to eat the back half of that Liquidation. What a play. Rayquaza's getting low. They're going to have to move in. We have the big Sacred Sword coming through. Charge me on the opposing target. Secured by Zealot.
Beautiful plays there from T3. They needed this moment, and they found it. You know, the amazing thing that they had was an incredible secure tool, as we have Zoroark now picking up a triple KO. We had Aegislash there with the secure. The points are raining in that main goal zone. That's 464, 188. We have 50 points attempting to be scored there in the top path. Of course, we're under 2 minutes, so this is double time. Going to bring them up to 288, but without anyone else moving to the other side of the map, that is going to be a game 1 for T3.
Very, very well done. I mean, Rawsome hitting that key yawn on Anon, but no follow-up, and then all of a sudden they were just sitting there open-handed, wondering what just happened, because the push from T3 was terrific.
That was quite a fight from these two teams. I feel like there were great moments from both of them right there. The aggression from Arise in some of those moments felt pretty incredible, right? But T3, they just had a lot of great opportunities to fight back, and with that Comfey on Zoroark, they couldn't ever really lock it down well enough. They couldn't get it in a position where they could actually KO.
Watching through our replays here, we saw Anon kind of getting off to the start they want. You said a cheeky early KO, and they found one there, as they did a great job moving around this map to get back and not give up a big KO themselves.
Yeah, they were able to sneak away from this fight, actually make it out and head back home. It's a tough thing to do in some of these moments right here. Player of the game, that's Anon on Zoroark. 16 knockouts. I knew they were doing well, but wow.
Yeah, 95,000 damage. A lot of that kind of farmed off Rawsome, right? Who was always in their face on repeat, and being able to get that damage in and convert those to KOs on such a bulky target is critical.
Yeah, and we can see the build right there. Attack weight, weakness policy, focus band. That focus band, on top of having Comfey, just gives you a lot of opportunities to get out of a bad situation. And then everything else is focused on giving you as much damage as possible with Zoroark. You want to be able to, you know, try to pick up those big-time knockouts. It's one of your jobs as a speedster, and they did it phenomenally well. 16 KOs is massive.
The whole team worked around Anon incredibly well, I must say. I mean, I loved, you know, we finally had that key liquidation on Anonymous after kind of that refight at Rayquaza. Immediately, shades of Elo jumping off with the Comfey and just body blocking as much of that liquidation as they could so Anon could get out of there and not go down. And of course, that ended up turning into Anon with a KO streak on the backside of that.
And that's, you know, the big difference between a top tier support player and just a support player who's hanging out on a carry with a Comfey, right? I mean, you see moments like that where you think, wow, you know, the heads-up play to hop off, even you use some of your iframes in that moment to eat some of the damage right there. Then you're able to get back on. If you can make it to a bush or even auto attack, you can generate some more of your flowers by the time you get back on for a bigger heal. So really great plays. And I did think the second I saw T3's composition, I thought, boy, this is going to be tough for Arise, because once you give a team Comfey Zoroark, you're in trouble.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we both said it. We both agreed that the draft favored T3 in there. The execution, especially in the first 6 minutes of the game, definitely favored Arise. They knew what they were doing. They were understanding what they were trying to do. And honestly, that game was 20 points-ish separated going into Rayquaza, and they actually got the catch that they wanted, but nobody was there to follow up with Rossum, that Snorlax on the big yawn that they hit. So maybe just a hair more communication. When Rossum makes the call, which is who I'd be leaning on now, if that's the type of plays they're going to be making, that's when everybody has to go and just trust that they're going to hit.
I mean, I got to say, I wouldn't feel too bad about game one if I'm Arise. Obviously, with T3, they won the game, but it really does feel like everything started to come together around Ray. They played it very well, obviously. But actually, T3, I thought, had a shakier game, as you were kind of mentioning before. So I feel pretty good if I'm either of these teams, because obviously T3 able to pull out that victory right there. They were able to get to their win condition, which is extremely important. But Arise did not have a bad game. As we head here to our next draft, Arise is going to be our first pick, first ban right here, and I want to see if they maybe do something about this combination.
Well, definitely getting rid of Zacian off rip. We have a Cinderace ban as well, so we were playing with some inside information. This Cinderace shouldn't be catching this many bans unless it is one of these players just coming alive on it. Aegislash banned, I like that. It kind of feels like they're targeting Zealot right now.
Yeah, it does, and I wonder where you go with the first pick here. So Blissey is taken away, and obviously that was a very important Pokemon for them. Umbreon available, which could be a great first pick. The nice thing about something like Umbreon, obviously, is you can play pretty well into the Zoroark with it, but instead, they want the Mewtwo. Why?
Incredibly strong Pokemon. If I'm T3, I would definitely be looking at Umbreon myself, so we'll see where they actually end up here.
Yeah, it looks like we are hovering that here, and they do lock it in, so we have Tie-Dye Guy on the Umbreon. Possible first pick over to Miraidon here. Possibly Inteleon also, kind of looking through both of their attacker options, and we do lock in Miraidon.
Yeah, I like this first two pick, just high octane options that give you some flexibility here. Umbreon could get dropped to Jolteon's hands if they want to play it as a tank, but right now it sits in support. Snatching up Comfey, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great play, right? I do feel like Zoroark loses an insane amount of value if you do not have Comfey. It's a great Pokemon, but it really is, you know, kind of buffed massively by the Comfey collar. One of the hardest things about Zoroark is if you're diving in, no one on your team can support you except for Comfey, because it's right on your, you know, in your pocket right there. As we see the Slowbro and now Absol being picked up.
Yeah, Slowbro going to give them a lot of insulation to whomever that Comfey jumps on, right? Now you can slow beam them down, get that focused target in, and the rest of the team can collapse. Looks like we might be going back to the Greninja well. Didn't look awful, so I'm not surprised by that, but a Talonflame. We're going to be zipping across this map.
Yeah, Talonflame's a really interesting choice here. I mean, I like playing Talonflame specifically when there are moves on the enemy team, like a sure hit move that wants to chase me around and do damage to me even if I'm not near them, and you can fly, get away from that. Greninja, once again, I felt like the Greninja did look pretty great from Traffy, so I'm not surprised that we see that Pokemon again. Talon is an interesting one, and I wonder what they see on the other side that they're really excited to counter with Talonflame. Final pick being the Garchomp. This Pokemon has been getting an insane amount of play, both in like a lot of the teams we watch in the West and a lot of the teams in the East and the ACL. We see a lot of Garchomp. It did recently get a nerf, so it doesn't have the same amount of critical hit that it used to have on its basic attacks. And I've been wondering if that was going to be a big factor in whether or not this Pokemon saw play. But I think with how powerful the Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush combo is, how powerful its Unite move is, I didn't think it would hurt it too much.
No, I mean, and it's a great way to engage on what else but that Greninja. You mentioned what they saw across the way with the Talonflame, and for me, I'm thinking Miraidon, right? Especially if Sobi's going to be playing Charge Beam, trying to stay at space. Talonflame does a great job converging on a target like Miraidon and can do pretty darn well once you land on top of it.
Here we go. We're getting ready for our game number 2 here in a T3. Already up 1 game. We're still in our group stages, Dupe Snacks. So obviously these teams, if they win or if they lose, they are not either safe or out of this tournament. They have more teams that they need to face. They need to see what everyone's record is going to look like as they make it out of these group stages. But a big win here, a 2-0 for T3 would feel great on the main stage and put them in a power position in their group.
It really, really would. Arise, however, looking for a momentum change. They did great in that first game. I want to see what they can do in the second.
And here we are into that second game. Arise, your purple team from EU. T3, your orange team from North America. Again, this is a best of 3. T3 just needs to win 1 more game here.
That's all they got to do. Traffy sitting down there as the little Froakie, and I think Sobi's seeing the tiny frog and saying, I'm a little bit bigger than you, a little bit better in the early game.
It is always fun watching a Froakie go into a Miraidon, right? I mean, just the imagery of it is like, yeah, I think this isn't going to go too well for Froakie right now, as we have Mewtwo heading up to this top path and looking to fight right away.
I mean, Tie-Dye, they're probably going to go down here, certainly should, but that's a lot of resources getting expended by Arise to get that knockout. But you actually saw them be able to send those 2 lane Bunnelbees down the path, actually take one, and get a stack for themselves.
Here we go. This matchup, T3 has played a total of 55 games so far versus Vivid's 16. What is Vivid?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's supposed to be Arise here. It is what it is. So why don't we dial in a little bit, production team?
Well, you know what? I need to dial in because I don't know what Vivid means right here in this situation. Maybe I should as we head to this top path right here. Talonflame going down. Zealot in some trouble right here. Peeling back. Traffy not yet level 5. Not able to pick up that KO, but they finally do take down this Umbreon once again.
Desperately trying to evolve. They finally find success in that endeavor as Anon is pushing pressure across the map. Rossum is here to try and cut that off. Gonna be unsuccessful against the mobile Absol.
I'm hearing in my headset the full team name is Vivid Arise, and all I'll say to that is, how would I?
Yeah, we have Arise on screen. Better go with Vivid in the text that pops up here. Here we go. Anon and Sobi pushing forward with Jolteons. Jolteon susses out Rossum. Rossum goes straight into this opposing Absol here, but it's really just a bait to charge up that big charge beam from Sobi.
And here we go. Talonflame level 7 right now. Really, really powerful. Absol 7 on the other side. Our speedsters are looking great. Talonflame is Brave Bird, and it picks up a massive Absol KO just swooping right in. We see Sobi in some trouble right there. They are also going down. Now it looks like Slowbro, Jolteons is going to be getting KO'd as well, trying to pull out of there. And actually, because of sort of a missed smoke screen right there, they might be able to make it out.
Oh, Jolteon surfs back, gets to pad. Here's Absol to jump on top of the sleeping Snorlax, get a knockout for themselves. And all of a sudden, Traffy's looking around. It's like, I thought we were on a 3-on-1. Now it's a 4v2 or whatever. They're peeling back. They're going to have to sit on pad for a minute.
Yeah, how quickly things can swing the other way, especially with this level 8 Absol, almost 9. And as soon as it hits 9, it's running energy amplifier, so you can see this thing Unite move early and often. make really aggressive plays, taking wild Pokemon, picking up KOs on the other side. Absol's really tough to deal with once it has its Unite. Big time Brave Bird coming in looking for the KO. Absol Unite move trying to counter it right back, and Absol's able to peel out of that fight. Miraidon does go down, however.
Yeah, the big flame sweep to at least get the knockout on the Miraidon, and now a KO back on the Absol. They didn't know that the Talonflame was still hanging around. Regice is getting worked on. KO streak of 3, another Brave Bird in the back line. Here comes Zealot, though. Regice is pretty low, and this thing can shred through the opposing team. Brave Bird is going to lock it up. The Talonflame locking it up. Comfy getting credit for a KO, but here's Sobi back the other way with a charge beam.
Talonflame looking absolutely stellar at the start of this match. Level 10 right now, the highest level on the board, and it feels like every time it's moving in for that Brave Bird is picking up massive KOs. Now, once it hits that plus move on Brave Bird, by the way, it is able to give itself insane amounts of damage reduction if it hits multiple members of the enemy team. We're going to see how they want to play that. Rossum, once again, picking up these incredible picks right there with Heavy Slam right into a Brave Bird.
Yeah, Rossum in the mean look. Heavy Slams out as soon as that comes down. We actually saw the Brave Bird shoot to the top of the screen here. Tie-Dye's getting eviscerated. Put down by the Comfy. Comfy now with 2 KOs here as Mewtwo makes its presence felt for the first time this match.
I gotta say, I mean, this Talonflame absolutely dominating here in game number 2. Just like really outplaying their opponents basically in every moment. Love this play, however, from T3. They recognize they can't fight right here. They send Garchomp to the tier 2 to score.
Oh, nice pull.
The fights are looking great for Arise, but point-wise, 27 to 16.
Yeah, Ryotari did a good job there. Another KO for the Comfey as they're going to start to even up this score line. Arise is moving very well as a team right now.
Yeah, Arise working very well as a team. Still, you know, considerably behind on this scoreboard, but they are playing so well in these fights. If this Talonflame can keep this up, it's going to be very difficult for T3 to come back from this.
Yeah, I'm looking here. T3 silently 216 put on the board and silently bigger than the opposing squad. However, the execution in these team scraps definitely goes in the favor of Arise for me.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like the 1-2 punch is really strong. They had so many great setups in game number 1 with this Snorlax, right? The Heavy Slam yawns that they're putting together are really beautiful. And you pair that with one of the biggest burst damage moves in the game in Brave Bird, and they are just absolutely wrecking T3. And the other thing that we're not seeing from T3 is we're not seeing some of their favorite picks, right? They don't have the Comfey, they don't have that Zoroark, they don't have things that worked really well for them in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Melania's doing great on the Comfey, right? They drafted it early, and if you're going to make that type of bold move, you've got to be able to leverage it, not only kind of racking up some KOs, I think they're up to 3 now on the Comfey, doing a great job supporting that Talonflame.
Yeah, we're just waiting for one of our players, it looks like, to reconnect into this game so that we can finish this series, possibly. However, if it keeps going the way it's been going here in game number 2, we can easily see a game 3 between these two squads. These feel like a very, very even match here, which is exciting.
No, absolutely. Like we mentioned, scoreline, favor of T3, levels, favor of T3, but it kind of feels like the game is Arise's to win, just based on how they've been engaging, how they've been moving around the map, and how they've been able to really put the screws to T3 despite being lower levels.
Yeah, I think they've made some huge plays. I love seeing Brave Bird Talon. You know, it got that really, it's weird. It's a buff to its plus move. So we're talking about level 13 is what you need for this to really come online and feel that buff. But it's been a moveset that is just, you know, over time been slowly buffed. And now all of a sudden you realize, like, hey, if I could fly in to a battle, you know, land down with like a couple thousand points of damage right into an aerial ace boosted attack, there's not a lot of the roster that, you know, holds up particularly well against that.
Well, I mean, it's back, you know, think of the buffs that Talonflame is getting is reminiscent of the buffs that Pikachu is getting, right? Eventually, you turn the knob so far up that it has to become good by proxy, right?
Yes.
So, and it feels like we're starting to hit that breaking point. You want it to be playable, you don't want it to be broken, and one way to do that is just kind of inch it along along towards whatever that mark needs to be. Pikachu feels there, and now I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Talonflame.
Yeah, same. I think it's really cool. We got to see some of it in NA, right? I think we saw, I think it was it Trainer on Illuminosity that was running the bird? Someone was, you know, playing Talonflame in NA and having those moments that were set up really, really well. It was very cool to see. It feels like a sneaky pick in a lot of these situations. I don't think a lot of people are super concerned about it, and then when it comes out, you go, ooh, how are we going to deal with this?
Yeah, no, also great head of lettuce. Look at the flow on the locks right there.
Yeah, great point.
I mean, that's what I'm trying to strive towards, but mine kind of like, I heard one of the makeup artists in the back kind of say like, oh, it's like a Lego haircut because it's like stiff and doesn't move. A lot of waves, a lot of movement.
Yeah, a lot going on right
lettuce.
there. Well, I asked specifically for not a Lego haircut today.
I said, give me the Lego.
You said, yeah, you said make me Chris Pratt from the Lego movie.
Those aren't the words. I know, I'm my own
You
individual.
said, I want to look like Chris Pratt in the Lego movie. I heard you.
Those are not words that left my face, guaranteed.
Team name is Vivid Arise, by the way.
Yeah, Vivid Arise. You wouldn't know that because all we've been putting all over the screen is Arise, unless that lower third popped up, in which case,
they like
flip the script.
They like to trick us up a little bit, you know?
But it doesn't
Keep
work.
us on our toes. Oh, it doesn't work.
It's never worked.
Never worked. We've never once made a mistake, which is really impressive. I mean, we've been doing this for a little while here, and still 100% flawless.
Going into year 4, flawless endeavor out of Spraggles and Doob Snacks.
Not bad, really. I mean,
not bad. Terrific. It can't get better, actually.
When you think about it, it's almost impossible to go over 100% success rate.
You can only do it in some very unique and specific situations.
You would need a level of effort. Like when we don't give 110%, we give 100, but we're nailing it at 100, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most percent.
Yeah, for sure. As we head back into our game right here, 5 minutes on the clock. Arise. Once again, we talked about this just a minute ago, Doob Snacks. They're behind on the scoreboard right here, but it feels like they are ahead in all of these engagements.
Yeah, no, they're doing great. They're moving well. And now T3 maybe taking a page out of Arise's book. They're starting to move as a 4-pack here to seeing if they can take advantage of the player advantage they have and knock out Ross, who's really the only player on the scene here. Zealot susses out what's going on in the top. T2 is able to jump and prevent a score as they're working through Registeel and putting the screws to Ross.
Yeah, you can see that. That was a very sneaky play from the side of Arise, right? They were trying to show this strength. Like, hey, Snorlax is here. Probably the rest of the team as well. No, they were trying to make a sneaky score onto that tier 2. Did not work out. Great play. Here comes Absol picking up a double KO. Now they're going to score on the T2 of Arise. Arise now possibly flying in to make something happen, but possibly a little too late. Here comes the Brave Bird, only catching 1.
Brave Bird, Giant Water Shuriken out of the Greninja as well. Traffy is low, and now we've got some meteors falling to Earth as Sobi pops their Unite move to try and provide cover, but it's 2 players down for T3. Tie-Dye's looking at this problem here, and they go down to this Greninja. Comfy with their 4th KO of the game.
Yeah, massive stuff, right? I mean, it feels like both of these, teams are having their moments, right? Zealot, on the other hand, quietly putting in insane work for the side of T3, defending that tier 2 goal zone push, moving the Regieleki, scoring into the tier 2. They're up 265 to 118, and every time you see Zealot, they are impactful. However, they're on an island a little bit, you know? They're just working by themselves all game. Quietly, the highest level in the match, 13.
Yeah, Talonflame just ticked over to 13, which is going to be critical. You actually want the Talonflame to theoretically be bigger than the targets it's trying to collapse on. Under 3 minutes here, and we are still looking to fight at this stage of the game. Tie-Dye gets caught with a yawn, but it's the Snorlax that goes down in short order.
Yeah, and now we see they're chasing the Slowbro out of here. The charge beam peeling back from this engagement, but at any minute they could decide to move in for this fight. Talon taking a little too much damage, as well as the Absol. I think everyone's going to need to breathe for a second. We've got 30 seconds until Rayquaza, and we also have a bottom Reggie that is going to be spawning. T3 has a better opportunity for this bottom Reggie. They have Garchomp that can rip it, and they have the tier 1 goal zone down there, so they're just in a much better position for it, while we have members of Arise positioning themselves around Rayquaza. Again, this is a best of 3. T3's already up 1 game. Nice catch on that Umbreon.
I don't know if that was a catch as much as they just laid down to perish. Now, Narish just going deep on the Talonflame. They're trying to get this target. Heavy Slam is there, Giant Water Shuriken. They want the Slow Beam is out, it's down, it actually catches the Talonflame, and they're knocked out by Sobi. Now we're putting the Meteors to the ground, and we're knocking out Arise and putting them down as well. As now Anon is just pushing forward. They're gonna get this BOGO deal. Melania's down, 4 players down, and his guess, who else but Rossum, the legend for Arise. They've got one opportunity here to make some magic happen, but there's not enough time for them to do it here as T3 is unfazed. They're working through Rayquaza. They knock themselves out of Snorlax. This Brave Bird Talonflame better get here quickly, otherwise the game is going to T3.
Beautiful stuff there from T3. I mean, what an incredible fight from them. It really just felt like the Umbreon got kind of caught on the back foot. However, they did not let that phase them. Really nice fight from T3 after Arise moved in. It felt like they had a great opportunity, but they could not capitalize on it. Instead, T3 with the big time counter punch, and they are just knocking out Arise here. That looks to be a game to win. There's still a minute on the clock, and we've got some fight left in Arise, but it's going to be tough, Doomstacks.
Yeah, down by about 400 points is literally Pokemon Unite's Mount Everest that you've got to climb here. It is quite a bit. Talonflame's going to go in and try and get some scores in. Greninja knocks out Zealot as Traffy's going to move forward off that KO, but it's Anon babysitting here, level 15. That's a big Absol. Ross, I'm going to have to try and put them to sleep if they want to make anything happen here.
Yeah, this is tough if they're able to get this, and they do pick up the KO. 4 members, no, now 3 members down here for the side of T3. They need to make something happen. They need to put some points on the board. Here comes a Slowbro with a Slow Beam, but that might be a little too early. It's going to buy him some time, but the rest of Arise is here ready to fight.
Yeah, and Slowbro's gonna have to peel back, and I think we're just seeing the sands of the hourglass hit their final few grains. T3 looks to be able to hold on here up by 285.
Yeah, and here we go. T3 with a great goal zone defense right there. You know, Arise had an opportunity to make this happen. It was tough. After that big catch on the Umbreon, it really felt like they could have that, but amazing plays from T3. They are doing well. 2-0 to start their tournament.
Well, I'll tell you what, they've got to put this Talonflame in everybody's minds, and Arise certainly did that. If I'm watching this game, I'm starting to think about Talonflame as an option for me in future games. Now, I must say, T3 rebounded well, very well. Yeah. They found the targets that they want them. They got them. I mean, everything was expended to try and knock out Jolteons on this Slowbro, and they still managed to lock down Talonflame with their Slow Beam, and unable to get out was the Talonflame. They go down, and that is their best carry in the moment, their biggest damage dealer, and they are the first ones buckled, which means all the dominoes fell after that.
And we can take a look at this, a much smaller KO game for the side of T3, right? They did not have any 16 KO Pokemon on their side. Traffy looking pretty great on Greninja. Talonflame had their moments. It's 100,000 damage from the Greninja, about 100,000 damage as well from the Miraidon right here. Our attackers doing very, very well, as we can see a little sportsmanship from our 2 teams up there on the big stage. You got to feel great if you're T3. I don't think Arise needs to feel completely defeated here either, because I thought they played some great games.
I agree completely. Again, Melania finds it up with 5 KOs that game. And here we have Zealot rolling through, but Talonflame's doing what Talonflames do, using Brave Bird and securing that objective. I should say, in this level of competition, that's what Talonflames do. In my solo queue games, they never hit the target.
Yeah, it's a little less consistent in some of your solo queue games,
a
right?
little?
Just slightly less consistent, I would say, in some of our solo queue games. But here we have a big moment here from T3. Some nice counter punches from Arise. Greninja moving in, and it really did feel like they had big, big moments as they moved through this fight. Here's the Umbreon catch, so it moves in with Wish. It's still not able to survive the absolute barrage of damage right here. This is where Arise decides to move in, but they cannot finish it. Brave Bird misses. We have the nice Slow Beam here from the Slowbro onto Talon. So a big moment here from T3. Here comes Garchomp. Garchomp moves in, ready to unite, and because of all of this, they're able to weather the storm.
Yeah, and the storm was a meteor storm from Sobi right there. And because the way the texture of that fight broke around, yes, they all focus fired in on Jolteons to Slowbro, but Arise was grouped up. Great look by Sobi, immediately using bring those meteors down onto the Thea Sky Ruins. Tons of damage. You see that as always. Also, Sobi Great work on Miraidon. 92,000 damage, tip of the cap.
Yeah, and you can see that curse incense. One of the stats that I would love to see on some of these end screens are how much shielding you provide for some of your allies. I think that would be amazing. But with this item, the curse incense, I would love to see how much healing, how much recovery you were able to take away from the opposing side. It's not a stat we get to see, but it is such an invaluable item in some of these games.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you think of when Hoopa puts down a hyperspace hole, the healing that provides, right? That's not necessarily calculated in the traditional sense, but there's a lot of cool things like that. You know, Blissey, when it uses Safeguard, how much shield was it able to put up and give to the other team? I mean, Comfy also provides shields in some circumstances, so I would love to see that too, because sometimes the tail of the tape isn't really lined up in those 3 metrics that we do see.
Yeah, because you got to think, right, that is 92,000 damage dealt. But think of how much, you know, healing was negated by that curse incense and how much more kind of damage essentially was created out of thin air because of that. Really exciting series between these two teams. I love seeing NA and EU go at it. Obviously, the most exciting thing about the Aeos Cup is seeing the international competition, seeing these teams from different regions go head-to-head.
Yeah, without a doubt, and that was no exception. T3 has to be feeling good. If you're going to travel this far, you at least want to start getting some wins and play more than a single day. Yeah. On the other side of the coin here, Arise really impressed me. They drafted to their own strategy. They executed it well, and I've got my eye on Rossum. Like, what insane Snorlax play. I mean, almost every single engagement that was a success for Arise was off the back of Rossum kickstarting it.
Yeah, I think we could see Arise moving into day 2 with how they were playing, right? It feels like they're playing well as long as they're not shaken by how those games went, which I don't think they should be. I think they should feel pretty good about how most of those games went. They could do well. I have to give it up to T3. I mean, I don't think they were playing phenomenally throughout the entire game, but boy, do they get together and coordinate and execute a Rayquaza fight. Both times it really felt like in those moments, you know, as they say, pressure can make diamonds, and it looks like that's what happened. When the pressure was on, they just came out looking flawless.
They absolutely did. Let's take a look at our bracket right now, our groups, see where we are currently standing.
Yeah, here we go. Kamai 2-0 in their group via Team Peak from EU 0-2. They're going to have a tough time getting out of this group stage. Kamai must be feeling great right now. As we head over to Group B, we just saw it. T3 taking down Arise. Group C, Peru Unite. You may know them as Fusion. They were the team to win this entire thing last year. They're up 1. Nemesis also up 1.
And then you have Orange Juicers, Gen 5 leading that pack, kind of the 2 that we would have predicted to move on, but also in commanding fashion right now, 2-0, 2-0 respectively. They're going to square off here to see how that settles out. Let's look at the next page, Group E and Group F.
Yeah, let's take a look at our next couple of groups right here. Obviously, you see some teams right now kind of moving and looking very, very powerful. As we head to Group E, Stamina, DreamMax, I think that's what a lot of people are looking at from Group E. Both of them up 1 game right now. And then, of course, Group F's games have not started yet. I think one of the teams that all eyes are on, whether you're here at Aeos, you're watching at home, or you're some of the teams, of course, watching from ACL, is Luminosity. A lot of people want to know what the world champs are going to do. They are qualified, the only team from the West qualified to play in ACL. So I do think there's just going to be a ton of teams looking to see what Luminosity can do here.
Les Flacons d'Omar right there, 1-1. So there's an opportunity for some interesting kind of, what do I want to say, tiebreaker action happening in Group E there. If Game Life Balance were to upset somebody in their 3rd game, and then the other matchup swings in a certain way. So let's keep an eye on Group E as well. But heck of a tournament we've got ourselves shaping up so far just in these group stages.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be seeing here today, right? We're going to be seeing these group stages as we get ready for our bracket tomorrow. And we're on all 3 days here of this broadcast at EUIC, right? We've got our group stage today. We've got our, top 12 tomorrow. And then, of course, we've got our grand finals on Sunday up on the big stage. Cannot wait.
I can't wait either. The fact that we're on Sunday now, Championship Sunday, Pokemon Unite, getting to represent with the other games as well. And of course, do the things down there. Absolute Cinema versus Zero Scrims are going to be up next.
That's right. We will be right back. Do not go anywhere. We can tell if you left, and it makes us very sad.
Still no notes.
No notes. Nothing.
W production and W, like, W synergy.
Come on, go, go, go.
Nice! Let's go!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon UNITE Aeos Cup here at the European International Championships. My name is Zoinks, joined here with Relic, and we are going to be getting into yet another very exciting group stage game.
Zero scrims, absolute cinema. These are two of Europe's bubble teams this season. Absolute cinema. Pretty decent season, all things considered. Top 8 3 times in a row. Never past 5th, 6th. Zero scrims. They do have some pop-off potential. They've only hit the top 8 once since the Aeos Cup qualifiers, and even then, only 7th, 8th place. So, in terms of pure, raw results, we do have a favorite. Their name is Absolute Cinema. But here at the Aeos Cup, on an in-person environment, it is all cards off the table.
100%.
Who settles first? That's the question.
I can't wait. It's also going to be our first on-broadcast EU versus EU matchup, which is really exciting. Obviously, there is an abundance of EU squads here playing in the Aeos Cup, but having a chance to finally get that debut on broadcast is going to be really, really cool. Yeah. But like you mentioned, there is a clear favorite in terms of statistics based off the season. Yeah. Even if we go back a little bit farther, we got a lot of players that have played on this stage before on that Absolute Cinema team. We got players like Young Leon and stuff who definitely made a name for themselves at tournaments prior at EUIC and things like that. So shout out to Sax, I think, coming in just for a fist bump, which is my absolute favorite thing to ever happen.
Is that he never even got it. I was ready to go. Yeah, let's go team.
Hey, here at the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series, we love a Dupe Snacks, you know,
hey, you know what?
Hidden monster.
Dupe Snacks, I know you're watching.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we met the fist bump still. That is fantastic. I'm still reeling from that. That is so funny.
Stuff.
Well, everybody, we've had a few fantastic matches so far. The group stages have been so exciting to watch. Yeah. We're starting to see kind of where these standings are lining up and some of the teams that are likely going to be making it into day 2. Reminder of our format, we have 6 groups competing in day number 1, and only 2 teams out of each of those groups will be making it into day 2, which will be a top 12 single elimination bracket. You want to be one of the best 4 records in the tournament to get into that top 4 position. Make sure you'll receive a bye in the single elimination tournament. One step closer, immediate top 8.
Unfortunately, Zoinks, I did not have 12 fingers to be able to continue my numerical count of how many players, teams are going into day 2. But what we can count now is those bands heading up onto the top of your screen. Mimikyu off the table. That's our first Mimikyu ban that we've seen on stream today. Absol, we saw used to quite excellent effect with T3 just a moment ago. Psyduck heads up onto the ban table as well for Zero Scrims. Rounding out with Blissey, 59% ban rate today. That's across all games, by the way, here at the XL Center. I would hasten to add, probably the highest banned Pokemon at this moment in time.
Oh yeah, most likely, right? With Psyduck being right behind at 53%. Yeah, close contest for sure, but yeah, Blissey taking the top spot now. How Zero Scrims will be locking in a Slowbro first pick. Absolute Cinema going to follow up with an Inteleon into the Umbreon.
And this is essentially what we saw, similar sort of style with Kamai Esports. It wasn't so much the Umbreon Inteleon, the Umbreon Aegislash instead, and so this Umbreon high value for a lot of teams. Seeing a lot of Miraidon. I picked that for the content, by the way, but we're seeing a lot of it today. 47% pick rate. That is extremely high. I mean, you can see really Umbreon the outlier on the other side of that 50% with 65, but a Talonflame, that is super early from Balti.
Yeah, and how about a 12% pick rate from the Talonflame? So in the previous match we had on broadcast right before this one, we see it locked in, is going to follow up as well. And wow, our first Mew on broadcast today as well, so we're going to have an attacker locked in. You might notice that is experience share being handled on as well. And yep, it will be Daddy Leon picking up the Gyarados.
And SVM picking up the Charizard in this day and age. All right, kids, I am excited to see how these guys fare.
Whoa.
Blaziken, I mean, what a Wild West we live in with Blaziken on the 6% pick rate, but it's great throwbacks, comforts. I mean, that's a lot of hyper carry potential for Zero Scrims. Leaves their early game a little bit suspect for me. Absolute Cinema running, of course, that support build Mew. Easy identifier, the EXP share. They're going to be rounding out their roster with that Cerulege. Big burst potential. Of course, they've got that Gyarados. I would imagine running Dragon Breath. Big brawler once it does hit that Evo. Effectively a hyperscaler in the form of a 1 Evo Pokemon. Got that Umbreon front line, and so maybe not the tankiest of rosters, Absolute Cinema, but that's not what they're going to be relying on. They're going to be hoping for that overwhelming wave of strength and aggression onto goal zones, especially when we look at that Zero Scrims roster, and really the tankiest threat that they can put up against it is a Slowbro, which, yeah, you can run it with Surf for that CC, but where else are you looking? Where are the picks going to come from? We're all looking at that mid-game. That is that's the pendulum turn for Zero Scrims, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I think both these compositions are built for like the mid-game, like you're mentioning. They're both built to have huge team fight success. That's what these teams are trying to do first and foremost. There's going to be very little, I think, off-path skirmishing or anything like that. There won't be too many results to be found there. It's all going to come down to big, full-on 5v5 team fights to really swing things either direction. I think the last item that I think of note between those squads, I do think this is a Miraidon hosting the EXP share as well. So 2 attackers rocking the EXP share in this match. Going to be very fun to watch. But one thing I do got to mention to all those at home, if you're just tuning into a Unite broadcast for the first time, we do have some fun names to call out of the compositions, and with Talonflame, Blaziken, and Charizard, I do think we're looking at a bit of a bird comp, if I'm being honest. And if Charizard's a bird, I mean, the verdict's still out on that one, but hey, there are some people that will argue wings equal bird.
Sure, we'll run with it.
Game number 1! Zero Scrims versus Absolute Cinema, the first battle of EU we're going to have here on the broadcast as SVM is bringing a very rare Charizard pick into that central area.
And let's not forget, of course, the context of this group. Peru and Nemesis both picking up wins in their initial encounters. Absolutely the favorites to go through here in Group C. And so for these two squads, make no mince about it. This is a must win. If you can get it in a 2-0, even better. Neil's here with a couple of bits of hope, looking to steal away this Baneri. Not quite. Of course, nearing that Slowbro there. Couple of pokes again from Tira. We got ourselves another Baneri moving over towards them closer. Neil's again looking for the steal. Good there with Aaron with the potential steal. I think they did ultimately get there, but they've still got a ways to go before that Drizzle.
All right, so we are going to be Gyarados into the bottom path alongside that EXP share Mew. And remember, this Mew, while it is rocking the EXP share, playing a more supportive role, is no slouch in damage either. Choice specs and special attack specs, and it's going to be the Gyarados getting the KO. 2 of them, Daddy Leon, K-opener, and it's going to be evolving into that Gyarados.
Yeah, how to boost your Magic Up for dummies there. They've read the book, and the 2 KOs, extremely valuable. Oh, good bit of poke from Rakir, but pays for it with that single auto from the Sobble. 2-35 early doors, but you have to say Absolute Cinema in their road to getting their hyperscalers online doing a much better job. Zero Scrims still struggling, and looking at that poor little fletchling on level 4 way behind the curve.
Yeah, gonna be tough. I think they were really hoping to find a Magikarp to KO in that early game to maybe get a bit of experience, but not lucky in this situation. Nil's gonna take quite a bit of damage with just a Combuskin on the other side. Blaze Kick's kind of their only option to try to reposition. They don't have access to the rest of their moves for a lot of burst damage during that KO. So they are gonna peel back, and it will be a bit of an even split in the top path. With 8 minutes though, our birds are gonna spawn in the middle of the map in a big exchange between these two teams. Slowbro with a Surf to buy a little bit of space, but it's the Miraidon that's going to fall with a Gyarados knockout. Leon putting up numbers.
Yeah, the charge beam, certainly great when you've got plenty of people in front of you to take the blows. When you're just kiting yourself, way slower than a lot of other options out there. But Absolute Cinema reacting fantastically after that KO, immediately set down onto that southern path. 40 points, extending that lead. Still not crazy amounts ahead, Zoinks, but every little does help. And if you keep on building that and building that, you find yourself in a very healthy scenario going into those final 2 minutes.
Yeah, Zero Scrims leaving the defense on that bottom goal zone just to the poor Fletchinger at the moment for a 4-player push, but not going to be alone for long as Absolute Cinema puts on the gas.
Slowbro goes down, but popping the X speed, Neil's not entirely sold on the idea that they're going to make too much out of this push. Finally, the reinforcements on the way, and the Cerulege goes to work. Buys a massive amount of space, not just for his team, but for himself. 40 points down, and there's another 5. 30 potentially on the way. A stack comes in for the Mew. 2 points? How much of the overdone can they get? The answer is 28. Superb superbly manufactured here from Absolute Cinema. And on that bottom path, Zoinks, I didn't even spot Gyarados in and amongst the enemy squad. Finds themselves a Registeel into the Regieleki. Absolute Cinema, the momentum with them.
Yeah, I think by context of the map, it was a 1v2 with the Talonflame scoring and Miraidon trying to just knock out some wild Pokemon. I think Gyarados was left completely alone with that main objective. They're able to take it down. Absolute Cinema is dedicating 4 players to this push, and they are only going to have to go up against 1 defender at the moment, but finally, Charizard Unite moves ready to go, and it's good for 1 knockout, and a big Brave Bird from Sad Wrecker will take out the second.
Yeah, the Seismic Slam there, providing plenty of breathing room. 17 knockouts per game for each of these 2 squads, Zoinks. They are not afraid to scramble like their eggs, but you know what? I am finding myself a little bit sunny side up for Absolute Cinema, mostly because of the level situation, still level 11 and 10 there on that Cerulege and Gyarados respectively, and now that Inteleon's in the game with Aaron, finding those little bits of EXP here and there. More than happy to stay out of the action until he's required with this Registeel buff. It means that we find down on this bottom path, even with just Daddy Leon and the Mew for support, they are more than happy to defend away this Zero Scrims observation scouting mission. I don't really know what it was. What I do know is that they didn't want to commit to scores, and look at that, by the way, 17-2-2-3. It's a long way from home for Zero Scrims.
Yeah, over a 200-point lead is so important in the end game, but take it in the mid game as well. Big Cerulege Unite, and yet another win for Absolute Cinema. I mean, so many of these situations, it feels like they're fighting these fights 5v4, 5v3. Zero Scrims just have a lot of Pokemon that need experience, so it's not really all hands on deck for a lot of these team fights. Instead, some players fighting, some players just trying to level up as quickly as they possible, and that split decision a little bit has been something Absolute Cinema has been capitalizing on. Now, there's another set of objectives on the bottom side of the map, and Absolute Cinema is going to start ripping immediately. Cerulege and Gyarados going to make quick work of that Regice.
Too late to the party. Regice already in pocket for Absolute Cinema, but Zero Scrims won't be deterred. Overheat, not going to commit to the eject button. Big Brave Bird into the back line. Dragon Current to avoid any further damage for the moment, at least. That shielding will be dissipated with 5 players on bottom path. Regieleki into the hands of Absolute Cinema in the meantime. Not that Zero Scrims matter much for the moment. Midnight Prance steals away a bunch of that shielding, though, from Zero Scrims. Huge Seismic Slam does buy a bit of space for Zero Scrims, but has it bought them any much more time? Well, they have found a KO onto the Cerulege, most certainly, but we still don't see any scores from this purple squad. Once again, the backward motion from the Miraidon, it's simply too slow. Beep, beep, beep. Well, beep, beep, beep indeed. Absolute Cinema driving through this purple squad and driving on, at least in the short-term, Zoinks, to a short-term reprieve.
A really fantastic team fight. I mean, with Charizard going all the way into your backline, it can be really tough to kind of get your bearings and take that fight. We have a 2-on-1 against the Charizard of the backline with the Gyarados and Cerulege, while the entire time Nils expertly defends that goal zone solo as an Umbreon. Really buys a ton of time, allows the Inteleon, the Mew to rally back, and Absolute Cinema able to swing that team fight handedly in their favor, which felt like Zero Scrim's potential first chance in this game. It is going to be shut down, and we are only a minute away from our final stretch.
What I do want to point out here, Zoinks, is that both of these teams have certainly been managing their wild Pokemon really effectively. Every single player into double digits by this point. I mean, with 3 minutes to go, sometimes when a team is really under the cosh, we might see a couple of level 9s here and there, and we can see that that Charizard has actually hit level 13. But then you look at Absolute Cinema, great equity amongst the ranks. 13s for your major damage dealers in your Inteleon and your Cerulege. Level 12 still for the Gyarados, who hasn't put a foot wrong. And that Umbreon, Niels, has certainly been doing a great amount of work, waiting patiently for that Midnight Prance shield steal. 40 seconds to go, and it just feels like the calm before the storm. Absolute Cinema surrounding this bottom Reggie. What buff it will be, though, we'll find out in due time. It is a Registeel. That is nice to have for the early stages of Ray.
Yeah, a big attack buff. Now, Niels does kind of rotate a little bit towards the top side. I think they spotted the Talonflame, but they did avoid. They find the enemy hiding in their own central grass, and they're going to immediately eliminate 2. What a start for Absolute Cinema.
2 KO streak, and it might be a third. Surf is only going to delay the inevitable. Baby, it's a triple. This Cerulege is cooking, and they most certainly have eyes on Blaziken. Lots of letters, that's why we call him so. Ray has entered the fray. And will Absolute Cinema go for the turn and burn? Well, not quite. You can see that Aaron eating a lot of damage in the meantime, so they're going to play it safe. Meanwhile, Letters in the middle here trying to mix things up. And all they're going to get is, well, mixed up themselves. They're sent back to the Pokemon Center. Bright Future Meteor Storm goes down. Mystical Mirage, maybe a bit of a hope for Zero Scrims here as they look to flip, but Absolute Cinema putting on the suit and tie. Administration for the nation here, happily filing away these players as if it's just a Sunday morning walk along the beach. And to be quite frank, they can go to the beach now, Zoinks. There's no one there to challenge them.
Yeah, again, another picture-perfect team fight from Absolute Cinema. I see the plan for Zero Scrims. Use the Miraidon Unite move into the Charizard Unite move in tandem. It's your best way to burn down that Rayquaza, a potential chance to come back in this game. But Absolute Cinema just takes down their targets one at a time with their entire squad. I mean, Inteleon sets everything up, and the Sarah Legend Gyarados just knock it down.
Oh.
Really incredible stuff. Nils will go down, but that's information on all 4 players. It's going to allow the damage dealers of Absolute Cinema to have a great angle in.
Required the slow beam as well, telekinesis. The Brave Bird misses. If you're going to have someone stop their motion, you might as well hit the shot, and that Talon's going to pay for it. Despite the fact they have Flame Sweep online, they will not be taking any major further part in this fight. Another telekinesis hit, 2 for 2. That's pretty good, but unfortunately the rest of the team simply isn't on the same wavelength. In they go, SVM manages to find a decent pick onto the Mew, and maybe just scoring from here is the play, but as we've seen before, Niels on defense has been simply sublime. That Blaziken's taken down, and in quick order the Slowbro falls as well. This one's done and dusted, folks.
Great shots from Aaron. I mean, the snipe shot play from Inteleon, we've seen a little bit of both, but in this matchup, it looked really, really impressive. An Absolute Cinema going to be starting our series off with a 1-0 advantage against Zero Scrims. And Relic, you were talking about it a little bit earlier in this group. This could be an elimination game between these two teams. So if you win this one, your fate is still in your hands and you have to win out for the rest of the tournament to make it into day 2. But you lose this one and your route just becomes that much harder. Great start for Absolute Cinema.
Yeah, you'd rather be Spielberg than Shyamalan, wouldn't you? Guaranteed bangers instead of maybe a wild ride either way. I feel like Absolute Cinema controlled the narrative so beautifully in this game. They were never too plussed about the idea of going forward and scoring. What they focused on was the individual elements of this Zero Scrim roster and how they could pick them apart. And that precedent was set early on with such an early Evo into the Gyarados. Lest we forget, 2 KO streak back-to-back into the Gyarados Evo, what was it, a minute and a half into the game, which then just leads into a bit of an avalanche effect. We can see here in the final moments that Ceruledge popping off, but Absolute Cinema, there was not a single moment throughout that game where I thought, uh-oh, Zero Scrims is so back here.
Yeah, they felt incredibly strong kind of throughout that matchup. You saw the Charizard Unite move initiation there. I didn't see before. It was followed up immediately by the Slowbro, but in the end, I don't think they even got the Gyarados despite all of that. And our Player of the Game award is going to be awarded to Not Dodo on our Ceruledge. 52,000 damage dealt. Running that Psycho Cut and Phantom Force build. Personally, my favorite build on the Ceruledge. At Psycho Cut, defense reduction, just real nice for the entire team to capitalize on. And when you're playing as such a close-knit squad as Absolute Cinema is, it works real nice.
And especially into the Revenant Rend when ideally you're looking to pick up Okos, for better want of a word. Really do want to make sure that you're not stuck in a bad place on the other side of that Unite move, because all of a sudden, I mean, Ceruledge, as much as we talk about its kit and its health callback, it doesn't necessarily do well in those prolonged engagements. So I feel like it was a great shout, especially going into a roster with not a lot of tankiness besides that Slowbro. An excellent call, just putting further pain into the misery that was Zero Scrims. Not to say, again, not to say that they did a bad job either Zero Scrims. As you know, again, by the 3.5-minute point, as I was quick to point out, it feels like they're doing okay because every single player is in those double digits. So in terms of like managing their side of the map, they're actually doing pretty okay. But once they get into the team fight, once they get into the PvP side of things, it's like, oh, what's the plan here? And I do feel like that comes back to draft because, especially when you're heading into the mid game, we highlighted it. A lot of hyper carries, a lot of 2 Evo Pokemon down there. if you don't have those Unite moves ready for that first set of Reggies, you're at a huge disadvantage.
Yeah.
If you are looking for those first set of birds, for example, in the central area, you're at a huge disadvantage. We saw that Miraidon caught completely out by 3, and then, of course, they rotate onto Bomb Path, get plenty of scores down, and by the time we do get to those final 4 minutes or so, what was it, 230 or so?
Yeah.
Sub 100? We're getting into that territory where you either have to get the Ray or you're losing the game.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up draft. There's some interesting things that kind of ended up happening because of the final results. Like, for one example, we don't see this matchup very often because we don't see Charizard very often, but the Mew-Charizard matchup is really interesting. Mew's Unite move granting invisibility in a AoE effect around the Mew to any Pokemon surrounding it is really tough for Charizard, who needs to see Pokemon to auto-attack during their Unite move. So that was, we saw it happen a little bit in that last matchup. But here we go into draft in game number 2. The target ban towards Wrecker will be that Absol game after game. Don't expect that to change, even if we do go to a game 3.
And Absolute Cinema taking the reins of draft, taking first pick away from Zero Scrims. Blissey on the ban board, Psyduck on the ban board, but Zero Scrims eyeing up that Gyarados for a target ban themselves. They did not like Gyarados being picked. Oh, a little bit of a late pivot though. They're actually going towards, no, not the Slowbro, the Dragonite, the Buzzwole banned for the first time today. That felt like panic stations from certainty to very much the opposite.
Yeah, maybe whoever was in charge of that ban is asleep at the wheel. Who knows? But we are going to be going into our first of picks. That will be the Inteleon locked up for Absolute Cinema. I mean, it is truly an incredibly strong Pokemon. Only a 40% pick rate right now, but we've even gone as far as to see Inteleon bans throughout our tournament today.
Yeah. Wow, another early pick for that Talonflame. They are all in on the bird. Collingtan, eat your heart out. Slowbro picked alongside it, so they've already got that front line nice and sorted. Zero Screams, but Absolute Cinema pivoting over to Mimikyu. Not seen much of it today, only a 5% pick rate, but we have perhaps been a bit surprised that we haven't seen it more often.
Yeah, I expected to see this Pokemon a little bit more, but I do like the grab from Notdodo. It's a really powerful Pokemon. Its Unite move is what we just go on and on about with this Pokemon, and into the Slowbro, it could be an interesting matchup. Now, this is a really exciting change-up from Zero Scrims. I love the choice to take the Mew away from Absolute Cinema, and not only that, they get one of them
on the Mew. If they're going Dark Bear, they've got that Wicked Blow. Absolute Cinema gonna stick with the Gyarados. Zero Scrims were pondering the idea of banning it away, but Scyther Scizor. Now this is, we can talk about the Mewtwo Y, but the Scyther Scizor picked up for the first time today as well. What would I like to see going into this? I don't really know, Zoinks. I really do feel like there is a case for both with that Scyther. You're going immediately after that Inteleon. You're looking to eliminate the threat of the Mimikyu early on, maybe going after the Mewtwo Y. But in terms of pound for pound against the Gyarados, the Scizor does certainly have a case to be made. What would you lean towards yourself?
Yeah, I think if you're going up, if you're going for Scyther, like you just mentioned, those targets like Mewtwo Y or Inteleon or Mimikyu are great targets. I think your target, if you go Scizor, is an 0-2 finish in this match. So I personally would love to see the Scyther out of SVM for a few reasons. Biggest of which, though, is this might be our first honest dive composition that we've had so far in this tournament. We've had a lot of really aggressive brawl style compositions, but both of those are intending to take down the front line before they even make it to the back line. Now we are looking at a Talonflame that is going to be trying to find its way past any front line at all, and same with the Scyther. We're going to try to explode in these fights, to try to just make something into a 4v5 immediately in your favor, and just win the fight from there. It's one of my favorite kind of compositions to see. We see it a lot from the Latin America North and Latin America South teams. It's really exciting, so I'm pumped that we're starting to see it a little bit. Now, if it's Scizor, we're going to have to, reframe the conversation a little bit, but if it is Scyther, I think that is what we're going to be looking at.
Well, it's game number 2. It's been Sweep City here on broadcast. Are we going to be taking another trip to that particular station? Well, in your purple, we got Absolute Cinema. In our orange, we have Zero Scrims, Mimikyu, and Scyther. Head to the central.
All right. So, yeah, Scyther going to be getting up to that level 5 as quickly as they can to have a bit of a stronger push into the first fight when these Swablu and Altaria spawn in. Leon had a pretty quick path to the Gyarados last time, but this time they're going to be playing it in the top path.
only score for the Magikarp. Now, can they get out of dodge? They're going for the chase here. Terra GG using that flail really successfully. Actually, the chase down from Macropatics. Not going to be able to claim the KO. They might yet find some sort of joy against Lugi, but that shield goes up and protects them from further harm.
Whoa, okay, Kung-Fu picking up a knockout in the bottom path. A notably really tough Pokemon to play in the early game. However, the confidence of the Zero Scrims to actually play that Pokemon in path. Wrecker electing to allow SVM to clear the first host of Central Area Pokemon and allow the Scyther to get both buffs, and Wrecker could be chasing that level 5 very, very close, though, after that knockout onto the Umbreon.
And with level 5 achieved, we do therefore have confirmation that we are going with Scyther, we are going the lick the stamp and send it strategy. Something that Zero Scrims not too sold on going into this top path once again. There was maybe a hint of trying to take out the Magikarp, but to be fair, the damage has already been done, Zoinks. They've taken away plenty of EXP, denied knockout opportunities for the Magikarp themselves, and it will be a much later Evo for this Gyarados.
Okay, all right. So again, this EXP share Mew going to have another showing in this matchup. This time, of course, on the Zero Scrim side. But it's going to be enabling this Urshifu more often. Last time we saw it a bit more damage focus with those stacking specs. Instead, I think we're going to see a lot of coaching Mew and maybe a little bit of that light screen just try to buy a little bit more space.
Ooh, would you believe it? Evo on KO. Don't see that too often, but it does leave this Mewtwo Y Mega Evolved and Terra all on their own. Just to say that, of course, the Mega runs out. Not that that's going to scare Terra off too much. Plenty more smaller scores going in for Zero Scrims, who do have the points lead going into the 2.5 minute mark. And that means that we're looking towards our first set of Reggie's Zoinks, but a much more even game here. Much better from Zero Scrims.
Yeah, they're looking a lot stronger. Wicked Blow is going to fall, though. Nice shot from Aaron on that Drizzile at the moment. Not Dodo taking some damage. Good body block by the Mewtwo Y, but SVM has got that dive ability on the Scyther. Finds their way to the back line. Aaron again closing that gap with yet another knockout.
Terra, a pillar, a monument right now on defense. Literally the sole reason, whether it be top or bottom path, as to whether Absolute Cinema feels confident enough to try and go for scores themselves. Another phenomenal telekinesis from Terra means that the Mewtwo is sent back on a quick respawn. This means that Zero Scrims actually has control of this bottom path, of this first Reggie. A Reggie rocket that as well. They go for the quick rip. It's only Niels in the vicinity to go for the steal, and they're not going to get it. They might pay for it. Gets out of there with a foul play, and Zero Scrims, they want more Zoinks.
Yeah, let's see how well Absolute Cinema can try to defend this. They're going to have to go up against a whole lot of Unite moves as the green illusion dive from SVM is going to clear 2 all the way into the back line. Now they're going to start contending with that Mimikyu again, but that is another Pokemon knocked out as Zero Scrims finds that offensive.
Methodical, maniacal, a 4 KO streak for SVM. Meanwhile, Gyarados has picked up that Regieleki top path, a 330 score, but no zone break. Not Dodo, still finding KOs here and there, but the points lead is minuscule for Absolute Cinema. 95 to 93, make no mistake, Zero Scrims is happy to play here in Game 2.
Yeah, it's an extremely close match. I mean, compared to our Game 1, by and far, it is an extremely close game. Will be a small break on the top side. Leon will have to use the eject button to get away, but now a chance to try to chase down the Talonflame. That's a Unite move, forced out a retreating Talonflame Unite. Is a good look for Leon on this Gyarados. Clears a ton of space. It is going to be leveling up even faster now.
Given how often Flame Sweep misses Zoinks, I feel like using it as a retreat mechanism, honestly not the worst call.
100%.
Meanwhile, come play with me, says Not Dodo, and foul play with me, says Niels, but oh, I tell you what, that Green Illusion dive almost catched 2 KOs for the price of 1, but Absolute Cinema roaring back into life. They are not going to be able to deny that 21 down from the Gyarados. The Infinite Cyburn forces the Mew into the Mystical Mirage, just playing for time. 10 score is going to go into the dunk there from Daddy Leon. Finally jumps their way out of there. A little bit of poke from the Solar Beam once again. That's the first bit of real momentum that we've seen in favor of Absolute Cinema, who go for the complete reset, basically giving up this bottom Reggie, at least for the moment, to Zero Scrims.
Yeah, where Zero Scrims' strategy has changed quite a bit from game number 1 into game number 2. Absolute Cinemas has kind of stayed the same. They still have an extremely strong team fighting composition. They're going to start things off by already ripping down that front line.
Yeah, Zero Scrims really needs to go full send. Oh, but they full send, and the letter got shredded. Absolute Cinema with, oh, what's that, roughly a 30-point overdunk, I want to say.
Yeah.
And from being behind at the 7-minute mark, Absolute Cinema raw 100 points ahead. Not only that, they're more than happy to go for the pressure into the enemy central area. Maybe Neil's getting a little too excited in that moment alongside the Mewtwo 2 KO streak. Forces out to come play with me for not Dodo, not the SVM minds. Happy to pick up yet another KO on this long streak. But hey, guys, you've got to look at the top path because that Gyarados is going ham. Flame Sweep, oh, it's the wall. You could not write it any worse.
Every time my hopes are so high, but Talonflame gonna run right into the wall. That's okay. SVM putting up Scyther highlight reels. I'm fine with that too. Good look from Zero Scrims to bounce back very, very quickly. Record gonna try to get as many points as they can, but there will be no goal zone to score on, at least not an undefended one. Not Dodo and Lugia are gonna be able to defend extremely well. 2 KOs there. Absolute Cinema with some really good pushes. On that bot side, you mentioned a very solid overdunk in that tier number 1. They needed that, a very small overdunk on the tier 1 in the top side because Gyarados is trying to get that one as quick as possible, allow the Regieleki to walk to 2 next time. So that big score in the bottom side is going to help them a ton in the macro game.
Absolute Cinema has changed gears though, definitively. It's all a little bit all over the place, and I don't think that suits Zero Scrims one bit. They were sitting rather comfortably, rather happy, and it's a lot more considered here as the full rotate onto top path is initiated. That backline poke eaten by Daddy Leon. No chance, no shot, and here's the Talonflame taking out the Inteleon. So it's got some value, but considering that your main objective as Zero Scrim was to score anything, it's not worked out at all. Absolute Cinema defiant.
Yeah, I mean, Zero Scrims even trying to invest a couple of Unite moves. I mean, those was a Scyther Unite used in that last team fight to try to turn things around, but Absolute Cinema weathering the storm, not to mention having a full roster of Unite moves ready for our final team fight around this Rayquaza. And a little bit of a cherry on top, you got an attack boost to work with as well, as Registeel has been secured by Absolute Cinema.
For Absolute Cinema, no false moves. That is the order of the day. You've got the points lead, you've got the position in the Ray Pit. You can't throw this away, especially when considering that match difference could be the difference between going for the bye on day 2 or not. This is assuming that they are able to continue on with another win in this group, by the way. Lots of ifs and buts, but you've simply got to do the business when it matters. Ray Pit is here, Zoinks, and Zero Scrims spread across looking for the flank.
Yeah, threatening a bit of a back cap, but they have no vision, I think, on either the Mimikyu or the Mewtwo Y. So a very difficult prospect to try to get a score to that tier 1, especially with a Pokemon like Mimikyu. When they have Shadow Sneak, they can cross half the map if they have the lineup correct. So very, very difficult spot to be. Nils is making sure that nobody steps directly on top of the Rayquaza. That is going to be their territory. The only Pokemon on a real flank that we got to keep an eye on, though, is that Scyther on bot side.
Talonflame has scored 34, and interestingly, not Dodo, who was watching brief with that Mimikyu, misses the Shadow Sneak. But in the meantime, SVM on a journey, an adventure of their own, cut down by Not Dodo, who's finally back in the action. Zero Scrim may be going for the rip. It feels ill-advised when it's 4v4. Gyarados with the Dragon Current, and the Urshifu goes down. Brave Bird, anybody's guess, and it's going to be Absolute Cinema who take the Ray.
Unbelievable. You see them popping off too. I honestly have to tend to agree with Zero Scrim's idea. Your dive with the Scyther took out Inteleon, which is absolutely their best secure on the other side. Trusted your Urshifu to try to take it down. But Absolute Cinema, ice in their veins, and I mean, like they scripted it? I don't know, I'm trying stuff. They absolutely crush it. Absolute Cinema going to be taking this series 2-0 over Zero Scrims.
I have never seen so many headsets flying off heads in one space before. Love that. Love the passion from Absolute Cinema. Just playing for time now for Zero Scrims, a chastening defeat, Zoinks. This was the match that they needed to win, and they did not. Joy, jubilation for Absolute Cinema, who hold their destiny in their hands. Absolute Cinema go 1-1 in Group C. It's up to you now, lads.
Huge win for this squad. Our first EU matchup on broadcast. is going to go in the favor of Absolute Cinema. Some really interesting draft strategies we saw out of them, focusing on some maybe hyper carries of old. Been a minute since we've seen the Mimikyu really take over games, but boy, did it look good in that game number 2. Dodo surviving a few of those exchanges that I think they had really no right to otherwise, especially when you're running Mewtwo Y support in a lot of these situations.
What felt really fresh to me is their adaptation mid-game. We can see, generally speaking, pretty even across the board. I mean, we're not talking about a blowout series by any stretch of the imagination, despite the 2-0 scoreline that people will read online just at a glance. I feel like what we saw from Zero Scrims 0 to 5 minutes, as we can see there, pretty much well represented on our graph, was control, scoring where they could, basically doing to Absolute Cinema what Absolute Cinema were doing to them. But then we see Absolute Cinema going, I wouldn't say a little bit more reckless, but it was calculated chaos in a way. They were able to go for those central area invades from time to time. They were able to pick off a couple of Zero Scrims and a couple of scrappy 1v1s. They were looking for the counter score opportunities, and slowly but surely they were able to, over the space of that 2-minute marker between 4 and 6 or so, just generally grab themselves back into the game with a score lead and then into the level lead, and then they were able to find a couple of Reggies on top of that. 2 Regielekis, let us not forget, going exclusively to Daddy Leon, taking both of them on the top path. It was those sorts of small factors that all add up to Absolute Cinema finding more win conditions for themselves once it came to the final 2 minutes than Zero Scrims, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, no, I think it's an amazing point, really, because you're right, they did switch up playstyle. In my mind, it comes from one clear answer, and it's Zero Scrims found a way to beat the Gyarados in game number 2. They found a way to shut down Leon. Even after a pretty early EVO, we saw that weird knockout scenario where the Gyarados evolved, but they found a way to shut it down compared to what it was like in game number 1. They had that response, so they were taking a lot of these fights 4v5 instead because the Gyarados had to split push. A lot of scoring, a lot of solo farming from the Gyarados. We saw a little bit of a different look, but not Dodo, able to hang in the damage department no matter what, whether the Gyarados is beside him or not. 79,000 damage total for this Mimikyu.
And on this sort of stage, any 100k plus score, which we would probably see regularly in our online seasons, anything close to 80k, 100k is a really, really strong game if we're just looking at the pure numbers. But I also like to look at Dodo's macro in general. He was a great shot caller. We saw in the raid pit, he was more than happy to just hang back, look for those shadow sneak pokes here and there, just, you know, not selling himself too short, because ultimately he's the guy that you want to arrive into Battle Royale term, third party essentially in the situation. I'm getting a little bit too used to all these different terms. But hey, you know what? I like these sorts of situations for Absolute Cinema because they are looking for a couple of wins. They've been top 8 for a while. They've never really threatened the top 4, but that's as convincing as I've seen them. And I think in terms of just drafting, in terms of even just their individual micro in those 1v1 scenarios, and considering the adversity that they were dealt with today, oh hey, there you go. Thanks. Really nice Snacks cameo. No, I'm kidding.
They look alike. Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. And I don't want to cut you off, but I did want to mention, we talked a little bit about this team's group in particular and how important that match was for Absolute Cinema. That is such an important game for them. This is a very difficult group. You got Nemesis and Peru in this one as well. I mean, your fate is now in your hands with a game win there. If you can win against either of those 2 squads in your next matchup, you are more than likely going to be making it into day 2. So a win on that stage just a moment ago is the chance to be like, okay, at least we control our destiny. And I always think that is a huge benefit to have in the group stage.
Yeah, just that first win in the first place. You know, just the relief that you must have to think that we can do this, that we are able to manifest perhaps a spectacular story. Because, you know, we're all sitting here, casters in the green room, thinking, man, are there going to be many upsets today? I mean, we're talking Tuzzy, Kamai was probably the closest matchup of the day in terms of pure, you know, pace for pace. I mean, aside from the favorites in all of those groups. But here's the thing. You can't upset the apple cart without actually going out there and doing it. I know it sounds a little bit simple to say, but you have to fight uphill, and that's what they're going to have to do once again. We can see they're on their one-on-one record. They have to beat, it's either Nemesis or Peru. Tough. but not undoable, Zoinks.
Yeah, and a bit of an update on other teams we've seen on the broadcast already. You see Tuzzy Esports, after losing that first one on broadcast, did go on to win their next game as well. So Tuzzy Esports on a good trajectory. In Group B, we've only had T3 play. We saw that game on broadcast, so they're able to take down Arise. But Orange Juicers and Gen 5, both teams we have not gotten the chance to take a look at quite yet, are both 2-0 in their group. So Group D being locked down pretty heavy by those two favorites.
Yeah, it's just a question of who finishes first and who finishes second, and of course that all-important match win rate. Of course, are you able to go 3-0 in your group 100%. To lock in that bye above other teams? Remember, 6 groups into 4 bye spots on day 2.
Yeah.
Math doesn't math eventually, folks. Stamina, DreamHack both on 1-0. Unfortunate that Game Life Balance has lost all 3 of those games, sadly, and so Game Life Balance confirmed not to be taking part in day 2. And Outer Banks, Red Moon, X, and Laha, Group F underway. Outer Banks taking the victory in that one. And that is a group that we are keeping an eye on, isn't it? Because
and
again,
a team we've been keeping our eye on. Like Outer Banks as a spoiler squad.
It is a real spoiler squad, and especially given what is on the line for Antic X Odium. If you haven't, if you weren't watching from the beginning, it would be the first time since 2022 Worlds that OC would make it through to a day 2 of any kind at these international events. That's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of a region.
Yeah, it is pretty wild. I'm taking a look here at what our next matchup is supposed to be. I think we're looking at BH3 Esport via Casus Flotors. I think Deuce Max nailed the pronunciation earlier, so I don't know why I'm even attempting anymore. But I do think we're going to have yet another EU battle going on in the next matchup. So that'll be really exciting. I think it's been a lot of fun. The home crowd here is always so fantastic at EUIC. And so seeing a lot of the support for the EU teams has been amazing, whether it's here on main stage or surrounding the kind of the Unite play area as well. We got a bunch of setups just behind the seating area where a lot of these teams are playing off broadcast during our group stage as well.
If the noise that we heard was for Kamai, I am so hyped for what's going to happen when Nouns gets out there on that stage. And worth remembering, of course, that it's a Nouns with an in-person event winner in the house. He going to react to his return to in-person events, of course, winner with TTV over an NAIC in previous years. So very exciting. I mean, still the majority of our day left to go, Zoinks.
Yeah.
Will we have a not sweep? That's the question now. It's been 2-0s on broadcast all day.
I know. It seems like it might be fate, but I think these next couple of matchups are going to be fantastic. So you're not going to want to miss them. We'll be back with more Aeos Cup right after this break.
welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are, live at EUIC for the Aeos Cup. This is one of the biggest tournaments of the year for Pokemon Unite. This one, Doob Snacks, has the guaranteed World's Invite spot attached to it. Hi, everybody. We're back. Jake, your resident content cowboy here, you to the ha, with the one and only Doob Snacks. And what a day we have had so far.
God, come on. What a walking failure I am. I walk into the broadcast before. I'm on stream with my freaking staff badge. I am a calamity. No errors, Spriggles and Doob Snacks. Still intact, by the way.
Yeah.
These are calculated decisions I'm making. They just happen to be the wrong ones.
That's right. Is they cut away from you because of that?
Correct.
We are back, baby. We've got an exciting match coming up. These are two EU teams going at it. We have BH3 Esports and a name that I will try to pronounce when I get a shot, but it's Casa Flutter.
CF.
I believe I'll be going with CF out of
works.
respect for their language, because I will butcher it the entire time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, little known fact, I also theoretically can't speak French and I can't pronounce any of these words. So embarrassing for me.
Embarrassing for you, embarrassing for all of us, but I'm excited to see these two teams go at it. Obviously, these are the kind of squads that would fill out the rest of kind of that top 12, right? They're not some of the bigger names that you would expect, but they could make a real big splash here, and anyone can win on any given day here. Right now, we're going to take a look at the main stage as they are getting set up here, and I know we are also going to be taking a look at our bracket here in a moment.
Yeah, I loved the big Mimikyu plush that we saw, and no bracket because we're in game.
We've got draft, baby. We're ready to go. BH3 Esport is going to be our first pick. CF is going to be our second. We've got an Umbreon ban. We have a Blissey ban. Blissey, one of the highest ban rates so far, it seems like, in this tournament. Mewtwo getting a ban right there. And then our final goes over to Inteleon. You know, we were told to look out for a player on one of these two squads that was very, very good on Intel by Relic. I'm not sure exactly who he said. Maybe it was Fizzy?
Could be. Could be. I'm not even going to hazard a guess, but I like seeing the duck in action here. We haven't gotten to cast the duck yet, and I'm a fan. Volto, a name I'm familiar with, again, from this same event in years past, so glad to see them back on stage.
Some big pickups here. Miraidon just feels like it's getting into every game. If that thing is not banned, one of the teams are grabbing it. Clearly the premier attacker in Unite right now. We've got Trevenant, a defender that is really powerful, but we don't always see it as an early pickup, right? On the other side, something we were talking about earlier. Of course, we mentioned Aegislash, but look at this here. Ho-Oh finally making it into a game that we get to cast on broadcast.
Yeah, we're going to see if they use the strategy that you and I mentioned, like save one player to get back into the mix, or if they're going to go for that big kind of huge tide-changing Unite move to resurrect multiple members of the squad. Blaziken and Eldegoss chosen by CF here. Two very strong picks, but have kind of declined based on the texture of the metagame right now.
Yeah, I think Blaziken is one of those Pokemon that is always going to be powerful. It was kind of brought down a little bit from its Worlds performance, but it's still amazing. One of the best secure moves in the game. The combos are incredible. The ability to carry the team is pretty fantastic. Final couple of picks over here for BH3. We're looking at Glaceon and we're looking at Urshifu. Most likely, this is going to be a single strike Urshifu. It's going to be that Wicked Blow looking to secure a ton of big KOs, but it's not impossible to see a Water Bear here. And then over to the other side, a Pokemon that does feel like more often will be seen as a final pick. This is going to be that Cerulege. Cerulege had its moment where it was clearly one of the best things going. Now, there are so many good all-rounders that it does feel like it's no longer like the premier all-rounder to grab.
No, but because the all-rounders drop off fairly quickly, all of the other ones are kind of in that mix, so it kind of, you have the flexibility or the ability to go into something you're more comfortable with rather than what is more traditionally strong in that particular scenario. I like the setup that BH3 Esport has, a little bit of disruption. We've got the tank resurrection option for a little bit of sustain. Of course, they've got two great secure tools in the Wicked Blow Urshifu and the Aegislash. And lastly, if that is Glaceon, it can really shred down some targets.
Yeah, and I think what they're going to be doing with Glaceon here, I think they're going to be going with the Icicle Spear build. They're running a curse item, and that is it's phenomenal kind of on either build because your auto attacks are also applying this, curse damage, or this curse debuff, I guess I should say. But it's really great on Icicle Spear. It's just continuous application of this curse, lowering the amount of healing a target's getting. So not only do you have this sure hit move that is following them all the way across the map, even if they head all the way back to base, but you also have this really amazing situation where you're slowing down their healing and you're not letting the Eldegoss actually bring them back. As we're heading into our first game here, this best of 3, this is BH3 Esport, your purple team, CF, your orange team.
I'm quickly noticing this Gossifleur going to go harass the Cupfu. One of the worst Pokemon in the early game is Cupfu, but it has to get the central area to unlock, and Yazid right there doing a great job forcing Greg to peel from up top and give a little bit of help.
Yeah, this is just one of the great plays that you can make into some of these weak early game Pokemon, right? And obviously these top teams understand that. When they see an Urshifu, they know that that's easy pickings there in the central area. They can really slow it down, and that would be huge for CF.
I mean, we're seeing just really quick Mr. Sushi going down. Yazid joining the bottom path as Mr. Sushi was able to peel back and have to get to that Trevenant. That is they expended a first pick for that Spragle, so I'm expecting big things.
Yeah, you would hope so, right? Obviously, this is a Pokemon that they're pretty familiar with, as we have the level 5 here from our Blaziken up in the top path. Huge amount of players here from CF and a nice secure.
Big rotation here, going to try and put some pressure on J-Paw with the Wicked Blow. Doesn't quite hit the right target here, or enough of a target, as they're poached back. Combuskin going to help facilitate those 2 KOs, and now Casseur Flatter are going to do some damage to that goal zone.
Yeah, really nice stuff here. Obviously able to stack there with the Cerulege, and at the same time, that Blaziken with a massive Blaze kick, able to pull them back towards the team and set up a huge moment. And now we have 2 members of CF in the central area.
Yeah, a nice little surf coverage by Greg on their way down just to give enough reason for AZ and Yazid to peel back on Casseur Flatter to get back onto their side of the map and rotate downstairs.
You can see this is not going well so far for BH3. I mean, they're behind on the scoreboard. Look at their levels. I mean, they're absolutely getting dominated by CF in this game so far. There's some experience here in the middle, and it looks like Casseur Flatter is coming here to try to make a fight happen. Yep, side of control and goes down.
Yeah, it goes down rather quickly. Again, this level disparity is going to be a problem. This is a great chance to get it back, though. Miraidon KO is going to get that Glaceon right up to level 7. And it is the Icicle Spears going through, with Volto going to be able to put some pressure on J-Paw. However, sitting at level 6, I'd like to see them grow in levels quickly.
Yeah, they're going to need to, right? We've got Cascade, the Cerulege here for CF, already at level 8. One more level, and they're going to have that massive Unite move, which could be a big factor in this fight. We see the Wicked Blow into the overheat. I mean, both are looking for a secure right there, but it looks like everything is coming up CF right now.
Yeah, really. I mean, this level lead that they're building is going to be catastrophic if BH3 doesn't bring this to some sort of equilibrium. They're rotating downstairs with the basement Reggie. It's a Reggie Rock. Fizzy's going to put some pressure forward, flame throwing all over those grass types, but it's not going to be quite enough, even despite the type advantage. We're moving through. The Thunder's going to be on Reggie Rock. We're going to see who secures, and I believe it is BH3 that does take it for their team, and maybe this is the first winds of change for them.
Wow, I mean, I'm kind of shocked with how that fight went. It really felt like CF was baiting them in, getting ready for the Cerulege Unite. There's too much damage was going on to the objective right there, and somehow it's actually the Ho-Oh that walks away with the secure in that moment. I feel like, I don't know how CF actually didn't get that. It felt kind of perfectly set up for them, but that's what happened. I mean, a great play by BH3.
Yeah, I mean, this Miraidon putting in some pot shots, not getting a ton of value. Ho-Oh's getting tons of pressure put on here, forcing out the eject button. Mr. Sushi Trevenant back the other way. Icicle Spears are down, going to just use that to farm up a hair as BH3 is slowly getting back into this thing.
Yeah, they really are, and the Spears are going to put out that consistent damage. You got a few things that can clean it up, right? You got the Aegis Slash with their big-time boosted attacks, and of course you also have the Urshifu. It does feel like this Urshifu has just been shut down time and time again, which is an incredible strategy for CF, right? They need to make those big plays, and they need to make sure that that thing never gets online. Right now, it is a level 9. It's it's being out-leveled by multiple members of CF. One's already level 11 on the Cerulege.
Yeah, I mean, Cerulege might be mid in terms of power, but if it's this many levels ahead, it can certainly do some damage. They're going to use that Cerulege to hopefully lead the charge into these next objectives here. All of CF kind of sitting on their own pad, biding their time.
Yeah, BH3, it feels like they need to come back. They need to get some of their experience. If you look over to their side, they've got Unite moves on 4 members of their squad, so they really could make something big happen if they take a huge fight right here. Getting pushed around by this Trevenant, it looks like they're heading in.
They're going to have to do more than that, though. Quickly dispatched are those players, as now we're going to resurrect it right back. This is the opportunity to turn the tide. We're going to do it for 1 target, Spriggles. That's what we talked about. You can immediately see the value. The Glacial stage is down, but Volto actually peeling back. 1 second until we get the next basement Reggie. It's another Reggie Rock. Greg going to have to put some impetus and some pressure on CF, who has the position again here. Reggie Rock moving forward. Cerulege Unite once again into the backline. Glaceon goes down. Reggie Rock is there, clutched up finally by the Wicked Blow Urshifu.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really understanding the strategy here from CF in some of these fights. Like, yes, they're taking decent fights, but multiple times they've kind of set up the Cerulege Unite. Maybe they're just kind of missing their angle on it, not catching enough members of BH3. BH3 in the face of CF securing multiple objectives. This doesn't bode well for Rayquaza coming up, obviously. You know, we've got huge secure on the side of BH3, and even though CF is in this match, even though they're fighting well, it just doesn't seem like they can win an objective.
It's almost like they're hitting the objective to lure in BH3 and then switching onto a kind of team attack, but BH3 is mitigating that pretty darn well. Mr. Sushi taking a ton of damage here. Ho-Oh, the pressure from Fizzy is pretty strong, forces that onto a Berry. Volto here, cranked up Icicle Spears, gonna crush into that Miraidon, who's gonna try and get the charge beam back. Glacial stage is back down, and the Eldegoss is in the crossfires. It's getting burned, it's getting iced. Icy Hot, that's a brand that I think exists and is relevant for that moment.
Huge sponsored segment. It's the Icy Hot moment of the game right here. Massive stuff. And I got to say, if we're giving out some, little flowers to the teams here, Mr. Sushi, maybe one of the best names. That's a top-tier name, I got to say.
S-tier name. Wicked Blow is going to sort out Eldegoss, and Mr. Sushi is going to drag everybody back, but like Gas Station Sushi, it ain't looking too good out here for them. We've got them right on Unite. Those meteors are coming down, not really hitting too many targets. Chaos Streak of 2 for the Wicked Blow Urshifu. Regirock is there, it's dialed in. It is secured. Cerulege went in with the Unite move, but not able to get too much purchase, as now we've got 1 player down on each side, and we're trying to buy time. Almost at Ray.
I would take a look at this, Doob Snacks. You know, we talked about the pressure early from CF throughout this match. They're playing well. Right now, that Urshifu, level 14. You look at the other side, Cerulege still hanging out at 12.
Yeah.
So they had their moments, but the objective secures, the fights that they've been taking kind of after the 5-minute mark, they've been scaling up really well, and they've been playing a much better game. I'd be really worried if I'm CF right here, because while they were looking good early, they haven't really secured any objectives. Every single fight, it feels like BH3 is able to last long enough to make something like this happen. Another Regirock, 3 in a row, by the way, and now we have some more big defensive buffs for BH3.
This Cerulege was level 11 when Urshifu was level 9. Here we go. We've got 2 minutes. Rayquaza's coming.
Rayquaza is coming, and it looks like CF is going to try to find their moment to fight right here. Now, they are up by 50 points, and they're just looking for a catch. Anything they could do. The Thunder is following the Aegis Slash. Ho-Oh would be a great target to get rid of that Unite move so that there's no way they could bring the team back. That's obviously a huge catch if they can make it happen. The Fire Spin negates a ton of damage right there. Rayquaza just being tickled a little bit by both of these teams, and we're going to see who decides to move in and actually fight. Miraidon just chipping up with the charge beam, trying to make it happen as we have a catch right here, and it looks like someone's going to be heading down.
I mean, Trevor Unite is popped, so is the Eldegoss Unite. They're moving forward here. Now we've got the Meteors coming down. First player to fall is Blaziken, quickly followed by the Glaceon as well. Popped up, Wicked Blow, hammered through. That's another knockdown here. J-Paw moving through this team. Chaos Streak of 2. Ho-Oh goes down. Chaos Streak of 3. And it's 1 player standing. It's the Miraidon on the side of Casa Flatar, and BH3 has to be feeling good about this. They're going to engage. Shinon's going to deal with that. The sword dicing them, cutting up and carving up that chicken. And now Rayquaza's getting worked on, and it's free 99 for BH3.
Huge plays right there. It just feels like BH3, I mean, they really couldn't seem to lose some of these fights, especially around these objectives. The level advantage was looking great for CF early, but after that, it feels like they just didn't have anything left in the tank. Coming down here to try to pick up a big KO. It's 335, 181, so it's not outside the realm of possibilities, but they're going to need to pick up multiple KOs and score on multiple goal zones. Nice eject button picks up one. 30 seconds left. We've got the siege on this tier 1 goal zone in the bottom path. Mr. Sushi is there and ready to set up for the team as 5 members of CF are moving.
Straight in is the Cerulege, looking at Fizzy, going to put some damage on. They're going to close out that goal zone. That lead is still down to 124 points. Glacial Stage is put down as well, and they're going to see what kind of performance they can put on here as Casar Flatar is trying to score some more points, but I think they're going to fall a little shy.
Yeah, looks like they're not able to make it happen. Great goal zone defense there by BH3. And you know, for all those moments, that's a penta, by the way, from the Glaceon. Let's go. From all of the moments that they were behind, you know, it really does feel like they kept their cool. They played well around the objectives. They were still securing them, even though they have this big level disadvantage. They had the Unite move disadvantage, and from that, they start to enter Rayquaza somehow up level-wise. It's really just felt like they took all of the momentum away from their opponents.
The big story of that game for me, Spraggles, and I was touching on it right before Ray a little bit. Cerulege, level 11. Urshifu, J-Pa was level 9. Mere minutes later, level 14 Urshifu, level 12 Cerulege. That's a problem.
Yeah, you know, one thing that happens, and you have to be careful with this, is if you are a lower level Pokemon and you KO a higher level Pokemon, you get a massive swing of experience. Now, it's not as true the other way. KOing a lower level Pokemon really doesn't provide you the same benefit. Of course, you keep the pressure on, you keep, you know, basically your foot on your opponent's neck to make sure that they can't get breathing, they can't get any stronger. As we take a look at our fight right here, this was the Unite move used early, as we talked about. We had one member down. It was the Glaceon, right? And then Ho-Oh immediately pops that Unite move, able to bring them back into this fight, put out some more damage right here. And this is what we talked about early with Ho-Oh. If you're able to just get one ally back, your opponents can't seem to really react to it the way they would like. Perfect opportunity for them to rip through the objective. And then, of course, the defense here from BH3 securing the Penta KO for Glaceon.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the strength of Glaceon here. It's a Pokemon that I've been a pretty big proponent of in this current meta, and you can see the player of the game is Volto on Glaceon. 98k damage, 11 knockouts, 5 of those in the last 10 seconds of the game, Cowboy. And that's what's great about Glaceon. Is it an every game pick? No. But are there moments where it can truly shine because the other team isn't quite ready or built to contend with specifically Icicle Spear? Yes.
Yeah, they're huge moments for it. And of course, you know, we talked about this earlier on broadcast, running these curse items, you're just shutting down opportunities for your opponents to come back into these fights with any type of recovery effect, right? You've got Eldegoss on that side, that Pollen Puff, that Unite move, all of it is going to provide less value when you are running an item like that on the other side, which is great. And it's one of my favorite ways to play sort of an attacker like that, is to not only dish out the damage, which we obviously saw, but it's to apply that effect and really hurt your opponent's opportunity to sustain themselves through some of these longer fights.
And now we're going to have Casar Flatar on the left-hand side of your screen here. We're going to get those names switched around. They're going to be banning first and picking first.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, good call out right there, because for a moment I thought, wow, they're really giving the first pick over to BH3. No, it is going to be CF on our purple side right here. The bans, we've got Umbreon, we've got Mimikyu. On the other side, Psyduck, they do not want to deal with that Psyduck, and Inteleon. First pick over to BH3. Excuse me, over to CF.
Yep, Casar Flatar, like I said, production. Switch those names. Thank you.
Switch it on up. There you go.
You
can put the Vivid on there if you want the full name. We got Blissey as our first pick right here. And over to the other side, we're going to see what they want to steal away. We've got Trevenant.
I mean, this is clearly something that they want to lock down and prevent Mr. Sushi from happening.
Yes.
I mean, Trevenant getting a ton of priority in this matchup.
Yeah, clearly Mr. Sushi understands how to, how to make big plays happen with Trev. We saw it that last game. Bringing Crustle out here. So these, like Trevenant, I feel like is also in this camp a little bit less than Crustle, but these are sort of just shy of being the premier choice in the role, but Crustle is a very, very powerful pick, especially when you don't have something like an Umbreon ready to steal that shield away with its Unite move. It's one of the biggest Unite move shields in the entire game. So as long as you don't have that, you can set up huge plays with Crustle. Rock Tomb is really incredible. X-Scissor sets, I mean, if you get them into any obstacle, any wall, your own Rock Tomb, the stun is ludicrously long.
Yeah, as Lido looks like they're hovering Glaceon after a Machamp and Eldegoss was picked by BH3 and Cesar locking in Buzzwole last. To me, it really feels like these teams are ships passing the night in this draft. They're just taking things that they prefer and not really jockeying for position over certain picks or trying to leash each other down certain paths here. And the indicator for that to me is a Machamp pick third, Crustle pick second. I mean, they're just going with stuff that they want and grabbing it now.
I gotta say, I love seeing a Decidueye here. I mean, you don't get to see this too often. It looks like J-Paw, if they're going to be playing it, obviously that's a float stone and an attack weight. That is a huge indicator that you're playing the Spirit Shackle build, so they're looking to do some real damage from afar, right? The Machamp is interesting. We've seen so much more Machamp today than I expected to see really in this entire tournament. I feel like you don't see it too much. I've already seen it multiple times on broadcast.
I agree. It does do some really cool things. It's able to hunt down targets in the backline very easily, right? Because it can't be easily crowd controlled, stunned out, kept from reaching its target. You know, we saw it earlier with submission, being able to reposition things. I believe it was Greninja, right? Getting into that backline and being able to reposition back, getting some clean knockouts like that. J-Paw, again, hovering this Decidueye, great long-range target. You know, you think of maybe Snipe Shot and Teleon, Decidueye, the range at which they can operate is great. However, just like in Teleon and its liquidation, where it plays more in the mid-range we discussed, Decidueye, if it was to go with the Razor Leaf, it would have to be much, much closer.
Yeah, it's one of the big advantages of a Spirit Shackle Decidueye, like you were saying, is you can make a huge impact on a fight and be nowhere near it. You kind of can't be too close to it because this Pokemon is squishy. I mean, it's one of the easiest things in the game to KO, but its damage output is really, really strong. Now, we have a couple members of CF here that really could dive in and make short work of it. You're going to be looking for the Buzzwole, and you're going to be looking for the Aegislash to see if they can get to that backline and KO Decidueye.
And if it's an Icicle Spear Glaceon, then it can lock in once and then send all of those Icicle Spears chasing down the Decidueye.
And here we go. We've got the Buzzwole up here in this top path. We also have the Machamp. CF, your purple team. BH3 Esport, one game up. They are your orange team. We got a couple of Titans here from EU going at it in Group A. Again, this is a best of 3 in this group stage. So the winner of this, not guaranteed to move on. The loser of this, not guaranteed to go home. But you're gonna need these wins in these group stages to make it to our top 12.
Yazid putting a ton of pressure and kind of paying for that insolence here as they are giving the K opener over to BH3.
I always hate it when I have to pay for my insolence, you know? It's just, it's ridiculous.
I like my insolence for free.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can I just have my insolence and not pay for it? It's ridiculous. That's capitalism for you as we head to the top path. 5 seconds now until these birds spawn.
Yeah, 3v3, big rotation. Glaceon shows up as well. We know a breakpoint for them is actually level 6. So now they're moving forward. They're going to try and get more icicles to spin around them so they can shoot them into your grill. Eldegoss catches most of those.
Yeah, Eldegoss taking some of those. Machamp eating some of that as well. Not a bad fight here for BH3, even though they have less members. They're actually getting kind of aggressive up here. Now they have 2-on-1 in this bottom pass, so they are seeing what they can get done against the lone Crustle down here. Mr. Sushi just trying to do some work here in this bottom path, but having to eat a charge beat.
Yeah, eating it fairly well. Doesn't really do too much damage to the foundation of the building they're carrying around with them. Rock Tomb, however, doing a great job buying time for Azalito to rotate and start putting in some damage. Fizzy is using this tree. Finally, the charge beam rings true and the Crustle goes down. Azalito looking in 2 players. Fizzy is right there, keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, well, here we have in the center, we do see the experience is heading down, looks like to the side of CF. They were able to take a ton of that here. Too late for the side of BH3. They do have level 7 on their Decidueye, so we've got the final evolution there. We've got the move. And on the other side, we have the same thing with Aegislash, right? Aegislash is going to be looking for that bird, but if Decidueye can play at range, it's going to be hard to deal with.
Absolutely. Mr. Sushi looking for an opportunity to Rock Tomb somebody in. Separates the tree from the Miraidon. Not a bad look. They're going for the engagement there. Wide guard pops them up just for a moment. Nice little Thunder Charge Beam on Mr. Sushi. Gets another KO as Lido eats the Spirit Shack. Whoa. Nice Charge Beam, Charge follow-up on the KO there. Cascade moving forward here. They're trying to do what they can finally. Locking down a knockout in tandem with the Blissey. Yazid is going to keep with the pressure on, but Fizzy and Greg are going to hold it down just enough.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful stuff here from the Aegislash, just absolutely ripping through them. Kind of missed one of their Sacred Swords early in the fight, so they weren't able to take the Decidueye, but they moved back in, and this is fun. We've got a stealth rock crustal, so they have the Rock Tomb, right? They're able to set up plays for their team, but at the same time, they're creating these areas that they do not want to stay in, do not want to fight in, and they're ripping objectives as the sword is continuing to rip through the enemy team. BH3 on the back foot, the sword is moving and grooving and finally goes down.
Yeah, at least it bought some time for some scores, very little scores to go in. But interesting with the Rock Tomb, it's actually particularly decent against the Miraidon, as that's a nice wood hammer, a Hornleech reposition for a knockout. And I feel like Mr. Sushi has been catching the rough end of it quite a bit so far this game.
Yeah, I don't know if taking away Trevenant was, absolutely the play, but it does feel like it, right? I mean, Mr. Sushi doesn't seem as confident on the Crustle, and it's also a very odd build for it that you don't see too often. So I'm excited to see how this continues to play out through this match. There's one of the two Pokemon looking to dive it, both of them there at the end. So it's either going to be Buzzwole or it's going to be Aegislash that can get to that Decidueye.
Yeah, great job by Cesar there to use their Buzzwole Unite move, close the gap when it finally had just enough range, close that range gap with the Decidueye, and then the Aegislash follow-up makes it pretty easy.
Yeah, you've got this incredible amount of dive, right, on CF, and that's what they're going to be looking to do the entire time. They're going to be looking to dive into the backline, find their opportunities to take down Decidueye, and once that huge amount of damage is gone, I feel like it's going to be tough for BH3 to do too much. However, if Decidueye is up and can land a couple of those Spirit Shackles like they did right there, you can set up some huge KOs for the squad.
It feels like Casa Flatar is having a hard time closing the gap. I mean, we were able to see some successful engagements in that Buzzwole, but after that, I mean, unless they're using Unite moves, it's a tough crevice to jump over. Good spacing here by Volto. Bliss Assistance, longest range. Cascade is there. Coup de grace, gonna keep them standing. Miraidon Unite comes out. Is it gonna be enough? The question is answered quickly. Yes, it is, as they are holding down this pad miraculously.
Beautiful stuff there. Triple KO from the Miraidon, but they are walking into this Buzzwole. Gonna have to peel back, though. That's 4 members of BH3 that are crashing on this goal zone. Whoa. Buzzwole being pushed around. It does have a Unite move. The question is, will it throw it and try to pick up the Miraidon? We've got the superpower right into the Unite. Miraidon goes down, and now they're in the back line.
Trev pops it. Rock Tomb is there. We're trying to reposition. Machamp has their Unite keyed up, ready to go. They're knocked down quickly, and now the sword converges on Rayquaza, so a good little tit for tat there between BH3 and Casa Flatar.
Yeah, it really felt like either side that was pushing made it to that goal zone. We saw great defenses from both teams, as this is going to walk towards this goal with only 1 member of BH3 here. It looks like it's going to find Purchase. They are going to score in the top half. Speaking of finding Purchase, once again,
Come on here.
By the way, pay us more.
Yeah. do that. The Altaria in the middle, going to catch a Thunder, going to get easily gobbled up here by BH3. Let's check in on these levels. It looks like we're at pretty even parity, just the Blissey needing to tick over to 10 to keep this thing honest. And that's much different than what we saw in that first game.
Yeah, and here we go. We have the Miraidon here in this bottom path, just looking for some of that juicy experience there. When you lose one of these goal zones, you have a lot of opportunities to level up. As you can see on the other side, they're getting a lot of their levels from, KOing members of BH3, right? But CF, with a tier 1 up in the top and bottom, there's just a ton of experience they don't have access to.
Oh,
this is going to let BH3 get back online.
Huge bait here. That Buzzwole hadn't moved in a moment. You might have thought they DC'd, but they're waiting in the tall grass. As soon as Shy goes up, they pounce on them. Was that the knock-knock arrow that just came out by the Decidueye at the 3-minute mark? That might be tough. We're going with the Wide Guard Rock Tomb combo. Followed up is the Buzzwole. 2 players down instantly. BH3 Esports is looking at themselves and like, I didn't think the Ray fight started, but we're going to catch the smoke here anyways. Under 3 minutes, and this thing is pretty darn close.
Pretty darn close. Score-wise, things are better for CF, right? Experience-wise, BH3 has a lot of experience up on the map. We have a level 13 Miraidon right now, and the levels are good for CF. The big reason is because they are picking up huge wins in these fights. However, Decidueye, now level 12, almost to 13, I should assume, after some of this experience right here. We've got top and bottom available. Yes, they're very, very close to 13, and we do have a possible fight here. 2 seconds until Regieleki.
Now we're going to move forward, and exposing themselves is Cascade. Working on Regieleki, it's halfway through. Fizzy with the reposition, going for the push, trying to keep Cascade off that target. Icicle Spears are coming in. They're actually chasing down Shy on the backside. Fizzy goes down with 10 seconds till Ray.
Yeah, and here we go. Nice play, right, by CF. They push this Regieleki, and now they have a lot of opportunity to do what they want here at Ray. They are actually starting to chip Rayquaza. It is already getting hit by the Stealth Rock. It was getting hit by the Glaceon, but they're just charging up their Icicle Spears, trying to pull BH3 into this fight. BH3 not yet taking the bait. You can see Miraidon attempting to charge their Charge Beam. They did hit it, so they're able to put a decent amount of damage onto the side of CF. Rayquaza still being chipped a little bit, but it looks like that HP is going to recover.
Fizzy trying to go for the reposition. Sacred Sword is going to get the Aegislash out. We're moving into the middle here. Rayquaza is getting chipped. Glaceon going for a flank. Spirit Shackle shot to test the waters here. Buzzwole with a pretty big flank themselves. We've got another Spirit Shackle lined up.
Yeah, and here we go. We're just looking for our moment here. BH3 knows they're behind. They're chipping Rayquaza. They're looking to see what they can get with the Spirit Shackle. I mean, the Crustle is low on HP, but of course they also have a massive Unite move and a Bliss Assistance. Rayquaza at half. No one making a move. Here comes Buzz.
Shy on the backside here. Buzz is caught out. They're using their Unite move on the Miraidon. Crustle pops there. They're trying to Rebel Rouse, forcing out the Decidueye. Meteors are landing, but they're not really hitting anything but Wild Farm. Buzzwole is down. Casa Flatara is going back to the middle. We have the Machamp down on BH3, so these all-rounders not going to be a factor here. 50 seconds left. How are these teams going to play it?
Yeah, CF needs to make something happen here to push them out, while BH3, of course, is behind on the scoreboard. They pick up another KO. That's 2 members down of CF, and it looks like they're going to start going for this. Here comes the Aegislash looking to make something happen. Rayquaza is at half right now. The Charge Beam is out.
We've got the Blissey on the back half, putting some more points in. 3 players down. Glaceon's coming in. Greg is going to take all those Icicle Spears. They are so low. Chaos Shrika 2 for Azalito. They're going down. Miraidon's going to take it. They need to scramble and score now. They're down by 120-ish points. Now we've got the Decidueye going in. Can they be stopped? No. There's 100. So the work is being done. They're down by 30. They need a couple more. 28 points separate these two teams. 54 is going to make the difference. Stepping up is Volto, and this one looks to be BH3's.
Wow, I mean, what a fight from BH3 there at the end. They just had to find their moment. They had multiple members down, and finally, once they had it, it was take Ray or it's over. And they went for it, just barely getting by right at the end of that match.
I want to say I absolutely detest how Kasar Flatara played those last 2 minutes. It was truly
strong words.
It was truly not good Pokemon Unite. They actually had a very decent engagement, right? They got Fizzy down, the Trevenant down, and what did they do with that opportunity? It was almost like the dog finally catching the car. They had the tailpipe in their mouth, and they're like, okay, what am I supposed to do now? Well, they breathed a lot of smoke because all they did is catch it. When we got back to the middle, Spraggles, it was easy pot shots by the Decidueye to zone them out. They didn't get a good flank. Glaceon didn't necessarily feel like a factor until it was all but too late. Yes, nice KO streak of 3, but Rayquaza was still taken by that Miraidon. And I mean, we had some falters out of BH3 as well, but it almost seems like Kasar Flatara, they caught Fizzy. The Trevenant was down. They could take all the positional advantage. What they do, they peeled back to the back half of that Ray pit, and then it let all of the ranged attackers that BH3 had move in, put in tons of damage. Everybody had to try and engage at half HP, and they had no real shot. It was just kind of like a chokehold, squeezing the life out of their opportunities.
You know, I gotta wonder, there was the big Bliss assistance onto that Aegislash for this fight right here. This was a nice defense, if I remember right, by BH3, and then they push forward. It's a nice defense by CF. It really does feel like if Buzzwole was able to close out the KO on either Decidueye or Miraidon when they dove in. They could have made something happen, but unfortunately they just weren't able to do it. Here's Ray getting very, very low right here, and the Secure, we have two options for Secure right there. The Spirit Shackle just a little early, but we are able to take it with Miraidon, and they take that game win.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Azalito on the Glaceon to make it feel close because, like I said, that engagement did not go the way CF really wanted to. BH3's got to be happy with coming away with that because they were afforded a lot of windows of opportunity.
Yeah, that was a really interesting series between these two teams, right? Because it felt like CF was doing very well throughout a lot of the early moments in here, but it did feel like all of the reactions to it, all of the counter punches by BH3 were really powerful. They landed true just basically the whole time. Like very different strategies, it seemed like in game 1, game 2, but it worked out both times for BH3.
I mean, some of the best success that Cassar Flatar had was following deep engagements by Cascade, the Aegislash, and with the Blissey follow-up, right? And for some reason, that strategy was wiped from their brains when it would have served them the most, which is the tree is down. Almost every squishy target on the other side of the board is free game. And now I will mention that Cascade the Aegislash did have about 75% of its HP, but it had enough to work with to change the tides of that fight and make that win theirs. However, Shine on the Machamp. It's nice to see a player of the game representing Machamp here.
Yeah, you really don't see the Machampion in this situation too often. 47,000 damage dealt, scored 94 points with 3 assists. I mean, I gotta say, like, watching the match, I don't remember Machamp being the most impactful member of the team, but it looks like they did have a pretty good game stat-wise, obviously, and BH3 coming out of here with a 2-0 victory, so they're playing well.
No, yeah, that's got to be the momentum they want to think about. If I'm Cassar Flatar, I'm trying to keep my head in the game. They had really spectacular moments in these 2 games that we just watched, but you got to build off that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm curious to see where they are in their group stage bracket. Hopefully we'll be able to see that here soon, or possibly before our next matches. I'm curious where it starts to shake out, because as we move through the day, it's going to become more and more clear what teams are qualified for day 2. And then of course you're playing not only to qualify, but you're also playing for that top spot. That top spot is going to essentially give you a game 1 bye in a top 12 bracket. So it would be really interesting to see which teams are in that position.
Absolutely.
Oh.
What's that? Throw to break so production can yell at me for continually ruining the broadcast?
What's that?
Understood.
Okay, yeah.
And Spriggles is also doing terrible, but in a different way?
Fair enough.
Amazing. Okay, we're going to go to a break and go get yelled at by production.
Okay.
See you in a bit. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll get fired. Who knows?
Hey!
to the Aeos Cup live from London, United Kingdom. Welcome to a day of sweeps. No thrills, no spills, really. We are going to have one of the series of the day on your screens right now. You can see the names, you can get excited about them. Orange Juicers versus Gen 5. I'm Relic, I'm joined by Zoinks, and this is potentially for that first buy spot going into tomorrow. Huge implications.
Yeah, and just an incredibly tough group that these teams have been thrown into. Orange Juicers and Gen 5 both headed into this matchup with a 2-0 match record, feeling great about their performance, but you'd feel a little bit better if you could come away as first in your group. This is going to be a really exciting matchup. I think this is one of the first times that we've gotten North America on the broadcast. We saw T3 a little bit earlier today, but it's going to be our second look at Orange Juicers, an incredible squad. They were able to win the Aeos Cup play-in qualifier, getting them the travel award to this event. And that's, I mean, that's been the only tournament they have been able to win this season, but they've been looking fantastic month after month.
Very consistent, very strong. And you would say the same about Gen 5. They have not been outside of the top 4 all season, albeit they've only picked up their first event win literally in the event just gone. That's in the February Cup. It's been all nouns across the board. Funnily enough, the one event they're in the joins, they end up losing, although I don't think they were too worried about that necessarily. There was also a big move for Gen 5, Soreu, doing a bit of team hopping this season, heading on to Gen 5, and we're seeing a little bit of trailblazing from this squad between Megu, Yutao, and Soreu. All three of these players rotating around those all-rounder and defender roles. And at least on first impression, seem to be going pretty well.
It makes this team extremely scary in the draft mode. I mean, all of a sudden, you're going to have to try to contemplate future Pokemon picks that you're going to have to play against you. It becomes almost an impossible task with how much variety that these players like to bring to the battlefield. That being said, if I'm going to pick one roster to try to take a decent chance at, countering this draft mode, it might be Orange Juicers. They have some really cool strategies. They play some really straight-up style of Pokemon Unite when it comes to some of their players. Like, I'm thinking Zugrug, one of the most traditional but best defender players that we have within North America. But then you barter alongside a player like Roland, who has so many interesting support options that they're able to have available to them that really, they keep you guessing constantly throughout this match. So when it comes to bans, I don't know where either of these teams is going to be going. It's going to be some difficult decisions ahead. Minus Blissey. Everything other than that's going to be some difficult decisions when we head into the draft screen for this first game.
I was going to say, now that we've said that, expect all of the bans that you would probably expect to see.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have a little look at the groups as they are going into this next phase of games. We've got a load of results through the doors. As you can see there, Group A, we saw Kamai and most recently BH3 Esport on stream. 2 O's for them, so looking pretty good. Tuzzy Esports, 1-1. One of those 3 teams is going to miss out on day 2. Would be a real shame if it was to be the Brazilian lads. Nouns Esports and Lelovers picking 1-0 records at the moment over in Group B. Peru, Nemesis. We, of course, watched Absolute Cinema earlier. They're going to have to get over that particular hurdle to lock in their day 2 appearance. And here we see Orange Juicers Gen 5, 2-0-2-0, Rush Hour and Key, 0-2 a pair. So, again, really exciting implications for these two teams as they look to try and secure that bye. Group E with another 2-0 situation here for Stamina and DreamHack. Unfortunately, Game Life Balance having lost all 3 games out of the competition at this early stage. And Group F continues to rumble on in the background. Luminosity picking up their first win against Red Moon X and Laha. The same can be said for Outer Banks, but they are 1-1, as I believe that means just by process of elimination, Zoinks, that Outer Banks has actually lost to Antic X Odium.
Yeah, that's where Antic is picking up their win. That's very exciting. We're going to get a chance to see them on broadcast a little bit later today. And I mean, we're going to have a lot more matches on broadcast today.
Yes,
we have these group stages are always jam-packed with a ton of really exciting games. And obviously the one that we got on stage is no exception. But as we've seen these group stage results, we know for a fact that there has been no 3-0 team out of the group stage quite yet. This will be our first confirmation of it. Of course, a match could conclude in the off-stream stuff before we finish this game, but the fact of the matter is, whoever wins this one will be our first 3-0 team in the tournament.
And that's huge, really, considering that you can go throughout the entire day undefeated. It's got to feel good as you roll over into day 2, and especially with that bye Zoinks, you know that you'll be able to sit back and relax as that single elimination bracket gets underway. You can scout whoever you're going to be facing next up in the tournament. That is a huge boon. I know there'll be some out there who'll be saying, oh, but they were going in cold for their match. Listen, they'll be doing some solo queue in the background. Right? They're going to keep themselves warm as best they can.
I'll take a top 8 automatic over going in a little bit cold into our first game for sure. But either way, you can spend all of day 1 making sure you're warm in these group stage matches. I think that has been the main game plan for a lot of these squads that we have seen. And of course, like we talked about, the next matchup we are going to be having on stage is going to be Gen 5 versus Orange Juicers. And I think if you ask most, it feels like it's a bit of a silver medalist versus a silver medalists in their respective regions. Obviously, Gen 5 with the win recently, but let's see if they can put it together here as we start game number 1, Orange Juicers versus Gen 5.
And the bands coming in fresh. Mewtwo Y headed up from Orange Juicers, the Aegislash on the ban table. Can you imagine a month ago seeing a 25% ban rate?
I feel like you and I were just talking about this in the green room. We were discussing where the Aegislash ban rate would be, 26%, and Eldegoss is going to receive its first ban of the tournament here with Orange Juicers, and Inteleon going to land at a 47% ban rate in this tournament. I think it's landing right around there in terms of pick rate as well.
So we've got a couple of support options still on the table, Blissey most notably, but Zugrog is going to lean towards the Umbreon, which has by far and away the greatest pick rate that we've seen today, having a 53%, a little bit lower, a lot lower than the 65% that we were seeing earlier today, but hey, apples and oranges, haha, it's a relevant joke. Psyduck and Miraidon locked in for Gen 5, and that's huge for the likes of Megu, who really loves to run the mage role.
Yeah, nothing too shocking here in the pick so far, with the Miraidon and the Psyduck being grabbed up. They're obviously such important Pokemon, but this might be a bit of a surprise. Flareon's going to be picking up the Espeon, only a 15% win rate on this Pokemon so far in the tournament, but it has been seen a lot of success in other tournaments. So leading up to this moment, Espeon been proving itself. Awesome to see here.
Oh, Season 2 run back. Sorayu on the Zoroark. And Yutao locking in that Comfey for a double supporter pivot. Of course, not that the Comfey crown can necessarily pivot off. I mean, you can't pivot off the Comfey. The Comfey will pivot onto you. You get the idea. What is interesting is seeing that Sableye and Dodrio round out this Orange Juicers roster. Really slippery customers to deal with. Lunda, we usually see a Glaceon or a Mew here, potentially going towards the Glaceon. I don't mind that as a counter to both of those threats.
Yeah, if they're going to double down on those mages, that might be a decent answer. I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty shocked to see Kratos' Dodrio, not because it's a frequent pick from them. They are an expert on this Pokemon. In fact, maybe some would argue one of the best in the world on the Dodrio, but looking at this draft, it feels like such a good Mimikyu game. I can't really write it up any better than this, and that is yet another great Pokemon for Kratos to lock in. The Comfey Zoroark duo can get shut down by it quite well, but if you're looking for a Pokemon to really hit Glaceon where it hurts, I actually think Dodrio a decent answer. Obviously, Icicle Spear can chase you down, but with coordinated teams, that can get body blocked by a few solid players. I think if you want to break that Snow Cloak passive before you deal damage, Dodrio actually one of the better speedster options to do just that. So we're going to have Orange Juicers playing this kind of pseudo dive duo with Roland and Kratos on the Sableye and Dodrio, and basically Zugrog, Flareons, and OG handling the consistent damage and early game all on their own.
Meanwhile, Gen 5 is another new look for them with a team that is practically all-rounder coded, not a single one to be seen amongst the ranks. Yutao, I mentioned previously with the arrival of Sorayu, starting to flex out into those more frontline roles, defender, supporter, and we see that there with Psyduck. I think really a nice balance. It's a Pokemon that I think suits Yutao well, a disruptor, something that can both shield his team and lead the charge at the same time as well. That's certainly going to suit him in the captain's role, but both of these ships, they might have some rocky seas ahead. This is one of the matchups to watch out for, folks. Orange Juicers, ironically, in your purple, Gen 5 in your orange. It's game 1 of 3.
Yeah, these genuinely could be two teams that could win this entire tournament. We could be looking at a preview of a Sunday championship match potentially between these two teams, so I'm going to enjoy every second of it. Rolling on a quick look into the enemy central area, sees that the Comfey read the play, and instead tries to help out OG on an early push. If they knock out that Miraidon, that is a swingy lane, but instead it is a bit of a poke damage on either side and a retreat. Roland making sure that that wild Pokemon is not even in contest territory.
Yeah, there was a moment there just as the Comfey was helping out that Zorua find that evolution. Bit of a pseudo throwback to Season 1. Do you remember the 1-1-3 formations back on Remote Stadium? Get ready for that again in a couple of weeks' time. Sorayu having a look around in this central area, 2v1, especially with no Comfey Crown just yet. You wouldn't want to risk it. Heads into this bottom path now to help out with the potential bird cleanup. In they go with the Psy Shock, and a lovely bit of foul play here from Zugrug. The Headache not going to provide too much coverage here. The 16 does go down eventually. Sorayu with that backline poke, but a lovely stun from Zugrug leads to our K-opener with Flareon's claiming the award.
Yeah, Flareon's hitting some of these really important side shocks, and like you mentioned, it's so much enabled by these defender players. Oftentimes when you see kind of skill shot intensive Pokemon, we see Pokemon like Meadlook Umbreon or even Rock Tomb Crustle, but foul play stuns are extremely long and can be predictable when your team is communicating it. So really good stuff early, and Roland making sure that the pockets are empty on those enemy Pokemon. Great amount of stuns out of this Sableye.
Not a surprise to see the Electro Drift. Megu really enjoys this build. No Shed Injadol, preferring the full heal. I think that's relatively a common choice here in EU, but no commonality about this particular matchup. Orange Juice is finding 2 KOs. Lunda with those Icicle Spears, though. Rolling not a hope. Rotates down onto the bottom path, but Orange Juices with the slender early lead points-wise.
Yeah, a little bit too split to have anybody kind of share those icicle burdens in that situation. Lunder catching a Sableye kind of all alone. Great Pokemon to KO. Yeah, it is holding that EXP share, but it is still level 6. So Glaceon getting quite a bit of experience in that last push. Sorayu does find Roland in the enemy side. The Grass Knot's going to go wide though, so they're not locked down. That means Zoroark instead just going to favor the farm.
Really love the pre-smoke bomb there, and it's going to pay off because Roland didn't really know what to do, and with that Zacian heading back into the central area, it's free stonks for Gen 5, who get plenty of their points down. Orange Juices, they found a lot of joy on the bottom path where that T1 zone is broken, free real estate for that bottom Reggie, and Gen 5 knows that they have to respond. Going for the quick rip on the Regieleki seems pretty set in stone, and indeed it is. Regieleki to the orange side, and the Reg Ice going over to the purple.
Yeah, this isn't the worst math in the world, right? Regieleki will crash, leaving this goal zone at just 10, with Sorayu having the chance and a little bit of freedom to level up and get a lot of Aeos energy in pocket. That means this dunk that breaks that tier 1 goal zone for Gen 5 is a solid overdunk. Problem is, Orange Juicers, of course, got that bottom Reggie and made a big scoring push in the bottom path. So Orange Juicers keeping pace the entire time.
Bit of a chess match then, early days. Lots of...
Or ping pong, you know?
Or ping pong, sure. The tactical nuance is there for everyone to see. And even with these birds, you can see between Sorayu and Kratos, neither really initially willing to go in for the initial engage. And finally, Sorayu has to bite. But by that time, Orange Juicers surrounding Kratos and finding that 2 KO streak. You got Megu there in that top path. I'm not sure what they're going to be able to do against the Zacian. Here, Lunda, joined by Yutao, scares off the 2 evolutions. But Megu has been able to take down Roland, so no further scores for Orange Juices either.
Yeah, I mean, kind of disaster averted. Losing Sorayu in that exchange could be really devastating, but Orange Juicers not able to make much points happen because of it, because of a quick defensive rally by Gen 5. So really solid job defending that tier 1, and of course that bottom path as well. It's a little more open thanks to Orange Juicers' early game. Roland being a menace on this Sableye. I mean, it is a Pokemon that has a tough reputation to deal with, right? And for even one of these reasons, the fact that you know that none of your plans are secret when the Spy Sableye is on the case, you will always have your information being taken away. This Pokemon has great positioning, and that invisibility allows it to be basically a walking camera.
And they're comfortable, they're confident. They've got the level lead, Orange Juicers overall. Zugrug hitting that level, sorry, OG I should say, hitting that level 11 on the Zacian. Lovely stun here onto the Sorayu, and the setup into the Psy Shock. Sublime. You can see that this has actually forced the issue though in Gen 5, hitting back. The Umbreon and the Dodrio both falling as they look to take control over this bottom Reggie, Reg Ice. Oh, they managed to hit the Chaos Flower, really incredible, but Lunda finds the KO. The response, of course, from OG, who starts to slash away. The Comfey Crown on Lunda, on that Glaceon, all three of them deciding to just leave B. They understand the threat that Flareons and OG possess, and so they're happy to give it up. They've got yellow dots on their side of the field, and they'd rather set up primarily for that Regieleki, where they can get a lot of value. Zoinks, of course, that top T1 broker for Orange Juicers.
Yeah, you can see how personality impacts gameplay in some of these situations, right? As soon as Sorayu is out of the equation, all of a sudden that aggressiveness we see from Gen 5 a little bit starts to peel back. And we do see a nice Miraidon push into that enemy central area, but shut down rather quickly by Orange Juicers, defending their own central area Pokemon, trying to keep those buffs to themselves. As Regieleki has gone relatively untouched so far, both these teams really concerned with the amount of levels they need to get in this matchup, and since there's been so much little skirmishing, they haven't had the time to level up via these wild Pokemon.
It's the Sableye question. Do you leave it, or do you try and punish it? That's why Yuta's on that bottom path. Smoke bomb goes down, and Sorayu just watching brief in this tall grass as Lunda and Megu go to work on the Regieleki. It's on its bike. It's down to the T2. Whether it reaches it or not, it's another question. Meanwhile, Orange Juice's phenomenal tactical call here crashes the T2, Midnight Prance, and although they're going to take down Kratos, will Lunda get any more? No, because Zugrug, Rollin stealth, Rollin going for the head back to base. Potential counter initiative from Gen 5 now, looking at this bottom zone. Is anyone there to defend? Well, we know that Zugrug's there, and now Rollin's back on the scene on this top path. Sorayu going brawling with the Sword Doggo, but Sorayu and they shake hands. They decide, nah, not for another day. 210 to 112 those Oinks. Orange Juicers incrementally ahead across all areas of the field.
Yeah, credit to OG for playing this Zacian quite well, and by quite well, I mean, unfortunately, rather boring. You know, when you hit this level 13 and you're forced into a situation where it's a 2v1 against that Zoroark Comfey, you do need to play extremely defensively, making sure that those Sacred Swords aren't happening on some really big engages or anything like that, and instead
Game scenario, 2 minutes and 20 left on the clock though, is that Gen 5 ain't out of it. Although they've been ever so slightly behind Zoinks for the last, I don't know, 8 minutes or so. One misstep from Orange Juicers, one of these elements, and the entire house of cards comes falling down, and Gen 5 may be looking for the initiative now, catching out the Umbreon, but the Slow Smoke, the Flowery Fields Forever, ain't going to do much there. Orange Juicers bite back in a really aggressive manner. Gen 5 now buying time. We got ourselves the Glacial Stage, the Psychic Solaire, and Flareons is eventually taken down. That's a big pick from Lunda, but where is everyone else? The answer is nowhere, not on Theta Sky Ruins. Orange Juicers, what was that endgame thought process?
Incredible. I mean, I have talked about it a lot. I think Orange Juicers being an extremely textbook-based Pokemon Unite team, that is how you beat a double attacker composition in these final moments. You do not give them the benefit of position whatsoever. It is so difficult for Miraidon or Glaceon to carve a place for themselves in these contested spots when you have to go up against the stuns from Sableye, the huge area of effect damage from Zacian, or even the stuns from Umbreon. All of that is really good and well won by positioning. Orange Juicers absolutely crushed it in that final moment.
It really just felt like the trap was laid out. I mean, yeah, Zogrug's out of position, but not by that much. I mean, Gen 5 were sold hook, line, and sinker, and sink they will, even with a minute left. We still got multiple Pokemon on Orange Juicers with those Rayquaza shields, with the damage buff. We're just playing for time here, and it's time that Gen 5 is going to have to use wisely, Zoinks, because there was not a single moment during this game where we're thinking they are finally on top. Close to Orange Juicers, yes, but not on top.
Yeah, certainly not. Orange Juicers could be holding down this defense, like you mentioned, just for 30 seconds more, as after that Rayquaza makes it extremely difficult to try to come back. When a scoreline is looking as bleak as it is, I think we saw Roland making it even worse, and comes back for the knockout. His Sableye with EXP share at level 14 in our endgame, leaving players like Flareons in the dust.
I struggle to see where Gen 5 go next. Ultimately, I do think this comes down to Zoinks that call at 2 minutes or just beforehand, where they're looking at Zugrug and thinking, if we don't find this pick now, we're never going to pick it. But that's a defeatist mentality. As I say, you've got to hope that Orange Juice's maybe missteps, but more importantly for you as Gen 5, you've been fighting from behind the entire game, so surely you want all of your ducks in a row before you actually then launch yourselves into the Hail Mary of all Hail Marys, just try and get a game 1 of Orange Juices. I also look at their bans, at that Aegislash and that Inteleon ban. It makes sense to us as casters because we've been seeing them have a huge influence when they have been picked, but looking at Orange Juices individually as a roster, I look at these two and I think it's a bit presumptive when you could pick up, quite rightly, the Aegislash or the Inteleon yourself.
Potentially, yeah, especially if you're in that second pick position, right? It's a really good note. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I do completely agree with the Inteleon ban. Flareon's is a completely different player as soon as they get up to that level, right? But yeah, maybe Aegislash leave it on the cutting room floor, ban that Umbreon or something akin to that. Jeez, Roland was putting up numbers on these Chaos Glowers, by the way. Like, so many situations. One of my favorites, it might actually be this exact moment. No, it happened at a different time, but a Chaos Glower actually timed it on the Zoroark dashes. Yeah. So they timed the Unite move knowing that Zoroark was going to go this way first and then appear directly in front of their eyes as soon as that final dash happened. And, well, there it is. I mean, really tough to break into that central moment, especially with players like Kratos crushing it on this Dodrio. 56,000 damage dealt to this matchup. Not a ton of knockouts in that one. It was kind of a quiet game in terms of actual team fighting, right? We saw a lot of whole score and a lot of poke damage. Miraidon and Glaceon, that's going to happen.
I mean, like you said, it was a bit boring Orange Juices all over, but if boring gets you the W, like, you're not going to complain whatsoever. And I think that looking at Gen 5, maybe that explosive damage or maybe that explosive dive, maybe that was something which they ultimately just lacked from their composition alone. I mean, yes, you've got your attackers, but without that all-rounder pivot or without that defender pivot, that front-line pivot, I mean, yes, they're running double supporter, but Comfey's one of them. Like, you can remove one of your potential engagement options out the room already. And Gen 5 responds immediately. They did not like that Sableye onto the ban bench. Orange Juicers, though, very cognizant of the fact that they're going second pick, preemptively take Umbreon away, of course, Gen 5, as you rightly mentioned, looking at Flareons, looking at Inteleon, and not wanting to face it whatsoever. But Orange Juicers taking the Psyduck away from Gen 5 as well. So clearly they saw potential in what Gen 5 were cooking, even if the final product wasn't exactly as intended.
Yeah, I mean, I think most notably, they're going to leave Blissey available. You're kind of calling Gen 5's bluff. Like, do you want to keep going down this route of that Zoroark Comfey? Are you going to go all in on the Hyper Carry and leave it available? Now the Blissey is potentially an option for Orange Juicers to pick up. OG is going to grab the Zacian, and there it is. Roland going to lock in the Blissey.
I don't like
He doesn't look super excited about it. He loved the Sableye, but I think, yeah, you see Zugrug laughing. Zugrug made him pick it. You know he did. But it's all right. They're fine.
It's too good not to pick, though. It's so powerful. A pick rate of 29%, and that's because it's been banned so much. Gen 5, Megu on the Blastoise, and that could go any sort of way. Megu is incredibly flexible on this Pokemon. Sazuro bringing the Hooper to town. A reminder for those of you just joining us, no Hyperspace Hole for today, so it is going to be a locked-in Trick Hooper. Trevenant and Espeon for the Orange Juices. That Espeon doing work.
Yeah, still no Miraidon out of Flareon's, right?
No.
Obviously, it was picked over by Gen 5 in the previous game, but Flareon's is sticking with this Espeon pick. Pretty confident in it. I mean, Flareon's is definitely a player willing to kind of just slot into a very standard lane with Zugrug, go for more objective secure, and that early game benefit of Espeon is solid. Miraidon has a great early game too, so this contest can be difficult to decide between those two Pokemon. Final option being hovered as the Aegislash from Kratos. I don't know if I've gotten the chance to cast Kratos playing Aegislash before, so this is going to be really fun.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's a buddy barrier? Okay, we're cooking.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, currently it's a buddy barrier.
You know, it makes me wonder, are they going to go Shadow Claw, potentially, with Razor Claw in there as well? It does suggest that they're going to be hanging around a little bit longer than what the Aegislash would. Maybe I'm just trying to overcook a little bit there. But on the opposite side of things, we talk about Kratos potentially never playing Aegislash. Yutao going back to his ace, to that Urshifu. This is the Pokemon that we see Yutao on the most. Has to be a Dark Bear, and they're going to be looking at that Espeon, in particular Flareons, and that's going to be their primary target with the Ebon Fist. I think it's going to struggle a little bit into the Aegislash, especially since it's not a particularly good matchup into the Wide Guard, and we know how good that Wide Guard will synergize with the Psyshock, and my goodness, the combo plays that we saw from Orange Juicers, they are in the groove. You can see they're properly ready to go for this. I like what I see better from Gen 5 this time around in draft. I also like what I see better from Orange Juicers, though. I think there's a lot of pop-off potential here.
Yeah, it always hurts a little bit to see kind of their ace in that Sableye go away, right? There were so many plays that were set up on some really big stuns and a follow-up damage. Obviously, we're going to have to change it up a little bit. Blissey just simply too strong instead. But I do tend to agree. I think both these compositions are extremely strong and have credibility behind them, so I think we're going to have a very fun match. We get into game number 2 between Gen 5 and Orange Juicers, your Orange team.
Indeed. Another exciting pivot is Sorayu going from Speeds to Zoroark to Defender Slowbro.
Defender Slowbro, wow.
Quite the change up. Not to say it can't be done. I mean, you've got to look at Toonslim, who's been more than happy to flex from a Glaceon, a Mew, to a Comfey, to a Ho-Oh. It is possible, and I think that overall the balance feels a little bit better, especially when we look at Megu on that Blastoise providing a little bit more frontline.
100%. All right, so the early game is definitely going to favor Orange Juicers here on the top side. They're going to have this Zacian and into poor little Squirtle in the early game. It might not be easy to swing KOs, but these wild Pokemon should be going in the favor of Orange Juicers, at least on paper. Honestly, their bot side looking okay too. Espeon going to have the secure advantage against Mewtwo-Y, but still, the damage numbers from Mewtwo-Y, especially when we get one more level up, start to get really scary.
Yeah, another element that we haven't really covered is that Trevenant, which will be looking for all of that crowd control, or as much that they can find. Certainly beautiful look at the new Holoware, by the way, that Yutao is rocking. No surprise to see that they have invested, and I'm very excited to see how much they invest in this particular scrap over the birds. Catches a lot of them with the Wicked Blow. An initial Sacred Sword poke did catch Sazuro, but again, they're not quite happy, Orange Juicers, to go for the full send. Safety the better part of Valor in this early game.
Hey, if you're a fan of Hollower, I think Megu's got the Blastoise Holoware too. New one, so yeah, we got definitely some chromed out Pokemon in Gen 5 set in hands. It's gonna be a shiny matchup that we're about to see between these two teams, and I for one am excited. 820 birds gonna be spawning in both the top and bottom side. Or sorry, 8 minute about to spawn very soon on the top and bottom side, and currently I'd say we're kind of a dead even heat between these two teams. I mean, the early game not as favored towards Orange Juicers on the bottom side as I thought it was going to be, as both Sorayu, it's going to be hard to get used to, and Zugrog hit level 5.
Very quiet, very quiet. Maybe a little bit of life injected into this series just now, into this game. And that Altaria, well, you can see great flank actually here from Megu, the water gun, and that will lead to the Doublade falling, and indeed OG on the Zacian, a very underrated water gun placement, and that's going to lead to a lot of stonks here. There's, of course, no egg bombs to be found for Rollin, as they're moving on to that more supporting the ADC sort of route, but it does mean that Gen 5, through one single action, Zoinks, has now domino-felled into a lead, 83-32.
Yeah, they've pulled way ahead, not to mention Yutao is above level 8.5, so extremely close to that level 9. 720 birds are going to be available. Zugrog does have a nice pull of those wild Pokemon to their side. Lunder's got a front line a little bit, takes quite a bit of damage, but that means that all that EXP favored by Orange Juicers, they begin to catch up.
Talk about the Holoware. Sorayu with no Holoware. I think that is the first time I've seen a Slowbro without Holoware in, I kid you not, maybe 2 or 3 years.
Criminal.
Absolutely criminal, but you know what? Criminal activity could still be rewarded. If they find a W, they won't care a jot. That was a big Psyshock, but no follow-up means no KOs. And now with 4v4 in this southern path, the Regirock up for grabs.
All right, not many Unite moves like we talked about ready to go yet. Espeon and Urshifu sort of the exceptions. Aegislash getting involved, but that's a big surf. They have to wide guard a little early, and Blastoise is going to jump right on top of that Aegislash. Urshifu picking up that Regirock.
Beautifully done. Triple Horn Leech, by the way, but the surf into the backline. I know that plants like to be watered, but this one's being drowned out. Yutao with a 2 KO streak, and that is a complete rotate now for Gen 5, looking to move through that central area, pick up as many yellow dots as possible, and head onto that T1 zone to contest this Regieleki. No T1 zone, of course, on this northern path. Zoinks taken as of yet, so not maximum value, and maybe that's something for these two teams to consider as a potential counter score from Orange Juicers, and they will get the 25 off at least.
All right, I like that. that. Punish Megu for going for the berry. You can't hit both of us with the Hydro Pump from that angle, so we'll both try to get some scores in. Nice little play by Orange Juicers, but now the next main contest is going to be this Regieleki. Zugdrug's got some early positioning, but he's also taken a ton of poke damage already.
Half health. Infinite Cyburn. Coup de grace way too early, and Gen 5 will capitalize. Yutao with a second Reggie in as many minutes and getting away, using the Sacred Sword to get away even. Orange Juicers abandon their posts. Huge overdunk for Yutao, 183 to 57. Gen 5, welcome to the series.
Yeah, not only scores on top side, Blastoise able to put 40 in on the bottom side. So Megu taking advantage of the undefended bottom tier goal zone and to get in a ton of points. Gen 5 having all the momentum in this matchup, and jeez, those surfs are so pretty with that hollow.
They are. It's a very lovely piece of hollowware. Gotta say, I am enjoying how expressive and creative these holowares are getting. More, please. And here it is again. Beautiful surf, but the Horn Leech in response. And I'm sorry, Megu, your time is limited. Never mind. It's a Hydro Pump. Admittedly, just to get away, but I mean, look, what are you going to do? There's another Reggie on the way. You have to simply stay in the game.
Yeah, you know, historians will debate that moment for time and time in eons, right? No Hydro Typhoon for this next objective, and in fact, I think it's going to be a really risky push for Gen 5. Yutao will get in position, but you got to remember, you were a level 12 Urshifu. If you go in on a solo mission to try to secure this Registeel and you get knocked out, you were giving a whole lot of comeback experience the other way, and in all that indecision, there'll be Orange Juicers getting their first objective of the game.
It really was the indecision. I mean, look, I'd say the Blastoise being there is certainly all right, but you've still got to do something, and Gen 5 didn't do whatever it was going to be soon enough. Mind you, the defensive effort really strong. They've unbound the Hooper's rings, and Rollin has been chased away into the Nether Realm. I mean, I'm surprised that Yutao still finally picks up the KO. The Infinite Cyburn, though, Gen 5's going to try and roll with this. 11 points on this zone, potentially huge overdunk, but Flareon's is now back into the situation, and that is a game changer for Gen 5. Those side shocks dealing huge amounts of damage, and they don't want to have someone picked off when top path, the Regieleki, is back in town.
Yeah, that Zacian and Trevenant, though, just a little too tough to break through if they're going to get those scores, and especially without that Urshifu Unite move, which is still on cooldown. So they will just take their time instead, back up a little bit, and your score lead is just fine at the moment as well. 183, I think you're very comfortable there. That bottom tier one, though, is primed up for a pretty solid overdunk, so I think we might see one more push from Gen 5 into scoring attempt before the final stretch.
These odd KOs managing their wild Pokemon, though. Orange Juicers back on level terms, level-wise. Okay, Yutao still leads the lobby on 13, but 12s for this Sword Doggo, for Espeon, for the Aegislash. These are important numbers and stat modifiers to consider going into the Raid Pit when we've got seriously big objectives secure through that Espeon, through that Coup de Grace. Anybody who plays these Pokemon regularly will know what a difference that will be. And again, that plays into this story right from the beginning of Draft Zoinks. Kratos on Aegislash. I've not seen enough from him to suggest that this was perhaps the best pick. Maybe he's got time to change my mind, but it's not a lot of time.
Yeah, we're going to be heading into the final stretch here in just 15 seconds. In terms of positioning, Orange Juicers are the first ones to actually engage in the middle of the map. Blastoise going to buy a little space, but that Zacian being on the top side is a real scary flank right now for Mochi. Called out by Megu, though.
That's a big Sacred Sword, and Megu forced behind their own lines. Hooper unbound with Infinite Cyburn, moving back in with the Surf. Psychic Solaire catches both the Hooper and Soreyu on that slow, bro. Look at this, desperately trying to zone away the Trevenant, but still no KOs to be found. All the while, Rayquaza's been poked. They're going for the flip here, Gen 5, and they've not done it. It's Orange Juicers who've been able to steal it away from Gen 5. Again, a risky strategy, a coin flip Zoinks, but it's paid off big time.
I can't believe Orange Juicers just went for that thing the entire time. I mean, we saw them initially start hitting the Rayquaza with the Aegislash. Kratos was the first one. They get Slowbro Unite moved, and immediately the Blissey tries to bail them out, and that's not even enough. They're not able to take it out, and immediately the Pokemon goes down. Rayquaza gets scary, but it's going to be Zacian taking home that Rayquaza. Kratos on the run right now. There's still a minute left in this matchup, and the scoreline very, very close.
All of that, and they didn't even use the coup de grace until after. They used it exclusively on Megu. Is that a mistake, Taru, or do they have enough on defense? Certainly, the size of that wide guard shield would suggest otherwise, but they're a little bit lost in the sauce here. Kratos picks up the wide guard again, the Surf, and eventually Kratos will go down, but 100 score on the top path extends this lead to 419 to 183. Only 4 Pokemon for Gen 5 on this offensive. They take up a 56, less than 200 points to go, but there's still 2 Pokemon with shields, one of them being OG on this Sword Doggo. Never mind, Dispelled. Megu doing as much as they can, going deep into the enemy territory. Hydro Typhoon only catches 1 really time against Gen 5. I don't think they're going to do it, Zoinks.
Yeah, with Sazero going down, this got even harder with no Hoopa Unite move to pop up in the middle of this team fight, and OG is going to be cleaning up the rest. Orange Juicers take the Ray and defend their goal zones impressively to hold on to this one and start things off well. Wow! Taking down Gen 5 in 2-0 fashion. North America showing up to play today.
Group D, win number 3 for Orange Juicers. I have these guys in my top 4, Zoinks. And they have done nothing to shake my belief in them.
Yeah.
That was so clinical. And despite the fact that, in a way, it was a series of fine margins, but this time around it was Gen 5 who felt like they were slightly ahead for that entire game. But again, we get to that Ray pit, and there's a couple of options, and they don't really know where they're looking. And Orange Juicers, that is a prime opportunity for them. They seize those opportunities time and time again, and Gen 5 just didn't learn quickly enough.
Yeah, all without a Blissey Unite move too, right? Like, literally. I think that is really difficult stuff, and they were able to pull it off, which is impressive. I want to talk a little bit about the end game, even following Rayquaza as well. Just some of the decisions that Orange Juicers made in that defense that I think were really impressive. We were kind of looking at Kratos when they were playing it really offensively, even offside the tier 1. That is such a good decision when you have a couple of players on that back cap route. You need to buy as much time as possible, and Space will get that done. Aegislash diving into the backline, one of the few Pokemon that has a lot of self-sustain behind it with that wide guard, or of course the shield form boosted auto attacks. You can get yourself a little bit of room, and then after they get the respawns, you know, their teammates start jumping back into the fray. They know they can give up 1 goal zone, they abandon it, and they shore up around that tier 2. Just really smart decisions from front to back.
Zogrug and Rolling, mighty. Mighty. When you've got that Flareon's Espeon as such a prime target, especially for Yutao, who's looking to find their way to the backline. I feel like the fact that we didn't see Flareons go down hardly at all unless they had stepped out of line themselves is a huge amount of praise that we have to put onto this team, and this player in particular, Zugrug, really shone on the Trevenant. Even the minute things, we were picking up on it earlier when they were going after birds, about being slightly off-center on the birds, and then using the Wood Hammer to bring it way further towards their own goal zones, which means that the opposition team were like, okay, well, if we do go for these birds, then we're putting ourselves at risk. So many minute, both macro and micro adjustments that makes this squad really, really scary to go up against.
They are so scary. I mean, so many of these players were considered to be kind of the best in the world at the time in the World Championships last year, and even now they are looking so, so strong. They might have not gotten a tournament win locally since that first one where they qualified for this event, but I mean, ever since they've just been getting stronger and stronger, and this feels like an event where they could really showcase, no, we are world-class talent, and, you know, Zoink specifically, stop disrespecting us. And I've taken that note, and that's a really good note for me, so thank you, Orange Juicers.
No disrespect from me. I love these guys. Of course, they still have to wait on whether they do get that buy into the top 8, because there are a lot more results to come. It's based on, of course, that win percentage. And so, I mean, look, at 3-0, you'd think that they're probably good, because although there's a number of countback options, seeding is also one of them. And I'd reckon they figure pretty high in that game.
Being one of those invited teams via Travel Award, definitely going to help them out in that favor. I mean, Orange Juicers, an incredible squad for sure. Gen 5, though, a very, very strong team. I think there's a very good chance they make it into day 2, and we continue to see this team compete here at the Aeos Cup. However, it is all lights on Orange Juicers right now. So I think that is going to be a team that we want to keep our eyes on as potentially a tournament favorite. I know it's early to call that, and we got like so many good teams to play on broadcast still, but with the way that Orange Juicers was playing that game, it's like, wow, okay, this is definitely one of the teams to beat.
EU with a loss this time around. Well, guess what? EU guaranteed a win next time, as after this break, Nouns Esports take on the Lelovers. You don't want to miss it. See you then.
Solid, solid, solid.
Good shot, good shot.
London at the Excel Center for EUIC and one of our biggest events of the year for Pokemon Unite, the Aeos Cup on stage. Nouns, esports, and lelovers. We have some really exciting matches coming up. We just saw an incredible game there between Gen 5 and the Orange Juicers. I mean, there are all those questions, right? How are these regions going to stack up? OJ looked fantastic.
They did. They looked really good. One through line so far that we've seen today is these teams on stage are either a hair nervous or they've got some nerves, because we are seeing some very subpar below 2-minute play from almost every game we've seen so far.
Yeah.
A lot of teams are just falling apart a little bit. You know, you look at the team Gen 5 that we just watched, a bunch of phenomenal French players that we've seen win on LAN before, and they are trying to work through it because they had that second game, a great opportunity to win, and it's almost as if they just they loosied the football away from their own field goal kick. They Charlie Brown themselves somehow.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some really interesting performance from some of these teams, and I do think when you get in that situation, when you're up on the big stage, you'll see a lot of teams either rise to the occasion or sort of, you know, crumble, fizzle, you know, something weird will happen. And I do think we're seeing that a little bit. You know, there's a lot of pressure. There's so much on the line. I do believe both Gen 5 and OJ were already qualified for day 2 because they went 2-0 in their first games there. But, I mean, a lot of these games, too, it really matters, you know, what placement you can get in that bracket. So I know Juicers are looking great. I think they 2-0'd every single game. And you are going to start to see maybe who the strongest in EU is, and then they're running into, you know, a top worlds contender like the Juicers. We're going to take a look at our bracket right here, Dubesec. So this is our group stage. We saw Kamai Esport on broadcast earlier. We saw BH3 as well. Both of them 2-0 in Group A.
Yeah, and then moving over to Group B, Nouns 2-0, Lelovers 2-0. So if you look at this, one of these teams is vying for that 3-0 spot. And don't forget, 4 of these 6 groups, based on their records across the board, will get a first round bye tomorrow. So don't think that this game doesn't matter, because one of these teams wants to be 3-0 and really put themselves in pole position to get that first round bye tomorrow. Because when it gets to tomorrow, the stakes are higher, teams are now rolling. It's a bunch of teams that have won in day 1, that have been successful in day 1, and being able to just get a little bit further in the bracket before you have to enter the fray is definitely a good thing.
We're taking a look here at the rest of our groups here. Here's Group E, Stamina and Dream Max both up 2-0. We also have Antic and Luminosity both 1-0. So I think a lot of the teams that we predicted to do really well are having a great showing at this tournament. And yeah, the real question is whose record is the best? Who's going to walk out of these groups with that first round bye? Because it gives you such an advantage as you're going through that tournament. Tomorrow, we have best of 3 games, but it is win or go home. Every single game, teams are getting eliminated as they move through that bracket. So today, sure, you can give a game, but you absolutely don't want to. You want to make sure that you have your best possible chance of making it deep in the bracket tomorrow.
Absolutely. We just watched OJ give themselves the best opportunity. Not only are they 3-0, they're 6-0 in games from what we've been told, which means that is a heck of a record and has got to put them at the top of the pile for that first round bye. Now, we don't necessarily have the game depth breakdown between Nouns and Lelovers, but you got to think a 5-1 in games, a 6-0 in games. You know, that starts to mean that you are climbing, again, the top of the pile to get that bye, because you mentioned it, this field is so strong. The less that you have to contend with these top teams, the better position you're going to be. And having a first round bye feels to me invaluable.
Yeah, and of course, we often see in Pokemon Unite, just kind of in like the mainline Pokemon games, there's a little bit of like, that weakness triangle going on where for some reason you might be able to beat the best team out there, but a team that's really, really solid, that's maybe like 3rd or 4th in the region is just, you've got the weakness to them. And then they can do the thing, and then they do that thing, and then you can do this thing, and then they do that thing. What? Okay,
triangle?
Yeah, I'll go sit down for a while.
A triangle?
Sure.
Isosceles, acute, doesn't matter. We talking triangles today. Now, Lelovers and Nouns are 2 of the stronger teams in EU. Now, stronger teams in their own group as well. And, you know, Nouns is a team that everybody is familiar with. Lelovers, newer squad this year that's trying to make their mark and has some pretty decent cup runs under their belt so far in UCS Season 4.
Yeah, and of course, one of the big things with Nouns, right, is the addition of Inder.
Yep.
So he is now on the roster, a, you know, longtime tournament player, a big name in the game, coming from the NA scene. You know, they had a huge run in multiple years, took a year off from competing. I remember Inder saying he really wanted to only compete if he could play with his friends. Well, a few of his friends are over here on Nouns, right? He gets to play with Toon, who he played with in Season 1 of this game. This is a really exciting, you know, it's a really exciting time seeing these players reunite and up on that big stage. Of course, I think a lot of people here want to see Nouns do very, very well. This could be their tournament to win.
It very well could be, and I think a lot of people are hoping, including myself, that this becomes their breakout event so they can recapture some of that year one magic when they got runner-up at the World Championships. Inder and Toon jump in the way back machine. They used to play together. They thought they were going to be a competitive Unite team until Unite went and formed the structure of region locking these teams. And from there, that means Toon was now in EU, Inder locked in NA as a Canadian. And for this year, he wants to play with a buddy, and Toon says, I don't have any space for you. But Bruv on Nouns does. He's got a free room. Come on over and help us finish out this season. I'm excited to see Inder play again, especially from that like amazing moment in NAIC last year when we saw the big TTV.
And we are going to see them up on the big stage now. Nouns Esports is going to have our first pick in ban here. Lelovers is going to have our second 2 picks. We've got Aegis Slash, Psyduck, Mewtwo, and Miraidon receiving the bans here. First pick is going to be over to Nouns.
Yeah, I mean, Bruv is still out. Bruv is on the dot here. Blissey was still out there. Umbreon's still out there. And if you let Nouns get both of those, you got to think they're in a decent spot. Inder, historically great on this Blissey.
Yeah, and Blissey has actually been doing really well for Nouns in general, right? Bruv, when he was in that role, excuse me, not Bruv. Why am I blanking on his name?
Inder?
No, the player who Inder just replaced. I'm like...
Soraya?
No! Oh, forget it. I'll get it at some point. He won multiple like events with them, monthlies. He was great. And now I'm completely blanking on his name.
Talking about Blaine?
Yes, Blaine. Thank you. Oh, bruv. I don't know what my brain was doing there. But yes, he was actually doing really well on Blissey also for
multiple
Nouns.
Tournaments for this Nouns squad on their way to wins. It was actually pretty impressive. Zarina, that lockdown all-rounder with its Unite move. And Umbreon up next, a great pick for Marv, who was one of the most consistently strong EU defender players for the last couple years.
I'm not surprised to see Potato on Garchomp, right? This was like one of their signature Pokemon. I'm liking this build. I want to see if that's what they stick with. They've got the attack weight. You know, now that you don't have the critical hit on Garchomp, it really could be very valuable to take that extra time, stack it up, so all of your basics, as well as, of course, your Unite move is doing a huge amount of extra damage. Final pick over on Nouns, they are going to grab Dodrio for Gotlu, which this feels like a Pokemon that, when played well, it is phenomenal, and not a lot of teams pick it up currently.
No, that's correct. And Gotlu, you know, one of the strongest assets they bring to this team is when they are free roaming and can make a difference kind of on their own schedule, and they don't necessarily have to play with the other 4 members of the squad. We've seen Gotlu specifically be so strong on a Pokemon like Greedent, Dodrio operating in a similar fashion in terms of how it can move. Now, Mamoswine, a great pick here, kind of another underrepresented, maybe not as respected as some of the other defender options that we have out there, but one that we've seen the likes of Slashcan on Luminosity pick up. Bruv is playing Mamoswine. We see some Mamoswine out east as well. And really a show-out star of the World Championships most recently. So I love seeing this Mamoswine wrapping us up here over on Lelovers with that Talonflame pick, something that was causing quite a stir earlier today.
Yeah, Talonflame, it really has its moments, right? But it actually feels very similar to Dodrio, and maybe a lot of speedsters will fall into this camp where if you have a great player on fill-in-the-blank, Absol feels like it also is here, Zoroark, this may just be a speedster thing where if they've got a great player, you can slot it in We're going to have to see how this Talon does as we're heading here into game number 1. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Lelovers, your orange team. And let me tell you, Lelovers wants the upset right here. They want to take Nouns down.
They really, really do. Both of these teams looking great to play tomorrow, but this is to sit on top of the pile in front of the pack and get that bye.
Yeah, and here we go. We have the Zarina. Obviously, this is a Pokemon that would really like to get some early stacks in, but they are denying it pretty well on the side of Nouns.
Yeah, I mean, Zarina, sometimes we see the Allrounder actually go to the top path right here, but Garchomp is filling that role. And Potato specifically is synonymous with this Garchomp pick.
Yeah, one of the players to really popularize this, especially here in the West. We head down to the bottom path right here. We're going to see if Toon can secure any of this. Interestingly enough, it looks like, is that Gotlu in the central area as the Dodrio? So they're kind of flexing around some of their roles here a little bit. I would expect Gotlu to be in the top path, but that does not appear to be what's happening.
No, not at all. And Toonslim on this Sobble, you know, playing in lane, you think a stage 2, shouldn't it be in the central area? Not necessarily. The secure on this Inteleon, now Sobble right now, is so strong that it can actually play in lane and hold its own very, very well. Tons of damage being put in, forcing out the eject button from the Gabite.
Yeah, really nice play there by the Talon, you know, swooping on in and making sure that they can block the tri-attack from Dodrio, who's looking to pick up the Garchomp KO. So we head down to the bottom path right here. Seems like things are going a little bit better for Nouns down here, and this is the classic, you know, Bruv, Toon path in that bottom path, so it's hard to deal with. These two have worked together for so long down here.
They really have, and they might be the best bottom path duo on the planet. They're incredibly good.
Yeah.
So, you know, nice rotation here out of Gotlu, going to get tons of points in as Marv is unable to hang tough. And you have to look just the strength of Nouns across the board. Aside from Ender, who just needs to tick over to Blissey, they're looking fairly decent. Keeping pace, Lelovers.
Yeah, they are looking fairly decent. I mean, all that experience quickly gobbled up by Nouns. And I gotta say, you know, this is a situation where if I'm looking at how Nouns is playing, I love this for Nouns. And the biggest thing I'm looking at, not only is it Toon in that bottom path with Bruv, it's Gotlu on something like Dodrio. I feel like if you give Gotlu the room to run, you know, pardon the pun with the bird there, but if you give Gotlu room to run, I think he can just go absolutely nuts in some of these matches, and you want him on a really disruptive, wild Pokemon like Dodrio.
Yeah, double-edged sword, though. It's a pendulum that swings. If you give all this experience into the hands of Gotlu, and they kind of do that Gotlu thing where 10% of the time they just kind of run it down and get blown up, well, that's a recipe for absolute disaster here. As 4 players are collapsing on top of Adesu. Adesu doing a good job running away. Bravebird coming through, getting the knockout. Now the pressure's on Gotlu. They're level 7, they're gone. And all of a sudden, Snow's level 7 with that level 8 Dodrio going down. And look at all these points. 1 Gotlu knockout, and that is the tides of momentum all of a sudden with Lelovers.
To be fair, I mean, we had multiple members of Nouns, like, just in the bottom path. They were able to secure that objective. We even have Bruv in the central area there of Lelovers as we have Regieleki now walking towards the top path, and I don't think Lel wants to fight here. They're going to see how much they can take from Nouns, grab as much experience as they can, as a couple members of Nouns are just going to be able to deal with that Regieleki. Adesu sitting in the top path with it.
Heavy rotation for a moment there towards Toonslim on the Inteleon, and that would have been very hard for them to hold that pad if Lelovers actually completed that rotation, went for that bot pad tier 1. Now they're going to have to put some pressure on Gotlu here, who pops the Dodrio Unite Bravebird right over the top, and Bird v Bird action is going to result in a Talonflame W.
Yeah, Talonflame picking up some big stuff here. I mean, we've seen Bravebird actually have some amazing games today, and it's looking pretty good here. The Zarina is level 9, caught right there by the Earthquake, right into a massive Ice Fang and a snipe shot. That is that combination. These two working together so often. You just saw that perfectly executed combination.
Yeah, you can see exactly what they're going for. Deep engage disruption, Ice Fang reposition, and the whole time Toonslim is just waiting for that reposition to happen so they can land a massive shot. When you think of a full-on team fight, 5v5, that is putting them right into the Zacian blender as well. So it's a snipe shot into that big sword swinging around from Adesu, who's trying to get this Hoopa put down as well.
And then you can see Adesu recognizing, like, I might be getting brought into a fight that I don't actually want to deal with right now, backing on up. They don't have any vision, they don't have any information as to how many players from Lelovers are up there in the top path. And based on how they rotated together earlier, it could be all 5 of them, so they do back away from that fight. We can see the Unite move on the Blissey right now. We have the Zacian at level 10. 10 on the other side. Garchomp, Zarina, Talon, all level 10. Unite moves on almost every Pokemon in the game right now, so this next fight is really a powder keg waiting to go off.
Yeah, Bruv wearing the correct Hollowware on this Mamoswine, and also a very early Mamoswine at that, level 9, with its Unite move. Adesu guarding, as it looks like it's going to be a 4-player rotation Lelovers. Bravebird's in, Adesu taking a ton of damage, Flame Sweep doesn't hit the broadside of a barn, and now we have to just absolutely jump the skies in Moonlight Prance to try and hold down this pad. Now we have the Dodrio Unite coming back in. All of Nouns Esports has rotated, and they're getting some knockouts. Not a lot of points have gone in, but they're finding some quality KOs back the other way.
Well, I gotta say, I mean, that was beautifully played by Adesu in that top path. I mean, you're defending against multiple members of Lelovers. You last long enough for the rest of your team to land with that jump pad, pick up some big KOs. Blissey goes down here by the Zarina, but this is a possibility that they could win this fight. Huge
nice
snipe shot right there, and the Zarina is going to go down. Nouns playing this really well, and again, you have to give a huge shout out to Adesu, who was able to hold off multiple members of Lelovers on that tier 2.
Yeah, great rotation by Nouns to give Adesu the support they need to make sure that nothing goes too crazy. And tip of the cap to Toonslim, one of the snipe shot OGs, able to line up a crispy one against Zarina. And that's not an easy target to hit.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, with all the dashes, all the repositioning Zarina can do, that was a really nice shot, and it set up a huge play for them. We have the Regieleki going down here on the top path, and it looks like Nouns recognizes that there's no way they're going to be able to make it in to fight this, so they're going to have to deal with it. Once again, this gives Lelovers this really nice position, right? You can move in and fight with this. You could head down to the bottom path and score. We have Hoopa in that bottom path that could be making a sneaky play to bring the whole team down if this particular play does not work.
Regieleki is on the doorstep here. Bruv goes with the Mamoswine, looking for the target. Gets Dragon rushed away. Bravebirded in. Tons of damage getting put on top, but they are stomping around in those big elephant shoes that they've got. They're keeping on and holding tight. The fact that Bruv has not gone down is miraculous just in and of itself. And despite everything, despite these 3 knockouts, Spraggles, the defense remains. No points actually go in.
That was beautiful, and I gotta say, the sneaky play was not able to be made because Gatlu caught Hoopa in that bottom path. So the Dodrio found them, caught them. They were not able to make the hyperspace, not the hyperspace hole, but the Unite move play to bring the entire team down. You gotta give it up to Nouns. Their defense this game has been phenomenal on all fronts. They're up, only slightly though, 145, 119 as we are getting ready for Rayquaza right here. Both teams not really crushing it on levels, right? Like a couple level 13s here and there, but enough for a huge fight. The question is, how are these teams gonna play it? It feels like we've had many skirmishes throughout this game, but never a full 5-on-5, and we are possibly gonna see that here in just a moment as they look to face off. Obviously, Nouns has that Bliss assistance in their back pocket, able to save one of their Pokemon, but on the other side, we have some huge Unite moves as well that can make some big plays. The positioning from Nouns pretty aggressive right here. We've got Mamo really looking to see if they can find anyone from Lelovers, while we have Zarina peeling off towards this tier 2 goal zone, looking to see if they can score. Now, if Zarina starts scoring, this does give Nouns the opportunity to make something happen. Huge snipe shot
That was big. That was bigger than it looks on the surface here, because that forces some sort of reset, which had just happened. Now they have tons of information. They're going for the scores downstairs as well. How is Nouns going to react? Lining up snipe shots. Garchomp's on the doorstep. There's Ender for the support, popping out the Garchomp Unite move. Enough to get Blissey damaged down. They pick up a berry, and now Potato's at half HP. We've got the Dodrio back cap happening as well. A key snipe shot on the Garchomp. Let's pivot to the middle here and see how this action is going to take over. Galu's got their target. They're going straight towards Marv. That's a full engagement on them. They're at half HP. Can they actually put the Umbreon down? No. And now we have just the trick bouncing back and forth. We pop the Unite move out of Galu. They want to take down this Hoopa before it could go rings unbound. It dip dives and goes back the other way. Are they going to be able to get the knockout though? Finally, the rings are unbound. The Hoopa is huge. And is anybody actually going to come through? Maybe just Marv rolled through. Look at this counter punch by Nouns though. They're hunting Potato, who just backed, took the portal through, and now they're going to get their points in the other way. Only 16 points separates these teams. Flame Sweep finally hits Inteleon. Bliss assistance just in time. Rayquaza is getting so low, and now Nouns Esports need to get back in the middle. Down Flame's going to take it. Lelo Lellovers are gonna look to take the lead.
They are running towards the goal zones right now. 100 points are in, but it's still 331, 315. More points are being scored. That brings them up to 397. Nouns has to do something here, or they are going to lose this game with only 15 seconds left. A Mammo Swine is running across the map, but I don't think it's going to be able to make it in time. A Desu trying to watch the Talonflame. More points rain in from the Hoopa, and Mammo makes it to the top path, but it's too little, too late. A stalled out fight, and Lellovers are going to take game number 1.
I am getting whiplash into the pass, Spraggles. Do you know what I just watched Nouns play like? Scared TTV
I know
from
you
year
did.
2.
Yeah.
Holy smoke. Perfect defense, perfect defense, perfect defense. And then the team throws you a curveball when you were expecting a heater down the middle, and they absolutely duffed it. Holy, what good strategy out of Lellovers, though.
Yeah.
Normally out of Hoopa, because they can rings unbound, pull everybody through with the portal, you only send 1 player to score. They sent 3, Spraggles. They sent 3.
Yeah, this was, I mean, a really fantastic match in so many ways here. Look at how many KOs these teams had. Very low KO game. You're looking at Talonflame with only 30,000 damage, right? This looks like the kind of screenshot that you would post online and you go like, oh, what can I do with this team, right? And what was really happening was some very carefully constructed fights by both of these squads. Even the Rayquaza fight really never got to the place where it was a full 5-on-5 brawl. Lellovers with some really tricky plays. I like that Nouns tried to counter and answer right back with it. But one of the advantages of Pokemon like Garchomp, you know, that rip potential, as soon as they know enough members of Nouns are gone, that's their moment. They are able to start taking down Rayquaza, and they were able to do it very quickly. It was hard for Nouns to sort of get back in there and respond.
It really was, and they actually were operating, you gotta think, with almost perfect information. You had the the Zarina scoring up top. You had the 2 players scoring downstairs. The big snipe shot from Toon forced the backing out of Marv. Had the set, like, Umbreon had to go back home. So they knew where 4 of the 5 players were, and they just didn't. They got split, all their attention everywhere, so violently that they couldn't adjust, and actually the control was still in the hands of Lellovers.
And here we go. We're heading into our next game right here. Nouns with our first bans. They're still going to have our first pick here in this game. It's going to be Psyduck, Blissey. On the other side, Mewtwo, Miraidon. First pick on over to the side of Nouns. I feel like, yeah, this is a very solid choice, and they do lock in the Umbreon. It feels like if you don't get Blissey and Umbreon's available, it's one of your best options.
It really is. I wouldn't expect really anywhere else. If you're banning Blissey and you get the opportunity for a first pick, Umbreon makes sense. Potato quickly eyeing up Aegislash. Hoopa chosen again by Kaizen.
Interesting, yeah. Hyperspace Holt not available for this tournament. These are going to be Trick Hoopas, but you know they've made some huge plays with them. You can see, you know, the really clever use of letting someone head back to base and then quickly taking your Phantom Force portal to get back into a fight. So we don't have Hyperspace Hold, but we still do have an option for letting someone heal and come back, which is, you know, it's a very technical play that a lot of these pros could easily make. As we take a look at Nouns, we have a Desu locking in the Pikachu.
You know, a Pokemon that has kind of fallen in and out of prominence here, but we have seen it a few times today. It's not completely unsurprising, but I am surprised it's chosen in that spot.
We see our final couple of picks here on the side of Nouns. They're hovering a few choices right now. We're going to see how they want to round out this roster. Tyranitar from Toon. And Ender on the Leafeon. So, I mean, I guess it's possible that we are swapping this Leafeon over with the Pikachu, and we're going to see support Pikachu in this match.
You might actually see True Tank Blastoise, Umbreon in Indy's hands, playing
sure.
like Wish, Mean Look, maybe some sort of variation there.
That's a good point. We could definitely see that.
And locking down last is Dodrio. I mean, E-Ball's going to be pretty good here out of Pikachu, right, to chase down that Dodrio. We'll see where these Pokemon actually end up.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here. Gotlu is going to be taking that Leafeon. We have Ender is going to be sitting on the Umbreon. This is kind of, you know, the play that you thought, this is the call that you thought was going to happen here. Bruv on the, you know, more tank-focused Blastoise. It is going to be interesting. I got to say, looking at Aegislash and Trevenant, maybe even Urshifu, all of these Pokemon do not want to hang out next to a Tyranitar.
No.
They don't want to stand in that sand tomb and fight it. I mean, that would be, you know, a way to an early grave. So we're going to have to see how they want to play this. Dodrio does have some incredible mobility, but we have some answers on the side of Nouns as well. Again, Pikachu, big-time answers on their side. You know, Gotlu on Leafeon. Leafeon can keep up with the Dodrio. Both of these Pokemon are extremely fast, and if you're able to, you know, throw that Razor Leaf, Aerial Ace, or even dive right in with your Unite move, you can catch the bird.
You can. I'm thinking of like a Trick Phantom Force combo on the Dodrio, popping a big Unite move to stretch really far and then yank them back through to kind of re-engage closer to home, maybe where the Tyranitar is trying to work in the kitchen, cook in the kitchen, if you will. So there's going to be some very interesting plays that can be facilitated here, and it's all kind of on Kaizen to make them happen.
Here we go. We're heading into game number 2 here. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Lelovers, your orange team. Looking to make a big upset happen here, Doob Snacks, as they could take down the best EU has to offer here in the group stage. Now, it does look like Nouns would continue on in this tournament, but Lelovers might be taking one of those top spots.
Yeah, and again, they're scrapping for the bye here. They're both sitting at 2-0 in their group. This would put whomever the victor is at 3-0. Toon upstairs by themselves, so we got some cheeky scoring happening across the way. Umbreon stacking to make sure that wish healing cranks up.
Yeah, very important to try to get those stacks early if you can, right? As we take a look at Tyranitar being sent back into the central area, they let Leafeon get a little bit, hit their level 4, and then run to the top path here. And now they're going to make sure that all the rest of the experience goes over to Tyranitar. It's an experience-hungry Pokemon. If it can get it, it becomes a raid boss. But if it doesn't, well, you know, it just kind of hangs out for
K-opener to Snow after the eject button Wicked Blow on a very, very damaged Bruv's Squirtle there. And now they're just putting so much pressure on Adesu, and they can't do too much. So a couple stacks actually going in for Snow as well, as the mid-birds are here. Excuse me, not the mid-birds, the mid-path birds, we should say. And all of those go to Lelovers.
Yeah, and look at this here. I mean, we have the evolution for the Umbreon. As we head to the top path here, we have Gotlu. Level-wise, things look chaotically bad for Nouns. Now, it's still very early in the game, so there's a lot that they can get, you know, done here, but it just is not looking good so far between these two squads. We do have the Electro Ball, which is kind of what we expected out of Pikachu.
Yeah, and that's specifically to kind of click and chase on the Dodrio, give you an opportunity to kind of cut down Toast's retreat options here. Indy gonna have to hold down the top path. They're doing a lot of 4-player pushes in different paths, but because Toast can almost feel like they're everywhere at once, it's making it difficult for Nouns to keep up.
Yeah, and here we go. Pikachu in a little bit of trouble right there, but it does eat an Electro Ball, and that's gonna slow down that sprint gauge from charging up. Toon in the top path, only level 6.5. They really need a ton of experience here. You'd hope you'd be much higher by now, but it's been tough. The mean look from Umbreon is going to set up some big plays. They've got Electro Ball. They should have Volt Tackle. They're going to have mean look. Dodrio is just going to have a bad time.
Snow getting knocked out there is really, you wish literally any other player on Nouns would have gotten that knockout except for Inder. You'll take what you can get, but you would have loved to see maybe Gotlu on the Leafeon get that. They might be level 8 instead of level 7 now. We'll see how Indy gets themselves out of this situation. As the hammer comes down, Indy is able to run away. Bruv, Adesu, Indy with Toon just hiding in the tall grass, ready to jump on them, going straight in, trying to put some breath on the Swablu and Altaria, but unfortunately not enough here as we exchange KOs.
You know, this is an interesting setup from Nouns, right? This feels like a different look. So normally Bruv is the one, you know, giving as much experience as they can over to the squad, but instead here they're going to be playing that carry Blastoise rapid spin build, as multiple members of Lelovers are now trying to take everything they can from Nouns. The Volt Tackle comes through, but the full heal right back the other way means that they can pull out of it, as we have members of Nouns Esports here in the bottom path, possibly having to fight at this goal zone. Lelovers pushing in and now pulling back.
Yeah, I mean, we have a Spinstoise here. I thought maybe we'd have the bigger Surf-type Blastoise, but if you're trying to have everybody fight Tyranitar toe-to-toe, maybe you don't want to be pushing them away, right? Regice is at half. Marv is doing a great job spacing. Bruv, no real interest to make a move on Regice itself. The Wicked Blow is there. They get the knockout, though, does Nouns Esports, and that's actually enough for Lelovers to pivot away and run away. Now they have an opportunity for a big overdunk here. Looks like they might go for the 26-pointer out of Bruv.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously math-wise the best. We may have wanted and some experience to head over to the side of Toon on Tyranitar, but they have evolved, right? They hit their level 9, so they're able to fight now. Unfortunately for Tyranitar, they need to spend a lot of time not being as useful as they possibly could. Gotlu cleaning them up here a little bit in the top path. Here comes that Volt Tackle and a nice double KO.
Yeah, that's exactly what Gotlu needed as well. Good timing on the two-step, right? Waiting out the wide guard just long enough so you can step back through, get him with Razor Leaf. They close out another goal zone, 211 to 98. Now, despite the levels being real wonky just a mere moment ago, the points and that quick win that they were able to pick up brings this thing much, much closer.
Yeah, it feels like Nouns is really in control of it right now. They obviously had to level a lot of their Pokemon, get them online, but now that they are, things are going well. Unfortunate Unite move right there misses the Dodrio as they are able to score. More points raining in, and if Urshifu's able to score, and they do, that's a great score for them. However, Nouns Esports pushes Regieleki into the Tier 2. They're now up by over 100.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how good that overcap was in the bottom. I didn't quite see how many points were left. Urshifu scoring 32, and I can't imagine, just based on the health bar that circles the pad itself, that it was that strong. So 289, 180, Nouns Esports in control on the scoreboard and doing pretty darn good in these levels.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. I think if I remember it, it was a decent overcap. I think both teams were pretty similar in the bottom path, and then Nouns is now scored on that Tier 2, right? But these teams are taking some good opportunities to put points on the board. Nouns, again, up by 100. Now, that is not a great overcap for them, right? Only a few points over, so they are going to be down still by over 100, even though the goal zones are even.
Great mean look, putting them straight in the blender with Bruv, right? They can start rapid spinning in the mean look of Indy wherever they put it down and really shred through the HP of that target. And of course, the beautiful goal zone stamp as the Blastoise was the one that closed out. And I think that's actually why they let Bruv close that out. Eject button, spin to chase down the Dodrio. Trevine pop the other way. Marv with a big shield. Let's see what they can do with it. We are rings unbound. We need to get some stuns. We're shooting space lasers and the Hydro Typhoon is kicked up. But is it going to be enough? The fist stuns are very strong. 3 players down, 4 players down. Wow, what a punch by Lelovers.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Lelovers, and Gotlu, without a Unite move here, is not able to move in and clean this up. It looks like they were able to stall for a decent amount of time. They may be able to stop them from getting the objective. Regice is getting very, very low right here. We have, no, Adesu not able to pick it up with the Electro Ball. Close for Nouns Esports, still close on the scoreboard, 289-186. And this match is, I mean, all of these fights have been razor thin. It feels like it's going back and forth between these two teams. An absolute tug of war, and we're gonna have to see how Rayquaza is gonna play out, because I think, just like last match, it's gonna come down to the team that can manage Ray better and make better plays at the end. Last game, feels like Lelovers made some really strong plays.
They really did. And we have nice pick here. This should result in a KO with the solid mean look out of Indy. But look at this score levelizing back half by this Dodrio. 48 points, their opportunity to go in here. 289, 218. That lead is shrinking quickly, Spraggles, which is going to make this Rayquaza all more important.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be up if you can by, you know, obviously as many points as possible, but over 100 points is an amazing place to be in, because even if someone peels away from a fight, you are still ahead if they make that score happen. Right now, Nouns is up, but not by over 100. Now, I think Lelovers is making the right call here by dealing with this as quickly as they can. If that happens to walk and then a score goes in, that is a brutal overcap there, as we have multiple members of Nouns getting ready for this fight. We see the Trevenant, Marv, waiting to see what they can find out. Gotlu getting caught right here, the full heal, and now they're pulling away from the fight, able to escape, so that, you know, Woodhammer not able to take them down, as multiple members of Nouns are now chasing and looking for this fight.
Yeah, I mean, losing your full here there is brutal, Spraggles, and now we're trying to get vision. We're trying to see where everybody's at. Gatlu's got eyes on Dodrio. They just bumped into each other.
Yeah, and here we go. Blastoise just looking for their moment, spinning, possibly to win, but more to get information as to where this bird is. They don't know if Dodrio's heading home. They don't know if it's looking for a score. We actually do have Urshifu from Lelovers running towards this top path. Bruv reacting to that in the top path as well, the Blastoise. Now we have 3 members of Lelovers hiding in the tall grass here top, and we have multiple members of Nouns looking to engage on them. They're just trying to find them somewhere on the map. They don't want to not fight them, but they are ahead, so they want them to make the mistake. Looks like they full healed outside of that mean look, pulling away. A member of Nouns scoring, Lelovers scoring top, and a member trying to score in the bottom path. Both goal zones stop, but they go down.
huge potato getting caught in the mean look is enough in the Tyranitar to get this knockout. Here we go. Okay, the sand gets it done, but Gatloop goes down back the other way. Now, how are they going to match this up? Toon is on the chase. They're going for an engagement on Marv. Marv able to horn leech themselves away to create space. Dodrio for the go in the back cap too. Mean look is on Marv, and it looks like they need to pivot to this Rayquaza. Are they going to start putting damage on? Kaizen is still hanging out in the bushes. They can rings unbound and pull everybody through. We're chipping on Rayquaza.
And here we go. They're looking for their moment right here. Ray is already at half, and now it looks like they're going to have to go for this. The Pikachu Unite move comes in. The Wicked Blow is ready to go. Ray is getting very, very low. Secured by the Tyranitar from Downs Esports. Toon with the secure as they're going to have to run here. And man, Doob Snacks, did they need that? Because Lelovers was scoring all over the board. They were ahead of them. Now 389, 342.
That is a play and a half by Nouns. They realized they needed to just force the issue, right? They got into the middle, put everybody into the work zone that they needed, and just executed on that job and got it done.
Wow, I mean, I gotta say, Nouns, they must be feeling great here. That was messy, really messy. Lelovers had complete control. You know, they KO Gatloop, they score in the bottom path, they're peeling back. It feels like Nouns just didn't really know how they wanted to play that, and I understand some of the situation they were in because for a while they were up. But not only that, if they're looking to take down Rayquaza, they have to deal with the fact that a Wicked Blow or Shifu's on the other side.
Exactly.
And any time that is up, it is going to be risky to try to take Ray. They had to take it. They made the right call, a scary one, and now our series is all tied up.
All tied up. This is what we began to be a pretty decent engagement by Nouns, but stepping up with this Rings Unbound Hoopa, the stuns from the fists. We just saw the Hydro Typhoon in the middle, but it was not enough. Ultimately, Nouns Esports loses 4 players in that exchange.
Here we go. Here's when Ray is getting very, very low. The Pikachu Unite move comes in. Urshifu moves in, but too early. And I don't know if it was a basic attack. I don't know if it was just the Sand Tomb, but they were able to secure Ray right there. They needed it. They were behind. They were kind of desperate in that moment, honestly. And
absolutely.
I don't know. The first game, you and I were just talking about this. They were playing pretty slow. They were just kind of letting Lelovers make plays, and Lelovers made a bunch of plays and won that game. This game, they were also looking for a fight, but Lel didn't want to fight them at all. Lel was finding multiple opportunities to score around the map, putting themselves up, and then, of course, it forces this, like, all in on Ray.
I'm thinking if I'm Nouns, I might ban Hoopa, actually, because it seems to be a pretty robust part of the strategy that Lelovers is trying to employ. And instead of getting stressed on the map by a Dodrio and a Hoopa, I'd much rather just as soon as the Dodrio goes to score, you're with full information, right? And it can't just get ripped back through that Rings Unbound portal, that big Hoopa Unite, which re-centralizes everybody to wherever the Hoopa is. So I would be thinking about that if I'm Nouns Esports. We know that, you know, Indy tends to be a hyperspace hole gamer if they're playing Hoopa. So I would say just ban it. Just get it out of the equation and have Lelovers almost play a more straight up game of Unite with you.
Well, it is really interesting, right? Because Lelovers, they've done such an amazing job in these moments of really basically calling whatever fight they want. When they don't want to fight, they just continue putting pressure on these goal zones. This has been one heck of a series. 1-1, Nouns Esports versus Lelovers. Nouns is going to get this first pick here. They are banning Psyduck. They are banning Blissey. On the other side, once again, we are seeing Mewtwo. We are seeing Miraidon. These are some pretty popular bans here today. I'm not surprised to see so many Blissey bans. It's a very powerful Pokemon.
Really is.
As Bruv is going to lock in that Umbreon.
Yeah, I mean, again, banning Blissey, taking Umbreon when it's available, or vice versa is fine. And look at this, Kaizen locking in Hoopa.
They want it right away.
They don't even want to deal with that. So now we're starting to see that Lelovers have established how they want to play this game, and Nouns Esports is kind of following them there. Now, if you're going to do that, you've got to have a couple tricks in the bag to be able to pull out and counteract what the trick Hoopa is trying to do.
We see our next couple of picks here. Toon is going to go ahead and lock in the Urshifu. They also have an Espeon for a Desu. Now, these could go to a lot of different directions, right? One thing that's really powerful about the Nouns roster is it feels like a lot of their players can flex into these Pokemon in different situations. On the other side, Marv once again on the Trevenant. We have Snow on Serena. We have the Aegislash for Potato. And we're seeing our final couple of picks here for Nouns. I'm curious how they're going to structure their composition, how they're going to move it around Indy with the Eldegoss. Gotlu with the Buzzwole, and you got to assume Gotlu's probably on the Buzzy Boy. He's played a lot of it.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to think as well. And then, of course, you send the Urshifu to the middle to get to that level 5 fairly quickly. Toast going to have all the options in the world that they want here. Looks like they're lining up a Talonflame, and they lock themselves in a Talonflame. Look, Hoopa, tons of mobility throughout the rest of the team. They're going to be able to trick Phantom Force people through. You've got a good, decent frontliner in Marv's Trevenant. Marv is specifically a good player, but like Trevenant is just a decent frontlining Pokemon, tons of HP. So they're going to play their game. I would be shocked if they don't stress those goal zones around the 2-minute mark like they have been. How is Nouns going to react? Because so far it hasn't been great.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, right? Because their Hoopa really has unlocked so many scoring opportunities where Nouns is slightly ahead at Ray, and Lel just finds many opportunities to put points on the board. One play that is really powerful that they can make with this combo is the Brave Bird Phantom Force combination. So this gives you the option to dive in with the massively powerful Brave Bird, and depending on how well or poorly that dive goes, if you have Trick on you and the Phantom Force is, you know, up for Hoopa, you can then just completely run away from that engagement. Or you can decide, hey, I nailed multiple members with this move. I'm going to now aerial ace and start cleaning up this fight. It's a really tricky combo to deal with, but also it's pretty tough to pull off. You've got to, be playing at a very high level to make this happen. These teams, of course, are up to the challenge.
Yeah, and there's, Talonflame Zarina can also do that with its engagement options. Don't forget, or those folks of you at home that may not know, when you go back through that trick Phantom Force portal, you get HP back as well.
True. Yeah, you do. You get HP back as we are taking a look at this final match between these two squads. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Lelovers, your orange team. Two of the best in EU duking it out here in Group B. And now we can see Talonflame in the bottom path. We have Bruv moving forward right here. It is a Desu in this bottom path on the Espeon.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I expected a Desu to be, help put pressure with Bruv, just based on how the rest of their composition lined up. Quickly, a Steenie in the middle as that bounce sweep. Future Zarina gets into the middle here. Bruv taking quite a bit of damage. Bruv about to take over to Umbreon themselves. Got to be looking forward towards that. As Gotlu using Buzzwole as it was intended, putting tons of pressure early.
Yeah, Buzz is just so incredibly strong. It's great before level 5, and then its level 5 is just a massive power spike with whichever move you choose. I have to assume we're seeing superpower. I don't see too many teams playing Leech Life in a situation like this. As we have Toon on their Urshifu, they are going to be the single striker Urshifu, and they have made it to the bottom path right here, so they could make something big happen. In the top path, we have multiple members of Lelovers looking for a fight right here, catching them with the Astonish, moving in and trying to pick up a KO, but nothing is happening there.
Yeah, didn't get a KO, but did get some eject buttons for their effort there, so that's not nothing. And now they'll know they'll at least have some advantage at these mid-birds here if they are to rotate to them.
And look at that, they let the Aegislash head towards the central area for Lelovers, while the Zarina, now level 6, is able to hang out in this top path right here. We can see the Bruv playing not mean look here. This is going to be a foul play Umbreon game. A little more aggressive, able to displace your opponents, but of course not able to lock them down.
Yeah, maybe seeing that the Dodrio is not a factor, Umbreon is not on Indy, so hey, let's go with foul play and have Bruv be a good frontlining engager. Now, Snow is finding themselves in the middle, Woodhammer reposition, and here comes Toast as well. Are they going to be able to get themselves a target? Putting a lot of pressure on Toast, and they are successful with the knockout, as that is a stored power Espeon, which will do a good job chasing down these Lelovers players.
And you can see the Umbreon here, full-on displacement build, right? We have foul play and Snarl. So we don't have any healing from Wish, from Bruv. It is completely the, defender, the tank build, looking to move your opponents around, looking to stun them, looking to set up big plays for your team. As we have the Zarina here in the bottom path, level 7. Taking a look at our top path right here. Still no Aegislash, but it's very, very close to coming online.
Yeah, Gotlu gonna get inventory of what's going on the other side. Sacred Sword in. Half HP on Potato, gone. We got a Puff on Gotlu to top them off. 3v2 in the top path if it stays as is.
Yeah, and we can see things are going pretty well actually for both sides here in the top path. Level-wise, things are looking decent for all these squads too. We have the 9 for the Urshifu as it's hanging out in the bottom path. 2 members of Nouns are down there, one of them being that Wicked Blow. They should be able to secure this. We have a little bit of a fight up here. We're going to see how Talon wants to play this. Regieleki already at half.
Gotlu doing a good job maintaining space up here as the level 8 Buzzwole. Nice Brave Bird in. It's still going to be secured by Nouns. We're going for a fight. We're using some Unite moves here as now they're going to try and put a stop to Snow. Snow temporarily unstoppable, but that is going to be a... Whoa! They just absolutely got slaughtered. Put up, put down. Adesu there to pick up the traffic. Regieleki hits. Hoopa's gone. Now, did they just even it out?
That was a really rough score right there. I mean, we could have had Gotlu score almost the entirety amount in the goal. Adesu won over. Just clearly a mistake right there. A mistake that Nouns does not often make, but it looks like they were maybe just pressured and panicked at that goal zone. You know, a few points could separate these two teams, especially how they've been playing. So we're going to have to see if that cap is going to be a problem for them come late game.
Yeah, I mean, they could be up, what, another 30-ish points right now if they kind of did the quick moment battle math. Bruv has been holding down this bottom path fairly well. They know they've got 3 players here. They're going to try and take as many of those birds as they can for that experience just to keep Lel Overs from happening.
Here we go up to the top path. Gotlu now level 10, Snow level 10 as well. Gotlu able to kind of defend this. They haven't scored a single point in that top path. So for as poor as maybe that particular score was, Nouns is still putting a lot of points on the board, 155 to 24. Talon in a little bit of trouble right here. Massive catch with that Unite move from Adesu.
Lee, that was a huge bait. And now Potato has to come in here and try and make a miracle happen. Wide guard is there. We have the Umbreon Unite move, and they're just going to play so far forward. Foul play to reposition on the tree. Horn Leech whiffs, and now it's Snow going up. They're going to use their Unite move right on tune. Puff lands on them, and now Nouns Esports kind of gets out of dodge here, and Bruv remains standing. What an amazing bait on Pat.
Yeah, really nice play by Nouns all around, right? They were able to push in, pull back out of the situation once it got bad. Buzzwole repositioning as Aegis Slash and just getting ripped apart right there. KO over to Bruv on the Umbreon as they are looking for this fight. Beautiful play by Gotlu. They're using the eject button to pull them back. Moves in with the Unite move. They're just cleaning up this fight. The Flame Sweep comes in, not able to pick up a KO. Aegis Slash looking to see what they can make happen. Registeel is already at half, but Potato goes down. This is just perfectly executed by Nouns.
Gotlu, the facilitator of every single one of those knockouts. We are just knocking them in the air. We are throwing them back towards the team. Adesu pulling the trigger. Bang, 1 player down. Rinse, repeat. They caught everybody like that, Spraggles. And they actually won that 3v5 fight with Adesu and low HP peeling away partway through that battle as well. So very well done by Nouns Esports, and this is what I was expecting out of them for the last 2 games.
Yeah, this is the best we've seen them in this series by far. Now, of course, Lel could still make a ton of plays here, but level-wise, things are great for Nouns. Score-wise, things are great for Nouns. Every fight they've taken has looked pretty fantastic as we get ready for Regieleki here in the top path. Still have a couple of minutes here until Rayquaza, so you're going to want to be careful of how you take these fights, but this is also one of the perfect opportunities to throw that last Unite move before Ray, and we're going to see how these teams want to play it as they get taken up into the air. Brave Bird coming down.
Yeah, I mean, Serena Unite into the Brave Bird, gets a quick KO. We're going to use the Urshifu Unite as well. Wicked Blow hammers through that Bird's chest. That's a knockout. Marv coming up. We've got Umbreon popping theirs, and now Toons catching fire here. Make a KO streak of 3 for them, and Nouns Esports is starting to hum. They've got to feel confident, but now let's see how they play the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, and one interesting thing that Nouns can do right here, and it's what they are doing currently, they're letting Inder kind of chip away at Regieleki, but they are not putting all of their effort into hitting it. They would actually like this walking towards the enemy side a lot closer to the 2-minute mark, so it's something that Lel Overs would need to deal with. We're getting ready for the secure with the Wicked Blow. They're able to take it, obviously attempting a secure there by Kaizen, just seeing if they could steal anything. They were not able to. 20 seconds until a bottom Reggie, and they should be able to take that relatively free, given that multiple members of Lelovers, or at least one, is going to need to hang out with this Reggie Alecki. But we're going to see how Nouns wants to play it. Gotlu hanging out in the top path, looking for some information, really, for the side of Lelovers. Just curious if anyone's going to run for a score.
Yep.
However, multiple members of Nouns are looking to pick up this Reg Ice. Gotlu in some trouble, as 4 members of Lel are going to head towards the top path.
And Gotlu steps back out. They're going to get gutted here. I wonder what this timer is going to be. Forcing out the Unite move is wild work. Sacred Sword is down, and that's just kind of a classic 10% Gotlu-ish play. They're going to try and time these scores out to get the big overdunk. Bang, and now they have the lead, but now it's already in the middle. I hope they're going for a shred here, because that everybody in the kitchen sink. No, they've just been posturing the whole time, Spraggles, and I think they had a real chance to take that thing off the map.
They may have had a chance to take it. I think they're worried about multiple members here of Lelovers. They're pushing forward right now. Gotlu's moving towards this fight, and it looks like Marv is caught. They're going to have to peel away from this. Bruv looking for a possible engage right here. Maybe they can start this Hoopa in some trouble, but able to pull back. Here comes Marv on the Trevenant, back in this situation. We do have Zarina moving in to see if they can make something happen, and now they're peeling back out. Nouns needs to take a fight. Minute and a half left on the clock, and they are now behind, as Nouns is moving around this objective, looking for their opportunity to start.
Straight in is the Umbreon Unite. Bang right in the middle of 3 players. Adesu's trying to step up. Hornleech pushing towards Gotlu. Gotlu needs to get in the mix. Tons of damage. Adesu uses their Unite move. The Espeon tries to make it happen. 2 players down instantly. Make it 3. Lelovers beating the brakes off them. Toon jumps back to the middle, but if they're not going to be long for this world, it's so low.
Whoa!
3 for the sword. Lelovers saying, lol, it's over, son. Nouns Esports going to fall in this one. What a game. What a clinic. Lelovers given the opportunity, kicking that door in, and honestly, Nouns Esports, I don't know where else you can look but at your own hands, because you are falling victim of your own work.
I mean, Lelovers right there playing some phenomenal Unite. I mean, I have to give it up to them this entire series. They're going up against the best team consistently in EU, and it feels like they are playing on a different level. Like, they're playing a different game at Rayquaza here. They're just making some really impressive calls. They're peeling away for some scores, recognizing that Nouns does not want to take Rayquaza, and really taking advantage of that. It's like they are punishing Nouns for how they want to play these Ray fights. I have to give it up to Lel. So, I mean, what a series. They played phenomenally.
They played... They took every opportunity that Nouns gave them, and Nouns gave them a lot of opportunities, to be quite honest. That is not to take anything away from Lelovers. They had a terrific game.
They just had, I mean, we're watching some of the best here at the Aeos Cup. Nouns is incredible, but I gotta tell you, I mean, the way Lelovers played Ray in each and every one of these games, it was amazing. By defeating Nouns Esports, by the way, they scored their first set win after 3 consecutive losses against them this season. And I don't know if they were playing like this season, but I gotta guess they aren't. This is a different gear that we're seeing from Lelovers, and it's an exciting way to play.
Lelovers looked 10 times more comfortable in all 3 of those games than Nouns did at any given point in time. And don't forget how that game 2 actually ended. I mean, Nouns won, but it actually was by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, that was just a crazy Rayquaza flip in that one.
I'm going to go back to the thing I started before we watched this set, and it's the last 2 minutes of these games all day long have been wonky and weird, and we are seeing teams not feeling comfortable, not looking comfortable, and certainly not playing with a lot of confidence. And that is Lelovers, you know, in this matchup being an exception. I mean, Nouns looked kind of lost. They were ahead. They were making all the right moves, and I literally said at 3 minutes and 11 seconds, it's all going to come down to how they play the last 2. And tell you what, kid, they didn't play them too well.
And here we have the last couple minutes here. Now, Lelovers up on the scoreboard. This was that Brave Bird catch, by the way, that actually hit 3 members of Nouns. It even caught the Espeon right there. Gotlu in some trouble. They clean up this fight ahead on the scoreboard. Now it's just Toon. I like the play by Toon right here, just recognizing, hey, there's no one left. I have to hit Ray. I have to get it very, very low. But they were not able to take it down. Talonflame is the player of the game there, but I mean, of course, giving an MVP is great. I thought the Talon played fantastic. I think Lel, the way they are playing Rayquaza, it's going to be tricky to beat them. They are on another gear. I love to see it, man.
It was great. It was great. I mean, the Hoopa thing didn't even really become a factor.
It's just that the presence of it that could always happen, right?
I just don't know why Nouns didn't start ripping Ray when they saw all 5 players of Lelovers there, especially because they could have started ripping Ray. Lelovers actually stopped their scores to redo their math, if you recall that as well. And I'm not saying that like Lelovers wouldn't have made it in time, but you have agency then. Your moves are lined up. You have the Wicked Blow Urshifu. You need to put the eggs back in your basket and take agency and control. And when the camera panned back down and I saw that they hadn't touched Rayquaza at all and they're all just hiding in bushes, it was, again, whiplash and flashbacks of kind of that always ahead but never winning TTV type season 2 thing that we were watching, and I really wish they would have taken control. I hope this is a lesson learned for them and something that they carry with them into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, right, as to how they're going to deal with something like this, because it does feel like in some of these games, you'll notice a team not take the win condition in their hand, not throw that knockout punch, right? Instead, they're just kind of waiting, hoping they can bait their opponents. Lel knew that's exactly what they wanted. Every time Nouns wanted to bait them, Lel said, yeah, that's fine, we'll just go score more points, right? And they did an incredible job. We actually have an interview ready up on stage. We're going to throw on over to that. Take it away. I believe it is Zoinks up there.
You guessed correctly, Spraggles. Yeah, I'm here on stage with Lelovers and Kaizen after an incredible win over, honestly, a tournament favorite. I mean, how good does it feel to be an in-region rival here at an in-person event?
To be honest, I mean, we kind of expect, scrims have been pretty good against them, so we saw a good chance, and it obviously feels good to beat the best team in the EU and one of the best teams in the world, so we're feeling really good about it. It's like, I'm really happy.
All right, well, how about your team? I mean, you guys had some really fun decisions in draft, a very aggressive composition with you at the helm with the Trick Hoopa, enabling a lot of fun stuff. What do you feel like is the strength of Trick Hoopa right now?
I mean, I think a really strong thing about Trick Hoopa is you can trick Phantom Force, base and come back with the trick, which does Marv a lot. Like, Marv can do a lot of stuff, but it also enables our Brave Bird Talonflame. Like, Talonflame can go in, go out a lot. Even with Snow, who loves to go in very deep, he can just easily go out of trick. So just the in and out is really strong with it.
Okay, that makes sense. So with that win, you're definitely secured for day 2. You're going to be moving into this single elimination bracket. So exciting. But you're definitely a local expert on some of these EU teams. You just faced up against Nouns. Any other EU teams that you think are really strong that can make a deep run in this tournament?
To be fair, I think Gen 5 and Kamai both are really good. I think mechanically they're both insane. Like if Leorio is going to pop off, or if Surrey or Utah, if they're going to pop off, then I think EU has a good chance. Maybe we get the top 3 in EU, all 3 of us. That would be great.
All right, an all-EU top 3 would be wild. That'd be really exciting. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations on your big win. Let's send it back over to the casters.
Very much, Zoinks. Yeah, I mean, what a great series. I loved it because I think a lot of the games we've seen today, Doob Snacks, I think most of them were about what we expected. You know, we weren't really sure what was going to happen when the Juicers and Gen 5 matched up. I felt like the Juicers might have their number a little bit, but who knows? This one, I think, did not go how anyone would have thought. Lelovers, a really solid team, but it actually looked like they were kind of beating Nouns at just about every moment.
Yeah, I mean, of course, a solid team, that goes without saying, but comfortable. Like, they just played with more just confidence. Yeah. You could kind of tell the way they were moving. They're like, it might not be the best choice, but it's one that we all believe in. And because of that, they found themselves a win against an incredibly strong team. And, you know, I'm glad Zoinks interviewed Kaizen to really kind of dispel the myth that Hoopa can only be played with Hyperspace Hole, because it looked pretty darn good today in that setup.
Yeah, they made some really incredible plays with it. And we just saw on screen right there, that was, you know, the Rayquaza fight that ended up being kind of just a flip for the side of Nouns. And this is once again, you know, under the 2-minute mark, Lelovers really controlling everything that was happening in the match. It felt like Nouns would control a lot of these games, right? Nouns had control over most of what was happening. However, at about 2 minutes, 30 seconds, it was all Lelovers' turn. to take control of the game. They were dictating the pace. They were dictating the fights. They chose when they wanted to score, when they wanted to deal with Nouns, or just not deal with Nouns at all. And it feels like Nouns didn't really know how to respond to it. Maybe they needed to run and score themselves. Maybe they needed to push these fights, or like you had mentioned, go for Rayquaza more aggressively here. Either way, they weren't able to make any of those plays happen, and it really was Lelover's game to win each time.
Well, that's the thing. You said Nouns felt like they're controlling the game. Which game? Because Lelovers felt like they were just doing their own thing. They were playing their own game. So in the conventional sense, Nouns Esports controlled the game. But from, it feels like, the Lelovers perspective, they had all the control in the world that they could ever want.
Yeah.
And, you know, sending the people to score at 2 minutes, you know, they stressed the goal zones again right at the 2-minute mark, and Nouns did not adjust. They didn't learn anything from game 1 to game 2, game 2 to game 3, and now they find themselves making day 2 most likely out of their group in that second position.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, right? Because the way that all played out for Nouns, it really does feel like, yeah, Nouns never really made the call in any of those matches. Nouns never really made the decision. It was Lelovers the entire time. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket right here and see where we are. I mean, some things you would expect, some things you might not. So Group A is going to be interesting, right? We have Kamai with 4 wins. They are definitely moving forward out of that group, but we have a few other teams that are very close. Tuzzy 2-1, BH3 2-1 out of that group. As we take a look at Group B right here, we just saw this. Lelovers 3-0, Nouns 2-1 out of this group. Heading down to C, Peru versus Nemesis. This is a match that is on the horizon. That is going to be very, very interesting. Peru, last year you may have known them as Fusion. They were the team that won this entire thing. As we take a look at Group D, we saw the big matchup here a little earlier. Juicers, Gen 5, Orange Juicers looking pretty phenomenal.
They really are, and I want to touch on Peru and Nemesis. They had a great match at EUIC last year, too. Nemesis with a dream run for an NA squad. Last 2 groups here, Stamina and DreamMax Esports sitting on top of the pile there, 2-0-2-0, and going down, Antic Odium. The opportunity to finally day 2, another international event out of OC since World Season 1 is on the doorstep. They just got to cross through, well, Luminosity game.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough matchup, but it's going to be an exciting one that we will be seeing on broadcast. So many good matches. A lot of them maybe going the way you would expect, but not this Nouns one. And we got some other crazy matches coming up, so I cannot wait to see what happens.
Absolutely. Again, these 2-0-2-0 matchups, there is something at stake. There is the record that you're bringing into your overall record to see if you get the bye for tomorrow and how incredibly important that can be. Tons of stuff to follow and do up next. We just mentioned it, Peru and Nemesis, gonna be a banger.
Gonna be a really, really exciting game. Gonna be an absolute banger. This break coming up is gonna be an absolute banger. It's gonna be one of the best breaks that you've ever seen. Do not go anywhere because this break is going to be a
banger.
A break. We'll be right back.
It's the one, bro.
Good job.
It's the one, right?
God. I mean, it should be.
Easy flip.
Bro,
It's commentator. Good job. I just took the portal. I just took Kupa portal. They were all top sides. I just took Kupa portal.
GG's.
Yeah, but it's on you.
What's going on, man?
Yeah! Let's go! Let's go!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite European International Championships. We got the Aeos Cup group stage today, and we are well on our way. I think we've eclipsed the halfway point of the tournament. We got some fantastic matches that have already happened, and some even better ones that are up and coming. We got Peru Unite versus Nemesis next.
What was it the Doobsnack said? I don't know. He said some really... Banger! That's the one, and I think he's actually spot on. Because Peru Nemesis, we're talking about top of the group clash. We're talking about international clash. We're talking about some of the best players that you will ever see play this game. And, of course, we're talking about the reigning Aeos Cup Champions.
Yeah.
Top of all of that. What a time to be alive. And, hey, listen. What a time to be Lelovers, by the way. Unbelievable.
Oh, yeah?
And that, I mean, for us, that's the first proper upset I think that we've seen all day long. More to come. We'll wait and see.
Interesting, too, to know. I mean, when talking to Kaizen in that interview, saying that, like, I mean, according to scrims and all that stuff, it's not an upset, but you got to remember, you ask any player ever how scrims are going, and no one's ever lost a scrim. So that is something to remember. It has never happened once. But anyway, this matchup up and coming, I am so extremely excited for. It's another one of those situations where both of these teams are 2-0 in their group, so likely going to be moving on to day 2 no matter what. However, the score lines in terms of game wins inside of their matches is a little interesting. Peru Unite has dropped one single game in all of these matches, whereas Nemesis has been flawless so far.
Yeah.
So if it comes down to tiebreaker scenario, I mean, this head-to-head is really what determines it all between these two. So whoever wins this one, heading out of this group in first place.
Yeah, so to our understanding, it's more for Nemesis to lose than Peru. Peru, even if they win this, although they will have a 3-0 record, because of their match wins, in theory, they might not get the bye.
Might be. It'd be less likely, but yeah.
Still some mathematics to figure out on that one. Nemesis, of course, they would go 3-0. Potentially, of course, there is a chance that they will lose a game to Peru. And it's worth mentioning, of course, that we've had a lot of sweeps today. I mean, that Lelover series, literally the first one on stream that we've had where it's not been a sweep. So a lot of teams finding a lot of momentum, a lot of teams finding a lot of joy. This Peru squad, I gotta say, been struggling a lot even within region though. Yatagarasu having a phenomenal time, but Peru have recently come off the back of a victory in the February Cup, so maybe the only way is up from here.
Yeah, winning 2 pretty important tournaments when it comes to this tournament, right?
Literally.
Winning the qualifier tournament in their home region to try to get the travel award to come play at this event, and then of course the prior monthly cup, but it all comes down to mattering right here and now as we head into draft for game number 1 of Peru Unite versus Nemesis.
2 very popular bands straight off the rip, followed by one of the least popular bands straight off the rip. Umbreon, Sableye, Blissey, Miraidon completely off the table. That's a lot of the support network that would be relied upon, not available.
Yeah, Miraidon's ban rate dipping a little bit here, we can see. I think it was over 20% just a few matches ago when we were in the commentary booth last, and now falling a little bit lower. So Miraidon making it into more and more games. Nemesis not having any of it, though. Peru Unite, though, do lock up the Inteleon first pick. That is a classic when it comes to relics. So that is a player that you think would be playing it a ton.
Not to be confused with me.
No, yes. Oh, wow.
I will say, this is going to be a little... I did question him on why he's copying anybody's homework, to be quite frank, but he's also a better player than me, so I don't really have much to say on that one. What I do like is that Nemesis has gone a little bit more conservative, sorting out that front line. We know that Metallic loves the Trevenant, although not guaranteed to play it, can run with that all-rounder. Rex, of course, locking in that Eldegoss. These are 2 Pokemon that really play particularly well within region. Aegislash, of course, having a fantastic day on this Friday at EUIC, and we have been surprised that we haven't seen more Mimikyu. Well, Nemesis are going to read the Zoinks handbook, they're going to take a page out of it and find it for themselves.
I'm curious who ends up playing that, because both Vin Diesel and Metallic have a pretty fantastic Mimikyu. It just ends up where they want to play in terms of the map. Usually Vin Diesel ends up being in the central area with Metallic playing towards that top side, and both Aegislash and Mimikyu can kind of service both spots. So going to be interesting with where we go there. Peru Unite, though, on the other hand, one thing they are not going to be wanting is secure. They have so much on their side of it. Like, they do have... What I mean is they're not going to be left wanting, I suppose, is what I'm saying. Or Inteleon with Snipe Shot, Urshifu with that Wicked Blow, and Zacian with the Sacred Sword, or even its own Unite move. All incredible secure tools. So these objectives are going to be in question if Nemesis wants to try to contend.
what I do like is this Mewtwo Y pick. Not often that you see it left as late as number 5, but noticing what Peru is running with, the only Pokemon that I see on that roster that isn't going to play as part of the Snowball is that Inteleon, which, unless it's going to surprise us and run Liquidation, which we have, to be fair, we have seen it today. Not as prevalent. Snipe Shot, it feels like still the preferred moveset, maybe a bit of comfort there. But that Infinite Psyburn has the ability to stun and lock down everybody, which can set up for some pretty insane amounts of carnage should the team plays land that way. Of course, you can never rely on those things going correct at any point. It's just a throw of the dice. But yeah, Peru, they have history here. Of course, I
knew I'd seen them before.
I know, right? They look familiar. They were formerly named Fusion. And yeah, it's not been a great year for them. Yes, of course, they did earn themselves a place here in the Aeos Cup qualifiers, but the fact that Yatagarasu has been the #1 team in LATAM South this season, they got a lot to prove here today.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, their LAIC performance also left a little bit to be desired. However, I think right now this team looks incredibly strong. I think if you're underestimating Peru Unite because of their recent performances, well, let's just hope Nemesis is not doing the same. Let's get into game number 1 here as Nemesis is going to be bringing the Aegislash into the top side. Metallic on the metal type. You love to see it.
Yeah, Nemesis have some demons of their own to combat. Of course, not making the top 8 at all in one of the events this season, and so they themselves, they are known to slip up a couple of times, and well, the less you slip up the better, especially in these early games, where those early Evos are going to be all the more important for Nemesis, who will look to snowball only one hyperscaler, that being the Aegislash. But first minute in, Zoinks, and barely anything to chat about.
Yeah, well, Metallic actually trying to go on a bit of a flight to get a couple attack weight stacks in, but is actually, with no vision being gained of the Honedge, you see how sneaky they were being. They stuck on there, waited until Rex on the Eldegoss could gain a little bit of vision. When everybody was far away, then the Honedge dips down. You even see Psyduck moving on the minimap, looking to find this missing Metallic right now.
Very interesting rotate. 4 on bottom path for Nemesis. 3, make that 4 for Peru, who quickly rotate with Kia on that Psyduck, finds the K opener on the Honedge. Still 0-0 though, maybe a score to be had in the top path. Rex still yet to find that Eldegoss evolution, and actually gonna rotate back into the central area to try and find it. Leaves that goal zone wide open, but Tempo ain't biting just yet.
Yeah, gonna help Metallic clear, probably get that red buff back on the Eldegoss again and just re-up it anyways. You know, a Gossifleur with the red buff, I don't think you're too worried about getting to that level 4 evolution, at least not in the early game. The auto attacks are definitely the mainstay of that Pokemon and the main threat, so I think having that will still be extremely strong. Fun stat we got here on screen too. Numbers-wise, Peru has a way better averageable across the board in stats in terms of Nemesis, but reminder, Nemesis does have some big swings, and they do go into the winning department every so often.
First set of Central Birds, and that's going to be cleaned up rather beautifully by Nemesis. They finally find that evolution onto the Eldegoss. Look at that slightly khaki green bar. That's the catch-up EXP. You get boosted EXP when you're a bit further behind, and that's how far behind Rex finds themselves. And so any sort of yellow dots that they find on the map, they're going to try and find a beeline for them as quickly as possible. Peru playing a little bit passively, but we do have our first scores on the doors, 22-0. Not that that will matter too much at 2 minutes and 30 in.
Oh, big engage from Tempo, but immediately followed up by Dragon. That could be a scary situation, but at the time being, there's no major objective to play for. Both these teams just do not want to go down at this point in time. The respawn timers in the early game are quick, but still you want to be at a better advantage for a fight, like potentially this one.
The X-Attack boosted Relics, not going to make too much work of that. 4 on this bottom path to set up for the bottom Reggie. Looks like Tempo and Kia going to join the fray, or maybe not. There is an option for Tempo to split off here and maybe go after the Regieleki, but all hands on deck for Nemesis, that's for sure. Regice on the field. Wide Guard to block away the initial damage. Got that Mimikyu and Aegislash surrounding, and that was as quick as it was over as it was started. Fair play to Peru, because they've rotated in late, they found 2 KOs. Opportunity to punish onto this zone, find a couple more scores. Sacred Sword down and the Aegislash will fall. Relics again, using that X attack to good effect on defense. Big swing from the Sovereign Sword, though. Swipes down the Mewtwo. It's going to be the Urshifu that actually takes away the KO, charging up the Wicked Blow. Big Sacred Sword, again, wonderful zoning. 27 from the Psyduck. Maybe running out of Aeos energy, but not running out of passion. Here comes the E-Bomb Fist, 2 KO streak. The ASV popped from Sinaz, who's picked up a 3rd KO in all of that. Looking for the 10-point overdunk. To make that an 11-point overdunk. Another stack for the Urshifu, clean from Peru.
Yeah, extremely solid team fight in those situations. I personally love really early aggression plays like that. If you have the level advantage over the opposing team, using your Unite move basically as soon as it becomes available gives you the potential before the next team fight to match a second Unite move to your opponent's first one. It's just such an early advantage that you can swing in your favor that feels like at a discounted rate. Love that early push. Metallic trying to gain some ground back here though. Mewtwo gonna clear a little bit of space for them, and Regieleki gonna make that score real easy.
Yeah, what I really like there is that rotate from Metallic. Feels like a very Metallic Pokemon, Aegislash, by the way. You've got that wide guard that offers you so much shield. It is metal, but it offers that sort of safety defender, even in short bursts. And speaking of short bursts, well, Nemesis fancy a bit of a stint in the opposition central area, and they're finding KOs at a canter. Sacred Sword down. Oh, big snipe shot into the tree. Chopped down, but again, great counter score from Rex down here. Poking, prodding, and look at the scoreline now, 128 to 111. Nemesis slowly but surely cooking.
Yeah, they're climbing back a little bit, and that is such a Rex team thing. Like, Rex teams are so into the split pushes, and honestly, usually stem from the bottom path. This time they get a little bit more pressure on the top side. Big push by Asnable. Eject button for the Wood Hammer is going to clear so much space for them around this Registeel.
Slow beam and slows down the Mimikyu, who is not taken down in the end. Azure Spy Vision popped again, but not before the Slowbro is felled. Got ourselves a tree taking down a bear. We've got ourselves a Registeel that's on the precipice of going down itself. But Nemesis and Peru keep on losing players. The Sovereign Sword in the end, ultimately required to take this away from Nemesis. Big investment from Peru, but Zinus is popping off.
Wow.
Huge.
Yeah, I don't entirely know if that first snipe shot to get the Elder Cost was intentional. It felt like it was a immediately shot out, but it does take the KO. The second KO onto the Mewtwo Y, very, very smart, but I do want to credit Relics a little bit on that Mewtwo Y. They did go down. Yeah, impressive work out there. They do get knocked out, of course, but I mean, at that situation, you're knocking out a level 12, almost level 13 Zacian in exchange for that. It does feel like a worthy catch-up play. They still haven't eclipsed that level 12, but you can see they are slowly rotating through their own central area, trying to catch up with the rest of the roster right now.
Well, 50 in pocket. Doesn't matter that they get eaten by an infinite cyber, and they're still going to find the time to find KOs. Slow rotate from Nemesis, and that's a big bit of vision here from Kia, who puts the Surf down, puts the Hurt down. Regieleki, small pokes and prods here from Anemo. Zinus watching brief and eating that Electro move. We've got a tree that's perhaps stepping into the wrong area. I mean, this... Oh, my word! I was going to talk and praise about Nemesis, but the word keeps on going towards Zinus. He simply can't miss at the moment. And again, if it wasn't for the Shadow Sneak, relocation, and an amazing snipe shot, not for the first time, how much more waxing lyrical can we have for this player than Zinus? Yeah. Stop it, please!
Yeah, production, we're going to need those damage numbers after this game. This is ridiculous. You're absolutely correct. Zinus not missing a single time with Inteleon. Almost a level 15 Inteleon before our final stretch. This is a raid boss level of James Pond here in the UK. I mean, it feels pre-written, but Peru crushing it right now. Nemesis still struggling to find experience. Relic still not level 12. Metallic still not level 13. Scary stuff out here for a couple of the carries.
What was that about liquidation acrobatics? Didn't hear you, mate. And to be fair, I don't think either of these teams have much time to worry about that Regirock. They'd rather prioritize, first and foremost, the wild Pokemon in their own central area, but then position does position even matter for Nemesis at this point? We have seen that level 15 unlocked for Zynus, and he that's the first miss we've probably seen in about 3 minutes, and even then it was by a whisker.
Yeah, absolutely. And that one is going to be a landed snipe shot thanks to the Psychic from KO, which has been really, really nice. It is a great crowd control move, obviously, but it's great for checking these hidden tall grass areas. It's a big area of effect. It lets you know as soon as you hit an enemy Pokemon. But here we go. Asmodee clearing out a little bit of space, immediately trying to retreat, is going to need all the bit of healing that Rex can do to get Asmodee back up to fighting form.
Nemesis know they're behind. They need to find an access corridor. Maybe it's here, but the Sword Doggo takes out the tree, and without even using the Phantom Forest, okay, they got a Unite move once they respawn back in, but that's more crucial time taken off the clock. We do have a T1 zone on this bottom path, but then they're going to have to find another zone after that Nemesis to try and take the lead. Rex, oh my goodness, was that 75% of the health bar? Make that none of the health bar, but for the Cotton Cloud crash. Backline poke here from the Inteleon from, oh, it's a big play with me from the Mimikyu. Phantom Forest completely whiffs. The Unite move did not matter in the end. Looking for the first KO, it will be onto the Mimikyu. Aegislash taken down. Peru looking to fully take control of this Ray Pit and take control of it. They most certainly will. Tempo setting it.
Wow, impressive stuff. I thought there was a silver lining for Nemesis in that moment. Shadow Sneak finally found the Inteleon in the backline. I was like, okay, the Mimikyu has an opportunity to jump, but the play with me Unite moved a few too many targets to grab the Inteleon, and even at that point, it likely does not matter. Peru Unite with a dominant game number 1 against Nemesis. Really start to finish. 10 seconds left on the clock, but this one is as good as over. Peru starting off this series hot.
Where's my Vapor Rub? Because I need to check my sinuses, because they are clear freeways, folks. That's an incredible performance from Peru. It is a in-person standout performance from Zynus. If that Inteleon ain't banned for game 2, I will actually be stunned.
Yeah, it is pretty bizarre, or at least a bit of a better dive answer to that attacker all the way in the back line. It felt like Vin just could not find a way onto that Inteleon with this Mimikyu. Honestly, just great defensive plays, but Zynus with a 14 KO
Roll the damage,
game.
folks. Roll the damage. Where's the damage, folks?
Impressive.
Oh! On stage?
Yeah?
Stop it.
First time casting Zynus? Yeah, it's sick stuff. This guy is wild. I absolutely love it. It's really cool to see him stepping up as well to the superstar talent that remains on this team. I have been a proponent of Tempo for as long as I can remember, as truly one of the best talents in the entire world, and Anemo, seriously, such a world-class carry as well. So just good to know that everybody can step in on this Peru team and really take over. This match, I mean, yeah, we're going to see a lot of great sniper shot highlights.
The performance on our screens, great. In context, knowing how good we understand Nemesis can be
100%.
on their day, makes it even more impressive. I think whereas with previous series, we're thinking, well, there's a chance they could come back. There's a chance that they could take this to game 3. This is one of the most convincing game 1s we've seen all day. This is a huge uphill battle for Nemesis. And really the worst thing for me is knowing these players on this Peru roster, it feels like even if they do go down the really aggressive route during draft, banning away that Inteleon, I think Zynus is in such great form that no matter what he rotates onto as an alternative, he's going to be fine. You could pick up a Desi, quite frankly, and I think he'd do just as well.
Yeah,
maybe
well,
a bit of a stretch there. Maybe a bit of a stretch, but
we've seen it on broadcast, all right?
It's true, we have.
It can happen here at EUIC. I actually think heading into this game, I think we likely don't see the Inteleon ban, but for the only reason I think Nemesis will likely take first pick.
Absolutely,
and so with that situation, I don't think Nemesis is going to be banning that Pokemon. They want the opportunity, honestly, to first pick it at this point.
That's a great shout.
Relic's putting so many matches into that Pokemon. They have a lot of experience, and if you see your opponent pop off that hard on Inteleon in game 1, I mean, Relic's is going to be going for 16 on Inteleon in game 2.
You know, that's the main reason.
Okay, fine, just ban it.
Well, I mean, that's smart from Peru, no, because they understand that if they don't ban it, then Relics is going to take it. And that really is the defining thing between the two of us. I think Inteleon probably one of my lowest win rates in the game. Maybe Bara Shifu. I'm disastrous
trouble
on it.
differentiating between Relic and Relics. Well, one's plural, one's not, but the other one really likes Inteleon.
My fellow solo queuers, if you do see me on Inteleon, I apologize in advance. But Nemesis, I think, just going pretty safe with those Psyduck and Blissey bans.
Yeah.
Peru, again, sticking with the Sableye ban, very cognizant of who they're playing and the threat that Sableye has, not just with this team Nemesis, but how popular it can be in North America in general. But with that Inteleon off the table, I think a switch over to a Miraidon makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is fantastic. I'm really excited to see that Pokemon locked in. Peru Unite, what opportunities are we going to have? Umbreon still an available Pokemon? You have to imagine that's at least part of the first pick package. But after that, seeing Zacian again makes a lot of sense. It looked fantastic in that first game, and it will be no Umbreon locked in. KO actually going to take the Eldegoss. So a Sableye banned, Eldegoss first picked. Definitely trying to force Rex into a corner here in game number 2.
They are probably expecting the Umbreon, one would imagine.
Yeah.
Maybe Nemesis, they could try and wait later in the draft. They are going to take the bait. They will pick up the Umbreon, and they're going to lock in that Aegislash as well. I feel like Peru wouldn't have touched the Aegislash, to be honest. Maybe with these 3-4 picks, sorry, they might have looked at that Umbreon, but feels like they've got a contingency plan nonetheless.
Yeah, we definitely want to hold our central area picks a little bit later, at least until Peru Unite locks in a defender.
Yeah.
You know, you want to see what kind of tank that your carry is going to be playing into.
Ooh,
and
Candle.
wow, Chandelure locked in for Zinus, and Draken will be on that Slowbro. Okay, so that will be a Leafeon pickup for Metallic. I think we might see those two switch between Vin and Metallic, but we don't always. And Asdevil is going to take the Crustle. All right, I mean, Miraidon and Crustle, kind of a match made in heaven.
I like the Chandelure pick mostly because you're limiting your Aegislash on exit strategy, and you're basically saying to Miraidon, pick Electro Drift at your own peril.
Yeah.
I love the Crustle because there's not a lot of movement in this Peru squad. With the exception of, I mean, it's got to be the Scyther. I think we've already gone over the various deficiencies of Sizzle at this point, and certainly into this composition. Sizzle makes no lick of sense. So Scyther, the most maneuverable, they're going to be looking to lead that backline poke, especially watching out for that Miraidon, which if it wasn't going Electro Drift, it's certainly not now. It has to be Charge Beam, and surely we're looking at Asnabel as your main protector in front of that Miraidon, because the Scyther, I should say, will find that backline access rather easy, with only the Umbreon really joining that Crustle in the front line. Of course, the Umbreon will be a little bit more support-orientated with that Wish build, almost certainly, unless they really do want to go wild. I guess with Peru, you've got a little bit of cooking time to get that Chandelure online. Imprison or Poltergeist, though? It feels like either or could work marvels.
Yeah, that's true. I'm always partial to Imprison. I think competitively it's one of my favorite moves in the game, honestly. When we're talking about how well it plays into Aegislash, it feels great, but you're absolutely right. I don't really think it's a wrong choice when it comes to the secondary Chandelure moveset. I do think you have to go Overheat in this matchup in particular. Flamethrower is certainly fun, but with a fast-moving Pokemon like Leafeon and a frequently dashing Pokemon like Aegislash, dashing in multiple ways, Aegislash, what a charmer. But it's really hard to lock down a target like that with a Flamethrower to get the consistent damage in. Either way, we're going to get to see Anemo make a case for this Scyther yet again. Certainly a pocket pick of this player. We'll see how it looks in game number 2 as we get into this one Relic.
Nemesis splitting as we would imagine. That Leafeon will take a little bit of the central area, but it's going to be left mostly to this hone edge. We'll be looking to get that Aegislash online pronto. In this bottom part, Asnabel, of course, looking for that early, I'd imagine, Rock Tomb. Crustle, again, you're looking to limit the maneuverability of a team that is already not particularly maneuverable. Hadron Engine down, of course, boosting that attack and forcing Peru back onto zone. Of course, we're looking at those central pieces of wild Pokemon. That's really going to be the swing as we head towards our first set of birds.
Yeah, one of the only times we've seen Crustle on broadcast this tournament, by the way, was Stealth Rock. I'm really curious if we see the Stealth Rock again. It was a fun tech in the matchup we got to witness it, so maybe another look would be exciting. Rex on this Umbreon has not had the chance to get any early scores in, evidenced by a donut on the scoreline for both our teams. It is important on the Umbreon, though. Attack Way is one of the most important held items for a support-based Umbreon. The Wish healing actually scales off of your attack stat the quickest way and the best way to get that higher with the weight.
That was a lovely Rock Tomb, but popping the X-Speed, Kia won't be in too much more trouble. The Razor Leaf does go down, fails to find any KOs. So Kabachans rotate from both sides. Again, kind of of comes to nothing. I feel like the majority of the EXP gain there by Nemesis. Charge beam down, Zynus using the eject button to jump over the other side. Pretty intelligent, but still suffering a little bit if they choose to press the issue Nemesis, which they might yet do. Crustal moving up here. Asnaball, another Rock Tomb, stops the surfing. Slowbro, Zynus over the other side before they choose to retreat.
Yeah, just gonna be a little bit of poke again. I mean, these are very tough goals to score on with the Pokemon that are defending them. Chandelure with a lot of area of effect damage, and Metallic just being such a scary early game threat on this Leafeon can take KOs with the blink of an eye. First real contested objective gonna spawn in with these 8-minute birds. Good Rock Tomb grabs 2, with a follow-up is gonna be a little bit later, but still potential.
At the numbers game here, Nemesis. Finally joined by Tempo. Evo onto the Aegis Slash. Backline. Wide guard. Fails. Oh, actually, no. Catches that poor Lampent and ultimately going down. Full 5 rotate onto this zone. Still 80 out of 80. It's another Sacred Sword. It's another wide guard. It's more charge beam pressure onto that Slowbro. And only that Slowbro, who is still, well, never mind. They are down. It's once again the Sword doing the heavy lifting. 18. Here comes 30. And then another 27, 24-point overdunk from 0-0 Donuts. Nemesis go 104 ahead.
All right, that's a way to bounce back after a game 1 that was extremely difficult from them. The entire matchup have a great start in this early game. It's what you focused on in your draft, so seeing it pay off actually in the game is really exciting for them. Obviously, Peru still has a chance to swing this one back in their favor. And that's a good way to start with Tempo absolutely dodging Metallic's Unite.
The Nemesis over the entire map, they are able to glean that Regirock was available to take, and they have done so. Peru a little bit slow to respond. Now going after the Regieleki, imprison down, overheat down, and not much contesture here from Nemesis, who decide to sit back, Rock Tomb, and now they'll be left to their own devices. Peru on the back foot when it comes to level, and so I doubt that they'll be looking to put too much more pressure onto this T1 zone. They need to recover for further fights ahead.
Yeah, Tempo thinking that maybe none was the wiser. However, they had no vision on Rex, who was hanging out in that tall grass, calls it out. Metallic follows up. We see the Zacian retreating back to their own goal zone. Relics with this Miraidon, a very, very tough Pokemon to push into. We talked about it with Chandelure. The same is also true about this electric-type Pokemon. Very good at defending their goal zones. Obviously has a whole host of a skill set, but one of those does make it very tough to push onto this bottom tier 1.
Nemesis have identified their next target. It is that T1 zone, 80 out of 80 once again, but first and foremost, time to mop up the clouds, although choosing to focus on the clouds has invited the rest of Peru onto them. Foul play, the stun central sees that doggo sent back to the Pokemon Center. Peru have scored 18 in the meantime, but it is barely a footnote on this series so far, which Nemesis continues to find joy in.
Yeah, doing really, really well. They haven't found any big score pushes up until this point. After the first one, they got onto that tier 2, and it seems like Peru is very intentionally trying to shore up that tier 1 on the top side. They do not want it to slide in the way of Nemesis in case a Regieleki threat ever starts showing its face. Kea is going to go down to a nice Metallic flank. Metallic going to look for even more here.
Finding the Scalavia, although I don't think they're going to be able to seal it away. Indeed, the Razor Leaves ultimately do miss their mark. And I don't blame the rotate here because, again, that bottom Regi is free real estate. We see that Miraidon down there going to be joined by the Aegis Slash, so that should be yet another bottom path Regi going into the pockets of Nemesis. Peru, again, shaping up on this top path. They know that they got the numbers advantage now. Rubble Rouser goes down, and that basically says to the rest of Peru, you don't want to hit me, otherwise you're going to be taking chip damage. Chipping is what they're going to do onto this Regieleki. Huge dive from the Umbreon, not that it made much difference because Peru's power overwhelming. Green Illusion dive onto the Miraidon, who had the Bright Future Meteor Storm and has to sort of stop and turn turn again for the zone defense. 2 KO streak though. Big rotate doesn't stop the Regieleki from going into zone. That's going to be 21 points down via Kea. To be fair, that's the most we've seen from him this series, or this game I should say rather, in terms of impact on the game. And that is telling. Nemesis shutting down this front line with aplomb.
Yeah, I mean, it started out really, really well with Zainu's in that imprison, completely stops anybody from getting a secure, gets both tanks in that move lockdown, in the silence effect on those enemy Pokemon, and then just makes a big play forward in the other way. So, I mean, huge return KOs by Metallic, really saving that team fight, and then, of course, the rest of the squad rallying up and rising to the occasion.
Damage has been done, though. 86 points now to 110 for Peru, who, although they weren't able to crack the zone, did find a lot of value out of that Regieleki push. And they're still trying to find value, but perhaps lost a little too much in their offensive. Relics and this Umbreon Rex, they're able to take down the Slowbro. Maybe an attempted slice there from a Nemo, but they're not going to bite off more than they can chew.
Yeah, exactly. One of those things about dive-based Pokemon is if you really risk it, you are risking everything when you go in. Yeah, Scyther can hit hard, but it seems like it gets hit just as hard, despite the really adorable armor it is wearing at the moment. It is tough for a Scyther to walk away from a team fight where it is at a disadvantage. That's why a game like this, where Scyther is sitting at level 13, still feels all right. You know, you're not allowing the game to snowball out of the hand on the other side, but you are keeping pace. Peru Unite slowly clawing their way back into this game.
Nemesis, like clockwork. That Miraidon and Aegislash yet again on bottom path, yet again unopposed. And that means that they will have a buff to potentially contest this Regieleki. If Peru aren't able to take it down, it's a Regice, not ideal. Razor Leaf, once again, unable to steal away the Regieleki. So now it's a choice for Nemesis. Do they just let this one run with double scores on the horizon? Oh, never mind. There was actually just going to be a pure zone break. So this absolutely the right choice. Going to position for Rayquaza. Huge 2 minutes upcoming.
Yeah, extremely close game. Great call by KO to check that tall grass with their pollen buff. They find Metallic and actually send them packing all the way back onto their side to try to set up another flank where maybe Peru Unite will not expect to see that Leafeon moving on. Asnable instead just playing a very defensive forward tank position. Pretty standard stuff. They do find tempo, but with Miraidon not really in position to land a big charge beam there, they can't follow up yet.
4 points in it. Just over 90 seconds left. Peru assessing their options, fronting up, and maybe Nemesis looking to try and poke themselves. Oh, I tell you what, that is very deep. If you're Asnable on the Crustle, forcing out the Rubble Rouser, and surely this means that Nemesis now has to try and take advantage of it, otherwise it's just a Unite move burned. They've chosen not to go and pressure Peru. They're scared about this counter-push possibility that Peru has in pocket. To be fair, no Sovereign Sword for this Asian either, but every other major Unite move online.
They also just have an extremely strong defensive composition. They're running double defender at this Aegislash, but immediately they just fall over as Peru Unite finds an angle for this offense, and Anemo ain't done yet.
Midnight Prance and force more out of panic stations, I feel like. Peru were looking at the Ray, continuing to look at the Ray. Here comes the flank then from the Leafeon. X attack, Cotton Cloud crash, CC'd out of existence, which leaves just the 2. Charge beam down, but you're 1 versus 5. The Umbreon leaves them to their demise. 2 KO streak for Anemo, but the reinforcements are on the way. They're going to score bottom path here, Peru. 110 to 242. Maybe they score more. Indeed they do. It's going to be Drake with 37 doubled up. Nemesis, you got 18 seconds. Are you able to rip this Rayquaza? Not with the tools in the kits of those Pokemon. I feel like Peru has got this one unlocked. Fantastic play, fantastic punish. Nemesis, when it mattered most, couldn't do the business. Peru 2-0.
What a match win from our former EUIC champions, Peru. Gonna be going 3-0 in their group, pushing Nemesis down to a second place finish within this one. A hotly contested group as well. And Peru, 2 matches in a row, really showcasing why they are one of the best teams that have ever competed in the Unite Championship Series. Full stop. One of the most winningest teams of all time last year. This year, yeah, maybe a little bit of ups and downs, but honestly, those highs have been amazing for them. Aeos Cup qualifier win, February Cup win, and now they look like they're hunting for an EUIC back-to-back.
It was a tetchy game. It was a tetchy series for Nemesis. A flat line. Look at that. From what, 3 minutes in, they didn't see much joy at all. Only 5 points scored past the 6-minute mark. Now you can say okay, Nemesis, why didn't you do more? I prefer to look at it from the other side. I think Peru, after that halfway point, really shored up the defense, as you rightly said. Looking at that top path in particular, they gave up every single bottom path Reggie with the intent of looking for value off the Regieleki, and a lot of these successful pushes were down to this man, Anemo, incisive on the Scyther.
Yeah, Peru just simply never wants to take these team fights from a points disadvantage. Like, that has never been their prerogative. Instead, they're going to focus all of their efforts on making sure that either Regieleki is secured, or at least they have enough room to breathe in terms of those points when we go into some of these final fights. It was such an interesting final fight. We were talking about how we do have a few exchanges of Unite moves, but honestly, I was about to start praising Nemesis about their defensive positioning. Like, you have Miraidon and Crustle. You don't need to do anything in that scenario. Pressing forward is a scary idea, and Anemo finds a couple of targets that push a little bit farther, and unfortunately, the Nemesis was not quite prepared to do their combo play that they were looking for. They had a big push up one side, Metallic, Leafeon coming from the other. It wasn't there on time, and Peru just able to capitalize completely.
The mental side of the game is so important in Unite, and admittedly, we can see that it's a super close game. At that 1 minute mark, Nemesis know that it's going to be a super close game, and so they're then thinking, well, wait, are we ahead? How much more further ahead do we need to be? Because again, we looked at that South T1 post and we're thinking, well, Peru has every opportunity to go for a back cap, and if they do it at the opportune time, they just steal a win anyway, whether Nemesis go for the Ray or not. Looking for win conditions is one of the biggest prerogatives as you head from that mid to end game, and Peru are masters in lining up a number of opportunities to take, and maybe you need one or two for them to come together, but that's exactly what happened here. Nemesis stepping up a little bit too much, and although they don't outright lose the team fight, what they do lose is enough of their team to a point where once they're back and ready to take Ray, they don't have the right Pokemon in place to take the Ray with. It's just...
yeah.
It's what Peru does.
It's excellent. And I feel like one thing we've been kind of searching for an answer in terms of metagame all tournament long is what can take down this Aegislash? It is truly so defensive and so powerful, and we finally have found something to actually thwart it. It's Spraggles and Dubsnacks. We have decided that they will be able to defeat the Aegislash, but otherwise, it seems like the composition that Peru was able to form up actually might be a solid counter. I mean, I've never seen a wide guard Aegislash get exploded as fast as it did, with, of course, a Zacian, Zeralech, and a Scyther, all focusing it completely. Really, really exciting stuff from Peru. I'm excited to see what they have in day 2, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm also excited to see what Nemesis can do in day 2. They were a pick of mine to be a dark horse team to watch. Glad they're still in the tournament. I know they have a lot more to prove.
And zooming out, we still have yet to find out their fate as to what day 2 entails. At the top of this series, we're thinking if Nemesis 3-0s, they're one of the more likely teams to go after that bye to go into the top 8. If Peru wins, yeah, they win, but they potentially drag the both of them to start in the top 12 as opposed to the top 8, since Peru has dropped one game. Admittedly, this series has actually done them the world of good because they didn't drop a game in this one, which perhaps is a little bit against the grain of what we would expect. Nevertheless, I think we wait with bated breath after this broadcast is over, once all of the mathematics has been figured out.
By other people. I need to be so abundantly clear.
Listen, I dropped maths early for good reason. So, yeah, there's a lot.
Do you call it maths in the UK?
We do. Maths. Yeah, as opposed to just
production, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get
Look at me, I do math. Oh my goodness, 1 + 1? What does that equal? 3?
Oh, okay. Well, either way, it is tough out here, but I think you were right to talk about the mathematics of it all, but zooming out and the whole picture of the tournament is actually something that I wanted to discuss, because we do have a lot of footage now of some of the best teams in this tournament. I was really high on Nouns. We got to look at them. I think both Peru and Nemesis were talking points for us. We got to look at those teams, but there's other teams that are emerging as, okay, we got to keep our eyes on them going into day 2. Is any of those teams that we've seen so far come up for you?
Well, I think Lelovers in sort of lifting the curse off their shoulders, finally finding a victory against Nouns. They didn't just look good because Nouns were slightly off color. They looked good, genuinely good. And that's a huge relief, I think, for all of us on the EU squad, because we know the potential of Lelos. Let's not forget Kamai, of course, at the start of the show, going 4-0 ultimately in their group. They are on fire, but we've got another two teams coming up now who have both gone 2-0 in theirs. Stamina and DreamHack is the battle of Latam. You do not want to miss it, so don't.
Yeah, don't.
Why? Crazy.
They're starting it right now?
I stunned them.
Yeah, me too.
Get on the candle in the back.
Well, I'm running.
Right on.
Down.
Come on in, trainers, come on in, gather around the prize wall. No pushing at the back. Yeah, that's it. Nice and orderly, trainers. The prize wall. I'm here with Mishka, who works at our beautiful prize wall here. Mishka, I'm Charlie. Tell us, what's going on here?
So, when you want to go to the prize wall, first what you do is playing the side events. For the side events, you're getting the tickets, and then you can exchange them here for the prizing. We have many special stuff. We have plushies. We have huge plushies. For example, this Slowpoke is amazing. Then we have beautiful pins. We have boosters, of course, play mats, bottles. We have so many stuff you can exchange for the tickets. So yeah, and then it's us. You can talk to us.
Friendly help as well, trainers. So, in terms of how our trainers build up the points they need to exchange them for prizes here, how does that work?
Well, as I said, you do the side events. For example, pick a pack. It's very nice, very fast how you can get the points. And actually, they are so much fun. You have side events for VG, for TCG, for Pokemon Go. So anything you like, you can, play, have fun. And then, I don't know, we have mostly anything for the points you get.
Come and exchange, yeah. Can you tell us more about the VG side events?
Not quite sure, to be honest, but I think you have your team, Pokemon team, and you are battling each other. And of course, you win the points.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in previous years, I've experienced things like a Chaos Cup, where you have predetermined teams that have a certain theme, or maybe they're all one particular type, and you have to go up against another one particular type of team, and you can gather with friends. There are on-demand events as well, all sorts of ways for trainers to test their battling prowess, and slightly more relaxed side events too. So, Mishka, I've got to ask you, if you were exchanging prizes here, let's say you had all the points in the world, what would you want?
That one. The Slowpoke or the Psyduck. Look at them. They're amazing. Huge and amazing. I mean, the only problem with them, we don't know how to get them through the airport, you know? When you want to get them home, they're just like big plushies, so yeah.
But if the big plushies aren't so much your thing, you know, you've got the mini ones here as well, and you've got trading cards, socks down there too. There's so much going on here. You look, there's some clothing there as well. You've got some caps, backpacks too. I love those with the Eevee and Pikachu with their backs turned.
The Jigglypuff and Ginger one, they're plushy, you know, like they're very soft, so they're very nice.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Mishka. Just some of the action available live here at the European International Championships. Now, trainers, we'll be back with the action very shortly.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, live in London at the Excel Center for the Aeos Cup, part of EUIC, and this is one of the biggest and most important tournaments in the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. The reason, Doob Snacks, that it's so important is because the winner of this is going to get the first spot invite to Worlds. We will know one team heading to Worlds by the end of this weekend.
The first team going to Worlds in Anaheim, the land of 1,000 fjords, Anaheim.
Anaheim, yes. Known for its many fjords, but also soon to be known for its singular Pokemon UNITE champion this August. It's going to be pretty exciting. This is one of my favorite tournaments, of course, not only because of that World's invite spot, but because this is that international competition. All season, we get to see them clash within their own region. And there's always a question, how good is NA? How good is EU? How good is LATAM, North or South? How good is Brazil? Well, we're about to answer a really interesting question right here when Stamina Esports goes up against DreamMax.
And we are right into it. LATAM North, Stamina Esports, winning that Aeos Cup play-in and punching their ticket here. They're going to try and make the best of it against DreamMax Esports from Brazil.
Yeah, DreamMax, one of the best in Brazil. Stamina, probably the best in LATAM North, so this is going to be pretty fascinating. Slowbro banned out right away, first ban from Stamina, which is really interesting. I feel like you don't often see Slowbro as a first ban. On the other side, Psyduck and Blissey getting banned, Umbreon getting banned. You can see the supports and defenders getting an insane amount of priority here.
They absolutely are. When we see a Slowbro ban or a Slowbro pick early, typically means you're going into some heavy speedster territories. You just don't want to get locked down or trapped. First lock-in is Inteleon by Angela, and we'll see where DreamMax wants to go. Mazo picking up Leafeon, Gizine grabbing Eldegoss.
Yeah, pretty solid choices here. We've seen Leafeon have a bit of an up and down day, right? It feels like this Pokemon at one point was a 100% ban rate in some of our tournaments. Not big changes to it, and all of a sudden it's kind of creeping its way back into the meta. On the other side here for Stamina, we have Blastoise, we have Zacian. Zacian being picked up by a lot of teams for that top path position. It's able to, farm quickly, get a lot of wild Pokemon KOs, get its, level lead very fast. And then once it has that, it's just really able to continue getting strong, so every fight it shows up to, it can help dominate.
Yeah, and back the other way, Snorlax and Venusaur selected by DreamMax Esports. Venusaur, pretty low pick rate, and we'll see what Ferzera can do with it. And this is what I was talking about, Spraggles.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really interesting here. So Comfey Zoroark, again, always something extremely difficult to deal with for a lot of these squads. On the other side, yeah, I do think there is a big question mark over this Venusaur. We have not seen much Venusaur in the tournament recently. It had its moments, about a season ago with a lot of Solar Beam Venusaur plays. I don't know if we'd be seeing something like that. The tough thing about Solar Beam Venusaur is Zoroark absolutely dominates that Pokemon. But if you could, set up a nice wall, if Snorlax can set up some big picks, you also can have a bit of a delete button between your Solar Beam and your Unite move.
Yeah, maybe they're leveraging the Mimikyu Unite, right? Put the big Mimikyu blanket over a Zoroark to pin it in the spot and hit a nice Solar Beam there. But the Comfey Zoroark selection speaks exactly to what I was mentioning at the beginning. That Slowbro being banned or picked early typically means that's the path you're going down. We see it out of Luminosity and Stamina Esports. Esports using a similar strategy.
Yeah, and it's going to be tricky to deal with. It's always hard if you don't have an answer to this combination. We kind of saw teams run into this earlier too, so we'll see how DreamHack can handle it. Now, both of these teams are undefeated in their group so far, so this is really going to prove who the king of this group is. I think a lot of people expected Stamina and DreamHack to be the standouts from this group, but the question is, who is the best team, and are we going to have a Brazilian team in that top 12?
Time to find out. Stamina Esports, your purple team.
Yeah.
DreamHack Esports, your orange team.
Let's get into it right here. We've got Blastoise and Inteleon heading down to that bottom path. 2 moves of Water Gun with incredible secure. Up in our top path, we do have this Mimikyu. Some teams still looking to pick it up, but it definitely hasn't seen as much play as it has in the past. Interesting enough, Stamina Esports win-loss record this season is currently 44-14. That's a little better than me and you the other night, who went 0-5.
A brutal 0-5. Now, DreamHack Esports correctly identifying that Zacian is all alone, using that to put a lot of pressure on the path and get that contestable wild farm, those Bunnelbees that sit in the middle.
But take a look at this. I mean, we already have Zoroark up in this top path. They've made it there very quickly. Level 5 with a Comfey Collar. They're heading into the center to see if there's anything they can steal, but they might be making a sneaky play towards the bottom path here. We have Snorlax moving up to the top path. I'm curious to see how this fight is going to break out.
Oh, they're going to jump on top of Olivio, yeah, on the Snorlax, susses them out, and at least gives DreamHack the information. So this kind of big sweeping rotation that Stamina was trying to do is all for naught.
Yeah, unfortunately, Stamina wasn't able to make much happen right there. They couldn't get their combo off of Zoroark. They're going to peel back, and now we see them heading into the central area here of DreamHack, trying to see how much of this experience they can get, possibly looking for a KO, but that Snorlax is too bulky so far. Here comes Leafeon to punish them, and they do.
Great support. Eldegoss getting the K opener and make it a boatload deal. That Comfey goes down. 2 for the Eldeglock.
Yeah, very nice stuff right there. Eldegod picking up a double KO as we see DreamHack, reacting very well to that invade. It's a hard invade to deal with. We're talking about Zoroark with the get out of jail free card of the Comfey on them in your central area. If you don't have a lot of backup, it's going to be a difficult fight. Luckily, DreamHack was really on top of that as a squad.
Mazo moving forward, trying to eke away with a buff there, and it looks like they were pretty successful, actually. Olivio going to move forward and finally get KO'd from that Zoroark, but back the other way, Kaduzera, the Mimikyu, stepping up and knocking them down.
Look at that. I mean, we've got, Mimikyu there with the play rough onto the Zoroark. If it was Shadow Claw, Zoroark could still maybe fight, do something. If it's play rough and you land that play rough, there's nothing they can do. You're completely invulnerable, and you're doing a huge chunk of damage, especially to something like a speedster or attacker.
Yeah, I mean, Giesing has been everywhere supporting this team, A-pressing them down. Eldegoss is historically and still notoriously known for their A-press as a support Pokemon here, and today's no exception. 2 KOs already for them. Is now Holmes moving forward and getting some of that Swablu and Altaria.
Now we see Reggie looking for a little bit of a stack here. They could be in some trouble. Of course, they have the Comfey, so they hopefully can get out of a situation like this. Yeah, beautiful surf there, pushing them away. They're not able to hit with the snipe shot. However, 3 members of DreamHack, now 4 down to this bottom path. It is Solar Beam, but it goes wide.
Yeah, heavy slam right into the middle. They're putting pressure on Reggie, who's low on HP. It only takes really 1 Solar Beam and maybe an A-press. Solar Beam goes wide, so does the snipe shot. They're going to take this with the Razor Leaf, and now Inteleon uses their Unite move. Ranma looking to move forward here, maybe a little preemptive on that Spraggles and a loss of a resource.
Yeah, not able to get much done. They thought they were going to be pushing him, but it's also possible that just the fact that they used that Unite move was enough to, push the enemy away from their goal zone. Up in the top path, we had the Zacian stay. They ripped down Regieleki. It walked into that tier 1 goal zone up there, and it looks like, they were caught by the Mimikyu.
Yeah, I mean, they were just hiding out and unfortunately get pinched between the Leafeon and the Mimikyu. Olivio down here staring the defender on the other side, Lito, who has been doing great with these surfs, repositioning that Indeedee so he can try to get the experience. Olivio not going to let that slide between their fingertips as Inteleon gets a knockout on Leafeon up top.
Yeah, that's right. We have a huge battle breaking out up top, and I think we should be watching that battle rather than these 2 defenders kind of like trying to get some of these wild Pokemon experience. It's important that they're able to try to level up down there, but we have multiple members of these teams fighting top. There's the Giga Drain, so we know what kind of Venusaur we're dealing with. Level 9 at this point. Big time Unite move from the Zacian, but it is caught between a Solar Beam and a Play Rough and a double KO for a Mimikyu.
I mean, you have to say the value that they they just got is enormous. And now this Mimikyu trying to get out. Zoroark too quick to close the gap, and they get a KO here. Olivia going to put up that block and see if they can get the rest of the squad peeling back. This Solar Beam Venusaur has a target on its head, and it's one that Stamina Esports would like to hit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, beautiful play there by Olivio. That Snorlax's block. If they weren't blocking in that moment, even if they were just standing there as, you know, just kind of a big HP sack, you would still have the Zoroark get the ability to move through them with their dashes, but the block stopped that. They were not able to get back to Venusaur, but that is what they're going to be looking for in these fights. And another beautiful combination there from, is it Leto?
Leto, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice little surf there. Good coverage by the defenders. Okay, Zoroark uniting to the Solar Beam here, and we're quickly Hydro Typhooning as well, but it's 2 players down on Stamina Esports, surfing back to their own pad. Inteleon pops the Unite move for the second time. Let's see if they can get anything done with it. Yes, first one is Leafeon. They're looking to push forward. Gizine's peeling back, going to try to top off some of these players here. And of course, from Zera here, for Zera, they had to peel back as well. Now Stamina gets the impetus on this basement Reggie. Let's see what they do with it.
They're looking for a big-time secure there by the Venusaur between the Unite move and the Solar Beam. They were able to take that. Another massive Solar Beam picks up Blastoise, and they're marching towards this goal zone. Doomsnacks, I can't decide which team is playing better here. I feel like both teams are throwing some huge punches at their opponents. Zoroark moving in, picking up a KO as we're trying to score in this bottom goal zone, and here comes Zacian.
Now Olivio gets eviscerated. Snipe Shot comes through, hits Venusaur, and Reggie wants that in a bad way. They go straight in. Let's see if they can convert. Flower Fields forever to top off the Pokemon here. This Zera is finding themselves on the backside of Holmes. The Zacian moving forward, and they're going to go down. Comfy hops off for a ride. What's popping? Brand new whip just hopped in. Leto grabs the Comfy for just a minute to save him.
It's just, it feels like so back and forth. Every time it feels like one team has the advantage, the other team moves in for an absolute devastating play, whether it's Zoroark or Leafeon back the other way. These teams are just brawling every chance they get all over the map. And I mean, you look at the scoreboard, it's incredibly close to 50, 105. Only one tier 1 goal zone broken between these two squads.
Well, make that another one here, but they didn't get his prime and an overkill. Oh yes, it was 26, then 40. That actually turns out to be pretty good. Nice Zoroark Unite move. Zera goes down. They're looking to convert on Gizine. No, flipping the script, grabbing on top of Olivio.
And here we go, trying to make something happen as they push back towards this goal zone. Once again, I mean, they're pushing, and now here comes Leafeon. Here comes Mimikyu. They just keep going. These teams will not stop. Every time one team takes an inch, the other has to push them back the other way. They break their tier 1. Now they're going to break it in the bottom path. Up in the top path, Regieleki walks into that tier 1. 136, 197, an absolute slugfest with 30 seconds until Ray.
We just saw exactly how DreamHack is going to attack this Zoroark, right? We saw the Mimikyu use their Unite move, and then everybody just jumped on top of that blanket that was covering the Zoroark, knock him out real quick, and then you get the Comfy for free, right? The BOGO deal. Regieleki hits. Almost 10 seconds until Ray, and this thing is separated by 61 points.
It's so incredibly close. These fights are so incredibly close. It really does feel like it's just going to come down to which one of these two teams has a better setup here. You got to take a look at Reggie. That's a level 13. They're going straight for it. They're ripping it.
Ray plays a solo, but we've got Venusaur right in the middle. Koch puts in, Zacian takes it, and now Stamina Esports puts the screws to DreamHack. They made the call, and this is what we're talking about. Having the agency, using the agency, taking command of the situation, win yourself a game.
Wow, Stamina right there, just with an absolute dominant fight at Ray. They were ready. They knew that DreamHack wasn't in great position for it. I will say Venusaur, between that Solar Beam and their Unite move, could get very close, but Stamina with a super aggressive play, super aggressive Ray, just taking it off the board immediately.
123 points separating these two teams, Spreggles. So there's still a real opportunity. Lots of time on the clock as well. How are we going to move with these cheeky shields? Holmes doesn't have one. Gizi now has that information to relay to the squad. DreamHack poised for a big push here to try and win themselves a game.
And it looks like DreamHack is actually going to start moving all of their players down here through the bottom path, trying to leave someone in that top path, possibly getting them to pull back and land down here. If they could run back to the top path to get a score, but they're too far behind. Big time Snorlax heavy slam. Here comes a massive Venusaur Unite.
Burden Anger Solar Beam has to try and hit the Zorak that got into the back line. They picked up the Comfy, and now they're on the chase here, surfing back the other way and trying to provide space on the pad. Is this Blastoise, but they put themselves out of range. Solar Beam comes back through, but it's not going to be enough. Ranma's just going to press them down. Gizi going to get 62 in, but they need a hair more. 322.59. We're going to press on. Inteleon, KO streak of 3 coming alive right here. Solar Beam not going to get it done. Home sitting in the pocket, but it's Inteleon saying, I know what intel I'm on, and it's all of DreamHack Esports going down.
Beautiful plays there from Stamina, and all while that was happening, they sent the Zoroark and Comfey across the map, just saying, hey, if they're able to get any points in here, we want to make sure that we are still ahead, and they are. Crazy game number 1 with an immediate Ray Rip.
Yeah, great call. That's what we were talking about, right? It was at 100% guarantee? Of course not. Nothing in this world is. However, when you're in control of the situation and you understand what's happening, you're putting it on the other team to adjust, analyze, adjust, and then deliver a result. And that's a tall order when the Rayquaza is getting ripped that quickly.
You know, and what could be happening here, I think it's important when a team can recognize this. They could have noticed, hey, we're probably not going to win this fight. Like, it feels like we're going back and forth. We don't like this team fight. We actually don't think that we're going to win if we go head-to-head right here. But one thing that we think we have a very good shot of, maybe we're 75% if we just go right away, is Rayquaza. So instead of looking to fight DreamHack, they just take Ray off the map, immediately win the game. Great stuff.
Yeah, I know we said, you know, that Venusaur was really scary, right?
Yeah.
Verdant Anger into Solar Beam, but you look the other way, still had the Inteleon popped Unite, big snipe shot, heavy damage in. You also have that enormous Zacian sword swing.
Yes.
It's secure using its Unite move. So they had some decent chances there. I like the call, I like the play, and a play that I wish Nouns would have made a few games ago.
Yeah, it is interesting, right, as we're taking a look at the player of the game here, this Reggie on Zoroark. Of course, you know, you should throw the Comfey right there with them because it really enables something like this to get those 10 knockouts, to get that 92,000 damage. But these teams were also brawling all game, so I'm not surprised we have big numbers here. It really was going back and forth, but you saw, you know, Stamina, they took the game into their hands and they ran and won with it.
I have to tip the cap to the support core of both teams facilitating these fights. I mean, every time Leto would get an awesome poach with a surf, it was Olivia with a nice heavy slam to actually cut off the target that they just picked so that they could get back. And that's why these fights kept feeling like they were raging on, because these support cores were doing such a good job.
Take a look at some of these big moments here. We have the Venusaur landing a massive Solar Beam and Unite move. Here we have Mimikyu moving in with that play rough, trying to make something happen in this fight against Zacian. Big time Zacian Unite move, the Solar Beam, and then they continue moving through with Shadow Sneak.
Yeah, here we have just the insta-rip, everything in the kitchen sink thrown right at this green dragon in the middle. Solar Beam is a hair early, actually, and it's ended up being secured, I believe, by the Zacian with the Unite move there. So great call, great look, great job by Stamina, and honestly, DreamHack adjusted pretty quickly very well and didn't miss the mark by much. Now we're seeing this final push where this game was just on a sliver of a margin and had a real opportunity to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those plays where it's wild, it's fast, and you're forcing a team into a position that they probably don't expect. It's game 1 in a best of 3. It feels like it's a pretty even setup between these two squads. The score line is pretty close. You don't think the team is gonna rip it, and that's kind of the perfect time to actually make a play like that. The perfect time to rip Rayquaza in that situation is when they really don't think you're gonna go for it. And because of that, you have, you know, that advantage of you have all your moves ready, you are in position, you are taking command of it, and more often you will secure it that way.
Exactly. Again, it's having full awareness and control of a situation, right? You know what's going on. The other team has to process what's going on and then understand and adjust, as we mentioned. Really fun game.
Really fun. I mean, honestly, great game between these two, and it was really back and forth, like truly well fought the whole way through by both teams.
It really was. I mean, it was one of the games today where I was like, man, we're already past the 5-minute mark.
Yes.
It's just been raging back and forth. And some, like you were saying, they're just chucking bombs at each other, just absolute haymakers and delivering. But it never felt like anything was out of sorts, like out of control, and it was just devolving into chaos. It was kind of really structured, very fun, and nothing was really ended up being catastrophic throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, we're taking a look at them up on stage. Obviously, Stamina feeling pretty great about that. I don't think DreamMax should be too stressed about how that went, but now they just do have to recognize what they are dealing with Stamina. They're dealing with this level of aggression that could be tough to slow down. DreamMax now with our first pick, they're going to ban Slowbro. Over to the other side, Stamina might actually like that ban if they want to kind of get Zora and Comfey once again.
Well, they're in the reactionary position, right? So they can kind of put the onus on DreamMax to try and figure it out. I mean, we already know that DreamMax is willing to go into the Mimikyu pool. Maybe they're not even that concerned with the Zora Comfey, as we have a Psyduck ban and Teleon ban, and we'll see where Stamina rounds this thing out.
Yeah, final ban over here for Stamina is going to be Blissey. Now we have our first pick for DreamMax. You know, a lot of teams might, you know, pick something up here like an Umbreon or something like that, you know, a powerful defender. We're going to see what they want to start off with, and it is Umbreon.
Yeah, Olivio taking that for them. They are the defender player for that team. Unsurprised that they're the ones hovering that. Now, LATAM North, Stamina Esports, quickly hovering Eldegoss and putting a lot of priority on Blastoise for Leto.
Oh, here we go. They're actually going to be taking that Zacian, and we saw how valuable that was for them last game, right? I mean, they were able to get the secure on Rayquaza because of it. Over to the side of DreamMax, we're looking at our next couple of picks here. Mazo's Leafeon was extremely valuable in that game. We're going to see if they want to bring that back here into game number 2. Miraidon is locked in, and Leaf.
Yeah, Leafeon, it did fine. I think his Leafeon is better than most, and they got some mileage out of that. If I'm Stamina Esports, I'm not seeing Leafeon and shaking in my boots. That Miraidon, however, can be a problem.
Yeah, Miraidon has been very good all day today. I assume it's going to be a standout all weekend. So your next couple of picks, we have Eldegoss, which I feel like we've seen a lot of, and then Mew. Mew is an interesting one. I mean, there are some insanely good Mew players out there, and I can understand a team that wants to pick this up, right? But it does feel like it's not as popular of a choice anymore.
I actually hate Attacker Mew. I think right now it's almost relegated to that support Mew type role. I think its damage output isn't quite high enough to do what you want, and you're not necessarily getting the same impact you would get when it has a light bulb on it, and then you kind of have a whole bag of tricks to dip into.
I gotta say, I love seeing Absol here.
Yes.
I think this is a really strong pick in this moment. I think it plays pretty well into a lot of what we have on the side of DreamMax. So this is gonna be a really interesting, matchup. Now, the other thing that we have when you are up a game, Dubesnacks, is you have the ability to make more aggressive plays like that, right? You could make more plays like we just saw at the end of game number 1, especially when you have an Absol with an energy amplifier. You could go for another Rayquaza rip, and even if you miss it, you're only tying the series, right?
Correct. Yep.
I mean, being in this power position really lets you make aggressive plays at Ray.
Now, I mean, both of these teams, decent secure tools. Of course, DreamMax, I believe the Blaziken is what they selected last. And on the side of Stamina, it is an Attacker Mew, but Mew in general, that Electro Ball is a great secure tool. So is the Solar Beam, as a nice backup. And they do have the Zacian, again, to use its Unite move in that secure facet. However, I would say that their secure on the side of Stamina is not quite as strong as what I would like to think the Overheat from Blaziken is.
I gotta say, one thing that I always kind of marvel in when I watch DreamMax this season and, previously some other teams Mazo was on, I feel like this guy's attitude, especially when things are tough, is phenomenal. He keeps mentally, you can see he is not checked out. He is not defeated. He is still in the game. I love to see it as we head into game number 2 here. DreamMax Esports from Brazil, your purple team. Stamina Esports from LATAM North, your orange team.
Reggie clearing this central area farm, gonna try and get to level 5 and be a big impact. That's something you really want to see out of your Absol. Get to lane quickly, help your team take over that path, and get some points into that bucket. Geezing very low, peeling back. A pressing him down is GM here as Holmes takes some damage. Nice collapse by Mazo, but the light screen right there from the Mew actually separating Mazo from GM. So, they delayed the inevitable. They delayed the inevitable, giving up the K opener to Mazo anyways.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the powers of Leafeon, right? It's just incredible. Oh my gosh, Absol coming up here, just ripped them apart. The pursuits are landing, gonna try to take down Leafeon. Leafeon barely surviving and both go down. Wow.
I mean, you needed to leave with that one if that's the engagement you're going for. The fun fact, so far, Rayquaza has knocked out 8 players this event.
Wow.
More than our teammates in the 5 games we played.
Hey, more than us too.
Also true.
As we take a look at what's happening. This isn't about us, all right? We just didn't do well the other night, that's all. 4 players in the top path right now for DreamMax, and they are able to play pretty well around this objective. Leafeon getting hit by the light screen. Oh, no, sorry. That was Combuskin getting hit by the light screen. I know, I apologize that I even brought up the Pokemons on the field. I know how upsetting it is for you.
I mean, poor Kaduzera on the ugliest Pokemon in the game. Combuskin. Olivia rotating up. They actually pinned a target to the wall, and that was the Mew. I believe that's Holmes on that. Absol stepping in, though, cleaning up the trash, getting some for themselves. Moving through, nice readjustment by the Blaze Kick from, not the Blaze Kick, but from Kaduzera stepping back, repositioning, and allowing their team to get some knockouts.
Beautiful Blaze Kick right there, and that ends up being a double KO. I mean, really, this is just like last game. Both of these teams fighting so well. The Absol moves in and picks up multiple KOs. And then Mazo's right back as the Leafeon picking up multiple KOs. These two teams are absolutely brawling here.
I mean, I doubted myself. I was thinking Blaze Kick was like overheat, and I got confused. Doesn't matter. Kadu is making it look good now that they've evolved to Blaziken. And Mazo stepping up and getting cheeky in and out, grabbing some berries and still making it out, buying time for Kadu to score points, get more stacks, and evolve. Clutch.
And we're taking a look here. We have a little bit of a fight here in the top path, but of course we also have an objective spawning in the bottom path. Both teams really ready to try to rip some of this and get some experience right here. Zacian a little light on XP, only level 6, heading to level 7 now.
Yeah, ticking over at least right now gives them an opportunity. Mazo is fearless on this Leafeon, and that's maybe why I appreciate their play on this Pokemon more than most, is not only can they go in and suss out a situation, they're really good at getting back out and not causing the team to lose based on that front. Charge Beam hits, Thunder chases. Regirock getting worked on. Is anybody from Stamina Esports going to step up? Regirock, the most dastardly darn Pokemon that you could put in the bottom path doing work, and Stamina giving it up for free.
Yeah, Stamina just not able to move in there. DreamMax doing well. They take top Regieleki, they take bottom Reggie. They're definitely in control in this moment, 103-7. This game is not as close as game number 1 for DreamMax. DreamMax feels a lot better at the start here. Now, we're only 3.5 minutes in or so, but still, it feels like they're off to a great start. Reggie being pushed back here, seeing if we can charge up something with this overheat in the bush, possibly move in, but no, they are able to rip that Regieleki off the board.
GM stepping up and actually allowing the Absol to get away is not nothing here, as Kadu going deep into the central area of Stamina Esports, and they're looking to get a KO, but unfortunately the Hoopa goes down, can't quite find their target as they're getting the break speed off of them here. 3 players converge, and at least they get 1 for their effort.
Really nice. I mean, Blaziken really is a thing of beauty sometimes. It's just so fun to watch when it's comboing through some of these big fights. Mazo getting a little too greedy in that situation, and that gives the Zacian a triple KO.
Yeah, no idea what Mazo was doing there. You know, I appreciate that.
It's limit testing. He's limit testing.
I appreciate that intensity when you got a team behind you, but when you just watched everybody get wiped off the face of the earth, following in after that doesn't look too great. Zacian gonna have to peel back. Ranma getting chased down by Gizine here, and I'm pretty sure that they've got eyes on them. They do indeed. Gizine pushing through, dipping through, Phantom Force, peel away.
Yeah, and here we go. Absol looking to get a KO right here. Here comes Blaziken right into the Unite move. With that amp, you can make it work into the overheat, but they dance around them and pick up the KO.
That was great work by Stamina here as Leto gets tons of damage put on them by the Charge Beam. They surf out of trouble for now, but they're looking at Olivio, forcing out the Umbreon Unite. You see that big crescent moon because we're prancing in the moonlight here as Ranma is trying to sort out Olivio. They do. Now we're looking at this top tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Zacian possibly moving in. They were charging up that Intrepid Sword, looking for a fight here, heading towards this goal zone. They could score something, but we have Miraidon here, and it looks like actually it's the Thunder from Miraidon, not even anywhere near the objective, secures Regieleki.
Well, why not, right? Just chuck it out there, see what magic you can make magic happen. Kadu escorting this Regieleki in. Looks like it's just Holmes wearing the Sherlock Holmes outfit, which you have to appreciate here in London. Regieleki marching forward. Solar Beam is there. Leto there to help out and provide some spacing.
And here we go. They're going to push this off of this tier 1. We do have Hoopa in the top path. They could try to make a sneaky play here, bringing the team through, but Regieleki is getting pretty low here. If they were going to do it, they may have needed to do that a little bit earlier. Instead, Hoopa is just watching the top path. Mazo in the bottom at level 11. Absol level 12. But look at this. Miraidon here from DreamMax already at level 13.
And that's exactly, I believe that's First Era that's picking up the Miraidon for DreamMax. And they have quietly just been farming up, getting up to level 13. And that's going to make them an absolute mutant here in the final stages of this game. I kind of hate the fact that DreamMax, though, has not been able to leverage the strength of the Hoopa Unite move.
Yeah, they have not made any big plays with it yet. Another Absol Unite right into this moment. They do go down, barely getting out there. And no, Zacian looking for their moment here as they are going to try to jump and get a KO here on Miraidon. They do. This is a Metal Claw Zacian, which we don't see as much anymore.
Now, Holmes is trying to line up the boosted auto, hits Gizine. We've got the Solar Beam as well going towards Mazo. 2 big chunks of damage put in by Holmes, unfortunately not converted into anything just yet.
We see the Blaziken just going to peel back from this fight, the boosted attack from Mew, moving them back. 1 minute until Rayquaza, and you have to be a little worried right now if you're DreamMax. The match is going pretty well for you. It's not going too bad for Stamina either, but you know how aggressive Stamina can get. You know that they have an Absol with an Energy Amp, and that means this Rayquaza could go down very quickly.
With all the pressure that DreamMax is putting on, what they're getting is a lot of information as well. And I don't think they're going to let Stamina pull the rug out from under them twice. You can see how forward they're playing in the Central, getting that information. Olivio, the Umbreon, trying to get an idea of where everyone is as they're opening up the chance to take this Regieleki for themselves for the low, low price of free.
Yeah, Regieleki is going to be going down here to the Blaziken. You can see Stamina just trying to check these bushes and find out exactly where DreamMax is. DreamMax up on the scoreboard here. This feels like the strongest showing from them between game 1 and 2. Game 2, I feel like they're doing much better. And it's not as close. So we're going to see how Stamina wants to play it. They're positioned super aggressively around this Ray, and I want to see how they want to fight this as Umbreon moves in.
Foul play reposition on Holmes. They get out. We have the charge beam there. Hydro Typhoon kicks up. Umbreon Unite back the other way, however, and they're going to have to try and use that. Cotton Cloud Crash. We're taking to the skies. We're topping off nobody. We have a bunch of resources that were just expended for not a lot of value. One player down on Stamina, and it looks like DreamMax Esports just watched the score go in downstairs by the Absol, and they're trying to pivot back. The Thunder races through, boosted auto, and if Olivio Tech keeps moving forward, they've got to put the pressure on. Great surf, Razor Leaf down, Mazo's getting chased by the Zacian. We're finally Rings Unbound, Kadu pops right through the portal. They're looking for their next target. Jumping back on the boat is Zacian, and Stamina Esports has to take a deep breath, surfing back the other way. Kadu's pushing forward, and can Stamina hold on tight? Leto is on the verge of getting knocked down.
Wow.
Finally, they're sorted. Blaziken moves in. We have the Focus Blast overheat combination. Doesn't really go anywhere or hit anyone. Take a deep breath, folks. We got to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, take a deep breath, Doomstacks. Absolutely. That was a whole minute of straight fighting from these two teams, but they are resetting. We have multiple Unite moves on the side of Stamina. We have Absol. We have Zacian. They're behind, but not by that much. 100 points gets them very, very close, but they're moving on to Ray immediately, and it looks like they're going for another rip.
Full rip. Rayquaza at half. We're moving forward. We have a couple Unite moves. Hydro Typhoon needs to kick up. We need the big Zacian secure. Can they pull through? No, they got it. They got it. Mazo, despite getting the KOs, the Zacian does pull through. They need to go score. They're down by 131 points.
And here they go. 100 points does go in. They're going to be looking for either that top goal zone or sneaking on the tier 2. They're trying to score in the top path, but that is being stopped by Stamina. So we're going to see what can happen. 247 right now for DreamMax. 168 for Stamina. They're looking to make something happen, but it looks like DreamMax is going to pull this one out.
Oh, absolutely. They've eviscerated the shields, and that's the double-edged sword quite literally. With Zacian, you use your points to do some damage, which means you don't have the points to score once they had the great secure.
Wow, I mean, what a series. And you saw the moment Stamina said, hey, we know our win condition. We're going for it right now. They moved on to Ray, and they went for it. We're tying this series up 1-1 between Stamina Esports from LATAM North and DreamMax Esports out of Brazil. Two of the best teams in their respective regions. And, of course, here they are battling out live in London. Either of these teams you could imagine making it all the way to the end, possibly winning the entire Aeos Cup. This has been quite a series.
You know, tip of the cap. Both teams are learning from each other here. They said, this is our time, go, go, go. No shame in the call, going for it. Despite with their back against the wall, decide not to play it too safe. They knew they needed that to try and win. They ended up being successful to a degree, right? I mean, Zacian still stepped up, made the save. However, the resources that they made them expend ended up leading to just a kind of a cheeky win down the line.
Yeah. Stamina, Dream Max. I mean, I really had no idea how this series was going to go.
No.
But it's been one of the most enjoyable all day for me. I have to say, I feel like both these teams are playing really well, making great decisions. We've seen, some series today kind of go exactly how we would expect. A more dominant team, it seems like, kind of runs over. We've seen some surprising series today. Some teams maybe not playing up to their potential, it seems like. This one, it feels like two teams firing on all cylinders, looking for wins, and I love it.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Dream Max had a nice bounce back there in Game 2. There were some moments in the first game where they looked a hair more shaky, but it looks like they found their footing. Mazo's Leafeon from Game 1 to Game 2, night and day difference in my opinion. I think it was a meh pick Game 1. I think it looked really good Game 2. The only real time it didn't look great is when Mazo found himself in a spot on the map where he really shouldn't have been. Outside of that, pretty darn good.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got our teams getting their appropriate colors right here. It looks like Stamina is about to be your purple team, Dream Max about to be your orange team. That stage, by the way, I spend way too much time just staring at the light bouncing between those Pokemon. There's something very... I'm like a firefly just looking at a play.
It's very entrancing. Let's take a look at our player of the game, Kaduzera on the Blaziken, and why not? They were schmoovin'. They had the schmoovement through the opposing team.
Yeah, Blaziken is one of those Pokemon that's still just so incredibly good. It has Rip, it has Secure, it combos, it has a stun, it has so much going on. It does take a little bit of effort early, but luckily they had some great fights early, like huge Blaze kicks that caught multiple members of Stamina. So they were able to get online pretty quick.
What'd you think of the attack Mew?
Yeah, I'm not super in love with Mew in that position, but I actually thought it was pretty good. They set up so many plays just with light screen. They were displacing the enemy a ton.
Yeah, I mean, from my vantage point, I think that's one of the better attack Mews we've seen in a while. Still not sold on it, especially with the skill set that Holmes, previously Sherlock, you may have noticed, out here coming through. I mean, they are just such a solid player. I think they can be more impactful with a different choice, but it certainly didn't look as bad as maybe I thought it was going to.
And now we can take a look here at some of these classic bands that we've been seeing all day. Not as much the Slowbro, but Umbreon, Psyduck, and Blissey. I think these are the three most popular bands in the tournament right now.
Yeah, and rightfully so, because they're all incredibly strong, right? And I think that speaks to the depth of both the support and defender characters in this game. Is the pool the widest? No, but it certainly feels like the deepest.
Yeah, and we've got Eldegoss here for Gießen. We've got Kaduzera on this Zacian. Zacian has been a force in this series between these two squads right here. Aegislash coming out here in game number 3. You love to see it. And Inteleon. Inteleon, I feel like, is a real difference maker after some of the recent buffs. Now, of course, Mazo has been on Leafeon multiple games. We're going to see if they want to bring that back out. I do feel like they were cooking pretty hard on it, so I'm not shocked.
Olivio going to the tree, so I don't know what they're hedging against here, but Olivio has been going Snorlax quite a bit. Of course, last game they were on the Umbreon, and I think they're hedging against this exact situation.
Yeah, here we go. We've got, Zoroark and a Comfey, which is always difficult to deal with. On the other side, they're going to try to decide what their final pick is going to be, and they might be able to lock it down somewhat with Pika. One of the difficulties of locking down a Zoroark with Pikachu is there are certain Pokemon that this doesn't apply to, but with Zoroark, if you want to go in and catch it with a Volt Tackle, you could unfortunately run right into its Unite move. Basically, if it knows you're coming in for a Volt Tackle, you pop your Zoroark Unite and Pikachu just gets deleted as it jumps at you. So there are certain Pokemon that counter that a little better than others. If we're taking a look at the items here, it's interesting. We don't have the EXP share on the Trevenant. We are playing the support version of Pikachu while we're letting Trevenant get big and bulky. It's going to be running Curse. It's going to be running an Aeos Cookie. It's going to be running a Focus Band. This easily could be a Curse Trevenant. Could be Curse Hornleech. It also could be Curse Pain Split. Did recently get buffed.
I think this is a good adjustment given what they've selected. I think you have a better opportunity for Trevenant to stand in the pocket toe-to-toe with the Zoroark with the Comfey on it than anything else they've selected.
Yeah.
So switch up where they're going to be on the map, how they're going to operate in your team core strategy, and use that to carry you to victory.
And here we go. Getting ready for game number 3, a series that's been an absolute war between these two squads. It's been really exciting to watch. And this is what you hope you get to see when the regions collide at an event like this. You hope you get to see top, high-level play between these two teams. Well, we're heading into it. This is game number 3, Stamina Esports, your purple team. DreamMax Esports, your orange team.
Looks like we're actually sending Inteleon and Blastoise up into the top path here. A little flip of the script and maybe throwing a curveball into DreamMax, something they might not be expecting.
Yeah, I mean, it just might be a different look, something that's a little more difficult to play into, as we have Kadu looking to get some type of secure here in the top path, possibly going in on the Blastoise, and they do, using that Intrepid Sword, but no, not able to take them down, getting very close. Blastoise, of course, even as a Squirtle, still very, very tanky.
No, of course, and surprisingly enough, no interest from DreamMax on going for the invade on this Zorua, which, with no one back to support the Zorua, they might have been successful there.
Yeah, it's possible that they could have, but it looks like they're just going to let it become a Zoroark and head to one of the two paths. It looks like they're getting aggressive a little bit in the bottom path, and Leafeon is making its way bottom as well. You're going to have 3 players for each side in this bottom path getting ready for these birds that are spawning here in just 5 seconds. And no, now Pika and Leafeon decide to peel top. They're switching it up. 4 members of DreamMax go top.
They're going to be able to absolutely dumpster that top path. They can push forward. We have no evolution. I mean, Electro Web put down one of the best moves in the game. It's almost unfortunate that Pikachu loses it.
Fun fact, Dupes, next. DreamMax Esports is boasting a massive 74% win rate this season. Will they make it to the finals? Well, I can tell you what, you and I, on this trip, we're boasting a massive 0% win rate.
Which is counter to our 100% never being wrong rate, which we are very proud of.
We just need to play on stream, apparently, as they pick up a double KO. Look at DreamMax absolutely gobbling them up in their opposing central area there. Great plays.
Great plays, nice rotation.
This is why they win. This is why they win.
They're hitting their buttons and they're using their moves. Genius level stuff out here.
Actually pretty smart.
DreamMax rotating through. We're going to see Holmes kind of have to peel back as they are almost, they're on level parity, a little bit ahead of Olivio, but still that makes it a bit tougher to contend with.
Mazo is 8 right now, and you have to remember these EVs, they are able to get their Unite moves at 8. So this speedster not only hits 4 and can start being really aggressive, it also already has a Unite. It's way ahead of the competition here. Things are looking great for DreamMax early, and a huge KO.
I mean, Leto just literally put Nazashi in blender and they get turned into turtle soup very quickly. Reggie just getting sussed out quickly, gonna have to peel back. Is Giesing just looking to A-press and buff him down?
And look at that. They were able to stop them from going home because of the Pollen Puff right there. We do see a Cursed Trevenant. I'm guessing it's going to have Horn Leech, and it does. You get that really amazing double Horn Leech combo if you're able to, get your full damage on Curse, which is very, very cool. Heading up to the top path right here, we have Holmes. Mazo in a great position in this bottom path. 3 members of DreamMax. This should get ripped off the board. In the top path, however, Zacian goes down, and they're pushing.
Yeah, I mean, we're taking a look at Leto just leveling up here as everything else is happening on the map. Captured is the Regice very easily by DreamMax, and we're going to see how they rotate upstairs. It looks like they're going to leave Olivio down here for a bit, guard that goal zone, and do some work up top as Stamina Esports is quickly on this Regieleki, quickly securing it. Coup de grace comes out, and now we have an Emerald 2-step by Mazo saying, look at this dance, teach me how to Dougie, and now it's sending everybody from Stamina back towards their pad.
I'm going to be honest, based on how well that dance went, I think he knows how to Dougie. I don't think he needs to be taught how to Dougie right
Excuse me, Mazo, can you instruct me how to Douglas? Thank you.
Mazo, we're looking for a Dougie, please. Yeah, in the booth. Thank you so much.
One clean Douglas out of Mazo, please. Holmes getting eviscerated here and peeling back. Is the rest of DreamMax content with the work they just put in?
DreamMax is crushing it right here, although Stamina with a great play top, right? They recognized they couldn't get anything done on that bottom Reggie, so they decided to move top, get some value, take Regieleki, try to see what plays they could make happen up there. Still a very close game, 73-62. Level-wise, things are evening out, except when you look over there at Mazo, level 11 on Leafeon.
absolutely gargantuan. Reggie having a hard time getting over to level 9. They're going to tick over naturally, but not at the point in the game that they would like to be, as Mazo is beginning to take over if you haven't already believed that they are headed that way.
You can see them heading down to this bottom path right now. Inteleon in a little bit of trouble, getting caught right there, right into the Unite move, looking for another play, but they decide to break the goal zone. Here comes Mazo, and they do end up peeling back, even though multiple members of DreamHack are ready in this bottom path to fight.
What an amazing play by Olivio. Hornleech into the tall grass, using that Trevenant Unite and making it so that the Inteleon that was guarding that pad is a complete non-factor.
We can see the Zoroark now spending time in the central area of DreamHack. You have to always remember, it's not just Zoroark. There are two Pokemon fighting there, and now it's going to be Aegislash and Comfey, a brutal combination with how Aegislash is able to provide its own shield. Comfey with the healing and the shields. Pikachu Unite move as they're pushing forward.
Nice surf right into the Hydro Typhoon from the Thunderstorm action that was provided, and that's an absolute hurricane developing in the rough seas out here. Sitting back on pad is DreamHack. Leto has done their job, created the space, and allowing the rest of Stamina to converge on Regis. Olivio Tech moving in to try and make a play. They're surfed away, but we've got the Zacian Unite move coming through. Not enough to secure. What's a sword? It's a sentient sword. You only have one in your mouth. How is that even fair? Flowery Fields Forever are popped, and now we're looking to push as Stamina Esports still has everybody standing, and they are beating the brakes off DreamHack, flipping the script of what we just saw for the last 6 minutes.
Beautiful plays here, and down goes Mazo. He doesn't get to teach anyone how to dug around here. Stamina Esports is scoring on this bottom goal zone.
I think we just overkicked the age of people walking home by like 16 years. So anti-shout out to us, I suppose, but still not wrong. That is still at 100%.
Look, I mean, we went from Dougie to Douglas to Doug to Doug. This is incredible stuff right here. This is why we're in the position we are in. Nobody could do this. In fact, nobody would even consider it because it makes no sense.
It makes no sense whatsoever. Holmes holding on to the Comfey collar, and they're looking at 4 players on the other side, and even though they have the Comfey with them, it's a tall order. Snipe Shot actually hits Olivio Tech for a ton of damage. We're going to see if they converge on that. Zacian going straight for it. We're seeing a couple Unite moves popped, another Thunderstorm. Trevenant Unite is used, but not for any value. Coup de Grace comes out, finds a target. All of a sudden, this 4v2 is squared up real quickly since Ranma pulled up for the smoke, and those Snipe Shots are hitting.
I mean, look at that Aegislash. They just could not take it down. Between Aegislash's natural shielding, natural healing, Comfey on them. I mean, what a difficult Pokemon to knock out there. That was so tough for DreamHack. Just ripped through all of them. Heading down to the bottom path right here. We have Reggie now about to hit their level 13 in this moment. And a match that was very close. I would say is still very close. It felt like DreamHack was in control. Right now, it is anybody's game. Once again, these two teams are so close in skill level. It is crazy. I have no idea who is going to win this series, but I do know one thing. Stamina gets very aggressive at Rayquaza, and they could take this from them.
Now Reggie is here. Olivio Tech they know where they are now, so at least Reggie has the information. Doesn't look like they're going to make a play on the basement Reggie. Everybody's going to square up for Rayquaza in this game 3 to see who reigns supreme in this group.
That's right, Group E, here we go. Rayquaza hits the map. DreamHack looking to make a play. They are keeping their eyes on that Ray because they know how this could go. However, Mazo is caught. The level 14 Leafeon is down, and they're moving in.
That's huge. Might as well move in now. Olivio Tech is there, but the wide guard Hornleech combination is enough to separate them from the team, but they're still carrying the Comfey. Tons of damage going in, stepping in as Zoroark. Reggie sorts them out. Moving back towards the middle is all of Stamina Esports. They got 5 players standing, but now Mazo's coming back off spawn. 357, 192. They've got miles ahead on the scoreboard. Can they clinch this thing up with a Ray?
Yeah, now the question is, how do they want to play this, right? They like being aggressive, but they're way ahead here. Huge catch right into their wide guard. Pikachu Unite move, and they're not able to pick up the KO. The Hydro Typhoon only catches 1, but Inteleon is able to take down Pikachu, and they're moving forward towards DreamHack. They are ahead on the scoreboard. They don't need Ray, and they're looking to fight.
Now they're taking in the central area, forcing DreamHack to just deal with it. Kadu is so low. Slow Smoke is down, but not catching anybody. Look at Stamina. They can just peel back. They're up by 160 points here. What is DreamHack going to do? They have 50 seconds. Time's running out.
Time is running out, but they have Unite moves. 4 Unite moves on the side of DreamHack. They're going to need to make a play. 45 seconds left. We see members of Stamina are chipping at Rayquaza. Here comes the Trevenant.
Trevenant Unite pop. Tons of targets hit. We're going straight in. Zoroark Unite is used. Surf back the other way. Aegislash gets the first KO. Chops down that tree. Right in the middle. It needs to be clutched up right now. And I believe it was taken by Stamina. Blastoise getting it done in the guts. DreamHack Esports is 10. Jack, Queen, King, aced out here, baby.
Wow, what a back and forth fight between these two squads. It really was. The moment we saw Mazo, the Leafeon, caught in that bottom path by Stamina, they were in control of that entire fight. They would just methodically pick off one after another after another. DreamHack, of course, recognized this. They had to make their play. They went for it, but I mean, who is securing out here better than Stamina? Because I'm not seeing him. Stamina takes another Ray and wins the game. Did they take all 3 Rays?
Yes, they did.
Wow.
Very well done.
Wow.
Very well done. Olivia Tech doing a great job to give DreamHack an opportunity to come in. Big multiplayer Horn Leech straight into a Trev Unite, putting up the Forest and the Curse on multiple players. However, sandbagging on the other side was Stamina with a couple Unite moves themselves. They understood that if Olivia Tech is carving a path, that everybody has to walk up that street. They used the Zoroark Unite right into that alley, and they were able to get a quick knockout and literally use that to leverage the rest of the fight. Well done.
You know, I'm not exactly sure how our day 2 shakes out. I believe based on these groups, both of these teams will be there, but it looks like Stamina has a very high likelihood of being one of our top seeded teams heading into day 2. I mean, these two teams put up such a great series here today. Probably my favorite series of the entire day. I can't wait to see what they do tomorrow.
I like the Sword more than Attack Mew, as it turns out.
Yeah, same.
When you're looking at these two teams here, Holmes really came alive. Despite Reggie having the Comfey on them most of the time, it was the Holmes show. Sherlock Holmes solving all the mysteries out here of DreamHack Esports, sending them home saying, not today. I like what we saw. I like this Stamina team, and they are humming.
Yeah, they're doing incredible here. I mean, you really don't know which one of these two teams is going to do better. And honestly, if I'm any team in this tournament, I would be worried about facing either of them because they both look pretty phenomenal. We're taking a look at the player of the game. You talked about it. There's Sherlock, a.k.a. Holmes, on the Aegislash. It's elementary, dear Watson. Look at this.
I mean, we mentioned the 81K, 4 assists, but really it was those knockouts. I think they had 14 of them. So I mean, it's a bigger number than 4. Somebody's told me.
Bigger number than 4 assists. It's true.
As somebody has told me. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from this game.
Yeah, I mean, some really big moments here. Obviously, we had Mazo just absolutely dancing on him, as we said, picking up some huge KOs top. And this was a really nice fight. You could see Zacian, they just allowed it to hold its Unite move to the last possible moment, then moved in for the secure. Really nice play by Stamina there. And it felt like once Aegislash got online with the Comfey, they were kind of unstoppable in this game.
Yeah, really. I mean, tip of the cap to GM realizing that, you know, this isn't the Reggie game, this is the Holmes game, and switching up their priority target, especially in the latter half here as we see the 4-minute mark winding down. And that was just like the big punch back that Stamina needed to take the lead, take the advantage, and leveraged it all the way through the rest of the game.
Yeah, you can see here, there's the Zoroark, you know, looking to make a score happen right there. They recognize, hey, they're not going to be the one fighting. They don't have the Comfey on them. We have DreamHack moving in right here, trying to make something happen. They have some Unite moves. They're looking to put some damage down right now, but they couldn't get the secure. Instead, secured by Stamina. A crazy series coming down to just the last couple of seconds right there at Ray. Again, one of my favorites all day, probably my favorite all day. Really awesome.
I must say, I want to point out something really quick about what we just saw. Now, you had Olivia Tech carving the path, right? And then great job by Stamina converging. The assumption is everybody's rolling through there. But of course, it was just one other player with Olivia Tech, which allowed the overflank and gave DreamMax a chance in those final moments. And I thought that was just a little clever thing. I thought they actually caught more players with that Treviant Unite, but it was just 2. It was kind of a bait, like we are coming this way. We've got one more player to kind of make you believe it. And then it was the Mazo rotation over the top to start really getting on top of Rayquaza. So cheeky plays by both teams, well adjusted. And again, you said it, it's one of my favorite sets that we've seen.
Yeah, they're great. And it's one of those ones where you go, I can't wait to see these two teams tomorrow because they're both playing so well. And, you know, they're going to have to run into the best of the best. We're taking a look at our group stages right here, Doopsnacks. We know some of what's happening tomorrow. Obviously, Kamai Esport going 4-0 in their group. They are locked in for tomorrow. We have Lelovers looking amazing, taking down Nouns Esports in Group B. We just saw a little bit of Group C earlier. We had Zoinks and Relic casting that Peru Nemesis game, which was pretty crazy.
Yeah, Juicers sitting on top of the pack with a perfect day, 3-0, 6-0. Gen 5, 2-1 as well. And later at the end of the day, we'll actually have Tuzzy and BH3 to playing their last game of the day to see who is leaving out of Group A. Let's go on and see our last 2 groups. Production, flip the script.
Let's flip the script, and it got flipped. And there you have Stamina right there. We just watched it. Stamina, DreamMax, an amazing set. Both of these teams heading to day 2, but Stamina, you know, heading out 3-0 in their group. We're going to see an undefeated OC team against the former world champs Luminosity. There is no question. If Antic beat, even if they beat Luminosity in groups right here, this is an insanely massive win.
Yes.
For OC.
OC needs this.
This is huge.
OC needs this. The whole community needs OC to need this.
Yes. Akelosaurus won't stop texting me, okay?
Yeah, please
She's freaking out right
deliver for your 11 players today, this weekend.
You need to do it right. I mean, look, it's always a story that you want to see, right? Like the little region who could. If they can come here on this massive stage with all of these teams from all over the world and make a statement, that would be huge.
That is a heck of a statement. Finished with an exclamation point. You and I are going to take a pause for the cause, and I'm sure there's more jokes that we have to tell. Do all this stuff, Groove App coming up, blah, 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 blah. Just cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it.
let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center, EUIC, London.
Welcome back to, admittedly, a very sunny London. If you look at those pictures, I look up at the sky and, well, I only see a roof. But the roof has been lifted off this place so many times today, and why not? What a wonderful beginning to the Aeos Cup it has been. Relic joined by Zoinks. It's been a long day, but spirits are far from dampened. Zoinks, we've got 2 more series on the way, and a huge storyline that has developed over the last 6 hours for the first time since the World Championships of 2022 in this very venue. An OC team has made it to day 2.
Yeah, exciting stuff for Antic Odium. I mean, obviously the winner of their Aeos Cup qualifiers in their own region, but representing their region well with a very exciting performance in the group stage. They are going to have a challenging opponent ahead of them, though. Of course, Luminosity Gaming, certainly high on a lot of people, my power rankings, so I definitely think this is going to be a challenging matchup, but still, the vibes seem to be very high on Antic's side.
It's so incredibly through any sort of previous glass ceiling that we would have thought of that, to be quite frank, even if they lose 2-1 here, that would be seen as one of the greatest victories in modern memory for this region. A fun fact, by the way, the last OC team to get to day 2 being Iclen, funnily enough, in the same group at the World Championships as Blackhand, previous, of course, previous version of Luminosity Gaming. But, oh, what's that in the background that I hear? Oh, is that a lovely Pikachu going for a little stroll? I hear that we've got a day coming up, Zoinks.
100%.
And apparently it's a day of these things called Pokemon.
Yeah,
I think
it's a very special. It's a very special day. Pokemon Day is right around the corner. We have a very special announcement. Make sure to be tuning in Thursday, February 27th, because there's going to be a very special Pokemon Presents at 6 a.m. Pacific time. You don't want to miss it. There's always so much exciting news, and of course, just a celebration of Pokemon on its anniversary. I mean, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be locked in, and I know many at home are going to be watching as well.
Oh, it's so exciting, isn't it? Coming up to the 30th anniversary too, not too long away. And for us here in the Unite scene, we've already had perhaps a little preview of things to come.
Maybe.
With Remote Stadium returning to ranked for a little bit, those Season 1 vibes, and apparently much more on the horizon as well. So keep posted on those Pokemon Unite socials, wherever you might be. Worth keeping an eye on more now than ever.
100%. I mean, it's such a great celebration of Pokemon, always, every single year, but it feels like EUIC rises to that same occasion, especially when it comes to top-tier Pokemon Unite competition. So let's get after yet another one, draft between Antic Odium and Luminosity. Let's get into game number 1. We're leading off with some very popular bands, Relic, Umbreon, and Psyduck so far. Antic Odium, now a lot of teams have decided to try to focus on Trainer in a lot of these banning phases. However, they're going to go with the more double support / defender style.
Look, if you're Antic Odium, go wild. Go wild. I think at this point, the worst thing that you could do is reseed into a quote-unquote normal composition. Luminosity, they're going to eat you up for breakfast. We know what all of these teams, all of these players can offer at this point. So bringing something wild to the table, admittedly, might not be the smartest move if you're looking to try and get through to day 2 in the first place, but Antic are already through. They are, I don't imagine what the Twitch chat is looking like in terms of the Twitch points, but I imagine that Luminosity, very heavy favorites, maybe 90 plus, as we saw with Nouns and Lelovers a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that's true. An interesting pick from Overlord on this Blaziken, especially so early, leaving a lot of the defender and support options until later. Kind of makes me question where Slash and Otter are going to end up in terms of their particular selections. Otherwise, for Antic Odium, though, this is a very straightforward draft from them so far. Maybe the Snorlax and Machamp being a little less common, but Umbreon, Blisseyban into Miraidon first pick, I think is going to be one of the most straightforward textbook bans and drafts we have from that first pick side.
Got a pretty early Machamp pick as well. I've seen it a couple times today. Crustle we've only seen a few times, but Luminosity, big believers, and I'm right there with them. I think that Crustle still has an awful lot to offer these compositions. Now for their final 2 picks. It looks like Antic Odium going to take a little bit of inspiration from a lot of teams that we've seen previous. The Zoroark Comfey combo back on Thea Sky Ruins.
All right, and the Mimikyu pick basically writes itself here. Not only is it one of Trainer's absolutely best Pokemon in their roster, it also has a really nice matchup into that Zoroark and Comfey combination. It does play well into Miraidon and maybe even Machamp from time to time. So I think this is going to be a really good final pick. Only a 19% pick rate on the day, but when it comes to Trainer, I'm sure a lot of that percentage share is actually in their hands.
Now, one player I want to zone in on is a player who I think is going to have a real pop-off tournament. As if Luminosity hasn't popped off already, going 2-0 in group. It's a pretty decent start, right? I'm a big fan of Otter. I'm a huge fan of Otter, and in a meta where Mew has kind of transitioned along from a sort of size-fits-all attacker, one of the most unique movesets in the entire game, really technically astute sort of play style, and yet it's found a different role as a support attacker. We can see there running that EXP share, running that incense, running through coaching early on to try and enable, in this particular situation, that Aegislash and Blaziken to go online as early as possible. That's a huge role, a huge set of responsibility to put on one's shoulders, especially again, on one of the most technically difficult Pokemon to master in the first place, and yet Otter makes it look effortless. I'm really excited to see what he can do in particular this weekend.
I think it's going to be really necessary for them to play extremely well in this composition. I honestly, when I look at the Crustle pick in Luminosity Gaming's comp, I don't really say that I love it. Normally, I like the Crustle pick when you have a very heavy attacker-focused composition, but when you're running things like the Aegislash and the Blaziken, it can be a little bit of counter synergy sometimes. Now, when the exception of the rule starts coming into things is when you have a play with a team that is as coordinated as Luminosity Gaming can be, but if you have players that are kind of going past the line of your defense, that are jumping into the fray past the Crustle, I think a supportive Mew is a really good option. Get a little bit of extra damage in the mix, but of course, have the option to either coaching or surf to defend those targets when they're in the mix is going to be really big, because Slash's role is going to completely change on this Crustle from sort of the main tank. We are probably going to see an early engager and a lot of goal zone defense out of LG.
Yeah, and of course, the trade-off that you make with that Mew is it's not as tanky as some of your more traditional supporters. You look over to that Zoroark on the Antic Odium side, and you've got yourself your #1 pick. The Mew goes, and admittedly not as catastrophic if one of your more traditional supports goes down, but you've certainly removed one of the main operating sort of win conditions of these squads, where they do like to lean back and rotate out with the Mew. That can put forward pressure. Let's not forget, of course, still decent in terms of the objective secure with both that Electro Ball and Solar Beam. So let's not hype these guys up too much. It is a huge mountain for Antic X Odium. I think they've been given a group that they've dealt with very well. There was a threat from Outer Banks, of course, a threat that they dealt with. Fair play to them. But now we have a real test for them. One of the best teams in the world. Some will say the best team right now, bar none. Again, I was saying to Doobsnax just off camera, and indeed to you, if they pick up even just one game, that is a huge statement going forward for other teams in the competition as we look forward to that single Elim bracket on day 2.
And it feels like they have a solid draft to accomplish something like that with this. I mean, you have the Miraidon, which of course is one of the best in-class Pokemon, but it works extremely well with the Zoroark. I've kind of always described its long-range damage plus the Zoroark as sort of the hammer and anvil style of gameplay. I mean, back in the day, the now Nemesis squad really made it popularized with the Decidueye and the Zoroark working together. Trainer, by the way, was one of those players on the stage pulling off that combo. But with Miraidon and Zoroark working together in tandem, that's really where you can see some explosive damage happen before anyone can deal with it. The poke damage early from Miraidon and Zoroark absolutely carving through the enemy is tough for any team to prepare for. So I really do like that synergy between the two. It's just going to be tough. There's going to be a lot of weird fight angles. You know, there's not a very easy target to pick out of the mix. If you don't focus on the Mimikyu, all of a sudden your Zoroark Comfey might get stuck in a Mimikyu Unite. If you don't focus on the Aegislash, it might have full boosted autos in your backline if you don't give it too much attention. So Luminosity Gaming sticking with this strategy. They've been playing in recent tournaments of 3 melee damage carries to really make it tough for opponents in team fights to properly target prioritize. Honestly, I have a hard time picking the correct answer, even when in VOD review in some of these matches of who would realistically be the best target to focus on at any given time. So Antic Odium, I really do like the draft and the composition they have, but it is a challenge against this Luminosity style of play, all being hyper melee.
I enjoy the Snorlax pick for that very reason that you mentioned, Zoinks, but we'll see whether theory can be turned into practice as game #1 of Antic X Odium in the purple, Luminosity Gaming in the orange gets underway here in Group F.
Yeah, Invader not going to get that first hit secure. I think potentially DC picking that one up, but Curios going to do a whole bunch of damage. The Iron Defense will finally pop and give them an extra boosted auto. But that Miraidon's early game showing its strength. A couple of wild Pokemon secures and sending them all the way back to the goal zone. Hey, a fun fact for you.
For me especially, and I gotta say, there is a smile on this Brit's face. So far, the official count of hats worn by Pokemon on stream this event is 84. Zoinks, if that number is not tripled or quadrupled by the end of the event, this smile might turn into a frown.
Oh, we're going to need some Dodrio numbers to start really scaling that
Please, Dodrio,
thing up.
folks, show yourselves. Let's go.
All right, well, we do have 3 players facing off at the top side. Unfortunately, a quick little pause. Hopefully, we'll get that sorted out as quickly as possible. This time, I think, on the Luminosity Gaming side. So we'll get that one checked out and back in because we are going to be in our first set of engagements when we return to this matchup.
Very important.
It's always tough when you're doing a little bit of mini-map watching when trying to commentate these games, and you're like, all right, it's 2-on-3 on the top side. And you're like, nope, that's a floral border. It's actually a 3-on-3 in those cases. I actually, Spraggles has talked about this a lot when discussing Comfey in competitive settings or even in more casual ranked environments. You have to understand that you are playing 1v2. If you find yourself against a damage carry in a Comfey, and oftentimes you can feel like, well, I can beat that Pokemon. I have the abilities can do it, but remember, you have to face against 2 Pokemon with a unique mechanic, of course, but it is quite a bit of a challenge. So I think something to note, that will be a very electric first engagement, I think, on the top side.
Well, these Comfeys as well, we've seen it plenty of times this tournament alone. They love carrying a smoke. Well, gotta say, shout out, by the way, to our wonderful Foo. Oh, wonderful.
I love this.
Honestly, though, it's great to see because I think if you are any other team in this situation going up against the 2 times world champions, some of the best players in the world, not gonna lie, Zoinks, I'd be a little bit scared. But they're having a great time out there. And to boot, they've had a really solid first engage on this bottom path.
Yeah.
Slashcan forced backwards on the top part. This Machoke and Comfey, by the way, popping off, finding a couple of KOs, restricting Luminosity to just 4 points scored in the first 90 seconds.
Yeah, the longer you can keep Curios at level 4, the better. As soon as you get into the doublade, all of a sudden the damage starts getting a little bit off the charts, and with a KO like that, doing a fantastic job. Great job from Anticodium. They are going to put in some scores on the bottom side, and Slashcan will not be able to defend this goal zone. Great beginning from Antic Exodium.
I can hear you lot out in the crowd. Love that. I'm sure that Kellosaurus's watch party going absolutely wild. Long way to... there they are
They
again.
cheered more for Kellosaurus, by the way. That's so funny.
Hey, listen, every W is a good W in this game. And there is a long, long way to go. Make no mistake about it. Luminosity Gaming, even with a slow start, plenty of time to roll back into life.
All right, so Overlord on this Combustion is actually going to rotate down towards the bottom side. Anticodium with a little bit too strong of a start to try to contend with for Luminosity Gaming. Instead, they're going to leave Trainer on an island to try to defend that tier 1 and sort of let those scores slide in, hopefully slowly, and instead exchange for a big push on that bottom tier 1 instead. Led by Slashcan and Curios, and of course Overlord joining the fun, gets to that level 7 evolution.
Response from Luminosity then, plenty of points scored, a 101 to 56. Looking to prioritize this bottom, Reggie, rightly so, no T1 cracked. Maybe Antic Exodium could look to that top path. 1v1 micro, are they really going to go toe-to-toe with Luminosity? Well, you know what, folks? They're going to give it a good go. Not that they had any hope of taking the Reg Ice. That was a very, very slow, heavy slam. And down goes that Snorlax. Nightfall Days avoided by everyone and their mothers. Luminosity Gaming really just doing their best to avoid anything that Antic Exodium throwing at them, but also I love the respect of their opponents. I think any other day they start to go T1 aggressive, try and go for those scores, but they're actually backing off. They are happy with their work done, and now looking for the slow rotate up top, although they will not find a Regieleki there. Over to the side of Antic.
Yeah, they're still chasing experience on Luminosity Gaming side, right? I mean, getting the basement Reggie was a big part of that game plan, but it was only step number 1. They are not contending with Unite moves as of yet. Overlord the only exception with that Blaziken. Anon with a nice little play, trying to get a score in during the yawn sleep moment there, but will not have the opportunity. Great wide guard by Curios to block that submission initial engage from the Machamp.
Come Play With Me will take out Fu, and Antic on the retreat. Lovely use of the grass knot there to lock Curios up. No more forward momentum for you. On the top path, 40 goes down via the Blaziken, but still Antic with the score lead.
Yeah, there is some Unite moves to use on both sides here, so Curios going to get a little more aggressive, not afraid to throw the coup de grace, especially with no objectives on a soon horizon. Now is the time to strike with some of these bigger Unite moves. There'll be backcaps from both squads, actually, as Luminosity Gaming going to put a ton of points in tier number 1 on the top side, but Antic Exodium on a mission to put points in on the tier 2, as that Zoroark Comfey duo has been putting in a few points all the way in the backline to Luminosity.
Well, did I say at the top of the series, play different and you might just get results. Next Reggie phase on the way. 15 seconds to this bottom Reggie. Attention, everyone down to that bottom path ASAP. Picking up the orange buff on the way. Not bad at all for Anon. We've got that Curios Aegis looming in the distance, but a lot better set up this time around, Antic, on this bottom path.
All right, good Thunder checks that tall grass. They find Auto. They're going to have to retreat all the way back to their side. Good initiation by Slashcan with the Rubble Rouser. They're able to block so much of that damage.
The Bright Future Meteor Storm as a tall grass identifier, ingenious. They catch Luminosity napping and they get that Reg Ice for free. Solar Beam onto zone, but Zoroark picks off the Blaziken. Fu going to work on this Machamp, forcing the eject button out of Slashcan. He's got to get out of town. Really impressive from Antic Exodium. An astonishing 3 KO streak for this Zoroark. Antic Exodium, OC, where have you been the last few years?
Anon really putting in work on this this Zoroark. Great coverage, though, by Invader on this Snorlax. I think one of my favorite parts of that last team fight was that engage. I mean, this is what this hyper melee-focused composition can struggle to do sometimes. It is difficult to defend goal zones. If you have something like a Miraidon, or I mean the Mew sometimes, but even a Pikachu, they can hit those area of effect damage. You can play it safe while still stopping scores on these goal zones. You can no longer do that when you are running triple all-rounder. Instead, you have to be up in the mix to stop those goals. And Antigodium kind of playing to that strength, allowing the Zoroark to dive in after the early damage from the Miraidon.
Love the attempted pre-read from Invader with the Yawn. Unfortunately, it completely whiffed. And this really should be a T1 zone to demolish if you're Luminosity. The Nightfall days, the Unite move from Zoroark, they'll take down one. Aegislash takes down the Zoroark, and ultimately that T1 is dispelled. 217, 231. Luminosity now with the lead. That Regieleki will not hit the T2 zone, though. Fu made sure of that. Just over a minute left. The Luminosity Gaming starting to rear, at least from an Antic perspective, their ugly heads. A level 13 Blaziken, a 12 Mimikyu trainer, Kyrios 13 on that Aegislash as well. Level-wise, they've taken the lead.
LG's been doing LG things. They find a target that they can dive on and get the knockout. They honestly don't care if they trade at this point. You're playing from behind, you're going to catch up on experience a little bit faster. Slash has no right walking away from that team fight with the amount of damage they just took, but they will be able to. Attempts to recall, very bold take, but Anon is going to clean up that knockout. Registeel already at half HP here, Relic.
Flashcan taking a quick snooze, but there's no snoozing if you're Anon. 2 KO streak for them, 2 KO streak for this Miraidon. Registeel in pocket going into the Ray Pit. Antic still has to take the initiative, those Zoinks, because as minuscule as that points deficit is, a points deficit it is nonetheless.
100%, and you need to make sure your Miraidon is in a good position for this final team fight. It's going to do you no good all the way back in your own central area. Zoroark spinning, I mean, and not feeling it right now. This is a big push. Invader's going to take a lot of damage, but the Snorlax Unite move is going to top them back up to full HP.
Unbelievable. Kyrios is gone now, going after Overlord on the Blaziken. Switches styles, Rubble Rouser, Bright Future Meteor Storm. Come play with me. Listen, you got to look at what's happening in the Raid Pit, guys, because Anon is having a baller of a day. Now it's just Slashcam, Rocktoon down, going for the rip. Watch out, Trainers here, got down to 3. It's just Anon and the comfy crown. Maybe just looking to stall, looking to try and figure out something. They find another one, Grass Knot. There's the illusion, going after Slashcam. There's another one. This is an unbelievable performance from this player. Now we've got Invader back in. Electro Ball onto the Rayquaza, maybe looking for a back cap is a possibility. The rest of Luminosity is still here, Zoinks!
Anon's a raid boss, but I don't know why they stopped hitting that Rayquaza. It's going to get close, and Luminosity Gaming is going to take it. They had all the time in the world to walk back in one by one. Overlord's Blaziken is going to secure the Rayquaza. Now, there is a minute left on this game, and Otter, one of the only Pokemon on the battlefield for LG to have a Rayquaza shield. They'll deposit their points, but there isn't even a 100-point gap between these two squads. Anon gets dangerously low. You got to bail. You got to rally back. You have a full minute to work with for Antic Exodium. They can form up as a squad and get a solid push here.
Spot on the money. It will be a pure 5v5 though, with Overlord on the way. And watch out for Trainer, who's just hit level 15. Anon picking up a couple more bits of Aeos energy more than anything. They've already hit level 15. Here comes the surf from behind, but it's a big miss. In comes the reinforcements. Oh, the Mew's gone down. What else can you do with this? Coup de grace hits it hits the Zoroark, and then they zone in immediately. That is potentially a game-saving play from Fu. Moving on. No, the 13 score doesn't go in. Looking to disrupt as much as possible. The full send on this T2. Valiant effort from Antic Exodium, but they ain't called the 2-time world champion for no reason. Luminosity clutch up.
Wow, I mean, what a finish. There is certainly some returns to the drawing board for both these teams that need to be undertaken. I mean, that's Zoroark Comfey. I don't think Luminosity Gaming can afford to allow that to exist in draft in another game. Genuinely. You cannot allow Antic to be picking that one up again. It is too strong for that team. On the other end, I mean, there's some things about that Rayquaza fight that we got to clean up from Antic Exodium. Hey, the KO department looking solid, but a few macro decisions go, unfortunately, the wrong way, and Luminosity Gaming finds a way to capitalize like they always seems like they do.
It feels situational, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Under the microscope, your biggest opportunity to claim one of the biggest wins of your career as a player potentially as a region, and you just freeze in that moment. This is such an important learning experience for them. And again, I want to look at the faces of all of those players. You look across the Luminosity row, that wasn't excitement at winning, that was relief. You look across the Antic, they're like, oh man, we almost had them there. And what's not to say that they won't have another shot in game 2? Draft is probably what will prevent them. I mean, Anon, if he does get that Zoroark again, I will have words.
It was an extremely strong pick. I mean, 12 KOs in total in this matchup we saw from the stat screen. A very, very impressive performance, but Luminosity Gaming will not have option to choose on the draft side pick, right? It is going to be up to Antic, so they will likely be first picking again, which means, I mean, if you were in second pick position, you're banning something like a Comfey or a Zoroark, that is difficult for the prospect of Luminosity Gaming. Likely what we would instead see is a very, very early selection of one of those Pokemon in draft, which you're giving up some really big power pick slots if that's going to happen. So let's see how it all plays out as we get into game number 2 between Antic Odium and Luminosity.
How much are you willing to risk on the elements of your composition that made the difference? Well, we've got that Umbreon and Psyduck off the table. Antic locking in that Blissey for second ban. Smart, expected, yes, and yes. What do Luminosity focus in on? They go for the Slowbro. No lockdowns for Antic Odium.
All right. Maybe tempting the Zoroark Comfey at this point in time. I really do think Luminosity Gaming is going to be focusing on getting that kind of build for themselves here in our game number 2. Either way, Antic Exodium is going to pick up the Inteleon this time around, so Descemtic going to be grabbing that Pokemon, at least for the time being. It has been so strong in our tournament today, one of the most powerful Pokemon, and there it is. Kyrios and Otter are going to lock in their selections, and Otter already going to select the Comfey in draft.
That's not a surprise. Not a surprise, I will say. But Antic Exodium, if you're going to go for... I mean, listen, even if they'd gone Zoroark Comfey, I feel like Luminosity would have drafted it in a way to better counter that threat irrespective, and they now know that, you know, Anon is really feeling it today. They're going to lock in that Snorlax again. Perhaps dissuades Luminosity from going so melee heavy again, and they're going to focus in on that Eldegoss to provide some extra shielding, a far more solid front line to work with as a base.
Yeah, Liz going to be having to rotate to a different role. Was on that Comfey and were basically tied together with that Zoroark the entire matchup previously. Slashcan is going to go with that Mamoswine. So I was not really shy about how much I wasn't a fan of the Crustle in that last composition. Certainly Slash knows better than I do, but this Mamoswine on paper will have a better answer to some of these big melee threats. And Ceruledge and Metagross are two that Mamoswine is really going to want to try to focus on locking down as much as they can.
I like the balance. I really like the balance. I imagine that we're seeing that Metagross go top path, Ceruledge Anon going to go to that central area again, Overlord picking up the Shifu. And to go back to an earlier point, I say it's a few hours back, so again, welcome if you are just joining us. Luminosity, one of the few teams who doesn't mind running the Water Bear. Now, I'm not entirely sure whether the Water Bear suit's going up against this particular composition, but I really do think that it is it's more likely to see it this time around than any other situation.
Can I make my argument for this composition?
Absolutely.
I think it cooks here. I mean, one of the best parts about Urshifu is the passive to hit below shield health, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hello. Metagross and Snorlax and Eldegoss. I mean, these are Pokemon that really rely on the shielding parts of their kits for their self-sustain. When you throw Urshifu into the mix as Water Bear, that is going to be a lot of early game damage that is ignoring one of the best assets of those enemy Pokemon. I really like it, and there's a soft spot in my heart for Overlord Water Bear. It is a Pokemon that has won tournaments on very large stages, so very excited to see it play out in this game number 2.
And look, Anon, the level advantage has to be monumental. I'm talking 2 or 3 potentially, because with that Revenant Rend, and I would hope he would look to go for defense down on that Urshifu in particular, you want to remove it in one go, or as close to one go as you can get away with, because Wide Guard on the Aegislash, it will have a counter opportunity. Let's not forget that the Comfey, as long as it's attached to another Pokemon, it's not going to get hit by the Rend.
Right.
Plenty of questions going into this one, folks. It's game 2 of Antic Exodium versus Luminosity, same colors as last time. Luminosity going for the clean sweep in group.
Look at this defensive play for Luminosity Gaming here in the early game, expecting this Snorlax invade, and, well, the intuition was correct. That is where Invader, he's headed. I mean, not really being subtle about it, or about their gameplay strategy, but they are going to head at the enemy central area against Overlord. Slashcan there every step of the way. Invader not able to get a single wild Pokemon as of yet, is already down to below half HP. Rest will take quick care of that, though.
Just have to try and get out without being KO'd now. Urshifu online and taking a stance on that top path. Will Invader rotate up there as well, going for a quick snooze instead. Overlord, though, gets around the back of Anon on this Serral Edge. Slow Smoke goes down, and a little bit of healing, attempting to attack on pad. Oh, but a quick response here from Fu. Takes down Overlord and leaves Trainer to recover with the Comfey Crown in roast with these clouds. They take away the majority of them. This Swinub still marooned on that first stage, but Antic Exodium say that's enough. We're going to go for our second rotate into Central.
Yeah, Antic Exodium having a 4-player push that I don't think Luminosity had vision over whatsoever. With that Urshifu kind of trying to play really aggressively towards the goal zone. We didn't have any roaming in that central area piece, so they weren't able to see the Pokemon pathing up towards the top side. Invader knocking out Kyrios is going to be really devastating as well. Obviously, Kyrios in a 2v1 scenario because of Slashcan rotating down from that earlier push to top, but really, really tough look. They're still on that Doublade, going to be an Aegislash rather quickly, but only at level 5 right now.
Slash is having a real tough time this series. Real tough time. Not much impact with the Crustle. Still level 4, 2 minutes in. Overlord, free reign over the clouds, but Invader finds another KO, this time onto the Doublade. In goes Swinub, the Slam, and Anon finds another KO onto Slash. It's 4v2 basically, 2 KO streak here, and already Inteleon online, but here's Trainer going to work. Here's a 1, here's a 2, going after number 3. Invader just about able to evade the gaze.
Yeah, interesting that Trainer didn't chase that last knockout. I thought they might, but they just finally tick over to level 7, so they're getting access to their second move. Did not have the Shadow Sneak to really chase a moment ago, but the only reason was because Snorlax had broken that Mimikyu disguise passive. So they would have got a little bit of increased damage and move speed towards them, so I thought that might be signs of the chase. But Trainer not having that secondary move unlocked yet meant that unfortunately they had to stop that fight there. Good amount of comeback experience going in the hands of Mimikyu. It will be up to Overlord and Kyrios to play a little bit of catch up now, though.
Small scores here and there for Antic Exodium, but on that top path, Fu goes down, and a pause, a brief break to take stock of what we have seen so far. Another decent start for Antic Exodium, and I believe it is, Fu with the issue, and so on that top path, potentially a KO that was...
Call him out.
So, I mean, hey, look, he's looking up there, and fair play if he said, this is, you know, we gotta say something here, we gotta say something, but Luminosity, it's not so much the team overall where I'm thinking, there's issues across. I'm just looking at Trainer, and I'm looking at how scary Trainer is in this early stage. And I'm loving how Otter is utilizing Comfey with, as intended, that second safety net. If Overlord goes down, you know that you got Trainer right at your back, and you know that the KOs will follow in quick succession.
Yeah, that's true. And Otter does have a very, I want to say, interactive playstyle of Comfey, right? That Otter will constantly detach and attach to Pokemon, primarily to try to get a lot more of those flower stacks, go in and out of tall grass, and so on and so forth. But it's also because sometimes you can bait out a couple of attacks and, aiming attacks from enemy Pokemon.
Yes.
You know, if you can pull a little bit of aggro away from your carry just for even a moment, that can be big. So we saw Otter trying to do that a little bit, give a little bit more time and space to Trainer to work, and, well, you can see the effect, an immediate 2 KOs going in their favor.
Even the small amount of chip damage is something that can turn the tide from maybe a team feeling that they do got this to, oh man, we really don't got this, and maybe it's time to back up and play it safe, because playing for that space, especially in the central area, that gives over time the impression that, okay, my name is Trainer, I'm on a Pokemon that can go from here to here in half a second, and I will have that space completely uncontested, to have that ability to flank on a canter makes all the difference for Luminosity and opens up the attacking options, especially when you're trying to go onto zone.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that strategy is going to be huge for them. They have to really start getting the momentum rolling, though. This early game has been challenging. We're really low on levels on both our central area and our bottom path carry. On the other side, Antigodium, though, have kind of had a rocky start the same. I mean, thanks to Trainer really striking well, but there's a few of those Pokemon that are starting to get up to level. Once Metagross starts getting on the table, though, that is when we can start having the team fight conversations between these two squads. Who is going to have the upper hand in some of these matchups? And to me, it's going to come down to just a fight of sustainability, a war of attrition between these two teams. One team's going to have a Comfey, one team is going to have an Eldegoss, and when those Pokemon pop their Unite moves, that is a lot of healing to an already very bulky squad on both sides.
Considering that Fu is subbing in for this event as well, I think it's all the more impressive that he looks totally at home. The Machamp plays, I should say, last time out in game 1, really impressive. And actually, I think his particular perspective on the game, having casted it for so long, having coached it, having played it himself, there's a lot of differing areas where on the fly as an IGL, as an in-game leader, to use the full term, I think that gives his squad a lot of calm. You know, the understanding that even if something doesn't quite go the way that they want, yeah, there is still, I mean, just look at where Luminosity was at the same stage in game number 1, and look at how far back they came to be able to ultimately take it in the end. Admittedly, we both agree on a slight macro error, but it was a comeback nonetheless.
Yeah, I hear all the nice things you're saying about him, but I won't forget you got mad at him for disconnecting. But here we go. We are back in the game. Mimikyu going to take that Registeel on the bottom side. Antigodium actually not dedicating any players to that after that Tier 1 goal zone break. Instead, they are going all in on this Regieleki, and great heavy slam from Invader onto the Aegis Slash. The only contestable Pokemon for that objective will not be present because they're sky high. Great coverage by Snorlax.
Gotta make it count, but Registeel buff in the hands. There's a Revenant Wren at Eaton. Eaton denied, not today, not a chance, it's fiction. Luminosity Gaming now after this Inteleon. Oh, dearie me, zoinks.
Yeah, Curious with a really good play there. Also, not to mention Otter doing what we were just talking about.
Literally, yeah.
Right? Hopping off of the Pokemon they're normally attached to and absorbing some of that damage, even Inteleon snipe shots to protect some of these carries. And ooh, Trainer going in extremely deep. You gotta imagine that was a long-range Shadow Sneak that maybe looked a little bit better on paper. Eyes bigger than the Mimikyu's stomach, it would seem.
Slight worry now for Fu as he's down on level 8. Only one away from the Metagross, but they're really now looking to him to get that Metagross online with the Unite move, potentially offer a bit of crowd control in these team fights, which Antigodium could desperately need. It's 5v2 again. Made that 5v3. In comes Slashcan. Going after that with the Unite move is going to be ultimately Eldegoss, who pays the price, but never mind. There's potentially more KOs on the way. And on weaving, swooping, dodging. I'm making up words. It's what we do best here in the UK, but Luminosity, they're doing what they do best. Finding KO after KO, the momentum swinging so firmly in their favor.
Ah, what a sweep. Big score as well. 45 points in for Urshifu, going to put us up to 265 points for Luminosity Gaming. I mean, we were kind of talking about how tough the early game was for this team during that technical pause, and all of a sudden the momentum has been flowing in the favor of this North American team that has the match lead right now. So Anti-Exodium, their backs against the wall. If we're talking stakes of this tournament game, of course, both these teams are going to be making it into day 2, but seeding is extremely important in our single elimination bracket.
Going after this Regieleki, once again, full send for Anti-Exodium. Luminosity, meanwhile, that's a free pad to score on, buddy. The T2, I don't believe, has gone down just yet. No, it is still online, and so that defense from Aenon able to, at the very least, keep one of their speed zones online. It's, again, a 1v2, but there goes the Unite move. Force it to the Cotton Crowd Clash. It does not matter, because once Overlord starts cooking, then the kitchen is going to be most certainly in service. And Kyrios serving up a 2 for the price of 1, make that 3.
Wow, okay. Overlord having a great engagement, but Kyrios stealing the spotlight. A reminder, Kyrios was 2 on 3, whereas Overlord was 1 on 2. Both of those players taking really disadvantageous situations and turning them right on their head. And that sounds like this squad. Antixodium did get the Regieleki, though, sent it all the way towards that tier 2, not able to capitalize on any more scores. But again, I feel like we mentioned this so many times on broadcast. A Regieleki going the other way is so much better than it going your way.
Mammoth Mash here to try and get out of danger, and a missed snipe shot. Just feels like, and another one, just feels like everything's starting to go wrong for Antic X Odium. They could really do with a W. There is a shot landing at last, but unfortunately at the price of 2 KOs as Trainer goes after Cereledge and finds a third. 118 to 404 because a 50 has been scored in the top path. It is looking like a mammoth task now to find anything out of this.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming are going to be here for the spawn of the basement Regi, which will be happening in just about 10 seconds. In a situation like this, Antic Exodium playing so far from behind, you have to be everywhere but there. That is
literally
where you know that Luminosity is going to be playing. You need to be clearing out your wild Pokemon on everywhere on the side of the map. Try to prepare for a later team fight, as well as maybe trying to rip this objective that you now have vision over, knowing that LG is nowhere close, as quickly as you possibly can.
Level 15 Shifu at, what was it, 2:45, 3 minutes to go. Oh, by the way, Trainer's also level 14 as well.
Yeah.
This Regieleki isn't just needed, it is essential, as finally some level 13s popped. That's for the Inteleon and the Cereledge. It feels like only a Luminosity mistake at this point will see the win out of their clutches, but don't count on it not happening. Antic Exodium, there's still a slither of hope.
And in a fight that I really do think will be elongated because of all the defenses, you do have the Regirock buff, so it's going to be really huge.
Invader has to get out of there. Big push from Luminosity Gaming. Compute and Crush. That's going to go on to Trainer. ASV popped, and that's the wide guard. They might be able to find something on Kyrios, and they do. One goes down, still with a coup de grace, but a 30-second respawn timer. What can the rest of Luminosity do to buy themselves some time now? There they go again, so the Compute and Crush was reset, and they get Trainer. Hello, Antic Exodium, who unfortunately lost now Inteleon, Eldegoss, and Cereledge in the fray. It's all Overlords. It's possibly all over for Antic Exodium. Not even a Ray in sight. It's a free double score on that T2.
Love that decision. You already have the lead. May as well put that lead even higher, especially when you have the respawn timers of all the enemy Pokemon not quick enough to try to get on that jump pad and recall and defend. Only Pokemon up was that Metagross, but Slashcan playing man-to-man defense in this defender game. Now we are going to have a chance for Antic Exodium for a bit of a refight, but it'll be without any Unite moves to speak of, whereas Luminosity Gaming do have that coup de grace, and I'm certain we'll be picking up a few more as team fight rages on.
Round 2, Ding Ding and Fu. Oh, the coup de grace whiffs though. That Unite move immediately out the picture. Slow Smoke, but the Aegis Slash going to town, and Eldegoss got to get out of there on such low health. Luminosity flexing their muscles. They've been to the gym today, and they're looking to show off their gains. It's a miss on the Shadow Sneak, but Overlord's got this covered. Scores on the home base. Zoinks, it's not looking good.
OC, invert your eyes. We got 20 seconds remaining in this matchup, and Luminosity Gaming at a score line of 694 are now going to have some Ray Shields to really close this thing out. But I believe Group F will be concluding with Luminosity Gaming with a 2-0 victory over Antic Exodium.
Long live the king. Antic Exodium with a genuine shot at finding a game win. You miss that narrow window of opportunity, Zoinks, and they are going to board that thing up quicker than you can say, Luminosity.
A long word, I'll give them. You know, they give them a decent
generous.
time,
It's generous.
Yeah. Either way, LG looking like the LG we all know. A rough start in that game one potentially, but after that really felt like a landslide victory. And I mean, we talked about the strength of this triple melee composition. Who do you target, prioritize in these team fights? You got Trainer and Curios down, but there is still yet another Demon's Head. And this time, it's Overlord on the Urshifu. 11 knockouts, 5 assists. Curios with 8 KOs as well. And Trainer getting up to 8 as well. I mean, what a crazy performance from them. Overlord eclipsing 100,000 damage yet again. And DC with 69,467 damage.
I believe that is a contender for most damage dealt of the day there from Overlord. You're spot on. It's a three-headed chimera, this one. You've got yourself 3 of the best micro masters in Pokemon Unite. And that essentially forces you to answer the question, do you have the skill diff to take them on?
Right.
And I feel like Antic X Odium, it had to be a tactical masterclass, and really we saw it as soon as they hit that mid-game. That's when Luminosity really got motoring.
100%. You start getting some objectives under your belt on both sides of the map. I mean, obviously, Antic Exodium were the only ones picking up objectives on the top side, and Luminosity Gaming was in contention for a couple of those, but some really heads-up play from Invader, particularly on that Snorlax, did make a lot of those sort of mid-skirmishes really slide in their direction.
I will say this much. I think this is the best that OC has looked in a long, long time.
Cool.
I feel like they looked incredibly competitive in game 1. I think that the nature of their loss and the fact that there was a slight technical pause perhaps got to them. This is, of course, a situation that they have not found themselves in many times often, where they do get to face these super top quality teams. And as I said at the end of game 1, they've got to look at this with a bit of perspective. This was an incredible learning experience. They now know what it takes to first of all go toe-to-toe with the best, and what it requires to then take it that step further. Sometimes you do have to run the risk of that errant player coming in and stealing Ray at the very last moment. But you know what you don't do to enter that scenario is you just don't go for anything at all, right? You've got to be in it, in with a chance to win, right? You've got to still put yourself forward and say, yeah, I am good enough. Maybe a bit of ego.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they're taking lessons from this matchup, that's fantastic news for them, because they did qualify for day 2 of our tournament. So you're going to be bringing this into a long Saturday to really try to take some of these teams to task. Luminosity Gaming, on the other hand, a bit of a flawless performance here in our group stage, led by Overlord on this Urshifu. 110,000 damage. Truly feels like one of the last Water Bear believers out there. And I mean, hard to doubt when we see those stat numbers at the end of the match.
But I mean, you pointed it out with the passive. It was the perfect game for a Water Bear. So not only are we talking about one of the only Water Bear believers, we're talking about a Water Bear believer in their element.
Socials is going to make a supercut of me saying, this is the perfect game for this Pokemon. It's going to be a bunch of my picks losing, but that's okay. This one I came away with the win.
You've got the dub. I mean, listen, this is the end of the highlight reel. You got one right, Zoinks. It's okay. Pat on the back. We're good to go. And speaking of good to go, well, we're almost good to go for the end of the day, of course. There is only one match left after this. Across the board with every single other group, we know what the score is. And Luminosity, of course, here in Group F, locking in that 3-0, I believe a flawless sweep at that as well. But our last series of the day, Zoinks, is a qualification match. And it goes back to the team that we saw at the start of the day, Tuzzy Esports, looking to try and get one over BH3 Esport. Now listen, I feel like Tuzzy Esports should be the favorite in that one, but BH3 is on home territory. And I'm sure that Tuzzy will be very cognizant of what a home advantage can do for your confidence.
I genuinely don't know how easy we can call it as the favorite anymore. After seeing both these teams play, we've gotten to look at what Tuzzy Esports was accomplishing in the tournament so far today. We also got to look at what BH3 can do on broadcast. Absolutely. Spraggles and Doobsnacks commentating that matchup, and it was really exciting. Like, BH3 are bringing some new, different ideas, a lot of Zarina into the matches, which we barely see. So in terms of of meta picks, they might be a little bit off kilter. You know, whatever opponent they want to face, they can bring in some new stuff. Not to mention, they are truly some of the best in the world on these weird picks. You know, that's always been like a Volto thing. Yes, so I do think that BH3 will have a lot to say about this matchup. And of course, Sprinkles and Dudes next will have a ton to say. So we're going to give it up to them. We're going to be jumping up to a break just for a moment. When we come back, more Pokemon Unite Aeos Cup here at EUIC.
Guys.
Not bad, guys. Not bad. Not bad, guys. Not bad at all.
Little Elo in you.
Little Elo in me, I channeled him.
Oh my goodness, Blueberry is actually such a good fucking...
No!
Well, hello, trainers. Fancy seeing you here. We are in London for the European International Championships, and so I've gathered two of the least British people that I know to test them on their Britishisms. These turns of phrase that might not mean anything else around the world. Let's see. Spriggles, Doop Snacks, Pokemon Unite. How good is your knowledge? We're going to start with cracking. Cracking.
Could you use it in a sentence, please?
That was beautiful. That was such a good lean in. Slightly intimidated. That was a cracking film.
Could you use it in one more sentence, please?
That's unnecessary. Sorry, that is very unnecessary. We're trying to get through this quickly. Production told us that. Cracking, I'm going to say that means great, terrific.
I'm going to say I actually know what cracking means. So good that it hurts.
Wow, okay, very specific. You know what, you're both right. It just means very good. Okay. Excellent. That was a cracking film. Yeah, cracking joke you just told there. Nice. Good job, guys. What's next? Faffing around.
Faffing around?
Faffing around.
Could you please use that in a sentence?
I was late for my train because I was faffing around.
Faffing around is like fiddle farting around, which is something we say in Kentucky, so I'm going to say fiddle farting around. So it's a
what does that mean?
it means like dragging your heels, procrastinating, farting around.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, you're right, yeah.
Everybody knows what fiddle farting around is.
You heard it here first. They don't. I don't. But anyway, yeah, you're right. Just sort of wasting time, doing unnecessary things, not really having a decisive plan.
So
very good.
You didn't even get a chance to answer.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're going to go on to Sprails. What, for that one or the next one?
Wouldn't I be famping or whatever if I did that?
Now you need to define what fiddle farting around is.
We are defining faffing around right now, trainer, so perfect. Thank you for helping us with that. Okay, moving on. Bagsy.
Bagsy?
Bagsy.
A very popular artist. You'll see some of his works selling for millions of dollars. Bagsy's incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Could you use it in a sentence?
A cartoon bunny often hunted by Elmerfoot.
Okay, right, okay. Bagsy. Oh, I love that t-shirt. I Bagsy it.
Great. Moving to the next one.
What do you think?
I love that t-shirt.
Okay, another example.
Criminal behavior. Stealing a shirt is what you just described. You are stealing a shirt.
Yes. Interesting. Yeah, you're right. You do have the bagging in a shop. But no, Bagsy actually means I reserve it for myself. You know? That's mine. Everyone else hands off. Bagsy.
I would like to, for those at home, that was a terrible sentence use for that word. We would have never been able to guess it based on that.
Come up with a better sentence.
I will
Stop fiddle farting here, dude.
Well, it's your word. It's not like we're supposed to guess based on it's whatever.
All right, moving on. Next word. Whinging.
Whinging.
Whinging or to whinge.
Okay. To create incredible art, something that would be selling for millions of dollars.
You mean like a Bagsy?
Like a classic Bagsy.
Yeah, classic Bagsy. Okay, what about you?
Whinging to me feels like it's also or similar to wincing, like wincing at something.
Oh, okay. You're close. You're close.
Flip the script here. It was jokes, but now it's a real guess.
Wait, hold on. Can you use it in a sentence with all the other words?
Sure. All the other words so far. Yeah. That was a cracking question, Jake. I'm going to start faffing around and Bagsy the answer right now. Stop whinging, dude. Look alive.
It's complaining, right?
Yeah. Very good. Very good. Good job, Jay. Yeah. He's one. Mic drop. Mic drop moment.
I wasn't even complaining.
You are now. Okay, let's move on. Quid.
Quit?
Quid.
Like a pound. It's a form of money.
Exactly.
Well, not a form of money.
It's a currency. It's an alternative currency we have here in the UK. Yeah, quid. Yeah, that costs 5 quid. Exactly. Yeah,
like
fine.
that.
Okay, last one. Last one, everybody. Have a kip.
Have a kip?
A kip. K-I-P.
Have a kip?
Would you like a sentence?
No.
Okay. Hard mode. Sure.
I think I do know this.
Yeah?
So I will, is it to rest? Like to have almost like a bit of a nap?
A nap, exactly. Let's have a nap. And we're going to need a bit of a kip after all that, Trace. How many of those did you know? Let us know in the comments. Doob, Jake, Spraggles, thank you so much for being here with me. And
goodbye.
Continue your cultural education. All right, bye then. Just going to say, fine.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are live here in London for EUIC. This, of course, is the Aeos Cup, and this is our final match here in Day 1. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, joined by the one and only Doobsnacks. Hello, Doobsnacks.
Hello, hello. I'm excited to see what the last team is that's going to make it into tomorrow's top 12 bracket play, best of 3 single elim situation.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of amazing sets today, and some of them have had a lot of weight to them, right? Like who is going to head to the top of the bracket and stuff like that. Well, this match is for all the marbles between these two teams. One is going to win, and one is going to go home. The whole bag of marbles. So one of these teams is getting all those marbles that we keep talking about.
Which is great, but there's also like money, championship points, and a world spot on the line.
Hey guys, can we get a big bag of marbles for one of these teams? Yeah, thank you.
And put them in a caboodle. Kit and caboodle, is that what that phrase is? The whole kit and caboodle?
Guys, wrap it up in a kit and caboodle for me. Thank you so much.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Thanks, production. What did we say Anaheim was? The land of 1,000 fjords or something like that?
Yeah, Anaheim, the land of 1,000 fjords, is where a lot of these teams are looking to win their spot to. The winner of the Aeos Cup, all jokes about absolute nonsense aside, the winner of the Aeos Cup does get a massive prize. They get the first invite to Worlds. They're the first team qualified last year. We saw Fusion come here and take that #1 spot. I remember them going up against Kabi-chans from Japan. Like, what a series. It was amazing. Fusion got that #1 spot. They are now named Peru. They are in this tournament. We will see them on Day 2.
Yes.
But right now, we have a really exciting game coming up here. We have Tuzzy from Brazil versus BH3 Esports.
Yeah, Tuzzy from Brazil. LAIC runner-ups behind Luminosity had a great run.
Yes.
Really the type of team that feeds off the momentum that they're building throughout the day. So they want to see tomorrow because they have shown that they can use that to get all the way to the finish line, and they're trying to cross it here. BH3 fighting for their tournament life as well, trying to be a standout star here from the EU, represent their home region, and really take advantage of the home court advantage.
Yeah, I mean,
Bang, nailed it.
They're you know, the advantage they're looking for is that home court advantage. They don't want any other kind of advantage.
They don't want the big sack of marbles advantage, which is technically up for grabs.
Yeah, well, they would get that if they won.
Right. It's
an advantage after the fact. Feels irrelevant.
Well, it's an advantage they're gaining for tomorrow, the sack of marbles.
Absolutely. Stop? Why? So it really does come down to this. And one thing that I think is very interesting about this is if they were to head to Day 2, I mean, they just made it to a grand finals of a LAN. Like, they just went up against Luminosity. Luminosity is heading to Day 2. We talked about this a little earlier in the day. We have so many teams here at this event, so many teams heading to Day 2 that have gone deep or won an event like this. So the competition is maybe the most stiff we've ever seen at a live event.
Yeah, don't forget, a lot of the teams in the field here have qualified from their regional Aeos Cup play-in event, which is why you're seeing OC making it to Day 2 for the first time since 2022. You love to see it. And now BH3 is trying to be another EU representative and bump off Brazil.
Yeah, obviously this would be huge for Brazil, having 2 teams heading into day number 2. BH3 BH3 had some up and down games earlier on broadcast. We obviously saw Tuzzy have some really interesting games on broadcast as well. This is that final spot. Our first bands over to BH3. That's going to be Inteleon followed by Blissey from Tuzzy. We have Leafeon, and then finally Psyduck. Man, Blissey and Psyduck are just banned every game.
They're both incredibly strong. Something that I am a bit surprised to see is the Leafeon stocks seem to have been rising throughout the day, and I don't know if it's necessarily because of the teams we've been focusing on or people are seeing something in it, but enough to earn a ban this go round.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of teams are really prioritizing Leafeon. I'll tell you a Pokemon that it wouldn't be insane to ban, in my opinion, and that's if a team has a really good Aegislash, because that thing has been a monster all day. Teams playing really, really well with that. Something that we have seen banned a lot also is Mewtwo Y. That is getting picked up by BH3.
I'm looking at this first pick Mamoswine right here out of Tuzzy. That feels like wild work. Aegislash a little less surprising, and Espeon has been doing good. Not ban-worthy, but has done well when it has been picked at only 15%.
Yeah, we saw Desu have a great game on it. We saw a couple great games from Flareons on Espeon, and I do think it has been a solid attacker pick when you're kind of not able to get what you want. Interestingly enough, they had Miraidon available, and they did not go for it. Miraidon is not banned here. Over to the other side, BH3 bringing out the Zeraora.
And Volto locking in Buzzwole last. Lel grabbing the Hoopa, and for some reason my eyes are locked into that leftovers that it's currently carrying. Jandeko gonna get the last pick. We'll see where they end up. Currently hovering Scizor, and I imagine that's gonna be a Scyther.
Interesting stuff here. So, Scyther always has some up and down games. I think the amazing thing about Scyther is once it gets going, it's hard to stop, right? If it gets a couple KOs, it can start chaining through its dual wing beat combos. That could be really huge. But when you're playing against these top teams, it's a little tough to beat them like that. And then you did call it the leftovers on Hoopa. One interesting thing is we are not running a hyperspace hole build. It is banned for this tournament.
Correct.
And because of that, we don't have the normal healing you would have on a Hoopa. But, I mean, you do have leftovers as an option. A Pokemon I personally actually do think leftovers is pretty good on is a Pokemon like Helping Hand Safeguard Blissey. It provides a shield, but no healing, so you have a way to kind of generate some health. I wonder if that's what they're looking for, or if they're just going to switch the items up and make me seem like a real dummy. You're not getting any marbles if you do that.
Yeah, the marbles are off the table if that's what goes on here, but we definitely appreciate the explanation and the justification for all those solo queue players that happen to be packing leftovers every time they queue up. So shout out to you, Spraggles, always looking out for the folks at home.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to really justify why your Machamp might have choice specs, and it's because they want their special attacks to really hit.
And also to look cool, because choice specs are glasses that you can wear to look cool.
I honestly think they would look pretty cool.
I agree.
They got a lot going on, They look nice.
Agree.
As our teams are getting ready here.
Again, look at the plush game right here.
Yeah, huge.
That is gargantuan plush game. The plush differential definitely in the hands of BH3 here. Tuzzy just a paltry, looks like Mew and maybe a sleeping. Didn't quite see it, what that was here, but we're in a game.
Yeah, here we go. BH3 Esports, your purple team. Tuzzy Esports, your orange team. This is going to decide the last team qualified for day 2. Will it be EU or Brazil?
A Zeraora in the middle, going to be able to get big and hit path early. That's similar to like what we've seen out as an Absol. So BH3 looking to make a big pop in the first minutes of this game.
We see Jandeko here in the bottom path on this Scyther, just trying to get as powerful as possible. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Scizor this game. It's very unlikely, but I got to be honest, last game of the day, I'd love to see it at this point.
Yeah, it was to throw whatever at the wall, see what sticks. Volto up here trying to hold down with Greg the Gossifleur as they have rotated top. 3 players for Tuzzy. I'm keeping an eye on where Zeraora is. Looks like they're going to join the mix up top. Falb rolling through the middle. They're going to pass like ships in the night.
And here we go. They're going to be taking the experience here in the bottom path. This does hit the level 5 on Mewtwo, and it looks like they're rotating to the top path early. Falb is trying to notice this, getting caught by the side strike right there, but getting a lot of information. Here they come.
Shinon going to try and put the screws to Falb. No, they're able to get out of dodge. Soto rolling up. Level 4, Aegislash wants to take over. Can they? Yes, just in time. Iframes did some work. Buzzwole sticks with it, gets the K opener.
Yeah, nice stuff here from BH3. Really powerful rotation. They were able to get a lot done. It looks like in the bottom path here, a decent amount of experience actually might have gone over to the side of BH3. That Scyther is not that much more leveled than the Umbreon there. So they are going to hit their 6, which is really nice. We do know that it is not a Scissor. We would have seen that by now. So we do have a Scyther here. I wonder how much value they're going to get out of it. There are a few squishy targets on the side of BH3, but it doesn't feel like you have a lot that you want to dive there.
No, I have a tendency to agree. And Fizzy did great when we saw them on broadcast before and doing solid work 1v1ing this Scyther here. Middle birds are there. Where's the engagement's going to happen? Are they going to even engage with each other? Fizzy taking a lot of damage from the store power Espeon and now forced to retreat. And so does J-Pop backs off. Oh, here they come. Zeraora darts in just to get a little Volt Switch action, see if they can make some magic happen.
And there we go, nice little side strike blocked there by John Deku in the bottom path. And you can see it doesn't look like BH3 was able to make much happen. They moved in with Zera, but they used their discharge before they moved in. They could have been possibly looking to wrangle a Pokemon out of there with their boosted attack and that pull. They also just might have used it a little too early, because if you do hit your opponents with the start of discharge, you generate a pretty big shield.
Oh, nice deep engagement by Shinon trying to get to the backside here and cut off the retreat of Max. Max is getting the absolute break speed off them by Volto, but a wide guard, timely wide guard, makes Volto have to stop in their tracks.
And it looks like Zera could move back in here and fight at this goal zone if they want. 7 minutes on the clock right now, meaning we have objectives top and bottom. Here comes Aegislash looking to try to take a big KO here. The wide guard blocks a lot of damage, but they're being put up and smacked down.
Volto being relentless here, finally cleaned up by Greg, but that was a lot of time and effort to knock out one Aegislash, showing the strength of that Pokemon. Salto playing very far forward, Falb using the stored power on Greg, gonna get a KO, and all of a sudden the Zeraora steps in. They're low on HP. Give another one to Falb.
Yeah, I mean, this Zeraora does feel like it's just getting deleted in some of these moments. It is moving in right here. You saw them move back through the Phantom Force right there, healing themselves and repositioning themselves, sending them through the air, but there are only 2 members of BH3 up here, and they've got great secure on the side of Tuzzy.
Nice Ice Fang there to limit Volto here, and Umbreon steps up and takes it. I mean, Fizzy has been a highlight of this BH3 squad, making it happen for them, but now Tuzzy taking that personally. KO streak of 2 for this Scyther as they're stepping up, ready to rumble, make it 3.
Yeah, Scyther picking up 3 KOs, going back down the other way to the Zeraora. I'm just kind of confused how that even happened, how Umbreon somehow, out of everyone possible, got that. The Mewtwo Unite might have had something to do with it. They might have just been stunned in that moment and couldn't do much, because it looked like Umbreon must have got it with, what was it, a Snarl Tick or an auto attack? Just a basic? I couldn't tell.
A little bit of luck, I think, is what you can attribute that one to. I'm not sure. A whole bag of marbles, just filling up the bag, swinging it right at that Regieleki. Now, Falb is doing great with this spacing on this stored power, able to keep a lot of vision and put a lot of pressure without getting themselves in trouble.
Here we have Lel moving down to the bottom path here. They're going to see how they want to play this. Obviously, this is being chipped up right now. About, 2/3 of its HP still remain, and they're moving in.
Great reposition by Volto. Espeon Unite comes out, stuns a couple, forces out the Buzzwole Unite, KO streak of 2. They're on the backside here. They're trying to put the pressure on, make them 3. Espeon stepping back up, getting put up, put down, punched up, punched down. 3 players for BH3 are back in the Pokemon Center, and although Volto had a good little flurry of action there, they're unable to keep this thing going. Timely stop by Fizzy.
Yeah, what a crazy fight between these two teams. I mean, the triple KO from Buzzwole, but still the secure from BH3. I mean, amazing.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing great work. Lel is incredibly low. Greg almost getting the KO. The goal zone shield gonna help Lel out there. Taking to the skies with Cotton Cloud Crash. Ice Fang is an easy knockout setup for Tuzzy.
Take a look at this here. We're 129.89, scoreline very close. Tier 1's up for both of these teams, and level-wise, it's actually extremely close for both of these squads. Zeraora starting to, gain a little distance right there, but Scyther is also right there at level 12. These teams are brawling a lot. They are not scoring a lot, and it doesn't really feel like anyone is ahead in these moments. In fact, both of the objectives that we've really seen them fight over have kind of, swung to either side in some pretty crazy ways.
It really has, but we haven't really seen Max join a team fight here. We might just get one because this Aegislash has been doing a lot of work by themselves. That Psy Shock coming through, popping them up just a hair.
Yeah, and here we go. Espeon Unite pushing the Mewtwo back. We have the Aegislash ready to go here. They throw the wide guard. They have a shield. They're ready to move in. They can move in with Sacred Sword, and then if their wide guard is off cooldown,
nice double engage. Wow, that was awesome.
That was very beautiful right there by the two. And I mean, Aegislash can just dive so well, and if it's scary, they can always throw the wide guard. It's an insanely powerful diver.
Regieleki is low Earthquake over the top to cut off Fizzy. No magic from them this time around. They're looking for their target. A couple Unites used here as we saw the wanted poster get ripped up with the Cowboys Zera Aura looking to put some pressure on and push. Regieleki's on the doorstep. Can they make some magic happen? BH3 has to let it go in. They at least leave with the Aegislash knockout there. Greg trying to help the team out.
And you can see the hyperspace hole bringing them down. Excuse me, the Rings Unbound bringing them down to the bottom path right here as we're taking a look at this Umbreon grabbing some of this Aeos energy so that it can score in the top path. We have a little bit of a fight. It looks like both teams are pushing each other back as they were going for a secure on that bottom objective.
Volto level 13 is impressive in and of itself. We've got 30 seconds till Ray, and this game has felt incredibly quick, Spraggles.
Honestly, when you I couldn't believe it when you just pointed that out. We really are almost at Ray. This match has just been non-stop, and we have a moment here where it looks like one of our players needs a quick pause. Honestly,
they heard us say
fair.
30 seconds till Ray, and they're like, how many seconds till Ray?
Everybody chill, right?
Everybody check the game.
Everybody calm down. You know, big marble game happening right now, and we're almost at Ray.
Coincidentally, Anaheim, home of the world's largest marble.
Very interesting fact, and it is 100% true.
We've never been wrong. We told you that.
It's one of those things where if you check it online, it will not say it, but it is the case. I mean, what, you believe everything you read on the internet? I don't know. I'd believe a couple of cool guys if it were up to me.
Some pretty cool guys wearing choice specs is really what we're working towards here.
I mean, can you imagine that there was a time where just a couple of guys would just say stuff like that and people would have to believe them? They go, I can't
We were
check.
those guys.
We were those guys.
We were, in our
before
we
the
were
internet,
those,
we would have
those
crushed. We would have had such a great time. And we're like, you know those two liars? Yeah, I know them. We have heard from production that the largest marble collection is in York, Nebraska. Now, we were talking about the largest marble.
Single marble.
Single marble, obviously.
Which is in Anaheim, California. But for those of you that care about quantity over quality, get on over to York, Nebraska, where dreams come true and marbles are plentiful.
Yeah. It can't be that. I mean, I don't know how many marbles that is. It can't be that.
Was that like 42 marbles?
You know, you can tell this is the last match of the day. You can tell. It's obvious.
I had to mute my dog back so I could keep laughing. I am laughing like the wheeziest old man on the planet. Production just chimed in to say that they Googled it, and it is in fact the largest single marble is in Anaheim, California.
Thank you so much, production. That's very kind of you.
Appreciate you out there. As these players obviously care about marbles, just like you do at home, I hope.
Yeah.
Because we're doing a lot of marble-related action right now.
We're hitting the plush. We did get to see we had a Turtwig up there, and there's the Mew.
It's a good Mew.
It's a good Mew.
Now, so if you care about the giant marble, you're probably a Tuzzy Esports plush fan. But if you care about the quantity of marbles, then you're going to have to go ahead and be a BH3 fan because they do have more plushies on stage.
Now, of course, everyone in the Twitch chat right now can vote for your favorite. Do you think it's the quantity of marbles or the size of the marbles? We head back into our game. And like you said, Doomsnacks, we are right here before Rayquaza. Let's get back to a serious moment because these teams are playing for their tournament here, right? They want to take game number one. It is incredibly close, 182, 159. It feels like every fight has been incredibly back and forth. Zera Aura at level 14 can like burst down the enemy very, very fast if they can catch them. We're going to see if they can move in and make a play here. That would be huge for BH3.
It really would. Nice engage by Salto, pulling back with the Hoopa Leash.
Yeah, they pulled back, and you can see them. They eject button, earthquaked in. We had Mewtwo completely run away from that situation, and now we are looking for another possible engage. They're jumping in once again. Ooh. The Snarl pushing them back. And in a moment like this, when both of these teams are so incredibly close on score, no one wants to make a big mistake. They also both have a tier 1 goal zone up, so they'd really rather watch this as well, given that the match is so incredibly close. And now we see Sautel looking for a possibility of getting the Ice Fang.
Ice Fang is in, but the portal is down, so they Phantom Force back through. Not enough to make Volto happen. Look at this engage in Zero Or. Caught in the Espeon Unite. That's clutch, but they go down immediately to the Mewtwo. We're looking for another side strike in. Buzzwole goes down quickly on top of this other Tuzzy Esports team. Now we have the Scyther Unite popped. They're right in the middle of all the action. 3 players down in a heartbeat. All of a sudden, Fizzy standing here toe-to-toe with Jandeko, and they're trying to get them down, but they're Ice Fang stunned for just a moment. Jandeko comes in, barely topped off with HP, and the whole team is wiped instantly back the other way. The support core for BH3 makes it happen, saying it's not the size of the marble in the fight, it's the number of marbles you got going on.
Yeah, I think they're probably thinking that right now. 282 to 159, 33 seconds left, and we have Hoopa in the central area here. However, the Hoopa Unite is down. They are not able to bring the team in. Multiple members of Tuzzy need to run right now. With only 20 seconds left, this is nearly impossible. It would take BH3 hitting Rayquaza, and they're not going to do that. They're looking to take some KOs right now and rip through them here.
BH3 shocking Tuzzy Esports, your LEIC runner-up. Greg with a pair of KOs at the very end, and they take Rayquaza anyways. BH3 saying yay!
BH3 taking game number 1 here. That was so incredibly, I mean, what a close Rayquaza fight. That was amazing. Coming down to one of the carries on the side of Tuzzy and 2 of the support core on the side of BH3. After those points go in, that was all she wrote. BH3 now up 1 game. 1 game closer to day 2, meaning 1 game closer to the possibility of winning the whole thing and getting that Worlds invite slot.
Let's take a look at some statistics here. 6 KOs for Shannon, 6 KOs for Greg on the Eldegoss, but Volto leading the lobby here with 8 on a Buzzwole that was pretty impressive all game long.
Agreed, yeah, Buzzwole had some really big moments. We see top damage is on the Espeon on the side of Tuzzy, which doesn't surprise me. They were putting in some serious work that match. Top damage from the side of BH3 was that Zera Aura, and I think a lot of that came in that Rayquaza fight. They had a massive Unite move that did insane damage. You combo that with the Mewtwo Unite, and it was just really difficult for Tuzzy to get anything done. You could see BH3 was already ahead, but once they took that fight, boom, they break that goal zone. Interestingly enough, when you see a goal break like that near the end of the match, it's almost never a tier 1. But we had a tier 1 up on that bottom path for both of these teams.
Great read on the situation by BH3. Didn't waste a single moment of time. Eldegoss immediately peeled downstairs to get that Hundo Burger in and ultimately sealed the game for BH3. So as of now, okay, quantity of marbles is superior to the singular quality of 1 large marble.
Correct. Yeah, that is where we are at currently. That situation could change. Of course, we will update you once it changes. I know a lot of people will need to make a lot of phone calls. They'll need to let family members know what's going on currently with marbles here in the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. BH3 Esport, 1 game away from making it to day 2. Tuzzy is going to need to win 2 on the hop, or they're going to be heading home. It would be very unfortunate for Brazil having, you know, one of their top teams not make it to day 2.
This would be an upset in every which way you slice it. BH3 not expected to be put in this position, but they find themselves 1 game away now from going from day 1 to day 2 and eliminating Tuzzy Esports. Again, your LAIC runner-ups.
You know, interestingly enough, Tuzzy had the opportunity here for a first pick, but they decided not to take it. They're going to take the 2 picks in a row. They grab Slowbro and they grab Aegislash. So a nice thing that you get here by grabbing Slowbro is if your opponents want to play something like Zoroark Comfey, now you have to worry about a Slow Beam, which is an absolute nightmare for that. And you take Aegislash, a Pokemon that has just been so dominant throughout this tournament. We knew it would be one to watch, and you're always wondering, like, will we see Rapidash? Will we see Aegislash? How much Inteleon will we see? Well, one thing is for sure, Aegislash has made it into so many games.
It really has, and Max specifically did a great job for Tuzzy Esports on this Pokemon. Jandeko gonna grab Miraidon, and the other side, again, we have that Mewtwo Y and Eldegoss combination. I'll tell you what, Greg looked very comfortable in the Eldegoss.
Yeah, absolutely. They were crushing it in that game. You know, you you remember how great of a support it is, but also how disruptive it is and how difficult it is. One of the best auto attackers in the game, constantly putting pressure on your opponents. Really mean early, but also providing a lot of damage in some of these bigger fights. Ooh,
okay.
Final picks over here on the side of BH3. I think this is the first Darkrai we've seen today, correct?
I believe so, yes. And also Clefable with an incredibly low pick rate here at 3%. Lel grabbing that. Lel typically liking to be on the Eldegoss or the Blissey, having to go to this later pick here in the Clefable. But it's got the opportunity to do a lot of work if you're sitting on top of an Aegislash or even a Wicked Blow Urshifu. You have a great opportunity to get those healing numbers through the roof.
Yeah, this is a really interesting composition from both of these teams. Again, I don't know that we've seen Darkrai at all, and I'm not surprised, right? Darkrai was one of those Pokemon, it's a lot like Rapidash, where it came out, it had a period where it was extremely powerful. But I do think it ran into this issue, just like Rapidash, where nobody was able to play it for a while because it was so strong, it was being banned so often that you didn't get anyone who became really, really proficient on this Pokemon. And now that it's been nerfed, I wonder, you know, how often we can really get something done with it. According to the pick rate here, it has been picked 10% here in this tournament.
Yes, it's so far across all the groups. It does feel a little high. You know, maybe I would expect it maybe more around the 3%, 5%,
I feel like it would be right there
well.
with Clefable.
Yep.
Absolutely.
You know, there's maybe one player that has this kind of like as a pocket pick, you know, in dire straits type situation, or if a certain draft develops, you can go to that well. But here we go. Locked in by BH3, and they're going to use that to try and 2-0 Tuzzy Esports. I can't stress this enough. Your LAIC runner-ups that eliminated teams such as Peru and Nouns.
Yeah, they are an incredible team. They did so well at LAIC, but they are running into stiff competition here at EUIC. We have some of the best in the world competing, and now we are in game number 2. BH3 Esport, your purple team. Tuzzy Esport, your orange team. Again, the winner of this best of 3 will make it to day 2. The other team will be heading home.
And of course, we have to talk about marbles. The fun fact, the Marble League is the 22nd most attended sports league in the world.
How marvelous.
I'm glad you said that because I definitely was not going to read it.
How marvelous.
This is I can't believe this is how we're ending our day.
How marvelous.
Are you good?
Yeah. Great.
I'm afraid if I start talking, you're just going to say how
marvelous. All right, moving on. I won't say it again.
Okay, here we go. Sitting around for that bottom Indeedee, our Tuzzy and BH3 squaring around it here, and we really want to get that Umbreon online.
Yeah, take a look at this. I mean, we already have level 5 there for that Miraidon as they're kind of like moving towards the top path. We have Darkrai waiting here in the tall grass. This is a Pokemon that can do an insane amount of damage in a big burst and also put a player to sleep. Miraidon, a decent counter for it though, because inside that field, they can't be put to sleep.
Just moments ago, I said Rapid Strike Urshifu is literally only played by Overlord on this planet, and here I am to be proven wrong as Falb locks in a Rapid Strike Urshifu as well. The Blue Bear gonna make its presence felt.
One of the best things about being a caster is no matter what you say, you're immediately proven wrong. It's a very interesting situation. Like we even have people in production who are like, that's not where big marbles are.
Yeah. No, not those marbles. Here we go. J-Paw getting absolutely beat down by Falb. Fizzy going to try and hold on tight so Volto can show up, maybe put some pressure on Salto and Falb, a combination that we've seen for the last couple years really help dominate the Brazilian scene.
Look at this charge beam just ripping through the enemy right there. Umbreon peeling back, but of course, you know, we have that Water Bear that can just fight it for an extended period of time, recover HP in some crazy ways, and then that charge beam just starts melting through their opponents. A great start for Tuzzy right here. We have Urshifu already at level 8.
That is, I mean, they immediately stepped up and just getting knockout after knockout after knockout. You can see right there how well a Miraidon can hold down pad. Fizzy was just trying to get 13 points in. It was just hitting charge me after charge me after charge me.
And here we go. We have an opportunity for this Darkrai to maybe get some work done against Aegislash, but that wide guard looks like it stopped the ability for it to fall asleep. Even though they're hitting it with Dark Pulse, they need to hit it with an auto attack afterwards or another Dark Pulse in quick succession to actually get that Pokemon to be put to bed.
Lel putting down the gravity on the pad, but it's still 4 players versus 2. We'll see how Max decides to engage, and engage they do. Dragon Rush quickly backwards, as now we have more support coming through. BH3 is looking to try and get out of here. They overextended. Tuzzy wants to make them pay. 2 down for Tuzzy, but there are players low here. No, Salto is going to get absolutely bullied as more of BH3 shows up for support.
You know, this is really interesting. The thing I think I like most about this Darkrai is I just don't think a lot of people are playing it right now. So I don't know that they've had a lot of experience on the side of Tuzzy really dealing with this, especially dealing with this after the nerfs. I think people have kind of fallen off of Darkrai, and it looks like it's doing really well, even into a Pokemon like Miraidon that has a natural counter to it.
No, absolutely. Downstairs we have Falb, level 9 moving through. Surging Strike Urshifu, Rapid Strike Urshifu is not one to mess around with, and not one that you have to contend against too often either. So both teams having to kind of navigate potentially new waters.
And here we go. Falb in a little bit of trouble right here as it's dealing with 3, possibly 4 members of BH3. They do go down. Clefable's coming down with the Moonlight, but they're too little too late. Aegislash now rotating down to this bottom path as we have members of BH3 looking to score.
A pretty predictable rotation, and Tuzzy meets them on pad here. Max is going to have to hold it down. Shy not even going to use that Dragon Rush to try and poach a target. They're going to use to get out. Charge Beam comes through. That's a ton of damage getting put right on that Garchomp. Lel is getting caught out, repositioned with the foul play. No real way to close the door on that, as Greg is a little bit too far to A-press him down.
And here we go. They're going to be pushed back from this. You can see score-wise 104-137. We do have a tier 1 down, but it's one of those tier 1s that when the scoreline is so close, I'd actually rather be BH3 in this moment. You do have a weak position in that top path, but you have so much extra experience, and you know, Garchomp is perfect for clearing that out and getting ready for some big fights. Level-wise, things are pretty close between these two teams, but that extra experience could start to tip the scales in favor of BH3.
It really could. Max hiding out, going to see if there's a target they can jump if they decide to move too far forward. We have this snarl foul play from Fizzy, but they are having half their HP bar go down. Volto gets jumped on by Max, and we're going to see if we can wide guard. Go, nice Unite move by Mewtwo to flip the script. Volto pulls up as the Darkrai, and they're going to change the flow of this game as the surging strikes from Urshifu are cut short.
They're heading down to the bottom path here, ripping through Regice. This objective is up. They might even be able to make a play on the top objective if they want to move that way. No one from Tuzzy is there yet. We have Urshifu deciding if they're going to go top or bottom, and it looks like they're heading top to get some of that experience as members of BH3 can now fight in the bottom path, or they can start rotating up. There's a lot of experience between this goal zone right here, so they could continue to try to farm this.
Yeah, Garchomp going to get more experience in that path, as you mentioned, because that tier 1 goal zone is down. They're going to try and get big and meet this Urshifu where they are, and taking the lead here in the levels is BH3 after that phenomenal basement fight.
And here we go. We see Mewtwo making their way up top. We see Miraidon making their way up top. It's a level 12, Darkrai level 12, Garchomp level 12, Mewtwo out-leveling everyone on the side of Tuzzy, and it could be the extra experience that they've been able to gather, plus able to, they were able to secure that bottom objective. Now we have Regieleki in the top path, walking towards the tier 2 of BH3. If no one pushes towards it, this Garchomp could just rip this very quickly and then continue fighting in this bottom path.
Darkrai stepping up to meet the Urshifu where they're at. Max as well. Now we have a side strike from long range coming through. Able to get a point, and they're still trying to stack to make their Moonlight healing worth its weight. Here we go. Max and Charge Beam. They're going to try and pincher on top of Fizzy. They are unsuccessful. J-Paw's there. Now Volto pulls back up for the support. They're trying to put these pulses down, trying to put the opponent to sleep so they can start leveraging this Darkrai.
And you can see they're just continuing to fight between these goal zones. All the while, Garchomp is casually farming in the top path. They are playing a different video game. They are on their Stardew Valley stuff right now. There's more experience top that they're going to be able to get. With 50 seconds now until Rayquaza, they are concerned with being the highest level they possibly can, and we could see a level 14 for Ray.
Yeah, and we have a Mewtwo that's not far behind, 13 for the Darkrai as well. So it's without a doubt that BH3 is larger. However, 2 points separate these teams. Another set of Tier 1 goal zones are available, Spraggles, so we're posturing to maybe have the same exact thing happen from Game 1 into Game 2.
Yeah, it's crazy how similar these games are and how close these two teams are, you know, in score, how close they are in skill. Level-wise, we do have a slight advantage for BH3, and that could be the difference maker as we head towards this final fight. 2 minutes, 7 seconds. Rayquaza is about to hit the map. Tuzzy's tournament is on the line right now. BH3 is in that power position where they could lose this and they are still around. It means they could make a good play or they could just wait for Tuzzy to make a mistake. Tuzzy now looking for a possible fight, and it looks like Urshifu's in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble if they get back. Now we have the Mewtwo Unite to get the Unite move on the Urshifu. That was huge. Coming back through, we are using Unite moves. Coup de Grace out of Max is too late. Day late, dollar short, doesn't matter. This Garchomp spent all game getting huge, and it's showing you what a real piece of farm equipment can do. It's going right back in the middle. They're starting to rip. Just Miraidon and Slowbro left on the side of Tuzzy. Rayquaza is low. Sato comes in. Surf is early. No, doesn't matter. Umbreon. BH3 takes it.
BH3 takes Rayquaza. They take an amazing fight. They're going to push towards the goal zones of Tuzzy. They're going to be able to score right now. Not able to make it happen. Beautiful play there by the Urshifu, stopping the points. However, Garchomp makes it to that center goal zone. The home base, 426 to 146. It is basically over for Tuzzy with only 1 minute left. They need to get a ton of points, and they just don't have a position where they can fight from super well. They're going to try their best. They're going to push towards a goal zone right here, but with more shields available, it just looks like it's over for Tuzzy.
Oh, what a game, what a run. BH3, phenomenal engagement. They trap the player they want, that Urshifu. The amazing use of the Mewtwo Unite, saying it's worth using this just to knock out that rapid strike Urshifu. They are successful. The defense is going to be successful. BH3 is going to shock Tuzzy Esports, going to shock the Brazilian fans, and going to find themselves in day 2 here on their own home turf.
Amazing stuff here. I mean, what plays from BH3 Esports, taking 2-0 against Tuzzy. Just incredible stuff. And you could see the hype. You could hear the hype of the crowd, too, from back here. It's pretty incredible. EU has another team move through BH3 Esports. Congratulations. They're heading to day 2.
And also to York, Nebraska, where there is apparently the largest collection of marbles to go along with the largest collection of plushies I've ever seen on stage. BH3, get it done, well earned.
Amazing stuff here. They get it. They get the win. They get the day 2. They get the marbles. They get it all.
The whole kit and caboodle, which is where the marbles have been placed and packaged and delivered. Let's watch this final fight again.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some of these final moments here from a marvelous game as BH3 was moving forward. That Mewtwo Unite, by the way, when it caught Urshifu, that might have been the whole fight right there.
I agree.
That was just so
completely.
massive.
And, you know, we called out Fizzy before from the last set we watched. Fizzy was the one that trapped the Urshifu, started the beginning of the end for Tuzzy Esports, and what a set of plays. And I love this pop-off. I love this energy. BH3 exceeding the expectations that we had placed on them and doing it in a stylish fashion against a good team in Tuzzy Esports.
Amazing stuff. Great defense here, but there really was not much Tuzzy could do.
No.
Of course, they just, you know, they're trying to run it down, trying to make something happen, but it's already 634 to 254. A phenomenal fight, and yeah, Garchomp had so many amazing moments, you know, even for a Pokemon that really wasn't in a lot of the engagements, because we saw how much time they were spending just going through the map and clearing out all of the wild Pokemon. They still had 58,000 damage, and every time they showed up, they were a difference maker.
Yeah, especially in that last fight. Fizzy got the catch they were looking for. Nobody let off the accelerator. They went in, and the moment that Urshifu went down with a Mewtwo Unite, where was Garchomp? Dragon rushed in, uniting in the middle of the other 4 players, and it was just sent Tuzzy scrambling all over the map. Quickly, they eviscerate 3 players, and then after that, they used that Garchomp. I called it a huge piece of farm equipment because that's what it did in the back half of the game, but you build it for this. You flip on top of Rayquaza, they absolutely burned it down, and what a win, what a game from Shy.
Yeah, really amazing stuff. You know, I think BH3, we talk a lot about who could possibly be a dark horse contender to win this whole thing, and these are the teams that can do it. I don't think everyone had BH3 on their radar as a possible, you know, top team right here, but they are heading into day 2.
Yes, they are.
They have the momentum. They just 2-0'd a phenomenal team in Tuzzy.
I mean, they sent a wake-up call to everybody in the field for tomorrow. You know, you have some teams, I'm thinking their EU counterparts now, that almost feel like they kind of limped into day 2, right? I mean, if you're going to make day 2 qualify this way, I'd much rather do it if I'm going in 2-1 off a big win like this than off a kind of a teetering win like Nouns had. So you can even say if they can maintain this momentum into going day 2, maybe they'll have their dream Tuzzy run in their own homeland here and be able to carry this through to the end and really cobble something together that is special.
Yeah, it was really, really amazing stuff. Marvelous, as we said.
I hate that.
My favorite Amazon Prime show is The Marvelous Miss Maisel.
Good night. Okay.
Favorite Marvel movie is Captain Marvel.
Why are we here?
I don't know.
Please, just stop.
I know that we're getting an interview ready on stage.
Oh, good.
Which we'll throw to very soon. I assume they will ask a lot of Marvel-based questions.
If not, they're not paying attention to the broadcast.
That's true. We'll find out if they're paying attention to the broadcast here very soon as we're getting ready for that on stage. And then, of course, tomorrow we have, you know, some insanely exciting action. We are going to run all the way up to our finals. And then, of course, on Sunday, first thing early in the morning, Pokémon UNITE is on Championship Sunday for our finals, and that will decide who is heading to Worlds.
So exciting. It's the first Worlds qualified team will be determined by the end of the weekend. And we watched a bunch of the teams where that opportunity is still an option for them, right? Going into day 2, BH3 among that list.
Yeah, BH3, I mean, it really is that kind of, you know, Cinderella story for some of these teams where you don't expect a team like this to go super deep, but they absolutely can, because what starts to happen, you start beating some of these top teams, and then all of a sudden you realize like they're vulnerable. And you're in league with, you're ready. Exactly. You're ready to fight. Tuzzy did the same thing at LAIC. They're a great team, but they took down some huge teams. Well, we do have an interview ready on stage. We're going to throw it on over to them. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much. I got to be honest with Spraggles and Doof Snacks. We fielded the marble question. We're going to move on past it. But honestly, Volto, congratulations on such an amazing matchup. You were all playing so well there. I mean, how good does it feel to qualify for day 2?
Yeah, it feels really amazing to qualify for day 2, since it's like first time for all of the team to go to that kind of event, and be on day 2, it's really amazing for us.
Yeah, and now this isn't the first EUIC you've competed at, right? You've played at a couple more before. Is this your favorite one, or how's the experience been so far here on day 1?
Yeah, for myself, it's my third one that I compete, but for the audience, it's their first one. That this one is really special, and also it's really amazing to see all this audience, and it's really big, this one.
Yeah, the audience was amazing, popping off for your team during that game. I mean, maybe as hard as all of you were, actually. The audience was loving it. You all were loving it. It was really exciting. So anything to say to the hometown crowd, feel free to see it in English and in French, and then we'll throw back to the casters.
Okay. Well, I will give a shout-out to one of our mates, Mayfield, that unfortunately couldn't be here for some reason about the passport, unfortunately. But a big shout-out to him. We are doing this for him.
Awesome. I love that. Shout out to the teammate at home, maybe on the next one. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations on day 2. We'll send it back to Spraggles and Doof Snacks.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. I mean, what an incredible day it's been. Day 2 is going to be insanely exciting because we're going to be heading in to single elimination best of 3 bracket, which is going to be incredible. So you're going to want to be here for that.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got some of the favorites out there, right? Orange Juicers 3-0, 6-0, great run. Luminosity 3-0, their group, great run. We have now some phenomenal dark horses as well. BH3, definitely a dark horse without a doubt, and a team I want to keep my eye on tomorrow. Of course, you also have Antic making it to the second day of an international event for the first time since 2022. Dark horse, but exciting. That's gonna like put a shot in the arm of the entire region, right? They've got a chance here. That's amazing. So tons of action.
They looked great playing against Luminosity.
They beat the absolute breaks off Luminosity.
Game 1 was a crazy game between those two teams.
There was a clear lack of respect the way Luminosity was playing, and Antic just took that personally. And then by the time that Luminosity realized they need to flip the switch, Zorark was level 14 and rinsing them. Just taking them to task.
I know we have a couple things we're going to check out before we let you go here and let you know what time we're going to be starting tomorrow. We have our bracket that we went through, our group stage bracket. We also have the MVP of the day. So we're going to take a look at it right here. Here's what happened in our group stage. Group A, Kamai, 4-0 in that group stage. And we have BH3 coming out of there 3-1.
I mean, what a run by BH3. Jumping over to Group B, Lelovers 3-0 with a great set win against Nouns Esports. Group C, we have Peru, formerly Fusion, last year's Aeos Cup Champions, 3-0 their group. Nemesis right behind them, 2-1. Orange Juicers, we mentioned them, 3-0. Gen 5, 2-1 as well, and we got 2 more groups to talk about.
Yeah, let's take a look at the next 2 groups here. Group E, Stamina, DreamMax. Those were some amazing games. Those were so good. Stamina and DreamMax heading to day 2. And then Group F, Luminosity and Antic. I mean, I think you could have expected Antic to come out of there. There are a few really good teams in Group F, right? But they really gave Luminosity a run for their money, especially there in Game 1. So I'm excited to see what happens with day 2. And now we have our player of the day, Doob Snacks.
From Tuzzy, which player of the day, from my understanding, is the most MVPs across all of the games that were played. That is my understanding, or I just made that up. Doesn't matter. Never been wrong on broadcast. Max here, and Leafeon is probably the Pokemon that they earned the most of those with. Average MVP score 89, average damage 81k. That's ridiculous. And average knockouts 8. That is also incredibly impressive.
Leafeon really doing some work here in this tournament, and a lot of teams picking it up. And yeah, Tuzzy is just an amazing team. I got to say, I love what happened with BH3, but at the same time, it is a little heartbreaking not seeing Tuzzy move forward because they are such a cool team to watch.
Absolutely, without a doubt. But we have more phenomenal teams to watch tomorrow here as we keep things going in a 12-team single elimination best of 3 setup bracket, and we still need to shake out the bracket. This is all the stuff here.
You can tune in tomorrow for EUIC 2025 Day 2. It starts at 9 a.m. GMT. I think that's GMT. That's 1 a.m. PST. I think that's PST. And 10 a.m. KET or CET? Set.
Of course, set. Soft C, of course. We have more graphics that production told me about and said that they're going to show, but I didn't hear them, so maybe we can do that now.
Hey, here we go. You can celebrate the 2025 Pokemon Europe International Championships and receive special illustration rare Eevee EX in the Pokemon trading card game live right now.
Do it. Of course, you get more stuff if you're watching a Pokemon /Pokemon TCG. Don't do that. Just stay on Unite, of course.
I don't think we're allowed to discourage them from checking out the other ones.
But also check out the other ones when we have those 5-minute breaks. You can get Jumpluff with the EUIC 25 Sunny Day for Scarlet Violet, and of course, item and answers. Why do they put us last?
That's right. They put us last because we're bringing it home, baby. You can get item enhancers on Twitch drops and Pokemon Unite. And you know,
we have the marbles of Twitch drops.
some new items coming. So you're gonna want those item enhancers.
You're gonna need those. You're gonna need every single one of those. Is this where we end the show?
I wonder. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for listening. This has been day 1 of the Aeos Cup here at EUIC. Make sure you are here tomorrow because it's going to get insane. I love you guys. We'll see y'all next time. Hwah!
Yours was way worse than mine.
Way worse.
Way worse.
Way worse.